C1084 outside of the city in the Zui building, the 6-star lord of the Nando nation is the 3rd-level assassin of the Zui building. There was a middle semi-saint, a primary semi-sage, and 4 peak holy lord. The lineup was powerful. There were many 9-star holy cities in the northern wasteland. They might not even have so many top-grade experts, especially the 6 stars of the Nando nation who were proficient in a peerless killing formation. Under the encirclement of the 6 brothers, even an ordinary late semi-saint would not be able to survive. The only way was to die. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were going to roam freely in the northern wasteland. Unfortunately, they had to find Yang Fann. To the current Yang Fann, not to mention the fact that they only had the power to kill late semi-saint, even if they had the power to kill a high-grade perfection semi-saint, they would only be slightly stronger than an ant in Yang Fann's hands. 2 of his palms were as light as a feather. He didn't even use the power of a body before he was killed by Ching Song. It was no different from slapping a bunch of insignificant flies to death. However, when Hua Qingwu and the group of Wahias from the Wahia saw these 2 palm strikes, they were terrified. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. Each of them looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a legend. Gulp, gulp, that was the 6th-star lord of the Nando nation who could kill late semi-saint warriors. Even if they did not manage to form the killing formation in time, it was not something an ordinary late semi-saint warrior could easily kill. Yang Fann. What level had His Excellency Yang Fann's combat strength reached? Peak semi-saint, or the supreme, mighty, half-saint? Peak holy lord. Just have the combat strength of a peak semi-saint, or perhaps even the strongest half-saint. What kind of peerless evildoer was this? Even the saints of the saint clans were far from being able to match up to him, right? Such a heaven-defying monster, why was he heading to the other side? As for Yang Fann, he was a human from the other side. Before this, Hua Qingwu had said that Yang Fann was a human from the other side. They might still have some thoughts in their minds, but they no longer had such thoughts. Given the lowly status of the human race in the foreign land, they would never allow such a peerless demon to appear. They were afraid that the moment he appeared, he would be killed in the cradle by the Saint Alliance's law enforcement unit. As one of the top powers of the human race, they were well aware of how overbearing the Saint Alliance was. From the ancient times until now, it wasn't as if there had never been a genius in the human race. Many of them were as talented as the saints of the Saint clan, but without exception, all of them were mercilessly killed by the law enforcement unit of the Saint Alliance. Moreover, if they really came from the foreign human race, they would have more or less heard about it. Above the void, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. A middle semi-saint, a primary semi-sage, and 4 peak semi-saint. In the past, this was enough to make his cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds, but now, it had only made his cultivation base advance by a tiny bit. If he wanted to rely on these ordinary half-saints to break through, he would have to devour more than half of the human half-saints in spiritual martial arts continent. Fortunately, he obtained a huge amount of resources in the other side. Otherwise, he would really be blind. In the next moment, Yang Fann flashed and returned to the Wahia's celestial boat. An hour later, Hua Qingwu and the others finally recovered from there. Shock. The celestial boat of the Wahia set off once again, heading towards the Star Sea Holy City. 1 day later, a huge city that spanned tens of thousands of miles and was more than 100 times bigger than the Maple Forest's holy city appeared in everyone's line of sight. Star Sea Holy City, one of the top 9-star holy cities in the northern wasteland. It was the ruler of the Star Sea clan, the Star Sea clan. It was an old and powerful family that had been passed down for billions of years. It was rumored that the old ancestor of the Star Sea clan had even participated in the ancient war. In the vast northern wasteland, the Star Sea clan was able to enter the top 20, or even the top 10. In the clan, there were quite a few demi-saint ancestors. He looked at the majestic Star Sea Holy City not far away, including Hua Qingwu. Hong Long. All the disciples of the Wahia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they could reach the Star Sea Holy City, they would be safe. Although they hadn't been attacked by the Zui building after the 6 celestial lords of the Nando nation, they were more or less nervous. Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying. He was comparable to a peak semi-saint or even a semi-sage. After all, there was only one person who was weak. On the other hand, Tower Owner, Great Emperor Zui, had already become a famous peak semi-saint hundreds of millions of years ago. After hundreds of million years, he might have already stepped into the semi-saint stage. There was also that greed, Po Jun, and 7 kills god of slaughter. All of them were top-tier demi-saint ancestors among demi-saint ancestors experts. The next Big Dipper sovereign wasn't easy to deal with either. He was even slightly stronger than the Southern Dipper sovereign. If all the top-tier Zhui buildings of the Zhui building were to be used, the strongest half-holy capital would be forced to retreat. At that time, would Yang Fann really fight to the death with the Zhui building for them? No matter if it was Hua Qingwu or the people of the Wuxia, none of them had any confidence. In the end, they were just strangers. It was already a great deed that Yang Fann had helped them twice. 15 minutes later, the Wuxia's celestial boat appeared a million miles away from the Star Sea Holy City. At this moment, rumble, a barrier of starlight suddenly appeared, blocking the front of the Wuxia's celestial boat. Barrier Star Sea Holy City's barrier for protecting the city. What is going on? Could it be that some major power is attacking the Star Sea Holy City? The people of Wuxia were dumbfounded and looked at the starlight barrier in front of them in disbelief. The barrier for protecting the city was one of the hidden forces of the Holy City, and they couldn't attack it unless they encountered a powerful enemy. However, the strange thing was that they couldn't find any enemies attacking the Star Sea Holy City even when they looked around. Could it be that the enemy is in the Star Sea Holy City? Since there were no enemies outside, there was only one possibility left. The enemy was inside, opening the barrier for protecting the city and sealing off the Holy City to prevent the enemy from escaping. They couldn't possibly open the barrier for protecting the city just to prevent them from entering. The relationship between the Wuxia and the Star Sea clan of the Star Sea Holy City was extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the first to think of seeking the protection of the Star Sea Holy City when faced with the pursuit of the Zhui building. Right at this moment, rumble, the void trembled, an elite army covered in blue elite armies flew over under the lead of a Holy Lord expert. Galaxy Guards, the elite army of Star Sea Holy City. Holy Lord's personal guards in the past were all at least at the 7-star advanced quasi-saint. In just a breath's time, the group of Galaxy Guards had already arrived at a distance of 30,000 meters away from the Wuxia's celestial boat. Commander Yuan Wu, it's been a long time. What happened in the city? Ming Lao, who was standing beside Hua Qingwu, took a step forward and cupped his fists at Holy Lord's expert. Nothing happened in the city. The Yuan Wu commander shook his head and said coldly. Then this is. Ming Lao pointed at the starlight barrier and said in puzzlement. For some reason, a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. To everyone from the Wuxia, under Holy Lord's orders, the people of the Wuxia are not allowed to enter the city. Please return. What? How could this be possible? Is there any misunderstanding between Commander Yuan Wu and us? We were ordered to escort Eldest Miss to complete the engagement ceremony with the third young master of the Star Sea clan. C1085. All of them unleashed their full strength. Everyone in the Wuxia had always regarded the Star Sea clan of Star Sea Holy City as their reliance. They all felt that they would be safe as long as they could reach the Star Sea Holy City. No matter how unscrupulous the Zhui building was, they wouldn't dare to cause internal strife in the Star Sea Holy City. As one of the top grade 9-star holy cities in the northern wasteland, the Star Sea Holy City was a super major power on the same level as the Zhui building. However, he had never thought that just as he was about to enter the Star Sea Holy City, he would be mercilessly rejected outside the city. He couldn't believe it. No one in the Wuxia could believe it. One should know that the Wuxia and the Star Sea clan were old friends. They had traveled thousands of miles to escort Miss Qingwu to the Star Sea Holy City. It was to hold the engagement ceremony between Miss Qingwu and the 3 young masters of the Star Sea clan, Xinghai. How could they do that? There must be a mistake. Commander Yuan Wu must have made a mistake. You guys can leave now. The engagement between the third young master of my clan and the young lady of the Wuxia will be cancelled. Yuan Wu Xinghai waved his hand and ordered them to leave. What? Cancel the engagement? That's impossible. I want to see the young master Gui Yi. I want to see Galaxy's Holy Lord. Hua Ming's voice was somewhat crazed. Indistinctly, it was filled with an indescribable anger. He and the others had traveled thousands of miles to escort the eldest miss here, but the Star Sea clan did not allow them to enter the city. They had even unilaterally cancelled the engagement. What was this? It was a complete naked insult to their young Miss Qingwu, and it was a great insult to the Wuxia. Noisy, who the hell are you, to think you deserve to see my Holy Lord now? Get the hell out of here with your men. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being rude to you. The cold shine in Yuan Wu's eyes flashed as he scolded. Yuan Wu Xinghai, get the hell out of here you. You. Hua Ming was so angry that he was trembling. His eyes were spitting fire, like a beast that had been completely enraged. You what you? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for offending those lunatics from the Zui building. Upon hearing this, Hua Ming understood everything. It was obvious that the Star Sea clan didn't want to offend the Zui building because of these people, and was ready to give up on them. However, even though he understood what was going on, Hua Ming still couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. If it wasn't for the sake of getting engaged to them, how could they have provoked the Zui building? How could the eldest miss be on the Zui building's bounty list? When the matter was about to come to an end, it would be too much for you to break off the engagement with just one sentence. Star Sea clan, you are lying to me. Right at this moment, Ming Lao, come back. Hua Qingwu's voice drifted out from the celestial boat. Hua Ming was furious. How could she not be angry? Cancel the engagement. She was the dignified young lady of Wahia, one of the 12 goddesses of the foreign human race. She had never been insulted like this before, but this was the Star Sea holy city. So what if they were angry? If a conflict really broke out, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Miss, Hua Ming was still somewhat unwilling. Alright, Ming Lao, come back. In the center of Star Sea holy city, Galaxy Sacred Palace, in a glorious hall. A golden-robed middle-aged man with an imposing aura as deep as the ocean, who looked like a high and mighty deity, sat on the throne and looked down at the common people. Below him was a young noble who looked somewhat similar to him, and he was pacing back and forth anxiously. Father, why did you cancel the engagement between me and Qingwu? The young noble looked at the golden-robed middle-aged man in dissatisfaction. He was none other than the third young master of Star Sea Holy City, Hua Qingwu's fiancé, Xinghai Gui. The golden-robed middle-aged man was the current Holy Lord of Star Sea Holy City. Although that Zui building is the #1 assassin organization in the Northern Wasteland, our Star Sea clan isn't someone to be trifled with. Dad, why? He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand why the Star Sea clan had to lower their heads in front of them, regardless of whether it was their power or the number of top-grade experts. The engagement was cancelled just like that. Hua Qingwu was humiliated, but the Star Sea clan was the same. In the eyes of outsiders, it was because the Star Sea clan was afraid of the Zui building. As the two main characters, he would surely become the laughingstock of the world. Shut up. This is the decision between me and the old ancestors. It is not something a little kid like you can criticize. A hint of anger flashed across Holy Lord's eyes as he scolded. It was true that the Star Sea clan was no weaker than the Zui building. However, the Zui building was just a bunch of lunatics. As the saying goes, those who were strong were afraid of being stunned. When you are stunned, you are afraid of losing your life. Once they provoked those mad dogs, it would definitely be a huge disaster for their Star Sea clan. If they were careless, they might even be in danger of being destroyed. For the sake of the Wahia, putting their Star Sea clan in danger was not as great as they thought. Most importantly, the foundation of the Wahia was located in the foreign land, and it was separated by the Blood River's sacred seal. At most, the Wahia could only send a portion of Holy Lord's expert over. If they really fell out with the Zui building, the Wahia wouldn't be able to help them at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so decisive. The Wahia's strength was only slightly weaker than the Star Sea clan. The combined strength of the two families was more than enough to crush the Zui building. Dad, Xinghai opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Enough, it was settled. Hua Qingwu, you should forget about her. Star Sea Holy City, a million miles away. Hua Ming glared at Yuan Wu and returned to the celestial boat unwillingly. Young Master Yang, I wonder if you can send us back to the Maple Forest's holy city again. Hua Qingwu looked at Yang Fann in embarrassment. She really could not say it out loud. In the end, Yang Fann only met them by chance and did not have any relationship with them. However, without Yang Fann's escort, these people, if they couldn't return to the Maple Forest, they would be killed by the Zui building. There's no need for that. They are already here. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously and said, What? Hua Qingwu was shocked. At this moment, rumble, a terrifying aura that caused countless Holy Lord experts to despair descended from the sky. Poochie. In all directions, the countless spaces were like glass, completely collapsing into powder. In the next moment, Boom boom boom, heavy footsteps rang out as they stepped into the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. A man wearing a purple robe and an emperor's mask stepped into the sky from the east. His eyes were extremely cold, flickering with the most brutal killing intent. It was as if the ancient vicious beasts had been completely enraged, from top to bottom. Every cell of his was emitting an aura that was close to death. Every step he took left a terrifying dent in the void. Behind the purple-robed man, 3 men in blood-red long robes and blood-red masks followed closely. Their bodies were filled with killing intent, as if they were peerless gods of slaughter from the nether hell. That terrifying killing intent alone was enough to make countless holy lords sink into eternal bacchation and become the devil that only knew how to kill. Behind the man were 7 men in white masks. Each of them had a monstrous chi. The weakest among them was Peak Holy Lord, and the last 25 were wearing the 28-star masks. Each of their chi was comparable to Peak Half-Step Holy Lords. In the magnificent palace of the Star Ocean Sacred Palace, an ancient divine mirror clearly revealed everything outside the city. Great Emperor Zwei, 3 great killing stars, Big Dipper Sovereign, 28 stars. What kind of enmity does the people of the wuxia have with the Zwei building? C1086 Your Majesty, I have come late. Star Sea Holy City, Galaxy's Sacred Palace. Holy Lord of Star Sea City couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Great Emperor Zwei, Tan Lang, Po Jun, and 7 kills, the 3 great killing stars, the Big Dipper Sovereign, and 25 constellation stars. Although there were only 36 of them, they were all the high-end combat strength of Zwei building, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had unleashed their full strength. If any of these people were lucky, the Zwei building would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. How many years had it been since the Zwei building used such a luxurious lineup? 100 million years, or a billion years. How did the people of the wuxia offend the Zwei building? If it was only Zhao Mujiao, the High Golden Dragon, and the Firetail Tiger, the Zwei building shouldn't have made such a big fuss. Suddenly, Galaxy Holy Lord's eyes focused and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Strange, where did the 6th Star Lord of the Nando Nation go? Even the 28 constellation was mobilized. Great Emperor Zwei couldn't possibly forget about the 6th Prince of the Nando Nation. Compared to the 28 constellation lords with the highest cultivation base of a divine lord, the 6th Star Lord of the Nando Nation was much stronger. Even the weakest of the previous Star Lords had the power to sweep away the 28 constellation lords. Could it be that the 6 Star Lords of the Nando Nation had already surpassed the 28 constellation lords? Already, all of a sudden, a light flashed in Galaxy Holy Lord's sea of consciousness. It was as if he had thought of something. If that was really the case, then it would make sense for the Zwei building to come out in full force. The 6 Star Lords of the South Battle were the backbone of the Zwei building, and they were the true upper echelons of the Zwei building. Since the establishment of the Zwei building, they had never suffered such a huge loss in billions of years. In the next moment, a trace of regret appeared in Holy Lord's heart. The 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper were one of the top forces in the Purple Way Tower. Their strength could be said to be at the top in the entire northern wasteland. Especially when the 6 of them joined forces, it was him, a late semi-saint. In the group of wuxia, there was actually someone who could destroy the 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper. His strength was terrifying. Even if he hadn't reached the peak semi-saint, he wouldn't be much weaker. The most important thing was that the people from the wuxia came from the other side. In other words, that man's cultivation base was at most at Holy Lord's limit. Despite his cultivation base, he had the strength to fight a late peak semi-saint, or even a peak semi-saint. His innate talent was terrifying. One could easily imagine how rare it was in the northern wasteland, or even the entire spiritual martial arts continent. It could be counted on one's fingers. His future achievements were beyond his imagination. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the perfection semi-saint. It was even possible for him to break through to the Supreme Holy Sovereign. His order just now had obviously offended that peerless evildoer. If he bore a grudge against him, But very quickly, that hint of regret was thrown out of his mind by Galaxy Holy Lord. If he wanted to hold a grudge against the Star Sea clan, he was afraid that he would not have the chance. The Zwei building's formation was no joke. Great Emperor Zwei, who hadn't fought for hundreds of millions of years, Tan Lang, Po Jun, and the Big Dipper Sovereign who could fight peak semi-saint warriors, and even some low-grade perfection semi-saint warriors might be killed by them, let alone a peak semi-saint warrior. This battle, peerless evildoer would definitely die without a doubt. A million miles away from Star Sea Holy City, terrifying auras had already surrounded the celestial boat of the wuxia. It was completely sealed off from all directions, not even a drop of water could leak out. Putong thump putong. All the quasi-saint from the wuxia fell to the ground like mud. Many of them even started bleeding from their orifices. Very quickly, only Yang Fann, Hua Qingwu and a few others could still stand inside the celestial boat. It wasn't because Hua Qingwu and the others had the strength to resist the terrifying qi that even Holy Lord was in despair. It was just that Yang Fann had secretly helped them block the terrifying qi. But even so, Hua Qingwu and the others were on the verge of collapse. In their eyes, there was only despair and despair. Great Emperor Zui had arrived in person, and the Zui building had sent out all their high-end combat forces. If Demi-Saint Ancestor could pass through the Dead Blood River, this force would be enough to flatten their wuxia. No matter how powerful Yang Fann's monster was, it was impossible for him to be a match for the entire Zui building. Young Master Yang, everything is going to be in Qingwu's hands. No, it was Qingwu who implicated you. Hua Qingwu looked at Yang Fann apologetically. She felt extremely guilty. It was all for the sake of helping them that Yang Fann had stepped into such a desperate situation. The next moment, Hua Qingwu gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Yang, don't bother about us later. Go and escape by yourself." Today, she was going to die for sure. She didn't want to drag Yang Fann down with her. With her cultivation base and strength, if she wanted to leave, Great Emperor Zui and the others might not be able to stop her. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect Hua Qingwu to say such words at this moment of life and death. I didn't save this person wrongly, but this Hua Qingwu is looking down on me too much. A second-grade perfection semi-saint, 3-peak semi-saint, and a group of ants with the highest middle semi-saint cultivation base. She wants me to abandon her and run away by myself. Yang Fann felt funny in his heart. He smiled at Hua Qingwu and said, "Miss Hua, with me here, none of you will die." What? Difficult? Could it be that young Master Yang Fann? He can. How is this possible? It wasn't that she didn't believe Yang Fann, it was just that this matter was too absurd. Peak Holy Lord, being able to jump ranks to challenge a peak semi-saint, that was already a rare genius in 100 million years, peerless evildoer. If he still had some secrets, was he still a human? Yang Fann didn't explain much when he heard this. At this moment, no matter how much he said, it wouldn't help him. He might as well use the truth to speak. Then, Yang Fann's body moved. He took a step forward and exited the wuxia's celestial boat. "Junior, you're the one who killed the 6th-star lord of the Nando nation." Great Emperor Zui stared at Yang Fann, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. "That's right, it's me." Without any hesitation, Yang Fann admitted it. "Peak Holy Lord, I can't believe you have such strength. I have to say, Junior, you are the #1 genius I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked my Zui building, and you shouldn't have killed my beloved general. Today next year will be your death anniversary." Great Emperor Zui gave Yang Fann a deep look. With Peak Holy Lord's cultivation base, he was able to kill the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. This talent was not even worth a 10,000th of what he had. Rumble, an incomparably terrifying killing intent erupted from within his body. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed colors, and the entire sky instantly became a bloody red color that caused one's hair to stand on end. It was like an endless sea of blood. However, right at this moment, rumble, a semi-sage aura rose from the Star Sea Holy City and swept towards Great Emperor Zui and the others. The next moment, Puchi, the void was torn apart like a curtain. 9 peerless experts appeared in the sky. All of them were Demi-Saint Ancestor, and Galaxy Holy Lord was one of them. The strongest among them had an imposing manner that was on par with Great Emperor Zui's. Above the celestial boat, it's the Star Sea clan's Demi-Saint Ancestor. What's going on? Hua Qingwu and the others were dumbfounded and could not react in time. Didn't the wuxia cancel the engagement and reject them outside the city? But now, it seemed like these half-step saints of the Star Sea clan were here to help them. Xinghai Hong Yuan, does your Star Sea clan also want to become enemies with the Zui building? A serious look flashed across Great Emperor Zui's eyes. If the Star Sea clan was really determined to interfere in this matter, it would be bad for them. After losing the 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper, the Zui building's power was slightly weaker than the Star Sea clan's. In addition to a peerless monster, who had killed the 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper, the Zui building could be said to be at an absolute disadvantage. Zi Wuji, how dare you offend your superiors and kill His Highness? How many heads do you have? The Star Sea clan was located in the center. He looked at Great Emperor Zui as if he was looking at a dead man. What, Zi Wuji, what do you mean? Great Emperor Zui was at a loss. He couldn't react in time. Right at this moment, Xinghai Hongyuan had brought the 8 half-saints of the Star Sea clan to Yang Fann. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. Your subordinate has arrived late. Please punish me." C1087 He destroyed Zi Wei with his palm. Holy Lord was going to sit on the fence and watch the Zui building kill Yang Fann. He didn't want to offend a peerless monster. Once he offended a peerless monster, it was better to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. However, when he saw Yang Fann's face clearly, Holy Lord no longer cared about watching the show from the side. He hastily gathered all the demi-saint ancestor from the Star Sea clan in the sacred city and rushed out of the Star Sea holy city. Back then, he had also participated in Yang Fann's advancement ceremony. Furthermore, as a demi-saint ancestor, he was fortunate enough to sit in the spiritual martial temple and witness the battle between Yang Fann and Shenfeng. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, dozens of years were equivalent to half of their lives. It was a very long time, but in the eyes of demi-saint ancestor, it was more than just a short nap. He still remembered the scene in spiritual martial temple. Even though Yang Fann had transformed into peak Holy Lord, he could still recognize Yang Fann with a single glance. At this moment, how could Holy Lord still sit still? The status of Yang Fann in Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was not something that the ordinary lords of Sacred City knew. However, as one of the top powers in spiritual martial arts continent, how could they not know? That was the #1 monster in Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts since the ancient times, and it was also known as the hope of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts in the future. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Yang Fann was willing to take over the position of Holy Lord in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, perhaps Martial and Spiritual Holy Lord would have to abdicate in advance. If anything were to happen to him in the Star Sea Holy City, their Star Sea Holy City would have to wait for their name to be removed from the Spirit Martial continent. Although the Star Sea Holy City was one of the top powers in the spiritual martial arts continent, including demi-saint ancestor and a second-grade perfection semi-saint, it was just an insignificant aphid to a colossus like the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Any 2 great elemental old man would be able to uproot the entire Star Sea clan. Outside the Star Sea Holy City, looking at the young man not far away from them, the 9 great demi-saint ancestor of the Star Sea clan felt an indescribable sense of unease and regret. If they had known about this with the people of the wuxia, the one who was with them was Yang Fann, why would they want to be the bad guys? A mere Zui building. In front of Yang Fann, it was just a fart. Great Emperor Zui and the others who were not far behind them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. An indescribable fear was overflowing within their heart seas. Demi-saint ancestor, which one of them wasn't high and mighty? Especially that Star Ocean source, even if it was an ordinary high-grade perfection semi-saint, they wouldn't be able to make him bow and bow like this. You, who are you? Who exactly are you? Great Emperor Zui's voice was hoarse, as if this was the only way to calm the panic in his heart. I am Yang Fann. Yang Fann's eyes were cold and indifferent as he announced his name. Yang Fann, you are 6th young master of the palaces, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Great Emperor Zui pointed his finger at Yang Fann. Yang Fann's name was ordinary. In the huge spiritual martial arts continent, even if there were tens of millions of people called Yang Fann, there would still be at least 8 million of them. However, the only person who could make Xinghai, Hongyuan, and the other half-saints bow to him was the #1 monster of the human race, 6th young master of the palaces. That's right, it's me. The wuxia's celestial boat, young master Yang. He's 6th young master of the palaces, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. This. Hua Qingwu and the others were so shocked that they could not speak. Their wuxia was one of the first few major powers in the foreign human race to establish a connection with the foreign territory. They had also established some foundations in the foreign territory. In fact, they had even established a few holy cities in the northern wastelands. Naturally, They had heard of 6th young master of the palaces and Yang Fann. The person she randomly found at the edge of the Blood River was actually 6th young master of the palaces. This was truly unbelievable. How could he dare to venture deep into the other side alone? Could it be that he didn't know the dangers within? The other side was the mortal race's longtime enemy, the foreign race's territory. If there were any mishaps, then the human race would suffer a great loss. However, soon afterwards, that shock was replaced by endless pleasant surprise, safe. Now, they were completely safe. With 6th young master of the palaces' protection, even if the Zui building had 10 more guts, they wouldn't dare to hurt them. Although the Zui building was crazy in their actions and they were like mad dogs, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. It was crazy. That was just a method used by the Zui building to scare the people of the world. Above the void, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, all of this is a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. Great Emperor Zui smiled brightly and chose to admit defeat. Although the Zui building had always been strong, they claimed that if you dare to kill one of my men, I will slaughter your entire clan. However, that also depends on the target. Yang Fann was not someone the tiny Zui building could afford to offend. Even if there were 10 or 100 Zui building, it wouldn't take much effort for the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts to eliminate them. One Saint Sovereign was enough to suppress everything. Misunderstanding. Who said that today next year will be my death anniversary? Yang Fann smiled coldly. A trace of ridicule flashed across his eyes. He wanted to let go of this matter just because of a misunderstanding. This great Emperor Zui was thinking too much. Your Highness, if there is anything wrong with my words, please forgive me. This is 10 million trillion high-grade immortal crystals. I hope your Highness can accept it. Yang Fann smiled contemptuously. 10 million high-grade immortal crystals. Do I look like a beggar? You. Anger flashed across Great Emperor Zui's eyes. 10 million high-grade immortal crystals. Many peak semi-saints' possessions were just like this, but this Yang Fann was still not satisfied. This was too greedy. However, in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Sigh, the situation is better than the others. Just treat it as spending money to avoid disaster. Your Highness, 50 million trillion high-grade immortal crystals. I hope your Highness will be magnanimous and forgive us this time. 50 million trillion high-grade immortal crystals. What a huge sum of money. You should save it to buy a coffin for yourself. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. My dignity is only worth this little amount of immortal crystals. What a joke. Yang Fann, you. Don't go too far. Don't forget that this is the Northern Wasteland, not the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Great Emperor Zui was furious. He was already so humble, and he didn't even hesitate to pay half of his family's debt, yet this Yang Fann was still unwilling to let him go. Did he really think that he was just a clay figurine, that he didn't have a temper? How dare you Ziwuji, how dare you speak to His Highness like this? Do you want to die? Xinghai Hongyuan shouted. A cold killing intent rushed towards Great Emperor Zui. It was as if Yang Fann had given the order to kill Great Emperor Zui right away. In order to ease the relationship between him and Yang Fann, Xinghai Hongyuan was going all out. He wouldn't hesitate to start a war with the Zui building. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't give them the chance to do so. He didn't even look at Xinghai Hongyuan and the others. From the moment they had decided to break off the engagement despite their past friendship, Yang Fann had given them a huge blow. If a family like this who forgets their own interests for profit really became friends with them, they might not even know when they would be sold out. Too much. I'm too much. What do you think? Yang Fann, you're going too far. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? A fierce light flickered in Great Emperor Zui's eyes. Although you, Yang Fann, have a noble status and unparalleled potential, your potential is still your potential. You have provoked me, humph. Sister Rabbit is still biting people, let alone a god of slaughter like Great Emperor Zui. At this moment, Great Emperor Zui was on the verge of exploding. Fight to the death, with just you ants, roar, you forced me to do this. Rumble, the killing intent that had just been restrained spread out from Great Emperor Zui's body once again. Ziwuji, what are you trying to do? With a loud shout, the Star Ocean Source's body moved. It tore through the void and lunged at Great Emperor Zui. However, although Xinghai Hongyuan was fast, Yang Fann was even faster. A second great aphid dares to be so impudent in front of me. Die, Rumble. C-1088 returned to the Lingwu Saint Palace 50 million trillion high-grade immortal crystals. That was all that many first-grade perfection semi-saint had. Even though Great Emperor Zui had been in charge of the Zui building for billions of years, this was almost all the high-grade immortal crystals he had on him. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't willing to let him go just like that. Yang Fann had plundered nearly half of the foreign land's resources. It was just a mere 50 million trillion high-grade immortal crystals. That was a drop in the ocean. How could he take a fancy to them? Rumble. Yang Fann circulated the magical energy in his body and struck out with his palm. Yang Fann didn't use much of his strength in this palm strike. The boundless chaotic energy in his body had only been circulated once. Even so, in the eyes of a second-grade perfection semi-saint like Great Emperor Zui, this palm strike still made him feel despair. It made him unable to put up any resistance. In less than a breath's time, Poochie. Yang Fann grabbed Great Emperor Zui's neck, and like an eagle grabbing a chicken, he easily caught him. Ah, this. How is this possible? I didn't see wrongly. Right. Great Emperor Zui was captured just like that. Gulp. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Especially the Star Sea clan, who had just launched their attack. They wanted to show off in front of Yang Fann and try to ease the tension between them. And Yang Fann, old ancestor Xinghai Hong Yuan, was even more dumbfounded. Great Emperor Zui was a peerless expert that had existed for billions of years. Even he, an old monster who had survived in ancient era, wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to defeat Great Emperor Zui. But now, a peerless expert like Great Emperor Zui was captured by Yang Fann just like that. Heavens, how old was he? He was probably not even 100 years old. Even the #1 monster in the history of the human race shouldn't be this heaven-defying. Even Galaxy Hongyuan was starting to doubt his life. He had been cultivating hard for billions of years, but he was no match for a young child who was not even 100 years old. What was the meaning of his years of hard training? Cough, 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 cough. Great Emperor Zui struggled to cough. His gaze when looking at Yang Fann was filled with fear and pleading. It was as if he was saying, as long as you can spare my life, even if you want me to be your servant, I won't complain. Initially, he thought that he could face life and death calmly without fear of anything. However, it was only at this moment that he realized that he couldn't be exempted from the secular world. He was also afraid of death. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. Remember, in your next life, don't be too arrogant. There is always someone better than you. Not everyone can be offended by you. A cold smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. He ignored Great Emperor Zui's pleading eyes. He would have to pay him back sooner or later. Since he wanted to prove his Tao through killing, he had to be prepared to be killed. No, spare me, spare me. Great Emperor Zui shouted crazily in his heart. He was filled with regret. He regretted taking the courage to sacrifice his life for a mere 100,000 trillion high-grade immortal crystals. It was not worth it. It was really not worth it. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated, and a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, instantly devouring Great Emperor Zui within. Rumble. Rumble. Waves of extremely pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, pouring into his Dantian space. A perfection semi-saint was a perfection semi-saint, and to the current Yang Fann, it was just a matter of time before he broke through to the perfection semi-saint. Hong Long. 10 breaths later, Poochie. The devouring black hole disappeared into the void along with it. There was also that Great Emperor Zui. SS's. Refined. Great Emperor Zui just like that. Was refined just like that. Is this still human? Monster, he is a monster. The hearts of the people who had yet to recover from the shock of Great Emperor Zui being captured trembled once again. Their eyes bulged like the eyes of a fish. Horror. It was truly too horrifying. That was a second-grade perfection semi-saint that did not have the slightest bit of moisture in his body, and his strength of original life was extremely vast. Compared to the 100 top-grade immortal crystal veins, it was much more. Even Saint Sovereign, who controlled the law of swallowing, couldn't do it in just 10 breaths of time. He could completely devour it. He's not human, he's not human. Run, run. All the assassins from the Zui building have completely collapsed. They all turned into rays of light and fled in all directions. None of them were able to put up any resistance. Trying to escape? Since you're here, all of you can stay behind. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand covered the entire world, capturing greed, Pojun, 7 kills and the others in an instant. Although these people's cultivation base was far weaker than Great Emperor's ways, when all of them combined, the strength of original life was still quite powerful, no weaker than a first-grade perfection semi-saint. In the next moment, rumble, the devouring black hole appeared out of thin air once again and swallowed all the assassins from the Zui building. 5 breaths later, Poochie Poochie Poochie, all the assassins from the Zui building were turned into ashes, not even their bones were left. At this point, the countdown to the destruction of the Zui building, which had shaken the entire northern wasteland for billions of years, was about to begin. For the past billions of years, the Zui building had been acting tyrannically and had offended countless major powers. It was impossible for them to defend the Zui building with just the 36 heavenly stars and 72 Dishachis, which were only half a step away from the Saint Lord realm. His Highness, divine power is unparalleled and invincible. Your Highness, godly power is unparalleled, invincible. Your Highness, divine power is unparalleled, invincible. Xinghai Hongyuan was like a crazy believer, shouting crazily. Unfortunately, Yang Fann couldn't be bothered with them at all. He was just rejected outside the city. It was already his mercy that he didn't take revenge on them. He even wanted to build a relationship with Yang Fann. That was a dream. With a step, he returned to the celestial boat of the wuxia. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Hua Qingwu bowed respectfully, but this time, she didn't say anything about repayment. Even with the little strength of the wuxia, it wasn't enough for Yang Fann to slap her. If she said repayment, it would only make people laugh at her. Miss Hua, the Zui building has already existed in name only. I will take my leave now. Lightly cupping his hands to Hua Qingwu, Yang Fann walked out of the celestial boat. Knowing that Hua Qingwu didn't have the power to predict the future, Yang Fann's interest in her became much smaller. Hua Qingwu opened her mouth and wanted to stop Yang Fann, but when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she swallowed them. In terms of talent, she was more than 10 light years inferior to Yang Fann. In terms of status, she was the young mistress of the wuxia. In front of Yang Fann, she was not much stronger than the daughter of a third-rate family. Even the face that she was proud of in the past had no confidence at this moment. Yang Fann was the young master of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the #1 monster of the human race. He had seen all kinds of beautiful women. Those who were more beautiful than her were like carps in a river, countless of them. What right did he have to ask His Highness to stay? Right at this moment, rumble, a golden light cut through the void and entered Hua Qingwu's sea of consciousness. The next moment, Hua Qingwu's originally dim eyes lit up. She looked in the direction where Yang Fann disappeared and nodded solemnly. Your Highness, you can rest assured that Qingwu will not let you down. 15 minutes later, there was a 8 stars holy city 8,000 light years away from the Star Sea Holy City, the Path Holy City. Yang Fann took a step into the large transportation array that led to the Holy City of Spiritual Martial Force. C1089 meeting again one day, Yang Fann would flatten the other side, and this period of time wouldn't be too far away. At most, it would be 10,000 years. Yang Fann was confident that he could break that Blood River's sacred restriction. Those foreign races were easy to deal with, they were nothing more than either killing or slaves. However, the human from the other side was in a bit of a dilemma. No matter what, they were still part of the human race. It was impossible for them to be killed, but there were still many hidden dangers for them to blend into the human race of spiritual martial arts continent. Under the slave of the foreign race that had lasted for billions of years, most of the human race had lost their courage and dignity. Originally, Yang Fann was prepared to take advantage of these few thousand years to give the foreign humans a test, to find out who were the more courageous foreign humans. As for those humans that had been completely enslaved, he would find a random middle world and throw them away, leaving them to fend for themselves. However, now that he thought about it, it seemed a little inappropriate. Although he left a clone in the foreign land, his main goal was to attract the attention of Saint Alliance, the Saint clans, the royal families, and the powerful races. He wanted them to have no time to care about the foreign human race. They couldn't spare too much energy to observe the foreign human race, as they had yet to lose their courage. Hua Qingwu's appearance had given Yang Fann a thought. With Wahia's reputation and strength in the foreign human race, it was the best choice to carry out this screening mission. Furthermore, Yang Fann was confident that the wuxia would definitely carry out his mission obediently and do their best to complete it. Peak Holy Lord was not even 100 years old. As long as the old ancestor of the wuxia wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would know the identity of the old ancestor. Furthermore, he had the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts as his backing. He had offended the old ancestor of the wuxia. The wuxia would never be able to stay in great world of spiritual martial arts anymore. Their foundation was in the foreign land, so what if they were hindered by the Blood River's sacred seal? With the limited strength of the wuxia, the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts would be able to eliminate them with just a few Peak Holy Lord. They wouldn't even need to do it themselves. As long as a decree was passed down, there would be major powers from the foreign land that would take action. Over the past 100 million years, the wuxia wasn't the only major clan that had connections with the foreign land. Wuxia's celestial boat, Hua Qingwu calmed the excitement in her heart, turned around and said to Hua Ming, "Ming Lao, let's go home." She could not stay in this disgusting Star Sea holy city any longer. At this moment, rumble, a few rays of light descended from the sky, and the Star Ocean Hongyuan and the other Star Sea clan's demi-saint ancestor appeared on top of the celestial boat. Little girl of the wuxia, I have already calculated it. 7 days later would be the auspicious day of the Yellow Road. How about we hold the engagement ceremony between you and my great-great-great-grandchild Gui Yi on that day? Xinghai Hongyuan gave Hua Qingwu a kind smile and asked. It was as if the engagement ceremony had not happened at all. Engagement? Didn't the Star Sea clan choose to cancel the engagement? What kind of engagement is there? A hint of ridicule flashed across Hua Qingwu's eyes. She didn't give any face to Galaxy Hongyuan. With Yang Fann as her backing, Hua Qingwu wouldn't be afraid of the Star Sea clan. That golden light not only gave Yang Fann's task, it also gave Hua Qingwu a way to contact him. At this moment, Hua Qingwu was completely fearless. What? Cancel the engagement? When Xinghai Hongyuan heard this, he flew into a rage. He turned around and shouted at Holy Lord, "Zheng Yang, what's going on?" What? There was actually such a thing. Ancestor, Zheng Yang doesn't know. Holy Lord from the Star Ocean continent also said with a blank expression. That innocent expression on his face was not even worth mentioning in the Shadow Capital. In the next moment, rumble, Galaxy Holy Lord made a grabbing motion in the air, grabbing Galaxy Yuan Wu over. Yuan Wu, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to use the grandest ceremony to bring Miss Qingwu and the others into the city? Holy Lord, old ancestor, that Miss Hua of the Hua family, a mere daughter of the foreign slave clan, what morals do you have to be able to become the wife of the third young master? Shut up, the wuxia is the most important ally of our race, how dare you do this to me? Men, drag this out, cripple your cultivation and expel me from the Star Sea clan. Ard no old ancestor, please spare my life, I admit my mistake, this lowly one knows his mistake. Little girl from the wuxia, everything was caused by that Yuan Wu from the Star Ocean. The matter of the annulment of the engagement was purely a misunderstanding. My Star Sea clan and your wuxia have been friends for a long time, so why would we do such a treacherous thing? Ancestor Star Ocean, do you think I look like that stupid kid? Hua Qingwu smiled coldly. What a good move, abandoning the carriage to protect my handsome face. Unfortunately, I am not a fool either. That Yuan Wu of Haixing was just a small guard commander. How would he have the guts to do that? Even if he really looks down on me, he wouldn't dare to make a decision on such matters. That would be courting death. In the next moment, Hua Qingwu directly ordered them to leave. Ancestors, please return. Little girl from the wuxia, are you really going to be so heartless? Xinghai Hongyuan's expression turned ugly. He was a dignified perfection semi-saint, yet he was so submissive. It could be said that he had given a lot of face to a junior like you, yet you still spoke coldly to him. Wasn't this a little too much of a slap in the face? I'm heartless. Just now, who was the one who rejected us outside the city and left us to die? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Hua Qingwu's face. Without looking at the source of the stars, she turned her gaze to Hua Ming and said, Ming Lao, let's go back. Little girl from the wuxia, you. Xinghai Hongyuan was so angry that he was glaring at her. With a move of his hand, he grabbed towards Hua Qingwu. After so many years, he had never been so angry before. What is it? His Highness just left and you want to make a move? Hua Qingwu coldly looked at the source of the sea of stars and was not afraid at all. The two words Your Highness were like a bucket of bone-piercing ice water. It instantly extinguished the anger in Xinghai Hongyuan's heart, and that flash of golden light. He had seen it just now, although he didn't know exactly what it was. Great Emperor Zui's bloody lesson was right in front of him. If he angered Yang Fann, Star Sea clan's destruction wouldn't be far away. Let's go, miss, it was too risky just now. It was only after Galaxy Hongyuan and the others left that Hua Ming spoke with lingering fear. That was Demi-Saint Ancestor. If he really angered them, he would be able to kill them thousands of times with a single slap. Don't worry, he won't dare, unless the Star Sea clan wants to be wiped out. Hua Qingwu looked in the direction of Star Sea Holy City with a profound look. All right, Ming Lao, let's go back. Star Sea Holy City, Galaxy Sacred Palace. As expected, this lowly servant has something she can rely on. A hint of understanding flashed across Xinghai Hongyuan's eyes. With his ability, wanting to eavesdrop on the conversation between Hua Qingwu and Hua Ming could not be any easier. The next moment, Xinghai Hongyuan's gaze turned to look at Holy Lord and the others. Unfilial son, look at what you've done. It's a good opportunity to get close to Yang Fann. It's all because of you, unfilial son, that we have missed it. Unable to do anything to Hua Qingwu, Galaxy Hongyuan could only vent his anger on these juniors. Old ancestor, you've changed too quickly. Didn't we all ask for your permission to cancel the engagement? Now that something has happened, blame it on us. Is there still justice? Inwardly, he was cursing endlessly, but his mouth was filled with fear and trepidation as he said, Old ancestor, please calm your anger. Old ancestor, calm your anger. Ancestor, there is a possibility that this matter can be alleviated. That girl from the wuxia is not sensible. The old ancestor of the wuxia was a sensible man. As long as the old ancestor of the wuxia agrees to it again, that girl from the wuxia will be able to escape. That's right, the order of her parents and the words of the matchmaker. Could the little girl of the wuxia go against the order of the old ancestor of the wuxia? All right, Zheng Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. If you mess it up again, you know the consequences. Don't worry, old ancestor. I will definitely convince the old ancestor of the wuxia. However, the Star Sea clan was destined to be useless. The third young madam of the Star Sea clan. She was not as attractive as the young mistress of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Not to mention that Yang Fann might be interested in his little girl Qingwu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her such an important task, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. They could not miss it, as long as they could get on Yang Fann's universe warship. Their wuxia would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. It was hard to say when. Their wuxia could also produce a saint and become the true saint clan. Peak Holy Lord, who was less than 100 years old, was not someone they could imagine in the future. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed the saint realm. When a person obtained the Tao, his or her friends would ascend to the heavens. For the expert that surpassed the saint realm, was it difficult for a person to attain the Tao and become a saint? When the star ocean returns to one, that stupid fool also wants to marry their Qingwu brat, so he doesn't want to take a piss and take a good look at his own appearance. Fortunately, the Star Sea clan took the initiative to cancel the engagement. Otherwise, how could they have gotten such a great opportunity? 10 days later, Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Peak. Ah, it's His Highness. His Highness is back, His Highness is back. Very quickly, Yang Yunfeng and his wife ran out, surrounded by a large group of people. Fan, my Fan, you're finally back. Let your mother take a good look at you. You must have suffered a lot over the years. Look, you've lost weight. C1090 Qin Hu's Predicament Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Peak, Divine Palace Peak. Yang Fann and Yang Yunfeng and his wife gathered together. Vaguely, Yang Fann's eyes were moist. Those were tears of joy. He had been away from home for more than 30 years. This was the longest time Yang Fann had left home. When he saw his parents and friends again, the excitement in his heart could not be described with words. After more than 30 years, his parents and friends had changed quite a bit. Each and every one of them had become even younger. They didn't seem much older than him, only in their early 30s. Of course, the biggest change was still their cultivation. When Yang Fann had just left, his parents had only barely stepped into the Emperor Sovereign stage. But now, not only had both of them attained the venerable sovereign position, they had also reached the 7-star high. Emperor Sovereign stage, and were only a step away from the 8 stars Emperor Sovereign. Compared to Yang Fann and his wife, who wasn't very keen on cultivating, Yunuo and the other girls had made greater progress. All of them had stepped into the position of 9 stars Emperor Sovereign, especially Yunuo, who had stepped into the quasi-saint position with 1 step. It wouldn't take long for her to truly step into the realm of the quasi-saint position. It had to be said that having a good background was better than anything else. In the past 30 years, although Yang Fann wasn't present, the resources of the heavenly spirit world were still being transported to 6th Young Master Peak continuously. As for his parents and the other girls, Yang Fann didn't have any restrictions. All the resources were given to them by them, and the conditions were very favorable. Even the first young master Haogan would be jealous of them. Even if they were compared to the sons of the saints, they wouldn't be much weaker. If they were not worried, it would affect their foundation and potential. At this moment, they might have already successively verified the quasi-saint position. As his cultivation base continued to rise, Yang Fann's requirements for the people around him became higher and higher. In the past, he only hoped that his parents would be able to attain the position of ancestor. He was already satisfied with the 10 million years worth of longevity, but now, he hoped that they would one day attain the Tao and become saints. Although quasi-saint and great saints could be considered as long as they didn't become saints, the longevity would eventually reach its end. Even demi-saint ancestor could only live for 10 billion years at most. After some small talk, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He said doubtfully, "Father, Mom, where's Cece?" Little Cece had always been closest to this eldest brother. It was impossible for her not to welcome him when he returned. At first, she thought that the Divine Palace was a vast place. He was still on his way. Although the Divine Palace on the summit was only the size of a small city from the outside, it was less than 1,000,000 miles in circumference, but there was another universe in it. The vastness of the space was comparable to a small world. It was even more powerful. However, after such a long time, they should have arrived by now. "Fan, you have to take good care of your sister from now on. She has grown up and is becoming wilder and wilder. She actually wants to be a heroine. A year ago, she went down the mountain to uphold justice and has yet to return." Luo Yun muttered with a headache. Her daughter had grown up and is a mother, she did not listen to her words. What? Cece went down the mountain? Did anyone follow her? Hearing this, Yang Fann's heart immediately tightened. Although Cece had allowed him to cleanse his meridians with his origin power since he was young, it had also caused his innate constitution to be strengthened. He had far surpassed the others, and that was when he compared himself to the 5 young masters. However, he was still young. The fact that he could have the cultivation base of a 1-star quasi-saint was already the best he could do. With such a small cultivation base, in the vast spiritual martial arts continent. Not to mention the top-grade expert, it wasn't even considered a small expert. After seeing so many things, Yang Fann felt that he was too shallow in the past. He thought back to the past. Fortunately, the turbulent flows of space and time had brought him to eastern wastelands. If it was the central region of the spirit martial continent, he wouldn't even know how he died if he only had that bit of strength. True, Sovereign was no better than a dog, and quasi-saint was walking all over the place. Only a great saint was worthy of being called an expert. It was a bit dangerous for a 1-star quasi-saint to go down the mountain alone and become a chivalrous hero. Being a chivalrous hero was not easy. In this world where people ate people, a good chivalrous hero would not live long. Especially since it was Cece's first time going down the mountain, he had no experience in the world of martial arts. It could be said that he was cheated the moment he went down the mountain. No, I have to go down the mountain immediately and find Cece. The more Yang Fann thought about it, the more worried he became. This was his only sister, not to mention having a good sister. Even if she suffered some kind of grievance, it would still make his heart ache. "Fan, don't worry, with Yu Chen and Xin Yuan following us, nothing will happen." Yang Yunfeng chuckled and called out to Yang Fann. Yang Fann was also worried about Yang Fann. If no one followed him, things would get messy. How could Yang Yunfeng and his wife be at ease and let their precious daughter go down the mountain? Hearing this, Yang Fann scratched his head in embarrassment, but he felt relieved. With Yu Chen and Xin Yuan following him, nothing would happen. Both of them were his subordinates, senior elder. And amongst the numerous senior elder, they were considered top-grade senior elders. All of them had reached the peak semi-saint, and with the powerful foundation of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, they could even fight a second-grade perfection semi-saint like Great Emperor's Way. With the two of them working together, as long as it wasn't a fourth-grade perfection semi-saint, there wouldn't be any danger. Even if it was a fourth-grade perfection semi-saint, even if they couldn't defeat him, they could still run away. If they really wanted to kill them, they would need to be at least a fifth-grade perfection semi-saint. However, such an old monster, other than the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. The other major powers in spiritual martial arts continent probably wouldn't have more than 2 hands. Which one of them wasn't the elusive master? They had basically all become legends. If they wanted to encounter one, the probability was infinitely close to 0. Even if they really did meet him, it was impossible for them to kill CC. They really thought that the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was a vegetarian. If they tried to kill Senior Elder of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, even a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint wouldn't be able to escape death. Very soon, Yang Fann began to narrate everything he had experienced in the foreign land. Of course, he didn't want his parents to worry about him. It was enough for him to bear the burden of the storm outside. As long as his parents were under his protection, they would be able to cultivate peacefully. Yang Fann didn't expect them to be able to help him, but to be honest, there really wasn't much to worry about. Thinking about this trip to the foreign land, it was a huge search. In terms of danger, only the residual soul of Sage Duo Luo could pose a slight threat to him. The Lingwu mountain range could be said to be the undisputed #1 spiritual mountain in the spiritual martial arts continent and even the great world of spiritual martial arts. Without the transportation array, other than the high and mighty Saint Sovereign, even a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint would need to fly for 10 to 15 days before they could cross the entire Lingwu mountain range. Inside, there were countless spiritual mountains and spiritual mountains. Like the stars in the sky, the stars were scattered everywhere. Heavenly Tiger Peak, one of the billions of spiritual mountains in the spiritual martial mountain range. Although this peak was not as good as some alternate young master peak, it was not any worse than many elite disciples' peak. In fact, it even surpassed them. There was a total of 1 supreme-grade immortal crystal vein and 360 high-grade immortal crystal meridians at the bottom of the mountain, providing it with spiritual energies in an endless stream. This heavenly Tiger Peak was considered to be quite famous among the thousands of spiritual peaks in the vicinity. It was said that the master of this peak had quite a good relationship with the famous 6th young master and Yang Fann of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. More than 30 years ago, under Lin Yi's arrangement, the ordinary disciples of the Seven Stars Sect, Holy Ji Sect, Yang family, and Lin family had all become disciples of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. As for the old friends of Yang Fann, such as Qinhu and Maniu, they were able to reach the sky in a single step and become a true disciple of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. This heavenly Tiger Peak was the spiritual peak selected by Qinhu. Apart from the benefits that a true disciple should receive, every year, 6th Young Master Peak would spread a large amount of resources to them. In the past few decades, Qinhu and the others had been living a comfortable life. Even many alternate Young Master were envious of them. They envied themselves for not having Yang Fann, such a rich friend. Whether it was Qinhu's cultivation base or the power of his family, they had all improved by leaps and bounds. Although it was still far from being comparable to Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others, after more than 30 years, Qinhu had become a 5-star venerable from a mere emperor. Furthermore, he was only a step away from the 6 stars emperor sovereign. Besides him, there were also dozens of venerable sovereigns in the entire Heavenly Tiger Peak's Qin family. The strongest one among them had also reached the 5-star emperor sovereign stage, but he had just broken through not long ago. If this power was placed in the Sobbing Blood continent, it would be enough to sweep across the entire continent and suppress all the holy lands, the sect. Even the once greatest power of the human race in the Sobbing Blood continent, the Shang Imperial City, was trembling in fear. Divine Tiger Palace, the place where Qinhu used to cultivate in seclusion. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s and a young man who had a similar face stood in the main hall. These two men were none other than the lord of this heavenly Tiger Peak, Yang Fann's good brother, Qinhu, and his only son, Qinhai. Dad, that Fanjia has gone too far. He knows that Sister Fu is my woman, but he still dares to bully her. How dare you? C1091. If there is a next time, I will personally send you into the cycle of reincarnation. Sky Tiger Peak, godly tiger palace. Qin Hu and his son, Qin Hai, stood in the main hall. The atmosphere was solemn for a moment. Qin Hai, in particular, clenched his fists. The veins on his forehead bulged, as if he had been humiliated. Dad, that Fan Jia is really going too far. He knows that Sister Fu is my woman, but he still dares to go too far. And he still dares to. Father, you must help me make the decision. Qin Hai's eyes were spitting fire and his breathing was heavy. He was like an enraged beast. Higher, forget it, there is no such thing as a flower in the world. Why do you need to be single in love with a flower? Father will find a good one for you another day. A hint of helplessness flashed across Qin Hu's eyes as he tried to persuade him. Dad, I want Sister Fu. I don't want anyone other than Sister Fu. Child, why are you so stubborn? Why would a man like you have no wife? There are more beautiful girls in this world than that girl from the Ku family. No, Father, what are you afraid of? Although that Fan Jia is the grandson of the elder Fan Ying, we have Uncle Yang here as well. With your relationship with Uncle Yang, as long as you speak, I don't understand. Qin Hai really doesn't understand. That Fan Ying is a senior elder of Holy Lord, not to mention their true backer, Yang Fann. Hu Yuan Da elder and the others were the only ones who could eat him alive. Higher, that Fan Ying isn't as simple as you think. You should treat me as your father. Listen to my advice and forget about that girl from the Ku family. Qin Hu's voice was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. If it was possible, how could he not stand up for his son? A few days ago, he had looked for Ku Yuan Da elder. However, the result made him feel helpless. Dad, could it be that Fan Ying has some other background? Qin Hai was not that brainless person. When he heard this, he immediately realized that there was probably something else that he did not know about. Son, don't ask anymore. Forget about that girl from the Ku family. Our family owes brother Yang Fann enough. Don't cause trouble for him anymore. Father, what exactly is it? Before Qin Hai could finish his words, a slightly displeased voice sounded from outside the hall. Brother Hu, what are you talking about? We are brothers in this world. Your matter is my matter. If you say that you want to cause trouble, you will be treated as an outsider. The next moment, tap tap tap, a handsome young man dressed in a black robe strode toward Qin Hu and his companion from outside the main hall. Brother Yang Fann, you are back. Qin Hu's face was filled with excitement and a trace of nervousness. Little nephew Qin Hai greets Uncle Yang. The last time I saw you, you were just a little bean. I didn't expect you to grow so big. Yang Fann walked past Qin Hu. He seemed to be still angry about what he had said before. He said to Qin Hai, what exactly happened? As long as it's not your fault, Uncle Yang will make the decision for you. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Qin Hai's voice was filled with indescribable excitement. He was so excited that he could not even speak properly. Uncle Yang, my nephew and junior sister Ku Fu from Moke Peak. That was the only thing that had happened. Qin Hai and Ku Fu from Moke Peak were in love. In the end, Fan Jia saw Ku Fu's beauty. Relying on the fact that his father was a senior elder of Holy Lord, he had threatened the Ku family of Mo Ku Feng. The Ku family was just a small family in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. The strongest expert of the family, the old ancestor of the Ku family, was a first intermediate elder of the Sacred Palace. He was merely an intermediate quasi-saint, and he had no power and influence. How could he offend a senior elder of the Holy Lord family? He naturally agreed to the marriage obediently. To be honest, such a thing was nothing. In the martial artist, the strong preyed on the weak. Forcing a marriage was child's play. If this happened to someone else, Yang Fann wouldn't even look at it. However, it was a different story if it happened to his own nephew. When it came to protecting his own family, Yang Fann was one of the top in the entire great world of spiritual martial arts. It was already good enough that his nephew didn't go out and do evil things because of his power. He had actually robbed his nephew. Did he really think that he, Yang, was dead? Little Hai, don't worry. With Uncle Yang around, no one can bully you. We won't cause trouble, but we are definitely not afraid of trouble. Yang Fann patted Qin Hai's shoulder lightly and said. As for what Qin Hai said, Yang Fann had no doubt about it. If Qin Hai, a 3 stars emperor sovereign, could lie in front of him, then all his years of cultivation would be in vain. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Qin Hai's heart was completely relieved. His uncle Yang was the #1 monster in the history of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, and he had a very high status. Senior Elder alone had a lot of subordinates under his command. No matter what kind of background Fan Ying had, it didn't matter what kind of background he had. He wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Right at this moment, Qinhu frowned and said, "Brother Yang Fann, return it. Forget it, for the matter of Little Hai, I'll let you. With that, and that, it's really not worth it." Father. Qin Hai immediately became anxious when he heard this. There was a faint trace of grief in his eyes. "Are you really my father or not? Uncle Yang has already agreed to make the decision for me, yet you still refuse. Is the happiness of your son really that unimportant in your eyes?" "Little Hai, don't worry." Yang Fann comforted Qin Hai. He turned around and said to Qin Hu, "Brother Hu, what other background does Fan Ying have? If he was just an ordinary senior elder of Holy Lord, Qin Hu would definitely have more than that." Qin Hu was well aware of the forces under his command. Not to mention the ordinary senior elders, even senior elder had plenty of them. There was even a great elemental old man who was waiting for orders. This, Brother Yang Fann, let me tell you the truth. That father of Fan Ying, Fan Ming, it was senior elder. His grandfather, Fan Cheng, was also senior elder. Furthermore, he was the grandson of Fan En, great elemental old man. Fan En, great elemental old man. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Martial and spiritual Holy Lord had changed once every 10 million years. In other words, a great elemental old man would be born every 10 million years, and the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had existed for more than 10 billion years. Even if there were many great elemental old man, or even the hands of powerful enemies, perhaps the longevity had dried up and died, but the remaining great elemental old man. Without 500, it would not be less than 300. With so many great elemental old man, Yang Fann naturally wouldn't be able to recognize all of them. This Fan En, great elemental old man, is the 596th Holy Lord of our Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Even among the many great elemental old man, he is an antique. His cultivation base has already reached the 9th rank perfection semi-saint, and he is only a step away from the supreme saint realm. 9th rank perfection semi-saint. A bright light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. "Brother Hu, how do you know all this?" Qin Hu was also a true disciple. His cultivation was even lower. He was only a 5-star ancestor. Even he didn't know about these secrets. And how did he know about that perfection semi-saint? If he hadn't devoured Sage Duo Luo's memories, he wouldn't have known the specific classification of the strongest half-sage. Hu Yuan Da Elder told me all of this. "Father, have you gone to find great elemental old man?" Qin Hai's body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had always thought that Qin Hu wouldn't be able to save his face, and wouldn't be willing to ask 6th young master for help. "Oh, Brother Hu, so Ku Yuan knows about Little Hai." Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and there were faint traces of cold shines flickering in his eyes. Yes. Qin Hu nodded slightly. "Good, it's really good. Brother Yang Fann, you. Qin Hu's voice was trembling, as if he had said something he shouldn't have. "Brother Hu, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Leave everything to me." 6th Young Master Palace, inside a large palace. A emaciated old man was sitting on the throne. His face was sallow, full of sickness, and his bones were skinny. He looked like he weighed less than 80 kilograms. It was as if he could be blown to the ground by a gust of wind. Its aura was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. It was like a lamp that had run out of oil and could be extinguished at any moment. This old man was none other than Ku Yuan Da Elder, who had been ordered by Yang Fann to guard 6th Young Master Peak. All of a sudden, the space above him distorted, and a large, flawless hand that was as white as jade reached out and grabbed at him. "Who is it?" Ku Yuan Da Elder's expression changed. Suddenly, an extremely uneasy feeling swept across his heart. Rumble. A terrifying aura of decay that resembled the dusk of the gods erupted from his body. The law of decay that had completed the 6th level of transformation completely erupted, enveloping the large white jade hand. However, what caused Ku Yuan Da Elder to be shocked was that his terrifying rotting power, which could even corrode top-grade quasi-saint tools, was unable to harm the large white jade hand in the slightest. In an instant, the large white jade hand had completely penetrated through the decaying force and grabbed his throat. In the next moment, The white jade hand disappeared from the hall, along with Ku Yuan Da Elder. Heavenly Tiger Peak, Divine Tiger Palace. Rumble. The space distorted, and an emaciated old man fell out. Who is it? How dare you treat me like this? When he saw Yang Fann looking at him with a sneer, Ku Yuan Da Elder's facial expression suddenly changed. Ah, Master. Master bitch it, who on earth dared to attack Master? Evil thief was truly insane. Not only did he attack great elemental old man, he even kidnapped his master, the #1 monster in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, Yang Fann. He was going to fight the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts to the death. However, there were still many doubts in his mind. The Lingwu mountain range was the headquarters of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Even Saint Sovereign wouldn't be able to capture them so easily. Did they really think that there were so many Saint Sovereign in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts? No one. I brought you here. Yang Fann smiled coldly. What? This? How is this possible? Ku Yuan Da Elder couldn't believe it at all. He was a rank 6 perfection semi-saint, and even an ordinary 9th rank perfection semi-saint wouldn't be able to capture him so easily. Not to mention his master, Yang Fann. Right at this moment, rumble, an aura erupted from Yang Fann's body. Ah, this aura, my lord, it's really you. Ku Yuan Da Elder exclaimed. Those turbid old eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just what kind of monster was this? No, he's not even 100 years old yet, but he's already a match for a 9th rank perfection semi-saint. Even if he has the strength to fight a 9th rank perfection semi-saint, does he still want to give others a chance to live? He had been cultivating for so many years, could it be that all of his cultivation had reached the level of a dog? Ku Yuan, how did I tell you before I left? Is this how you protect my family and friends? Yang Fann's voice carried an indescribable anger. He was afraid of Fan An's power, so he made Qin Hu choose to compromise. If Fan Jia took a fancy to Yunuo and the others, would he be able to compromise as well? Master, Ku Yuan's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable panic swept through his heart. Ku Yuan, on account of your first offense, I will only cripple your 10,000 years of cultivation. If there is a next time, you will not need to comprehend the path of life and death. I will personally send you into the cycle of reincarnation. C1092 Kidnapping Sky Tiger Peak, Godly Tiger Palace. Yang Fann's eyes were cold, and his voice contained an unconcealable anger. There was even a faint trace of killing intent in his heart. These slaves could not be compared with his family and friends. The reason why he accepted so many slaves was because of them. It was not because he wanted to rely on them to dominate, but because he wanted them to be able to do so when he was not around. He wanted to protect the safety of his friends and family. But what did Ku Yuan do? That Fan Jia was just a junior of Fan and who had been in the younger generation for countless generations, but he actually made Qin Hu choose to compromise. He was truly disappointed. No matter what, you are still great elemental old man, a dignified ranked 6 perfection semi-saint, and Yang Fann is standing behind you. You don't even have the courage to offend a 9th rank perfection semi-saint. What a waste could it be that Fan An would shed all pretenses of cordiality with you for the sake of a descendant of an unknown number of generations later. If it wasn't for the fact that he had taken care of the entire 6th Young Master Palace in an orderly manner, Yang Fann would have completely ruined his heart today. However, this was also the last time, but there would be a next time. Yang Fann would never let him see the next sun, and he would do as he said. Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Ku Yuan Da Elder hurriedly kowtowed and expressed his gratitude. From Yang Fann's cold gaze, he could tell that Yang Fann was not joking with him. If there was another time, Yang Fann would definitely kill him. Furthermore, no one would stand up for him. Although he was still the great elemental old man of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, he had become Yang Fann's slave after he sacrificed his natal holy soul. The master would punish his slave, whether it was to fight or to kill him. It was a matter of course, and no one could control him. Even the rules of the sacred palace couldn't be restrained. He felt even more regret in his heart. He should not have looked down on Qin Hu too much. Although he knew that Qin Hu was a brother that Yang Fann had known since the end of time, he had never truly attached importance to them. In his opinion, with the identity of his master, how could he not forget them and bring them to the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts? It was their fortune, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to have too many interactions with them in the future. Dragons don't live with snakes, let alone those lowly maggots. If it was Luo Jiawei and the other girls, how could he be like this? He had already slapped that Fanjia to death a long time ago. Although Fanon, who was at the 9th rank perfection semi-saint realm, made him afraid, he was only slightly afraid, not afraid. Both of them were great elemental old man from the sacred palace. That Fanon could still do it. You want to fight him for a great-grandson you don't even know. The Fan family had existed for billions of years in the holy palace of spiritual martial arts, and there were countless descendants. Apart from a few relatives, there were only a few peerless evildoer from the Fan family who had some status in Fan An's heart. Remember what you said today. Yang Fann gave Ku Yuan a cold glance. It seemed like these servants were not reliable at this critical moment. In the future, if he had the chance, he would need to refine some demonic god. Battle puppets. The intelligence of demonic god battle puppets was not inferior to ordinary people. Moreover, they were loyal and did not fear death. They were absolutely the best choice of bodyguards. Unfortunately, the strength of the demonic god battle puppet in the demon god's sacrificial altar wasn't too strong. The strongest ones were only a few peak semi-saint warriors, so it wouldn't be of much use. In the future, his enemies would be at least perfection semi-saint, or even the real saint sovereign. In the eyes of the real expert, a mere peak semi-saint warrior was just a few slightly stronger ants. At this moment, Yang Fann was regretting that he shouldn't have destroyed the 36 perfection semi-saint puppets. Instead, he should have suppressed them. Although they were only the lowest level 1st and 2nd grade perfection semi-saint, if the 36 low-grade perfection semi-saint joined forces, they would be able to fight them. They could even kill ranked 6 perfection semi-saint like Ku Yuan. Yes, I swear, there will never be a next time. Ku Yuan Da Elder's head kept nodding like a chick pecking rice. There was no resentment in his heart. His cultivation base and strength were increasing day by day. Yang Fann's power was also soaring, even if it was a perfection semi-saint like him. He felt as if he was facing Saint Sovereign. Terrifying, truly terrifying. His lord was not even 100 years old yet. If he was given another 1,000 years or 10,000 years, just how powerful would he be? Perhaps even martial and spiritual holy sovereign was no match for his master. At the same time, the regret in his heart was like a surging tide, surging crazily. Rumble. Is this still the great elemental old man who is second only to the saints? Qin Hu and his son's eyes were dull, as if they had fallen into a dream. That was the great elemental old man of the sacred palace, the expert that was below the saint realm. But at this moment, how could Ku Yuan Da Elder still have the same look as great elemental old man? He was even worse than the servants of their family. Sky Eagle Peak, one of the 1,000 Yuan Elder Peak in the spiritual martial mountain range. The abundance of spiritual energy was no less than some of the less main peak. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Sky Tiger Peak. Below it, just the top-grade immortal crystal veins alone had a total of 49 huge high-grade immortal crystals, and the number of high-grade immortal crystals that were a grade lower was even more numerous. On this day, halfway up the Heavenly Eagle Peak, within a group of palaces, there was a large palace that occupied an area of over 10,000 acres. There were lanterns and colorful banners everywhere, and large letters of joy could be seen everywhere around the palace. The noise of people making noise could be heard from the entrance of the palace. The sound of firecrackers could be heard continuously, resulting in a dazzling sight. Today was the wedding day for the young master of Sky Eagle Peak, Fanjia, to marry the 36th concubine. At this moment, 1,000 tables had been set up in the huge palace. Guests were seated everywhere, and the atmosphere was lively and lively. The young master of the Heavenly Eagle Peak, Fanjia, although he was just a true disciple of a small sacred palace, he had a strong background. He was the son of an elder of Holy Lord. Furthermore, the Fan family was one of the top families in Holy Palace of spiritual martial arts. They had a respectable status and were only below the Holy Sovereign family. Even an ordinary elder of the family would have to give Fan Jia some face and address him as young Master Jia. At this moment, those who were qualified to enter the banquet hall weren't ordinary people. At the very least, they were all at the first star quasi-saint. Many of them even had the cultivation base of a 7-star high quasi-saint, including some great sage experts. Holy Lord Stage Great Elder. Not long after that, there was a cry, followed by a man wearing a golden robe. The middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing cupped his fists and greeted the guests with a smile, then walked onto the armchair at the top of the hall. This was Holy Lord's expert, not Fan Jia's father, the master of this heavenly eagle peak, and who was the senior elder, Fan Ying. After all, this was just a wedding of a junior, and he wasn't even married. He was just taking a concubine. The other senior elders of Holy Lord would at most send a disciple to prepare a congratulatory gift. Being able to send a few half-step Holy Lord here was already giving a lot of face to the Fan family. Let us give our warmest applause to welcome the groom and bride to the stage. Following a loud shout, a man wearing a big red robe and a pair of sharp eyebrows and starry eyes with a small mouth walked into the hall with a beautiful woman who was also wearing a red robe. Her skin was as white as jade, and her hair was red and covered by a red veil. She walked into the hall complacently. However, when one took a closer look at the red veil, one would find that there was an unconcealable worry on her beautiful face, causing one's heart to break. Within the great hall, there was a seat that could still be considered to be at the front. Congratulations, congratulations, Brother Ku, from now on, your Ku clan has truly struck gold. Brother Ku, in the future, you'll have to take good care of me. The guests from all four sides congratulated a 4-stars quasi-saint one after another. There was no lack of high-level quasi-saint and great sage experts among them. This 4-stars quasi-saint warrior was none other than the Ku family's old ancestor, Ku Yao. Hearing the praises of the people around him, Ku Yao couldn't help but feel a little proud. These high quasi-saint and great saint experts were existences that he had to look up to in the past, and many of them didn't even look at him. But now, they were still calling him little brother, trying their best to please him. This granddaughter of his really didn't marry the wrong person. That country boy also wanted to marry his own fooer. It was simply wishful thinking, a lazy toad wanting to eat swan meat. The other Ku family disciples were the same. All of them raised their heads high in pride. They were deeply afraid that others would not know that they were from the Ku family. After boarding the ship of Fan family, even some of the senior elders, Holy Lord, would have to consider whether they could bear the wrath of the Fan family. Newlyweds and brides, bow to the heavens and earth. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the hall. Wait. No way. Could it be that someone is here to cause trouble? This is the Fan family's heavenly eagle peak. C1093 cripple his own cultivation. I'll spare your life. Halfway up the sky eagle peak, in the wedding hall. The festive atmosphere instantly froze as the crowd of guests looked outside the hall in disbelief. Who is it, to actually dare disturb the wedding at this moment? Has he eaten the gall of a bear-heart leopard? This was a direct slap to Fan Ying and his son's face. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that this was a slap to the Fan family's face. How could Fan Ying let this matter rest? Right at this moment, tap tap tap, a series of light footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. In the next moment, the four of them slowly stepped into the hall. The one in the lead. He was wearing a black robe, and his aura was unpredictable. Emaciated old man, who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, followed closely behind them. Behind them were two men in green robes who had similar facial features. It can't be. They were the ones who spoke just now. This can't be real, right? No way. Impossible. There are only a few ancestor ants. Where did they get the courage to behave atrociously on Sky Eagle Peak? All the guests in the surroundings trembled, their faces filled with disbelief. Initially, they thought that it was some expert or even some senior elder who intervened, but they never expected it to be these few ancestor ants. Although they couldn't see through Yang Fann and Ku Yuan Da Elder's cultivation base, they could clearly see the cultivation base of Qin Hu and his son. A dragon doesn't live with a snake. These two little ancestors' friends, no matter how strong they were, could they be as strong as 9 Stars Emperor Sovereign? It was a big mystery. However, they didn't realize that the high and mighty elder Fan Ying in their hearts had just met him. Black-clothed youth's pupils immediately shrunk. His eyes were flickering with an indescribable panic, as if he had seen some legendary prehistoric berserk beast. Even his body was trembling slightly. Little Hai, what are you still standing here for? Bring your woman here. Yang Fann didn't seem to notice the strange gazes of the surrounding guests at all. He said to Qin Hai, who was standing behind him as if no one else was present. Yes, Uncle Yang. I'll go right now. I'll go now. An excited blush flashed across Qin Hai's face as he ran towards the bride. Ah, what does this aphid want to do? He He can't be thinking of snatching the bride, right? Madness. Madness. He must be crazy. He had seen crazy people before, but he had never seen such a crazy person. A puny 3 stars emperor sovereign actually wanted to snatch a woman from the son of Holy Lord. What the fuck, wasn't he afraid of death? Even the groom, Xianxia, had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. In the time it takes to breathe, Qinhai had already grabbed the bride's hand and said excitedly, "Sister Fu, come with me." Brother Hai, under the red veil, Ku Fu's beautiful eyes were filled with an unconcealable excitement. He had come. He had really come. I didn't misjudge him. For me, he would give up everything. However, very quickly, that excitement was replaced by endless melancholy. No, no, Brother Hai, I can't leave with you. He couldn't harm Brother Hai, and once he left, his family would surely suffer the crazy revenge of Xianxia. The Fan family was a huge power, it was simply impossible for him to harm Brother Hai. Hong Long, Brother Hai, forget about me, forget about Sister Fu. Drip drip drip, sparkling teardrops fell uncontrollably. Sister Fu, don't worry. With my Uncle Yang around, the Fan family can't. Qinhai smiled casually. Others might be afraid of the Fan family. He wasn't afraid. With Uncle Yang here, the Fan family was nothing. Qinhai, let go of my hand. Before Qinhai could finish his words, he was interrupted by a furious roar. Ku Yao and the other Ku family members were glaring at Qinhai. Their eyes were burning with anger, like angry beasts. It wasn't easy for their Ku family to get on the big ship of Fan family. They would never allow this country bumpkin to destroy their ship. If it wasn't for the fact that the master of Fan family hadn't made a move yet, they would have already stepped forward and cut Qinhai into pieces. Even a puny 3 stars emperor sovereign like you want to take my foor? Pa, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Little bastard, you're courting death at this moment. Xianxia finally came back to his senses. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. It had always been him, Xianxia, who snatched other people's women. Since when had a woman been snatched away from him? And he was also a country bumpkin from some third-grade continent. Rumble, the terrifying aura of a half-step quasi-saint erupted from Xianxia's body, crushing towards Qinhai. Unfilial son, stop! Fan Ying's facial expression changed. With a move of his magic, he instantly sealed Xianxia. Arg this. What is going on? The guests were unable to react in time. This wasn't how the script should be. Not to mention the high and mighty elder Holy Lord, even a mere mortal would be enraged by such a thing. As for Xianxia, he was even more confused. Is this really my father? Others have already come to snatch your son and wife. It's fine if you don't help me as your father, but you actually help outsiders to deal with me. Is this what your father did? However, Fan Ying didn't pay any attention to the crowd. He didn't even look at Xianxia. He went straight through the crowd and arrived in front of Yang Fann. He bowed slightly and greeted, "Fan Ying greets your highness and Ku Yuan da elder." "WH, what, palace, your highness, and Ku Yuan da elder? Difficult, could it be, he is, gulp, gulp, no wonder Fan Ying and the committee of elders were like two different people. It turned out to be him. A few half-step Holy Lord experts. The hearts of the other great saints skipped a beat. At this moment, they finally remembered Yang Fann's identity. Among the hundreds of young lords in Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, there was only one person who could make great elemental old man bow and bow to him. That was the #1 monster in the history of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th young master and Yang Fann. The next moment, bang bang bang, a group of half-step Holy Lord, the great sage experts all knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "Wen Wei, Xinghua, giant axe. Paying respects to your highness. Your highness has a long and boundless lifespan. Your lifespan is the same as the heavens. What exactly is going on? Why is it that even the lords?" The guests were completely stunned. With their status and identity, they were like Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. For a moment, they could not react in time. They had never thought that the legend of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts would appear in front of them. "How dare you, 6th Highness is here, why aren't you kneeling down?" A half-step Holy Lord shouted. "Bitch it, did these bastards have no brains? Didn't you see that all of us are kneeling down? Arg 6th Highness, it's him, it's actually him." Hiss. At this moment, if they still didn't know who this black-clothed youth was, they would have wasted so many years in the holy palace of spiritual martial arts. Bang bang, bang. The surrounding guests all knelt down and exhaled 3 times. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness has a long and boundless lifespan. Your lifespan is as long as the heavens. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness, longevity is boundless. Your longevity is equal to the heavens. Hiss. I didn't expect that young man to have such a background. No wonder he dared to snatch the bride. This time, Fan Ying and his son have kicked a steel plate. 6th young master, Yang Fann, had a supreme position in the holy palace of spiritual martial arts. He was in the upper and lower ranks of the holy palace of spiritual martial arts. Who didn't know and who didn't know about 6th young master? He had countless great elemental old monks under his command, and he was a mighty warrior like a rain. He was great elemental old man. He was just a servant under his command. Not to mention Fan Ying, who was a senior elder of Holy Lord. Even the Fan family behind him was no match for him. Compared to him, they were much weaker. As for the people of the Ku family, they were all scared silly. How could that lowly peasant from the countryside have such a background? Also, since you have such a strong background, your mother should have said so earlier. How could we possibly agree to this marriage? This was a complete scam. Not only the people of the Ku family, but also the imprisoned Xianxia. The grievance in his heart was getting out of control. Bitch, it's not like you are the one who cheated us, right? It's not like I don't have a woman. If I had known that you had such a strong relationship with His Royal Highness Yang Fann, I wouldn't have wanted Ku Fu. Although Ku Fu was also a peerless beauty in the world, it wasn't like there was no one who could compare with her beauty in this world. Given his status as young Master Fan, what kind of woman couldn't he obtain? Brother Hai, what he said is true. He really is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's nephew. I am not dreaming, am I? Ku Fu opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Although Qin Hai had told her that Yang Fann and her father were brothers, however, she had never believed it. Who was His Royal Highness Yang Fann? He was the #1 monster of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. He was so high and mighty, how could he have such a puny little ancestor brother? Right at this moment, Yang Fann's cold gaze swept across Fan Ying and said with a fake smile, "Alright, your Fan family is really good. You actually bullied my nephew. Do you think that I'm easy to bully? It's a misunderstanding, Your Highness. All of this is a misunderstanding." Bean-sized beads of sweat continuously dripped down from Fan Ying's forehead. He had been immune to the cold and heat for countless years. Under Yang Fann's gaze, it was as if his strong cultivation had disappeared without a trace. That enormous pressure even made him feel like he was facing his ancestor. Gulp, gulp, how old was he? How old was he? How old was he? Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. What a misunderstanding. My nephew's wife is already wearing your unfilial son's wedding dress, and you actually told me that it was a misunderstanding. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he understood in his heart. Xianxia most likely did not know that Qin Hai was his nephew, but so what? He only knew that his nephew had suffered a great grievance, and his beloved had been stolen from him. Your Highness, Fan Ying wanted to explain something, but for a moment, he did not know how to explain. Without wasting any time with Fan Ying, Yang Fann turned his gaze and looked at Fan Ying. Xianxia's voice was extremely cold. Since you haven't made a big mistake, cripple your own cultivation and I will spare your life. C1094 Then let's fight. The hatred of having a wife is irreconcilable. He only crippled that Xianxia, and didn't take his life. In Yang Fann's opinion, that was already his greatest gratitude. It was also because they were all disciples of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, and that Xianxia hadn't made an unforgivable mistake. If it was someone from another major power in the spiritual martial arts continent, he would never dare to humiliate Yang Fann's nephew like this. How could Yang Fann let them go so easily? He had already massacred their entire family. In terms of protecting his own family, Yang Fann was definitely one of the best in the entire Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Yang Fann didn't allow his men to use his power to do whatever they wanted in the outside world, tyrannically. However, he couldn't allow anyone to bully them. However, Xianxia obviously couldn't accept such a cruel punishment. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, and he couldn't help but wail, "No, Your Highness. No, Father, save me, save me." In the martial artist, experts were respected. Once his cultivation was crippled and he became a cripple, his life would be over. This was especially true for a big family like him. The competition between them was extremely cruel. Without a cultivation base, he would end up in a miserable state. The best outcome would be finding a small world. He would have to find a small world to live in. Your Highness, this. Jer already knows that he is wrong. Please give him another chance. Fan Ying hesitated slightly and begged. Although he did not only have Fan Jia as his son, he was one of his many sons. He was one of the few with the highest talent, less than 10,000 years old. He had already stepped into the quasi-saint stage, and as long as he didn't die in the future, he was at least a great saint, just like him. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the Holy Lord stage. It could be said that he was deeply loved by Fan Ying. Otherwise, how could a mere concubine, a grand elder of Holy Lord, come to the scene in person? Whether it was the secular world or the holy palace of spiritual martial arts, a concubine basically did not have much status to speak of, and was only slightly better than some maids. Your Highness, how about this? My Fan family is willing to compensate this little brother for all of his losses. Finally, Fan Ying gritted his teeth and said, 100 trillion high-grade immortal crystals, what do you think, Your Highness? Hiss. What a good Fan family, what a generous offer. This junior has really earned it this time. The hearts of the surrounding guests tightened slightly. Even those great sage experts could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. 100 trillion high-grade immortal crystals was not a small sum. Many of the great sage experts were just like that, let alone a 3 stars emperor sovereign. With these 100 trillion high-grade immortal crystals, there was basically no need for them to worry about the lack of resources before reaching the great saint realm. Many of them wished that Qin Hai could replace them. Why didn't Fan Jia snatch their woman? However, they had clearly forgotten why Fan Ying had given in. That was because Qin Hai had a good uncle. If it were them, they would have dared to snatch the bride, not to mention compensating 100 trillion, It was a supreme grade immortal crystal. Even if it was their lives, it would still be a big problem. Did they really think that Fan Ying, an elder, was a vegetarian? I'll say it again, this bastard crippled his own cultivation base. Let's just forget about this matter, or else. Don't blame me for disregarding our friendship as fellow disciples. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and his voice faintly revealed a hint of displeasure. It was already a great honor for the Fan family to spare this bastard's life. How dare you try to humiliate me? Do you really think that I, Yang Fann, am weak enough to be bullied? 100 trillion high-grade immortal crystals, how could my nephew lack such a small amount of immortal crystals? What a joke. That little bit of strength of the Qin family was naturally not worth mentioning in the holy palace of spiritual martial arts. Any random high-level ancestor could completely suppress the Qin family. However, when it came to wealth, many great sage experts could not even catch up to them. Not to mention 100 trillion supreme grade immortal crystals, even 200 trillion was something the Qin family could take out. Your Highness, my son really knows his mistake. If you are magnanimous, then please spare my son this time. Anyone must pay the price for their actions, daring to have designs on my nephew and wife. Not wanting his life is already my benevolence. Yang Fann's eyes were cold and cold. His voice was extremely cold. Elder Fan Ying, if you can't do that, I will do it myself. However, you have to think carefully. Once I do it myself, it'll be difficult for him to cultivate. Your Highness, I. Fan Ying's heart trembled. He wanted to plead for Fan Jia again. Even a tiger would not eat its son. He really could not cripple his son, who he had always doted on, just like that. At this moment, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, why are you being so aggressive? At the end of the day, but it's just a fight between two juniors, so let's just talk about it. A dignified voice sounded from outside the hall. The next moment, tap tap tap, two people walked into the hall from outside. They walked with great strides and had extraordinary bearing. If one took a closer look, one would be able to notice that Fan Ying and his son were quite similar to them. Dad, Grandpa, you're here. Fan Ying was delighted when he saw these two men. These two men were none other than Fan Ying's father, Fan Cheng, and his grandfather, Fan Ming. When he recognized Yang Fann, Fan Ying had used a secret technique to inform his father, Fan Cheng. In an instant, it was as if Fan Ying had changed into another person. It was as if he had found his backbone. How could Yang Fann not give face to Fan Ying? Could he not give face to his father and grandfather? Both of them were at the semi-sage realm, senior elder. Especially his grandfather, Fan Ming, whose cultivation base had already reached the perfection semi-saint. His strength was not any weaker than great elemental old man's. If it wasn't for the fact that only the committee of elders as sect chief was able to step down, his grandfather might have already advanced to the great elemental old man realm. Me being overbearing, you disciples of the Fan family are trying to snatch my nephew and lover away from me, and you dare to say that I'm being overbearing. Yang Fann was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, although it was my son who was in the wrong in this matter, he was the one who was in the wrong in the first place. Besides, I, son Fan Ying, am willing to compensate your nephew. Why are you holding on to this matter and not letting it go? Take a step back. The vast sea and the vast sky, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Having more friends means having more options. Is that right? Fan Ming said slowly, and in his gaze, it's true that you, Yang Fann, are the #1 monster in our holy palace of spiritual martial arts. But it's still tens of millions of years before you can step on the upper position of the Fan family. In his point of view, Yang Fann had been holding onto this matter. It was obvious that he had ulterior motives and wanted to use this opportunity to establish his prestige. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big deal if it wasn't for the fact that it was just a woman. There was no need for such a thing. For experts like them, which one of them didn't have a large number of wives and concubines? They treated women like clothes. Grand Elder Fan Ming, what if I don't withdraw? Yang Fann's eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with cold shines. Yang Fann, one must know one's own limitations. My Fan family isn't someone to be trifled with. You want to use the Fan family to establish your prestige. It's still too early. Fan Ming's smile faded, and he immediately pointed out Yang Fann's true purpose. Although the Fan family didn't want to provoke Yang Fann so easily, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would be able to ride on their heads and piss on them. Even if Yang Fann was known as the #1 monster in the history of the human race and had the potential to surpass a saint, so what if Saint King Zheng Dao had the potential? In order to attain the Dao and become a saint, potential was only one aspect. What was more important was luck. Without the primordial purple clouds, no matter what kind of monster you used, the most you could get would be a first perfection semi-saint. What? His Royal Highness Yang Fann wants to use the Fan family to establish his prestige. This can't be true, right? The surrounding guests were filled with disbelief. The Fan family was an old and powerful family in the sacred palace. Apart from the various saint families, the rest would belong to the Fan family. Even the previous martial and spiritual holy lord had to be wary of them. This was a huge iron plate, not a bone that was easy to chew. However, for some reason, many of the guests believed Fan Ming's words. A mere woman and even her nephew's woman, how could she need to make such a big fuss? She did not even need to personally come to the scene. As long as someone sent a message over, as long as the Fan family wasn't an idiot, they wouldn't make things difficult for them because of such a small matter. I'm going to use your Fan family to establish my prestige. Yang Fann found it funny. Which eye did Fan Ming see that he wanted to use the Fan family to establish his authority? Didn't he just want to seek justice for his nephew? Why did he want to take the opportunity to establish his authority? Or was this Fan Ming a victim of obsessive-compulsive obsessions? Yang Fann, a wise man doesn't speak secretly. If you want to use our Fan family's property as a stepping stone, you can only say that you are thinking too much. If you say yes, then that's good. Yang Fann shrugged his shoulders speechlessly. This Fan Ming had clearly determined all of this. Even if he said it himself, he wouldn't believe it. Furthermore, Yang Fann wouldn't bother explaining it to him. Today, this Xianxia is going to be crippled for sure. Fan Ming, if your Fan family isn't convinced, then let's fight. C10951 person to pick a clan. Yang Fann only wanted to vent his anger for his nephew, but he didn't want to take the opportunity to cause any trouble. He wanted to step on the upper position of Fan family, but he didn't expect Fan Ming to be so sure that he wanted to take the opportunity to establish his prestige, stepping on the upper position of Fan family. Regarding this, Yang Fann didn't explain. At this moment, even if he said it out loud, Fan Ming wouldn't believe it. Furthermore, what right did the Fan family, which didn't even have a single holy sovereign, have to ask him to explain? Since he said that he wanted to use the Fan family to establish his prestige, then I'll fulfill his wish. Thinking about it carefully, it was time for him to show off his muscles. Otherwise, these people would only feel that his potential was astonishing. But in fact, a veteran family like the Fann family didn't take him seriously at all. In their hearts, potential was only potential. Otherwise, Fanjia would have dared to have any ideas about Khufu. Although most of them did not know the exact relationship between themselves and Brother Hu, the news that Brother Hu was personally arranged by Lin Yi to enter the palace was not a secret. They only needed to investigate a little and they would know that the Qin family was related to them. Gulp, gulp, did I hear it wrong? This is going to tear apart the relationship between us and the Fann family. Madness, this is too crazy. How dare he? All around, the guests widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. As one of the top families in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the Fann family was second only to the Saint clans. Their strength was far beyond their imagination. A senior elder like Fan Ying was in the entire Fann family. Not even in the top 100. Senior elder alone had exceeded the number of people in the top 20. A few of them had the power to fight great elemental old man. According to the legends, the old ancestor of the Fann family, Fann. He was one of the top existences amongst the great elemental old man, second only to the high and mighty saints. Although Yang Fann was the #1 monster in the history of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, he had only entered the palace for a short period of time, so he didn't have any foundation to speak of. Ordinary quasi-saint experts only knew that their Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had produced an unprecedented peerless evildoer called Yang Fann. As for the other information about Yang Fann, they basically didn't know anything about him. They didn't even know about the matter of Senior Elder joining Yang Fann and killing Holy Son of Heavenly Wu. Only those great saints and half-step Holy Lord had heard about it. At this moment, Fan Ming, I'll give you 2 hours. Gather the Fann families of your Fann family. 2 hours later, the battle at the Spirit Martial Arts battlefield. Yang Fann gave Fan Ming a cold look. Since he had decided to use the Fann family to establish his supreme ferocity, naturally, he needed to make him fully prepared. It would be best if he could gather all the Fann families in the Fann family. Otherwise, just Fan Ming and Fan Cheng. What kind of deterrent effect could they have? Not only that, but there had to be enough spectators as well. The highest cultivation among the guests was only at the half-step Sacred Lord realm, but the weight was a bit less. In the next moment, before Fan Ming could say anything, Yang Fann led Ku Yuan and the others out of the hall. Among them was Ku Fu. At the critical moment, Qin Hai was quite clever. Hiss. Really, His Royal Highness Yang Fann really wants to challenge the Fann family. At this moment, the surrounding guests no longer had any doubts. They had already said so much. If there was still a lie, Yang Fann's reputation would be ruined. Little son Yang Fann, 2 hours later, I will let you know that the dignity of the Fann family is not something you can challenge. Time passed by slowly. The news of Yang Fann challenging the Fann family swept across the entire Lingwu mountain range like a cosmic storm. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, many of the senior elders of Holy Lord, who were rarely seen in the past, broke out of their seclusion one after another. They turned into numerous demi-saint ancestors and flew towards the Lingwu battleground. Yang Fann was the most popular person in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. He was the #1 monster in the history of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, and his potential was unparalleled. Countless senior elders were looking forward to him, and many senior elders had gathered around him. Senior elder, in the entire Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. He was one of the major powers, and he had firmly entered the second tier. As a veteran family, the Fann family was even more powerful. They could be said to be the leaders of the second tier below the saint race. The collision between these two old and new forces was absolutely brilliant. Even great elemental old man, who hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, was alarmed. He wanted to take a look and see for himself. At the foot of the Lingwu mountain range, there was a majestic city that was tens of thousands of miles long and looked like a small world. Divine Martial City was the only city in the mountain range. It was also the place where the disciples of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts could relax. As long as it was something fun and delicious in Spiritual Martial Arts continent, they could find it here. The Spiritual Martial Arena. It was located at the center of the Divine Martial City and covered an area. It was the most famous battle arena in the Divine Martial City. It could accommodate hundreds of billions of people at once without feeling crowded at all. The barrier inside the arena was also strengthened by Saint Sovereign himself. It was enough to withstand the full strength of 2 9th-rank perfection semi-saint warriors. Every day, a large number of arena match would be held in this arena. Of course, most of them would be fought by ordinary quasi-saint warriors. Every now and then, there would be a battle between great saints. As for the battle between the Saint Lords and the half-saint expert, it would be much less. At this moment, the Lingwu battle arena was already crowded with people. It was unprecedentedly grand. A rough estimate would be no less than 300 billion. The weakest would be the ancestor, half-step quasi-saint warriors, and quasi-saint experts. Among 10,000 people, there would be one in a lot of great saints. Even Holy Lord and Demi-Saint Ancestor had more than 10,000 of them. In the sky above the Lingwu battle arena, there was a heterospatial space. Only Holy Lord and the half-saint could enter. At this moment, there were more than 10,000 people gathered in the heterospatial space, and the number was still increasing rapidly. Very quickly, there was only the time for an incense stick to burn before the agreed time between Yang Fann and the Fann family. For the first time, the Lingwu battle arena, which could accommodate hundreds of billions of people watching the battle, was crowded. There were too many people watching the battle, far more than trillions of people. And within the heterospatial space, there were more than 50,000 people. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. One should know that these people were all at least at the Saint Lord realm. Demi-Saint Ancestor had surpassed 3,000, and even the Perfection Semi-Saint had exceeded 3 digits. As expected of a superpower that ruled over several large worlds, it was far from something the foreign races could compare with. Among them, Martial and Spiritual Holy Lord and Red Lotus Saint Mother were among them. How could they miss out on such a grand occasion? Right at this moment, an exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, the people from the Fann family are here. Rumble, rumble. They saw the void in the southeast. 99 golden bridges appeared all of a sudden. They were auspicious and auspicious, giving off a myriad of phenomena. On each of these 99 golden bridges stood a peerless expert, and the weakest one was a divine lord. Demi-Saint Ancestor had a total of 18 people, and 4 of them had powerful auras. It was as if an ancient devil god had descended from the heavens, and they weren't any weaker than an ordinary perfection semi-saint. However, the thing that attracted the most attention was the thickest golden bridge in the center. Golden-robed man was like a high and mighty heavenly emperor who had descended to the mortal world and ruled the world. His aura was so terrifying that even the 4 perfection semi-saint around him couldn't compare to him. I didn't expect that old man to come out. Looks like this time, this brat Yang is going to suffer a huge setback. The Red Lotus Holy Mother's lips parted as she lightly laughed. That golden-robed man was none other than the old ancestor of Fann family, 9th-rank perfection semi-saint. Fannin. If this Fannin didn't appear, with Ku Yuan Da Elder's rank 6 in perfection semi-saint strength, he would still be able to fight against the Fann family. Now, there was no doubt about it. The difference of 3 grades was like a crushing blow. Whether or not Ku Yuan Da Elder would be able to withstand Fan An's attack was impossible. It was unknown. However, it was good that he suffered some setbacks. It was not a good thing for him to have a smooth journey in the martial arts. I have a different opinion. Yang has always been synonymous with miracles. More than 30 years have passed. How is his current cultivation base and strength? Everything is a mystery. Perhaps he already has the power to fight Fannin. Martial and Spiritual Holy Lord shook his head and said with a smile. Among all of them, the one who understood Yang Fann the most was. In the past 30 years. To them, it was nothing. Even a small period of seclusion would take more than that. However, it was different when it came to Yang Fann. Furthermore, with his understanding of Yang Fann, he wasn't a reckless person. Since he dared to challenge the Fann family, he naturally had to consider Fannin, a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint. This shouldn't be possible, right? The red-faced Holy Mother denied it. More than 30 years ago, Yang Fann only had the combat strength of a peak semi-saint. As for a peak semi-saint, the gap between him and a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint was more than 10 light years. However, the voice was obviously lacking in confidence. It seemed like it was possible for a monster like Yang Fann, the monster, to be placed on him. Look, His Royal Highness Yang Fann is here. Good, he's finally here. I can't wait any longer. Rumble, A seven-colored cloud cut through the void and arrived above the spiritual martial force battlefield in the blink of an eye. There were also many experts on it. However, compared to the Fan family team, it was obviously weaker by more than a level. The strongest one was a ranked 6 perfection semi-saint. Apart from that, there wasn't a single perfection semi-saint. There were even a few sovereigns mixed within. They were none other than Yang Fann and his wife and the others. Their eyes were filled with deep worry. Even though Yang Fann had promised them more than once that the people from the Fan family would be a bunch of useless chickens and dogs in his hands, it was a pity that it wasn't of much use to him. Regarding this matter, Yang Fann regretted telling them about it. Initially, he wanted to perform well in front of his parents, so that they could pay less attention to him when he went out in the future. Never did he expect that it would have the opposite effect. Elder Ku, bring my parents down first. Yang Fann instructed Ku Yuan da Elder. His figure moved, and he went straight up to the arena. He turned his gaze, and raised his head to look at the people from the Fan family. He said provocatively, "They are from the Fan family. Who wants to die first?" "No, it can't be, right? Yang Fann, does he want to challenge everyone from the Fan family by himself?" C1096 instant kill 6th young master and Yang Fann challenged the Fan family. This was a battle between the top forces of the new and old. It was a rare encounter that only happened once every 100 million years. In an instant, it had attracted the attention of countless Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts from the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Even Great Elemental Old Man, who hadn't been born for a long time, had been blown out. He had gathered in the Lingwu battle arena, wanting to witness this shocking battle. Under the attention of the crowd, the two forces slowly made their debut. However, very soon, the spectators were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. No way, it was difficult. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann wanted to take on the entire Fan family by himself? This is impossible, right? The clash between the two great factions and a single person challenging a clan. These were two completely different concepts, and the difficulty of this process was more than doubled. Even if it was twice as difficult, there was still a limit to how crazy it could be. Judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Yang Fann wanted to take on the entire Fan family by himself. Otherwise, the people under his command. He had not even fought a single match, yet his master had taken the initiative to fight. It was obviously not logical. Right at this moment, Yang Fann once again looked provocatively at the people from the Fan family. "Don't tell me that the Fan family is afraid. Don't say that I'm bullying them. Let's attack together. I'll fight all of you alone." Yang Fann's words were full of contempt and contempt. Of course, this was also the truth. Of the 99 elders of Fan family, only Fann was worthy of their attention. The rest of them were just a group of people who had fallen apart. They could be suppressed with just a wave of their hands. Is His Royal Highness Yang Fann really going to challenge the entire Fan family by himself? Gulp gulp this. At this moment, the spectators were at a loss for words. They had seen crazy people before, but they had never seen such crazy people. Did they really think that they were the Supreme Saint Sovereign? In the heterospatial space, many demi-saint ancestor revealed a playful smile. Could it be that Yang Fann knew that he would lose without a doubt, which was why he made such an unwise decision? At that time, he would still be proud even if he lost. The other martial artist warriors couldn't see the strength of the formation of both sides, but they knew very well that although Yang Fann's side wasn't considered weak, and Holy Lord and the half-step saint weren't any weaker than the Fan family, the perfection semi-saint warrior who had decided the outcome of the battle was only Ku Yuan. Compared to the Fan family, he was much weaker. Is that really the case? A hint of doubt appeared in martial and spiritual Holy Lord's eyes. Based on his understanding of Yang Fann, he wasn't the type of person who couldn't afford to lose, but if Yang Fann really had the ability to challenge all the people of Fan family, it was hard for him to believe that the 99 expert of Fan family had joined forces. That wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, especially since they came from the same clan. The combat strength that could be unleashed from the same bloodline. Even 9th rank perfection semi-saint warriors would be suppressed by them, saying that they were below Holy Sovereign. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were invincible. Above the void, little son Yang Fann, looks like you're at your wit's end. A hint of ridicule flashed across Fan An's eyes. Just like the other great elemental old man, he also thought that Yang Fann wanted to use this opportunity to anger them. so that all of them would attack regardless of their status. At that time, he would be defeated. He would still lose all his face under their combined attack. On the contrary, the Fann family would be the one to lose all their face. They had to surround and attack hair-raising boy, who wasn't even 100 years old. How would the people of the world think of the Fann family? You want to save your face, but I won't let you do as you wish. A sneer flashed across the corner of Fan An's mouth as he said coldly, Fan Yu, you go and teach this Yang Fann a lesson. Yes, ancestor. The next moment, boom, a brilliant golden light cut through the void and descended from the sky, landing 1,000 feet away from Yang Fann. Young man appeared, looking to be around 30 years old. His aura was like a demon king that had descended from the heavens. His golden robe was spotless, and he wore a bright silver cloak that could reach the ground. The terrifying aura of a late semi-saint kept bursting out from his body. The crushing four-direction space made rustling sounds, as if it was trembling and submitting to him. Within the heterospatial space, if I look down on Yang Fann, that monster, I'll be at a disadvantage. A playful look flashed across the corner of martial and spiritual Holy Lord's eyes. Fan Yu's strength wasn't weak, he was a late semi-saint. If placed in spiritual martial arts continent, even some peak semi-saint might not be his match. But Yang Fann, more than 30 years ago, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than an ordinary peak semi-saint. More than 30 years had passed. His combat strength had definitely broken through to the perfection semi-saint, or perhaps even the second-grade perfection semi-saint. It wasn't impossible. It wasn't something that a mere Fan Yu could deal with. On the arena, Yang Fann, you still have 10,000 years before you can step on the upper position of our Fann family. Fan Yu looked down at Yang Fann from above and said sternly, today, let me give it to you. However, before Fan Yu could finish his words, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he said impatiently, a piece of trash dares to dawdle in front of me. Get lost. Rumble. Yang Fann's right hand moved, and a slap was sent out. Yang Fann had only used one layer of power of the shell in this palm strike, but to a late semi-saint like Fan Yu, it was like a blow from Devil God, making him unable to put up any resistance. Pa! Fan Yu's entire body was sent over 100 miles away in an instant. His body rolled in the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Poochie poochie poochie. His entire robe and cloak had been shaken to ashes. Bang! He crashed onto the ground, his life and death unknown. Rumble. Grand Elder Fan Yu. Insta-kill. Is this the power of His Royal Highness Yang Fann? Vicious. Vicious. Truly brutal. Countless martial artists were shocked to death from all directions. That was Senior Elder, a peerless expert of the semi-sage realm. It was unknown whether he was still alive or dead after being struck by that palm. Could he still be a little more ferocious? Even the elders of heterospatial space widened their eyes. They were even more shocked than the ordinary spectators. They could clearly feel that Yang Fann didn't even use a tiny bit of magic power. He only used the power of the body to instantly kill Fan Yu. Perfection semi-saint, his true combat strength had definitely reached the perfection semi-saint. Furthermore, it wasn't as simple as ordinary first-grade perfection semi-saint. Hiss. The combat strength of a perfection semi-saint who wasn't even 100 years old. I'm not dreaming, am I? Within the void, rumble, Fan An's magic power moved and brought the unknown Fan Yu out of the arena. After checking Fan Yu's condition, he felt relieved. Although Fan Yu's injuries were not light, his life was not in danger. Furthermore, his foundation was not damaged and it would not affect his future potential. After all, they were from the same sect. There wasn't any unresolvable hatred between him and the Fan family. Therefore, Yang Fann didn't kill him. After feeding Fan Yu a celestial level rank 9 healing holy elixir, the life creation pill, Fan An shifted his gaze. He said to Fan Ming and the other 4 perfection semi-saint warriors. Beside him, Fan Wen, you go. Even a late semi-saint Fan Yu couldn't block Yang Fann's palm strike, so it would be useless for the other peak semi-saint warriors to go up. Only a perfection semi-saint warrior was qualified to fight him. Yes, old ancestor. He actually sent Fan Wen. Looks like old man Fan is starting to get serious. Fan Wen has already broken through to the 3rd grade perfection semi-saint tens of millions of years ago. It should be enough to suppress that little monster. C1097 wrong were all wrong in the face of Yang Fann's provocation. Fan An and great elemental old man didn't really put Yang Fann in their eyes. A hair-raising boy who wasn't even 100 years old, no matter what kind of monster he had, having the combat strength of an ordinary late semi-saint was his limit. The battle of the 5th generation of Fan family, the most outstanding late semi-saint, Fan Yu, was more than enough to suppress Yang Fann. He would let Yang Fann know that the dignity of Fan family wasn't something he could challenge at the moment. However, reality was a slap to his face. With just one strike, Fan Yu, who was still arrogant a moment ago, was beaten to death by Yang Fann. It was only now that Fan En, great elemental old man, truly attached importance to Yang Fann. He had sent out the 4th person of Fan family, Fan Wenlai, who had the strength of a 3rd-grade perfection semi-saint tens of millions of years ago. In an instant, the entire Lingwu battle arena became silent. Within the heterospatial space, all the elders were looking forward to it as well. This battle is destined to be spectacular. Yang Fann Kid had just used the power of the shell. He killed Fan Yu in an instant. His true combat strength, he had definitely reached the perfection semi-saint, and was not as simple as a 1st-grade perfection semi-saint. As for Fan Wen, he was the number 1 person in the 3rd generation of the Fan family. He was already a 3rd-grade perfection semi-saint tens of millions of years ago, and after tens of millions of years of painstaking cultivation. Even if his combat strength hadn't reached the 4th-grade perfection semi-saint, he wouldn't be much weaker. This battle is very gimmick. Ha ha ha, I can't wait any longer. I don't know if it's Yang Fann, this a monster that defies the heavens, or that Fan Wen, that brat, who's stronger. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Everyone has a chance of winning, but it should be the Fan family brat who has a higher chance of winning. Compared to Yang Fann, most of the great elemental old man was more optimistic about Fan Wen. Yang Fann was really too young. Many of the old monsters still hadn't completely changed their minds. On the arena, Yang Fann and Fan Wen stood 1,000 feet apart, facing each other from afar. Fan Wen's appearance was very similar to Fan Ming's. They were not only of the same generation, but they were also brothers of the same father and mother. However, compared to Fan Ming, Fan Wen's chi was more than several times stronger. He looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. His eyes were flickering with divine light. Vaguely, it seemed as if he could see gods disappearing and giving birth to their souls. Yang Fann, I have to say, you are the number 1 monster in the history of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, and you are not even 100 years old. You have almost the strength of a perfection semi-saint, and in terms of talent, I am far inferior to you. Fan Wen looked down at Yang Fann from above. He spoke frankly and confidently, but you shouldn't have provoked our Fan family. You have no chance of winning this battle. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. You want me to admit defeat? With a trash like you? Yang Fann sneered, as if he had just heard a huge joke. He had suppressed a lot of 3rd-grade perfection semi-saint experts in the foreign land. Even if there were less than 20 of them, there should be at least a dozen of them. He really had no idea where Fan Wen got his confidence from. The next moment, rumble, Yang Fann no longer concealed his cultivation. His vast and boundless magic power was instantly pushed to the limit. Ah, peak holy lord, how is this possible? He's not human, he's not human. Martial and spiritual holy lord jumped up from his seat. He could not believe what he saw. 32 years. In just a short period of 32 years, he had actually advanced from 8 stars great saint to peak holy lord. Was this really something a human could do? One should know that even the fastest sky law in the history of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, Holy Sovereign, had broken through to the Holy Lord stage from the 8 stars great saint. It had taken him 1,000,000 years, and it had also taken Holy Lord 1,000,000 years to break through to the peak of the 8 stars great saint. 32 years, 2,000,000 years. There was no comparison at all. Victory has been decided. Yang Fann had just broken through to the 8 stars great saint, and his combat strength was already comparable to the peak of the 8 stars great saint. Furthermore, he had broken through 3 major realms in one go, and had broken through more than a dozen minor realms. His combat strength was terrifying, and he had definitely surpassed a 3rd-grade perfection semi-saint. Even a 4th or 5th-grade perfection semi-saint might not be a match for him. At that moment Yang Fann struck out with his palm. With the help of the 12 layers of chaotic magic in his body, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. It was as if the chaotic devil god had created a world and destroyed the universal world. His strength was so terrifying that it was comparable to a full-strength attack from a ranked 6 perfection semi-saint. Arg no! With a cry of despair, Fan Wen's mana erupted to the limit. In an instant, over 100 defensive barriers were laid out in front of him. Unfortunately, in front of that invincible power, everything was just an illusion. In less than a breath's time, poochie, all the defensive barriers were destroyed. In the next moment, bang, a terrifying palm force smashed onto Fan Wen's body, causing his clothes to instantly shatter into powder. Following that, his divine stainless treasure body was filled with dense, crisscrossing cracks. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. Silence for a moment. The silence of the huge heterospatial space was somewhat frightening. Some of the elders were so scared that they could not even close their jaws. I blew it up. Fan Wen, he was blown up just like that. What a terrifying strength. He's definitely not weaker than a peak 5th grade perfection semi-saint. How old is he? He should be less than 100 years old, right? After the shock, all the big shots felt relieved. Fortunately, this monster is a member of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. If it was someone from a hostile force, they really couldn't sleep soundly. A peak 5th grade perfection semi-saint who wasn't even 100 years old, let alone the Tianan Realm River, they wouldn't even be able to find a single person in the entire AIMA realm. Their future was not something they could imagine. Above the void, Fanon was equally shocked. In the depths of his eyes, there was a faint trace of regret. At this moment, he really regretted starting a war with Yang Fann. A monster like this monster was not something that the Fan family could afford to offend. Wasn't it just a descendant of an unknown number of generations later? So what if he was crippled? It was no big deal. However, right now, he was already riding a tiger, unable to back down. At this time, if he chose to admit defeat to Yang Fann, their Fan family would lose face. He really didn't want it anymore. Phew. Fanon took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said to the person beside him, Xuan, you go down and fight. At the end, he secretly reminded, just stop when you need to. Don't hurt him. He couldn't lose the face of Fan family, but he also couldn't hurt Yang Fann's face too much. If Yang Fann really hated them because of this, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. In this Lingwu battle arena, it was impossible for them to kill Yang Fann. Not to mention other things, those old monsters in heterospatial space were the first to disagree. If they dared to kill Yang Fann, in the blink of an eye, their Fan family would be removed from this world. Compared to Yang Fann, a mere Fan family was nothing. Father, I know. Fan Zhang nodded cautiously and said, during this period of time, how could he not think of what Fanon wanted? It's actually Fan Zhang who's going to fight. This battle, Yang Fann is likely going to end here. But even so, Yang Fann will still be proud even though he lost. Fan Zhang was the second person in the Fan family, second only to Fanon. He had already reached the rank 6 perfection semi-saint 30 million years ago. His strength was no less than the withered essence under Yang Fann's command. He was the highest grade ranked 6 perfection semi-saint. Although the combat strength that Yang Fann displayed was terrifying, there was still a considerable gap between him and Fan Zhang. In just a blink of an eye, the faces of all the great elemental old men in heterospatial space were swollen. What did they see? One palm was still the same, and that Fan Zhang who had just stepped onto the stage was blasted apart by Yang Fann. What did Laozi see? Wrong. We were all wrong. This monster really has the power to solo the Fan family. C1098 show me your true strength above the Lingwu battle arena, within the heterospatial space. Great elemental old man kept cursing. His eyes were filled with horror. What did they just see? A single palm, just a single palm. Fan Zhang, who was just one step away from advancing to the 7th grade perfection semi-saint, was blown up by that little monster, Yang Fann. The crisp sound of bones cracking was like those large palms. They were ruthlessly slapped on their faces, causing their faces to swell and swell. To think that they even said that Yang Fann could not pass Fan Zhang. This slap to their faces was really not something they did not want. At this moment, the group of elders no longer felt that Yang Fann's initial words were a performance that showed that he had exhausted all his skills. This little monster really had the strength to solo the Fan family. Above the void, Fan An's brows were already tightly knitted together. His eyes even revealed a solemnness that was difficult to conceal. As Fan Si's father and master, he could not be clearer about Fan Si's strength. That was a peak-ranked 6 perfection semi-saint. Even an ordinary 8th grade perfection semi-saint would not be able to suppress him so easily with just a slap. The strength of this junior, Yang Fann, was not much weaker even if he had not reached the 9th rank perfection semi-saint. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. However, could he really defeat Yang Fann? At this moment, the regret in Fan An's heart was endless like a raging river. With just peak holy lords, cultivation base, his combat strength had already reached the 9th rank perfection semi-saint. Once he broke through to the semi-saint stage, or even the half-step saint huge perfection, his combat strength would be extremely terrifying. Perhaps, even an ordinary low-level saint wouldn't be a match for this little monster. For other perfection semi-saint warriors, a single primordial purple clouds was extremely difficult. But for this monster, was it difficult? He was afraid that he would have to wait for the opening of the origin continent. He really didn't want to continue this battle. He won. There were no benefits to his fart. He might even be hated by that monster however, right at this moment. Yang Fann's gaze turned and seemed to penetrate the barrier around the arena. He looked at Fan An, who was in a dilemma, and said, "Fan An, come down and fight." "Never mind." Fan An sighed in his heart. Yang Fann had asked him to fight. He couldn't refuse this battle even if he wanted to. He could only hope that it would be a draw. At that time, he wouldn't offend Yang Fann too much, and the Fan family would be able to save most of their face. If it really didn't work, then it wouldn't be a disgrace to lose to such a perverted monster. After all, it was better than offending Yang Fann completely. After making a decision in his heart, Fan An's body moved, and he went onto the arena. Within the heterospatial space, Old Man Fan has personally made his move. With Old Man Fan's strength, he should be able to suppress that little monster. This shouldn't be a problem. The group of great elemental old men discussed animatedly. However, their voices were lacking in confidence. If it was in the past, they definitely wouldn't have thought that a kid who wasn't even 100 years old had the strength to challenge Fan An. What kind of joke was this? Did they really think that their billions of years of hard work was for nothing? However, today, they really didn't have much confidence. Anything, when placed on that monster, was not impossible. Fan Wen, Fan Zhang, that living example was right before their eyes. At the bottom corner of the arena, Elder Ku, can Fan really defeat this Fan An, great elemental old man? Luo Yun asked worriedly. Although Yang Fann had suppressed the 3 peerless Fan families of Fan family, she still didn't have much confidence. The skin of a tree, the name of a human, Fan Ying was a 9th rank perfection semi-saint, a peerless expert that was second only to the saints. "Don't worry about me, that Fan An is definitely not a match for our Lord." Ku Yuan smiled confidently. He had experienced the terror of the Lord with his own body. Even if he was compared to Saint Sovereign, he wouldn't be much worse. Although Fan An was strong, it was impossible for him to capture him from 6th Young Master Palace without anyone knowing, even though he was dozens of light years away. 6th Young Master Palace wasn't like what Yang Fann knew a few decades ago. It was only able to resist the attack of the great sage expert. Not to mention the 10 great young chieftains' palace, even an ordinary young chieftain's palace would be able to suppress an ordinary demi-saint ancestor once he activated all the formations and restrictions. As for the 10 great young chieftains' palace, he could unleash all of his power. Even a perfection semi-saint wouldn't be able to break through his defense easily. Ever since he was ordered to guard 6th Young Master Palace, he had activated all of the formations in Young Chieftain's Palace's palace. With the power of those powerful formations in Young Chieftain's Palace's palace, he was confident that he could fight even an ordinary 8th grade perfection semi-saint. On the arena, Yang Fann and Fan An were 100 miles apart, facing each other from afar. "Your Highness, please." Fan An slightly cupped his hands towards Yang Fann and said. His voice faintly revealed a trace of ingratiation. Could it be that this old man wants to give in? Yang Fann squinted his eyes and vaguely understood what Fan An was thinking. However, he wouldn't let Fan An go so easily. If he wanted to establish his prestige, he would have to do it thoroughly. What was the big deal about him having a tiger head and a snake tail? Besides, the Fan family was the one who insisted on establishing their prestige first. In the next moment, Yang Fann sneered and said, "Fan An, attack." "Your Highness, be careful." Boom! A divine light of eternity erupted from Fan An's body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand. This huge hand was as bright as white jade. It was very stable, and the immortal sound was ethereal. Countless ancient divine imprints surrounded the surroundings, streams of chaotic airflow. They swam in his palm like chaotic true dragons that were born from the chaos. They were dancing crazily and twisting. He was twisting. Pop! The white jade hand pressed down. The surrounding space shattered like glass. The entire arena seemed to be on the verge of exploding with a single palm. Hiss! What a terrifying strength! Just a trace of aura is enough to crush us thousands of times. As expected of a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint who is second only to the saints. Terrifying, truly terrifying. In all directions, countless half-step holy lord were terrified. However, in the heterospatial space, a group of old monsters were frowning. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Strange, what is this old man Fan trying to do? Although this palm strike was terrifying, it was only comparable to a peak 8th grade perfection semi-saint's full-force attack. It was not Fan An's true strength at all. At that moment, rumble, Yang Fann also struck out his palm. With the help of the myriad beast holy body, this palm was definitely not any weaker than the white jade palm. In fact, there was even a slight hint of a victory. It easily blocked Fan An's attack. Fan An, you look down on me, right? Show me your true strength. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, and a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. Not only did Yang Fann not feel grateful for Fan An's mercy, but he also felt grateful for Fan An's kindness. Did he really need to show mercy? If he wanted to lose, he would have to defeat him, who was at his peak. Such a fake fight was a complete insult to himself. What a good old man Fan, so that's what he's up to. It's a pity that he doesn't appreciate your kindness at all. Upon hearing this, the old monsters also reacted. They looked at Fan An, who was on the arena, and a hint of ridicule flashed across their eyes. Sigh. A trace of helplessness flashed across Fan An's eyes. He really did not want to fight anymore, but there were some things that he could not decide. Your Highness, be careful. C1099 suppress a perfection stage tier 9 half martial saint at the center of the divine martial city, the spiritual martial force battle arena. Fan An's fighting spirit was gone. He really did not want to continue fighting this battle. If he won, besides offending Yang Fann, this monster, there would be no other benefits. However, there were some things that he couldn't decide. If he didn't want to fight, Yang Fann would have to agree to it. In order to not completely offend Yang Fann, Fan An finally thought of a way that couldn't be helped. He purposely went easy on Yang Fann. If he could fight to a draw, it would be the best if they could fight to a draw. If it really didn't work out, he wouldn't hesitate to lose. The battle. Losing the face of Fan family was better than being hated by a monster like Yang Fann. This wasn't a joke. If Yang Fann really hated him, he wouldn't be able to sleep well in the future. Fan An was right. Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not accept his feelings at all. If he deliberately went easy on him, what was the big deal? He looked down on Fan An and thought that he didn't have the qualifications to make him fight with his full strength. On the ring, Fan An smiled bitterly in his heart, then his expression turned serious. At this moment, he also understood that if he didn't show some of his true abilities, not only would he not be able to ease the relationship between him and Yang Fann, he would even be hated by Yang Fann. The next moment, rumble, rumble, boundless divine light burst out from Fan An's body in an instant. His aura rose steadily, and his body grew taller inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a triton that was dozens of feet tall. The divine light was glittering and shining brightly, illuminating the other areas of the arena in darkness. It was as if he was the only light in the world. Your Highness, take another attack from me. Rumble. Fan An moved his right hand and struck out with his palm once more. It was also a palm of pure white jade, but its power was completely different from before. It was more than 10 times stronger. Poochie poochie poochie. The barrier that could withstand a 9th-ranked perfection semi-saint's attack started to shake violently wherever the large hand passed. It seemed to be twisting. Fan An, I'll say it one last time. Take out all your strength, or else. Don't blame me for disregarding the friendship between us. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he said coldly. Although this attack was much stronger than the previous one, as for this Fan An, he had just stepped into the 9th-ranked perfection semi-saint. It had been more than a billion years, how could he only have that little bit of ability? Furthermore, he hadn't used any treasures. Even the entire rank 6 perfection semi-saint had a second tribulation saint weapon protecting him. Yang Fann didn't believe that Fann, a 9th rank perfection semi-saint, didn't have a saint weapon. While speaking, Hong, the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 elements law flashed on Yang Fann's body. Yang Fann pointed out with his finger. In an instant, it shattered the huge white jade hand that was pressing down on him. Bitch, did I see it wrong? This little monster is hiding something. Is there something wrong with this? In the heterospatial space, the old monsters couldn't help but curse. It was unfathomable. This little monster was truly unfathomable. On the arena, Fan An's heart trembled. Killing intent. This little monster actually has killing intent. Looking at Yang Fann's cold expression, it made him understand that if he continued to show mercy, Yang Fann, this little monster, would definitely kill him mercilessly. Although this thought was absurd, and he didn't think that Yang Fann had the power to kill him, he didn't dare to take the risk. This little monster was really too much of a monster. Every time he thought that he had seen through all of his trump cards, the result would always be out of his expectations. Those trump cards seemed endless. No one knew where his bottom line was. The terrifying aura that had just flashed by had already made him feel a deep sense of danger. If it still had something to hide, it would be possible to kill him. If he really died because of that little monster, then he would be wronged. Moreover, he believed that the sacred palace would definitely not stand up for him and cause trouble for that little monster. Compared to this little monster, he, Fan, and even the Fan family behind him, was nothing. Your Highness, then be careful. A trace of seriousness flashed across Fan An's eyes, and he no longer held back. Rumble. A green light cut through the void. A long green halberd appeared in Fan An's hand. It instantly unleashed a terrifying immortal saint aura, causing the aura around Fan An's body to be like a landslide or a tsunami, growing crazily and multiplying. Green jade halberd, 3rd calamity saint weapon, Fan An's natal saint weapon, a famous treasure. Old Fan actually took out the green jade halberd. Everyone, pay attention. If anything goes wrong, attack immediately. In heterospatial space, an old monster's heart tightened as he reminded. It wasn't because he was worried about Fan An's safety, but because he was worried that something might happen to Yang Fann. With Fan An's 9th rank perfection semi-saint cultivation base and the support of the 3rd calamity saint weapon, the green jade halberd, his combat strength could be said to be able to catch up to some of the fake 9th rank perfection semi-saint experts that had successfully mastered the holy sovereign law, but had not merged with the primordial purple clouds to attain the Tao and become a saint. It was far from what an ordinary 9th rank perfection semi-saint could compare with. However, there was one person who was still calm and composed. It was none other than martial and spiritual holy lord. In terms of understanding of Yang Fann, he recognized him as the 2nd strongest amongst the group. No one would dare to be first. He knew that Yang Fann's main cultivation was the path of phagocytosis. If he had such profound attainments in the Tao of 5 elements, then how terrifying would the main cultivation of the path of phagocytosis be? Although Fan, who was holding the azure jade halberd, was strong, he was afraid that he was still lacking if he wanted to injure Yang Fann's abnormal state. In the time it takes to breathe, Fan An's aura had finally reached its peak. The 4-direction space was crushed into pieces like glass. At this moment, if any martial artist dared to approach 100 miles away from him, even the peak semi-saint would be crushed. Your Highness, take my halberd. Fan An's expression was solemn and solemn. The next moment, Rumble Fan thrust his halberd forward. A terrifying green light tore through the heavens and earth. Even the surrounding barrier was covered with cracks, as if it would explode at any moment. Not bad, this halberd is the most interesting. Yang Fann nodded slightly. The power of this halberd was enough to severely injure a 9th rank perfection semi-saint. Even if it was a fake saint expert, without a saint weapon, it would take a lot of effort to block this attack. But, it's still far from enough to defeat me. At that moment, Rumble, the power of the 5 elements and the power of the laws of Devour erupted from Yang Fann's body. He was actually hiding something. He was not a human, not a human. The group of old monsters who were just about to save Yang Fann were stunned on the spot. Heavens, how could there be such a monster in this world? Hiss. Alright, what a terrifying path of phagocytosis. I'm afraid that it's only a step away from complete transformation. Although martial and spiritual holy lord had already expected Yang Fann's path of phagocytosis to be even more extraordinary, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. If he didn't use the palace's supreme treasure, the spiritual martial scepter of authority, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for even a breath before being suppressed by that little monster. Suppress, boom. A 5 elements world suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire arena, including the green halberd light and Fan An's attack. Poochie poochie poochie. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying green light was minced into pieces. Under the enhancement of the 5 elemental laws and the devouring laws, the power of the 5 elements world had already surpassed the level of a pseudo-sage. It was not much weaker than a true low-grade first-grade saint. It was not something Fan An could defend against. The next moment, rumble, countless power of devourings flooded towards Fan An like tidal waves. Right at this moment, Fan An suddenly withdrew the green jade halberd and gave up all resistance. He cupped his hands towards Yang Fann and said, "Your Majesty, I admit defeat." C1100. His power skyrocketed. Lingwu battle arena, Yang Fann vs Great Elemental Old Man, Fan An. Under Yang Fann's repeated pressure, Fan An finally did not hold back anymore. He used his strongest trump card, the third calamity holy weapon, the green jade halberd. With the halberd in hand, it was as if the ancient warlord had come back to life. His combat strength was 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. He was chasing after the fake saint expert that had successfully controlled the holy sovereign law. However, although Fan An was strong, Yang Fann was even more abnormal. The 5 elemental laws and the law of devour were unleashed at the same time. His combat strength had surpassed the level of a fake saint. He seemed to be on par with the real saint sovereign. In an instant, he broke Fan An's strongest attack and completely suppressed him. At this critical moment, Fan An chose to admit defeat. He had long given up on this battle. Now, even his strongest attack had been broken. You should have nothing more to say, right? You can't just let me burn my forbidden arts, burn my bloodline potential, and fight with my life on the line. On the arena, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If this Fan An could resist to the end, he might be able to use this opportunity to devour and refine this 9th-rank perfection semi-saint. Even for the current him, this was a rare nourishment. As long as he could devour and refine Fan An, it would be enough for him to become a semi-sage expert. It was not impossible for him to break through to the mid-stage semi-saint stage. Unfortunately, this old fox didn't give him the chance. In the next moment, Poochie, the 5 elements world exploded and disappeared from the ring. After all, they were from the same sect and not the life and death battle. Since Fan An had already admitted defeat, it would not be good for him to continue killing all of them. Your Highness, I admit defeat. Silence the huge spiritual martial force battle arena, including the heterospatial space. For a moment, the silence was terrifying, like a grave. After a while, there were whispers. Defeated, defeated, Fan An and Great Elemental Old Man. Just like that, he's not even 100 years old, yet he already has the supreme force of the saint. What kind of monster is this? He's the same generation as him. This is definitely the biggest tragedy of Heaven's Pride evildoer's life. All the geniuses and ancient monsters are trash. However, very soon, the shock was replaced by wild laughter. Ha ha ha, good, this is the fortune of my sacred palace. With Yang Fann downloading the fortune of my human race, my holy palace of spiritual martial arts will definitely surpass the other powers and truly stand at the peak of Tianan Realm River. Although the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was also a major power in the Tianan Realm River, it could only be considered a first-rate power at most. There was still a big gap between them and a true top power. One should know that, those top powers all had top-level Holy Sovereign, or even half-step Saint King. It was not something that the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts could compare with. However, Yang Fann's appearance had given them the hope of dominating the entire Tianan Realm River, or even the entire AIMA realm. At the bottom corner of the arena, Yang Yunfeng and his wife, Luo Jiawei, Yunuo, and the rest of Yang Fann's subordinates all raised their heads in pride. They were deeply afraid that others would not know that Yang Fann was their good son. Cousin, junior brother, mistress. Closing parenthesis. On the arena, bang, Fan An waved his hand and a figure appeared in front of Yang Fann. If it wasn't Fanjia, who else could it be? Evil creature, kneel down. Disgust flashed across Fan An's eyes. He shouted coldly. He had no idea how many generations had passed since he was born. At this moment, Fan An was filled with extreme disgust. He felt like his heart was going to be cut into pieces. If it wasn't for this evil creature, why would the Fan family provoke a monster like Yang Fann? Fan Yu, Fan Wen, and Fan Zhang wouldn't be seriously injured and dying, even though Yang Fann had already shown mercy. He didn't kill them, but he didn't have thousands or tens of thousands of years of recuperation. One should not think about being able to recover completely. It was even more impossible for the Fan family to lose so much face. From today onwards, their Fan family would become the laughingstock of countless disciples of the sacred palace. The people of the world would not care about how many Yang Fanns Yang Fann had. They would only say, the Fan family could not even deal with a junior who was not even 100 years old. In the next moment, Fan An's gaze turned, and he said to Yang Fann, "Your Highness, are you going to kill or cut this bastard? My Fan family has no complaints." "No, no, old ancestor, save me, save me." Fan Jia let out a hysterical wail. He really didn't want to become a cripple. "Please spare my life, Your Highness. I admit my mistake, I really know my mistake." At this moment, rumble, a small black hole collided with Fan Jia's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, it devoured all of Fan Jia's energy, including his dantian. They had agreed that Fan Jia would be crippled today, and Yang Fann would never let him live until tomorrow. Ah, no, a heart-wrenching cry, as if he was mourning his parents' death, made Fan Jia fall to the ground. His eyes rolled back, and besides regret, there was also regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fought back. If he crippled his own cultivation base, with the foundation of Fan family, it would only take him a few thousand years at most to recover from his cultivation. But now, he had the chance to do so. Although the devouring black hole had disappeared, he could clearly feel that it had hidden itself and not truly disappeared from his body. As long as he started cultivating, the devouring black hole would once again appear and devour his cultivation gains. Unless there was an expert that was willing to help him completely erase the hidden devouring black hole. But was this possible? With Yang Fann's understanding of the path of phagocytosis, even the old ancestor of Fan family, Fan En, wouldn't be able to erase the devouring black hole that was left behind, unless the high and mighty Saint Sovereign personally took action. However, was Saint Sovereign someone a cripple like him could meet just because he wanted to? Even if one day he was lucky enough to meet Saint Sovereign, would he be willing to help? Eliminating the devouring black hole on his own accord was no different from becoming enemies with Yang Fann. It was over, it was completely over. Even if he wanted to retire in a small world, it would be extremely difficult. Yang Fann might not care, but the Fan family had to consider Yang Fann's feelings. They didn't even look at Fan Jia, who was screaming in despair. Poor people must have their own detestable qualities. Everyone had to pay the price for their actions. In the next moment, Yang Fann's figure moved and he left the arena. Very quickly, he disappeared from everyone's sight under the escort of Ku Yuan and the others. Not long after Yang Fann and the others left, the big shots from all sides also left one after another. Next, the great sage battle held in the spiritual martial force battlefield did not attract their attention. Even more than half of the ordinary audience had left. They had just eaten the abalone ginseng belly, so how could they still care about these vegetables and radishes? Along with the crowd's 3 matches, the matter of Yang Fann suppressing the Fan family by himself had spread across the entire divine martial city and even the entire Lingwu mountain range at lightning speed. If martial and spiritual Holy Lord had not deliberately controlled it in the end, it would have spread throughout the entire spiritual martial arts continent. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann did not have the leisure to care about these things. After that battle, Yang Fann's 6th Young Master Palace was once again crowded with people. In fact, compared to the time he suppressed Holy Son of Heavenly Wu 32 years ago, it was more than 10 times more lively. Even some old monsters that had not been born for a long time had come to visit. These people only had one goal, and that was to become Yang Fann's disciple. Even if Yang Fann's conditions were so harsh, anyone who wanted to join him would have to offer up a strand of their natal holy soul. From then on, their life and death would be under Yang Fann's control, but it still couldn't stop the hearts of these people who wanted to punch him. He had almost the combat strength of Saint Sovereign even though he was not even 100 years old. Such a monster was too terrifying. Its future was not something they could imagine. In the future, he would at least be a Saint King, or even surpass a Saint King and become an invincible existence in the legends. It was not impossible. Becoming a servant of such a peerless expert was not a disgrace. Instead, it might be the life of them for the rest of their lives. If they were to truly become saints, he might not be able to take a liking to a half-saint or perfection semi-saint like them. C1101 Spirit Martial Saint. In The Martial Artist, there weren't many idiots. Especially those old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. Which one of them wasn't a human spirit? He didn't want to wait until Yang Fann reached the point where he could hug Yang Fann's big leg before he could truly stand tall in the martial arts. If he really wanted to wait for Yang Fann to become a saint, or even surpass the saint realm, he would have to wait for Yang Fann to become a saint. How could he still take a liking to a half-saint or perfection semi-saint like them? At that time, even if Yang Fann was willing to accept them, he wouldn't have too many seats for them. In less than half a month's time, the forces around Yang Fann had skyrocketed like a snowball. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were growing day by day. Currently, Yang Fann had 4 9th-rank perfection semi-saint subordinates. One of them was the old ancestor of Fann family, Fannin. Fannin wouldn't dare bear a grudge against a freak like Yang Fann, the monster. On the contrary, that night, he brought a group of half-step saints and Holy Lord to express their loyalty to Yang Fann. It seemed that only by doing so could they feel at ease. Regarding this, Yang Fann didn't reject it. In the end, there wasn't any irreconcilable conflict between him and the Fann family. Fan An's attitude was also very good. Without waiting for Yang Fann to speak, he voluntarily handed over his natal holy soul. At this point, if he continued to decline, it would appear that he, Yang Fann, was being hypocritical. Furthermore, a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint could be considered a great help to him. Furthermore, Fannin wasn't alone. He had also brought all the Holy Lord and half-saint Holy Lords from the Fann family. After the 4 9th-rank perfection semi-saint, there were 14 7th and 8th grade perfection semi-saint. There were 96 intermediate and low-grade perfection semi-saint, 32 of them were intermediate perfection semi-saint and 64 of them were low-grade perfection semi-saint. Not to mention the ordinary half-saint senior elder, there were more than 500 of them. Moreover, the number was still increasing. It was not impossible to have more than 1,000 of them. As for those senior elders of Holy Lord, in the end, except for those perfection semi-saint experts, they were all rejected by Yang Fann. Ordinary senior elders of Holy Lord were no longer worthy of Yang Fann's attention. During this period of time, there were a few senior elder who were regretful to the point that their intestines turned green. They were none other than the group of senior elder who followed martial and spiritual Holy Lord to Star Pattern Holy City to investigate the death of senior elder Fang Hong. Originally, they had the chance to become Yang Fann's disciples, and just like the senior elders of Greenwood who had joined Yang Fann, their status was even higher than some of the intermediate and low-grade perfection semi-saint. However, because of their status, they had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that they had come to their doorstep, Yang Fann couldn't even be bothered to see them. Previously, you ignored me, but today, I won't be able to help you. Lastly, Yang Fann. This was not Holy Sovereign, but Holy Sovereign's abnormal monster. Yang Fann could be said to have achieved great success. His power was so great that he was even better than many low-level Holy Sovereign in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. 9th-rank perfection semi-saint wasn't someone who could be subdued so easily. An ordinary low-level Holy Sovereign might not even have a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint under his command. After all, a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint was only a step away from becoming a saint. He was only one primordial purple clouds away from attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. At the center of the spiritual martial mountain range, in the sky above the spiritual martial temple, there was a vast continent that was as large as some lesser continents. However, the ordinary disciples of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts and even the elders of the Holy Lord would find it difficult to find any traces of this continent, not to mention climbing this continent. This was the true core of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. The high and mighty saints of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts were cultivating here. In the entire Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, except for Martial and Spiritual Holy Lord, only Great Elemental Old Man had the right to enter and exit the continent as he pleased. As for the rest of the people, even Senior Elder, who was a half-saint, had to be summoned by the saints in order to qualify to enter the continent. In the center of the Martial Saint continent, there was a divine mountain that soared. into the sky like a sharp sword and pierced into the clouds. Wisps of auspicious clouds surrounded the mountain, and countless immortal crane divine beasts were flying in the air. Thousands of waterfalls and jade dragons fell down like dragons, and the sound of the divine music was indefinite. On the mountain, there were countless magnificent palaces, exotic flowers, plants, and divine fruits. There were countless of them. At the peak of the mountain, a city in the sky was floating in the depths of the white clouds. It was a mysterious place. In a hall in the city in the sky, numerous peerless experts with auras as deep as the ocean stood on top of the hall. There were nearly 1,000 of them. None of them were below the perfection semi-saint. In fact, most of them were at least 4th grade intermediate perfection semi-saint. Some of them were even high-grade perfection semi-saint. There were even dozens of 9th rank perfection semi-saint experts in the hall. Strangely, the core of all these peerless experts was black-clothed youth, who only had peak Holy Lord's cultivation base. Even those old 9th rank perfection semi-saint monsters looked at black-clothed youth with a trace of unconcealable respect. At this moment, rumble space distorted, and a green-clothed youth suddenly appeared within the hall. This was a 22-year-old young man. He looked very young, and there wasn't a single trace of magic power fluctuation coming from his body. He gave off a feeling of intelligence and calmness, as if he was an ordinary person who didn't know any martial arts. However, the strange thing was that the entire hall was filled with an indescribable kind of peerless dignity. The terrifying aura of nearly 1,000 peerless experts was instantly suppressed. Martial Ancestor Sacred Shou Wuzhong, longevity is equal to the heavens. Patriarch's longevity is boundless. It's the same with the heavens. Ancestor's Saint's longevity is boundless. His longevity is equal to the heavens. In an instant, everyone in the hall knelt down. This young man in green was none other than the founder of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the #1 saint of the human race, martial and spiritual holy sovereign. Hiss. As expected of the #1 expert of the human race, high-level holy sovereign. Powerful, really powerful. Within the crowd, Yang Fann raised his head and looked at martial and spiritual holy sovereign. His heart was completely shaken. This is the end. This is the difference in the level of life, even if I use all my trump cards. No, that's not right. I don't even need to personally make a move. I only need a strand of spirit. He'll be able to suppress me so tightly that I won't even have the chance to resist. All of you, get up. Martial and spiritual holy sovereign laughed lightly. He moved his right hand and immediately, a mysterious force wrapped around everyone and lifted them up. There was no way for them to resist at all. As he spoke, martial and spiritual holy sovereign's gaze shifted and fell upon Yang Fann, who was standing among the crowd. Rumble. Both of his eyes shone with a bright holy light. It was as bright as a star, piercing through everything. In an instant, Yang Fann felt as though his entire body was filled with vitality. His flesh, blood, tendons, Dantian world. Everything was instantly seen through. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's heart was in his throat. There was nothing else. He was just afraid that the secret of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique would be discovered by martial and spiritual holy sovereign. After inheriting the memories of Saint Duo Luo, Yang Fann finally understood the terror of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique that his master cultivated. Not to mention the techniques of a saint, it was probably the legendary Sacred King Great technique. It was not even 1 in 10,000. Once it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. C1102 Origin Continent above the spiritual martial mountain range, in the sky city of the martial saint continent. Yang Fann's heart jumped to his throat. Even on his forehead, the power of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was so powerful. It was far beyond the imagination of the world. Even the high-grade saint techniques in the memories of Sage Duo Luo were far from being comparable. Saint Duo Luo had lived for tens of billions of years, and his footprints covered half of the Tianan Realm River. He had never heard of any cultivation technique that could directly devour the laws of others for its own use. Once the news of the heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique was leaked out, the consequences were far beyond Yang Fann's imagination. Even a high-level holy sovereign like martial and spiritual holy sovereign would find it hard to resist the temptation. With Yang Fann's current strength, even if he used all of his trump cards, using the forbidden arts at all costs, he would still be no match for martial and spiritual holy sovereign. In fact, with just a thought, he would be completely suppressed. At that time, not only would he not be able to escape death, but his family and friends would also die. If he did not remove the roots from the roots, he would be reborn in the spring wind. Yang Fann wasn't naive enough to think that martial and spiritual holy sovereign would let his parents and family go if he really attacked. At this moment, martial and spiritual holy sovereign nodded his head thoughtfully. He retracted his gaze and praised, "Not bad. You are indeed worthy of being the #1 monster in the history of our human race. The strength of the body is only slightly inferior to your saint physique. In the future, my holy palace of spiritual martial arts will depend on you." I don't think I was discovered. Yang Fann heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Ancestor advisor, you are flattering me. This kid is just lucky. No need to be humble. He is not even 100 years old. He had almost the power of a low-grade saint. His true self had roamed the Tianan realm river for more than 10 billion years. I've only seen you, with your talent. Even in the AIMA realm, you are considered the best. Your future is limitless, and you will surpass me. It's only a matter of time." Martial and spiritual holy sovereign chuckled. There was not a trace of jealousy in his voice. There was only endless gratification. The more talented Yang Fann was, the better. He would only be happy. This way, the holy palace of spiritual martial arts would be able to walk further. If he was really that narrow-minded person, he wouldn't have allowed the Sky Law, Holy Sovereign, and Heavenly Source Holy Sovereign to advance to the advanced saint realm one after another. This would have shaken his position. The universe was vast and boundless. It was not something that a high-level saint like him could imagine, even if it was here. In the tiny Tianan realm river, there were many powers that were stronger than the holy palace of spiritual martial arts. If they kept suppressing the younger generation, it would only make it difficult for the holy palace of spiritual martial arts to take a single step forward. They might even be completely destroyed by some major powers. If Yang Fann could surpass him and advance to top saints, or even the position of Saint King, the holy palace of spiritual martial arts would also gain a lot of benefits. It was hard to say whether he could advance to the position of top saints or not, but it would all depend on Yang Fann. Currently, his potential had almost been exhausted. If he wanted to advance to the position of top saints, he would have to rely on himself. Even if he was given another few 100 billion years, the chances of him advancing to the position of top saints would be very slim. At their level, breaking through to the next realm was not something that could be achieved by cultivating bitterly for a long period of time. Everything would still depend on luck. In the next moment, martial and spiritual holy sovereign's voice paused for a moment before he continued, "Little guy, relax a little. There's no need to be nervous. In our lives, who hasn't encountered a few fortuitous encounters? That's your lucky chance. As long as you have the sacred palace in your heart, everything else doesn't matter. To be able to cultivate to the half-saint, the saint realm. Which one of them didn't have many fortuitous encounters throughout their lives? If their disciples had any fortuitous encounters, they would snatch them away. The holy palace of spiritual martial arts had already fallen apart and was buried in the long river of history." Upon hearing this, Yang Fann scratched his head in embarrassment. He also knew that he was a little too nervous. Even an idiot could tell that he had encountered a fortuitous encounter in less than 100 years, and it was a huge fortuitous encounter. If martial and spiritual holy sovereign and the others really wanted to snatch his fortuitous encounter, they wouldn't have to wait until today. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Martial and spiritual holy sovereign shook his head slightly. This little guy was really. Does this sovereign look like the kind of person who doesn't care about his face? After that, he turned his gaze towards the rest of the people in the hall and said with a faint smile, "Today, this sovereign has gathered all of you here for the origin continent. As expected, it's for the origin continent." Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. It had happened a long time ago. Yang Fann had analyzed the reason why martial and spiritual holy sovereign had called them here. There were only two possibilities for such a large-scale gathering. It was either that the front line was in a tight situation and needed large amounts of experts to support them. However, their holy palace of spiritual martial arts had not had any large-scale conflicts with any sacred palace recently. 2. Once every 100 million years, the origin continent at the center of the world river would appear. Counting the time, the origin continent was about to open the last time. It had been almost 100 million years. According to Divine Secret's Holy Sovereign speculation, the origin continent will appear 800 years later. Although the origin continent would appear once every 100 million years, that time was only a summary. It was not confirmed that 100 million years was more than 100,000 years, even several tens of thousands of years was a common occurrence. Divine Secret's Holy Sovereign, one of the 32 intermediate Holy Sovereign of the human race. He possessed the bloodline of the ancient Heavenly Mystery Clan. The Heavenly Mystery Clan was the same as the Divine Eyes Clan. They were also the ancient prophets. After Divine Secret's Holy Sovereign attained the Tao and became a saint, he surpassed his master. Every time the origin continent appeared in the world, Divine Secret's Holy Sovereign would calculate the time. There would not be more than 100 years of error. Furthermore, Holy Sovereign Shenji also predicted that the primordial purple clouds that was born in the origin continent this time would only appear once a year. The number might very well exceed 100,000. After a slight pause, martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign once again threw down a heavy bomb. Some of the primordial purple cloudus would be born every 100 million years in the primordial purple cloud's origin continent, but the quantity would not be the same. When there were a lot of them, there would be tens of thousands of them. There would be less than tens of thousands of them. It was like 100,000 primordial purple cloudus. It was definitely a rare occurrence that happened once every 10 billion years. What? Super. Over 100,000 primordial purple cloudus. In an instant, the group of perfection semi-saint felt their hearts heating up. This was a lot more than the previous batch. Especially compared to the previous batch, it was more than 3 times more than the previous batch. However, very quickly, the burning hearts of the group of perfection semi-saint dimmed down. Although there were more than 100,000 primordial purple cloudus, the number of half-saints competing for the primordial purple clouds was more than 100,000, or even a million. One should know that in the Tianan Realm River, there were more than 100,000 Tianan Realm Rivers. Even if there were only 100 half-saints fighting over the primordial purple cloudus in every major world, there were still hundreds of thousands of them fighting over the primordial purple cloudus. That would be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. In fact, it was impossible for them to only have 100 half-saints. The Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts alone had over 1,000 half-saints in the origin continent, and those top great worlds were 10 times, or even dozens of times more powerful than the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Furthermore, the natives of the origin continent were not just for show. The top-grade expert in the origin continent was no weaker than a perfection semi-saint or even a pseudo-saint expert. In the past, the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had only managed to snatch 3 primordial purple cloudus. Most of the time, it was already considered pretty good to be able to obtain 1 primordial purple clouds. This time, it was afraid that things would not be any better. 1 or 2 people who could attain the Tao and become a saint was their limit. At this moment, a mysterious smile flashed across martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign's face. Finally, his eyes fell upon Yang Fann. Today is different from the past. Have you all forgotten about that brat Yang? C1103. His strength rose again. Martial Saint Continent, Sky City. Sure enough, it was just like what Yang Fann and Great Elemental Old Man had analyzed. The reason why Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign had gathered them in such a hurry was because of the upcoming emergence of Origin Continent. He even said that this would be a rare opportunity that would only appear once every 10 billion years. The primordial purple clouds that was nurtured in Origin Continent far exceeded the previous years, and it was very likely to exceed 100,000. However, none of the elders were too excited about this. Even if the number of primordial purple clouds nurtured in the Origin Continent was several times higher than the previous batch, so what? Not to mention a few times more, even if there were dozens or even hundreds of times more, it would still not be a lack of food. The chances of them getting the primordial purple cloudus were infinitely close to 0. Right at this moment, Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign suddenly smiled mysteriously and mentioned Yang Fann. What? His Royal Highness Yang Fann? All the perfection semi-saint were stunned. But soon, they regained their senses and found it hard to conceal the excitement in their hearts. What their Grand Master said was right. This time is different from the past. We have His Royal Highness Yang Fann now. This time, our Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts will be able to win several times, or even dozens of times more than the previous battles. The Origin Continent was the core of the Tianan Realm River, and it was also the most mysterious place in the Tianan Realm River. Apart from the reappearance of the Origin Continent every 100 million years, even top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King warriors would find it hard to find him. Perhaps only the legendary Saint King expert could find his whereabouts. Moreover, the surroundings of the origin continent were shrouded by a layer of mysterious energy. This energy had no effect on semi-saints like them. It allowed them to enter and exit freely, but to Saint Sovereign, it was like a natural chasm that made it difficult for them to take a step forward. It wasn't like Saint Sovereign didn't believe in the evil and forcefully broke into the origin continent. There was even a top-level Holy Sovereign among them, but the result was the same. He was reduced to ashes without even leaving a corpse behind. From then on, no one dared to step into the origin continent anymore. It was also because of this that these first-rate powers had the chance to seize the primordial purple clouds. If Saint Sovereign could enter the origin continent, the primordial purple clouds inside would have long been destroyed. Those superpowers with top-level Holy Sovereign and half-step Saint King cultivation bases had all been taken away. How could they still have a chance to obtain the primordial purple clouds? With Yang Fann's current combat strength, he had the potential to surpass the false saint realm and chase after a low-grade first-grade saint. If he was given another 800 years, he wouldn't be able to imagine what realm he would reach. At that time, even if he couldn't defeat the origin continent, he would still be one of the top expert in the world. There were hundreds of thousands of false saints in the Tianan realm river that controlled the Holy Sovereign Law. Even if there weren't 10 million of them, there would still be at least 1 million of them, and they were all false saints as well. There were also 36 to 9 grades. Those pseudo-saints who had successfully mastered multiple Holy Sovereign Law had terrifying combat strength. They were even able to match a level 5 or ranked 6 low-level saint. It was said that tens of billions of years ago, there was once a false saint who had mastered 9 Holy Sovereign Law. His combat strength was so terrifying that even ordinary low-level 8th grade saints were no match for him. He had swept across the entire origin continent with his invincible potential, and he had robbed nearly 3 levels of primordial purple clouds by himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of leaving the origin continent and being hunted down by all the major powers of the Tianan realm river, perhaps all the primordial purple cloudus would have been plundered by him at that time. Alright, all of you can leave now. 200 years later, all of you will gather here. This sovereign will bring all of you to the land of origin. Although there were still nearly 800 years left, the realm river was vast, and the great world was like sand. Even a high-level saint like Martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign would need several hundred years to reach the center of the realm river. Disciple will take his leave. Not long after they left the Martial Saint continent, Yang Fann's 6th Young Master Palace was once again in an uproar. The Perfection Semi-Saint couldn't care less about their reservations. They all handed over their natal Yang Fanns to Yang Fann and swore their loyalty to him. Even if Yang Fann could really obtain a large amount of Yang Fanns 800 years later, would they be given the primordial purple cloudus? One of them was his subordinate whom he trusted, and the other was an ordinary fellow disciple who didn't have much of a relationship with him. As to when the time came, he had cultivated bitterly for billions of years. It was all for the sake of one day achieving sainthood and achieving immortality. Even if it meant giving up their freedom, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. In less than half a month's time, the ordinary half-saints under Yang Fann's command hadn't changed much. However, the number of Perfection Semi-Saint warriors had doubled, and their strength had increased by several times. At this moment, the number of 9th-ranked Perfection Semi-Saint warriors under Yang Fann's command had reached 18. There was no need to talk about the other high-grade Perfection Semi-Saint warriors. There were more than 100 of them. The strength of their forces had directly surpassed most of the low-grade Holy Sovereign in Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. They were calling each of them Saint Sovereign with envy. Unfortunately, they could only be envious of this. It couldn't be helped. After all, they didn't have the ability to help their subordinates achieve sainthood. As long as they had the chance to attain sainthood, they would be able to make countless half-saints give up everything, let alone the first level or even more. Yuanyang Holy City, a 9-star high-grade holy city in the center of spiritual martial arts continent. Among the tens of thousands of high-grade 9-star holy cities in the center, Yuanyang Holy City could be considered one of the top. Legend has it that the ruler of the holy city, the Yuanyang clan, had demi-saint ancestor in charge, and there was even more than one. The entire Yuanyang Holy City was like a small world, connected to hundreds of millions of miles. It was surrounded by layers and layers of city-protecting formations. Once it was activated, even a peak semi-saint wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Emerald Jade Restaurant, one of the many high-class restaurants in Yuanyang Holy City. The building was 9 stories tall, and it was dazzling and resplendent. Most of the guests here were at the quasi-saint, and even the great sage expert would occasionally come in and out of the building. On the 6th floor of the Emerald Jade building, there was a seat by the window. There were 2 young women sitting there. One of them was dressed in red, while the other was dressed in white. The woman in red looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had an oval face, dimples, and curved eyelashes. Her skin was as white as snow. She was extremely beautiful and devastatingly beautiful. Even in the entire Yuanyang Holy City, there were probably not many people who could defeat her. However, there was a trace of anxiety in her eyes. There was also a bit of uneasiness. Perhaps it was because of her own cultivation base. Her mere cultivation base was so conspicuous in the Jade Tower, which was usually a quasi-saint expert. Even the maid of the Jade Tower was much stronger than her. The girl opposite her also looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Her face was so beautiful that it could topple cities and cities. She was not inferior to the girl in red at all. Her figure was graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Between her brows, there was a trace of valiance mixed within, which added an unusual charm to her. Her cultivation base was much higher than the red-clothed young ladies. She had already stepped into the quasi-saint stage with 1 foot. In this jade pavilion, it wasn't that conspicuous. Behind white-robed maidens stood 2 old men, one black and one white. They were hunched like 2 humble servants. Their auras were ordinary, like 2 ordinary old men who could not understand any martial arts. However, there was a trace of aura that was revealed by chance. It was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, the great saint expert. In front of them, they were like aphids that could be destroyed at any time. Let's hurry up and leave. You just taught that Shang Fei a lesson. The people of the Shang family will never let this matter rest. C1108 Seclusion. All the expert of the major families in Yuanyang Holy City dared to breathe heavily. They had made up their minds to strictly control the mischievous juniors in their families. Many of them had even decided to imprison the juniors in their families. They didn't want anyone to be blind and provoke white-robed maiden. This was not some peerless beauty, but a ferocious beast in human skin. If he wasn't careful, it would be the end of his race. Even the Shang family that had demi-saint ancestor in charge, Hong Long, annihilate them. Wasn't that just like playing a game? After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Yu Chen and Xin Yuan, who had left in a hurry, returned. It was obvious that the Shang family, which had shaken the Yuanyang Holy City in the past, was completely finished. The Shang family, which only had a few sacred lords left, could not fight against the 2 peerless ferocious men, Yu Chen and Xin Yuan. Not to mention the Shang family, even if the Yuanyang Holy City controlled the Yuanyang family, it would be a piece of cake for the 2 elders to eliminate them. At most, it would only take them a little more time. Even if the Yuanyang family had all of their resources, they could only barely fight a first-grade perfection semi-saint. As for Yu Chen and Xin Yuan, great elemental old man's combat strength was below first-grade perfection semi-saint in the spirit martial continent. Furthermore, they had carried out Yang Fann's orders thoroughly. In the end, they even used the arcane art bloodline to kill all the disciples of Shang family. No one was left alive, not even those disciples of the branch families with thin bloodlines. He once again confirmed that there was a knife above his head. Women, especially beautiful women, if they were not careful, not only would they die a graveless death, but their families and friends would also be doomed. If Shang Feiquan knew that their Shang clan had been destroyed because of him, what would he think? During this period of time, Yang Sifan introduced Lu Xiaoman to Yang Fann and even proposed to bring Lu Xiaoman back to Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Regarding this, Yang Fann didn't refuse. Wasn't it just accepting one person? As long as his sister was happy, everything wouldn't be a problem. As for Lu Xiaoman's family, there was even less of a need to talk about it. This was a blessing that the Lu family couldn't find even if they lit lanterns. Whoever refused would be a fool. After Lu Xiaoman left with Yang Fann, the Lu family, which was originally just an inconspicuous small family in Yuanyang Holy City, suddenly became a new noble family in Yuanyang Holy City. Countless large families tried to curry favor with each other. Even the Yuan Yang family directly married a daughter to Lu Xiaoman's eldest brother. 10 million years later, the Lu family replaced the Yuan Yang family and became the #1 family in Yuanyang Holy City. When a person obtained the Tao, his or her family would rise to the heavens, just like that. Of course, all of this was for the future. After meeting with Lu Xiaoman's family and getting their permission, Yang Fann took Yang Fann and the others on their way back. 3 days later, Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, 6th Young Master Palace. Yang Fann and his family and friends once again gathered together, looking at his precious daughter whom he hadn't seen for more than a year. Yang Yunfeng and his wife couldn't help but ask again. Lu Xiaoman, who was following closely behind Yang Fann, had an anxious expression. Her heart was about to jump out of her heart. She was nervous, and it was difficult to describe her nervousness. The current her was not like when she just left Yuanyang Holy City and did not know anything. In these 3 days, she had a pretty good understanding of the background of Yang Fann and his sister. They were truly great figures who could reach the heavens. With just a word, he could make the entire human race tremble 3 times. The ruler of Yuanyang Holy City, the Yuan Yang family, was just an insignificant aphid in front of them. As for their Lu family, they were a small family that was no stronger than half-step great saint, and they couldn't even be considered as ants on the ground. Time passed slowly. Soon, another month passed. Yang Fann suppressed the reluctance in his heart and slowly walked into the seclusion hall. Although familial love made it difficult for him to part with it, Yang Fann was even more clear what he should do. In order to ensure this warm life, he had to constantly become stronger until one day, he would surpass all living beings in the world and become truly invincible. Otherwise, the tragedy of the Shang family would fall on the Yang family one day. Yang Fann didn't think of that, and that was why he regretted not cultivating hard. In the martial artist, strength was the only thing that could be guaranteed. Without strength, everything was just a mirage. 6th Young Master Palace, Young Lord's Hall. Although it was only a hall, there was another universe inside. The area was vast and boundless. Even with Yang Fann's eyesight, he could not see the end of it all at once. It was like a small world. After all the functions of 6th Young Master Palace were fully activated, the space inside had undergone a tremendous change, becoming more than 100 times larger. Luckily, there were countless small 6th Young Masters inside 6th Young Master's Palace. Otherwise, with Yang Yunfeng and his wife's and the others' cultivation, it would be really inconvenient for them to enter and exit 6th Young Master's Palace normally. They sat cross-legged on the supplementary saint artifact that they had brought out from the Palace of Doro, the Enlightenment Platform. Pist soft holy light gushed out from beneath the Tao Comprehension Platform and slowly enveloped Yang Fann's entire body, calming all the distracting thoughts in his heart. 10 breaths later, rumble, space distorted, and a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air. Within that devouring black hole, there are black shadows struggling in pain. Upon closer inspection, it was those miniature Kunpeng divine beasts. The first thing Yang Fann needed to do was to devour and refine the million pure-blooded Kunpeng sealed within the Duo Luo Golden Tower. As long as the law of devour could complete the final transformation and advance into the devouring holy sovereign law, then his devouring speed would surely soar by leaps and bounds. Rumble, rumble, the comprehension of the massive amount of path of phagocytosis surged towards Yang Fanshihai like a surging tide, surging into Yang Fann's holy soul. In an instant, countless comprehensions flashed within Yang Fann's heart sea. The law of swallowing was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, millions of pureblood Kunpeng were decreasing at a terrifying rate. Half a year later, there were only a few million pureblood Kunpeng left, and only Demi-Saint Ancestor was still struggling to hold on. Yang Fann's law of devouring had reached its limit. He was only a tiny bit away from transforming into the devouring holy sovereign law. The devouring black hole, which was originally only 10,000 miles in diameter, had suddenly expanded by more than 10 times. A year passed. Within the devouring black hole, there was only the master of the rock and the 2 7th grade perfection semi-saint great elemental old man from the Rock Holy clan who were struggling to hold on. The rest of the elders from the Rock Holy clan had completely turned into flying ashes, becoming Yang Fann's nourishment for his growth. Pucci, a 7th grade great elemental old man, could no longer hold on any longer. He collapsed and turned into ashes. Right at this moment, rumble rumble rumble, the aura around Yang Fann's body was as if it was a force to be reckoned with. Hong Long, Yang Fann's aura was like a great river as it rose crazily and steadily. The devouring black hole, which had expanded to 1,000,000 miles in diameter, had doubled in size. 3 times 5 times in diameter 7 times. C1109 Peak Half Saint Lingwu Mountain Range, 6th Young Master Palace, Young Master's Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura. It was like a landslide, a tsunami, and a crazy explosion. It was rising rapidly. Boom boom boom. The devouring black hole, which was millions of miles in size, expanded and swelled at a terrifying speed. After devouring and refining the million pure-blooded Kunpeng, with the help of the million pure-blooded Kunpeng's comprehension of path of phagocytosis, Yang Fann's devouring law finally underwent a qualitative transformation, and he advanced into the devouring holy sovereign law in one go. At this moment, although Yang Fann only had peak Holy Lord's cultivation base, his intrinsic quality was no longer inferior to any false saint. 6 hours later, only then did Yang Fann's soaring aura slowly calm down. The devouring black holes that had swelled up by more than 10 times also gradually stopped expanding. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a brilliant divine light burst forth, tearing apart space and piercing through everything. Powerful, truly powerful. Compared to a year ago, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10 times, 100 times. Although there was only one level between the 9th level of transformation and the true devouring holy sovereign law, it was still a heaven and earth cloud and mud. At this moment, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight any third-grade low-level saint. He was even confident that he could completely suppress them. The sacrifice of a million pure-blooded Kunpengs not only allowed Yang Fann's devouring law to transform into a holy sovereign law, but also allowed his myriad beast holy body to advance to the perfection stage, taking a huge step forward. The pure strength of body suddenly increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, with just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was able to kill a 4th-grade perfection semi-saint. Even if it was compared to a true sacred body, it wouldn't be much weaker. After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann continued to refine the Kunpeng's master and the only 7th-level perfection semi-saint of the Kunpeng race, Great Elemental Old Man. Rumble. Rumble. Waves of extremely pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, strengthening his myriad beast holy body. Half an hour later, Pucci, the Rock Holy Clan's Great Elemental Old Man, was the first to lose his patience and turned into a flying ash. Compared to before, the power of Yang Fann's heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique had increased by more than 100 times. One day later, Roar the Rock King let out a despairing howl as it followed in the footsteps of the pureblood Kunpengs. It turned into ashes and vanished into thin air. In the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, rays of golden light flashed past, and within the devouring black hole, countless figures appeared once more. During the trip to the foreign land, Yang Fann had not only destroyed one of Rock Holy Clan's old nests. He had captured countless pure-blooded saint clan, royal families, powerful races, and even high-level alien clan. Demi-saint ancestor alone was close to 1,000 of them. Holy Lord, who was at the next level, had more than 10,000 attacks. It had to be said that the foreign race was truly unlucky to have encountered Yang Fann. After several billion years of recuperation, it was not easy for them to recover the vital energies from the ancient war. However, the arrival of Yang Fann had allowed them to return to the days before liberation in just a few decades. Grug grug grug, every breath and every second, a large number of quasi-saint warriors would be reduced to ashes. With Yang Fann's current understanding of the path of phagocytosis, absorbing and refining these quasi-saint experts could not be any easier. Waves of pure strength of original life kept rushing into Yang Fann's body, strengthening his body and pushing his cultivation base to the semi-saint stage. 1 month later, a huge amount of quasi-saint was devoured by Yang Fann. Although a single quasi-saint was useless and couldn't make Yang Fann's cultivation improve by even a little bit, it was still a huge amount. The combination of millions of quasi-saint was enough to cause a qualitative change. This caused Yang Fann's power of the shell to double once again, and it was more than enough to kill a 5th-grade perfection semi-saint. Another month passed. More than 1 million great saints of the foreign race were reduced to ashes. Not only had Yang Fann's power of the shell doubled, it had also broken through a small realm, reaching Holy Lord's great perfection stage. The change in quantity had caused a qualitative change. Even the 9 layers of strength of original life were absorbed by the myriad beast holy body. 2 years after Yang Fann went into seclusion, not only was he able to absorb all the half-step Holy Lord and Holy Lord, he had also absorbed more than half of the thousands of demi-saint ancestor, leaving only close to 100 perfection semi-saint. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the limit of the Holy Lord stage. He was only a hair away from attaining the true half-step saint realm. Half a month later, Rumble, the golden elixir of life that was almost half the size of a lesser continent, began to shake violently, rapidly expanding in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, endless hurricanes erupted from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. Like the legendary cosmic storm, they swept across the great hall in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire young master's hall had turned into a world of storms. After breaking through and devouring almost half of the perfection semi-saint, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken a crucial step forward, and he had successfully stepped into the half-step saint realm. Soon, a day had passed. The violent storm gradually calmed down. Yang Fann's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the half-saint early stage. The price he had to pay was to devour the remaining dozens of perfection semi-saint. Of course, the result was delightful. Half-saint, the limit of Holy Lord, there was only a slight gap between them, but there was a fundamental difference between them. At this moment, if he unleashed all his combat strength, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight against the low-level 4th step saint. If this was spread out, it would definitely scare countless half-saints. A low-level 4th grade saint, even ordinary 5 false saints might not be a match for him, let alone an ant at the primary semi-sage realm. Let alone seeing him, he had never even heard of him before. Even though he was about to enter the origin continent, Yang Fann was considered one of the top amongst the billions of experts. As long as he didn't provoke those abnormal beings, he could easily snatch a few primordial purple cloudus from them. However, Yang Fann didn't come out of seclusion immediately. Although Alien Expert and the others had already finished refining the alien experts, he had collected more from the other side. There was also a huge amount of resources waiting for him to refine them. Very quickly, the heavenly pills that could increase one's cultivation base were thrown into Yang Fann's mouth like they were free. After 3 years of seclusion, Yang Fann had used up all the heavenly pills he had robbed. However, it did not matter. Without the heavenly pills, there were still a lot of spiritual medicines. 10 years passed. All of Yang Fann's spiritual medicines and more than half of the holy herbs were devoured by him. The result was that Yang Fann had broken through to the half-saint mid-stage in one go, and he was at the peak of the mid-stage. He was only a step away from the late semi-saint. Another 5 years passed. Yang Fann began to refine the square C of spiritual energy. His cultivation base had also stabilized at the late semi-saint stage. 30 years later, all the ancestral lands he had obtained from the foreign ancestral land had been refined by Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann still did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he took out numerous high-grade immortal crystal veins. In order to raise his condition to its peak before setting off, Yang Fann had really gone mad. He didn't hesitate to kill the chicken to retrieve the egg, refine those immortal crystal veins, and even the holy crystal meridians. One and under this kind of demon seal-like state, Yang Fann's cultivation was gradually advancing towards the peak semi-saint. C1110A Conquest of the Starry Sky Lingwu Mountain Range, 6th Young Master Palace, Young Master's Palace. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. They glittered with a divine light, shining with a brilliant light. He was invincible. However, there was a hint of regret mixed within. He was so close, just a little bit more, and he would be able to reach the perfection semi-saint. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, all the resources had been devoured by him. Not to mention the immortal crystal vein of the highest grade, but the holy crystal meridian. Even the supreme grade immortal crystals had been mostly refined by Yang Fann. There was not much left. There were still nearly 1 million supreme grade immortal crystals left. To an ordinary half-saint, that was not a small amount of wealth. It was enough for them to cultivate for 1 million years. However, in Yang Fann's hands, it was like a cup of water and a cart of water. It was not enough for him to cultivate for a day. Of course, even if he hadn't broken through to the perfection semi-saint, Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength had improved by more than 10 times. At this moment, just the pure strength of body alone was enough to defeat most of the 7th and 8th grade perfection semi-saint. Once he used his magic power, he would be able to defeat most 9th rank perfection semi-saint warriors. If he used all his trump cards and unleashed all of his combat strength, even he wouldn't know his limits. However, if he was an ordinary 5th grade low-level saint, he would have to fight until the end. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Thinking back to the past, that sage duo Luo had bitterly cultivated for tens of billions of years before he was able to attain the cultivation of a low-level 5th grade saint. As for how old Yang Fann was, he was not even 200 years old. If this were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Tianan realm river. No, it was probably the huge AIMA realm. There was probably no one in the myriad realm river that could compare with it. In front of the young master's hall, 2 figures, one white and one red, walked back and forth. Both of them were extremely beautiful women that were rarely seen in the world. They were devastatingly beautiful. One of them was as passionate as fire, like a fairy in the fire. The other was floating like a fairy. She was like a celestial being that had descended to the mortal world. Sister Jiawei, it has been 60 years. Why hasn't brother come out of seclusion yet? Yang Fann looked at the tightly shut young lord's hall with some resentment. 60 years. This was definitely the longest time she and Yang Fann had been apart. Even before, Yang Fann had only entered the foreign land alone for about 30 years. CC, don't worry. Cousin should be coming out of seclusion soon. Luo Jiawei comforted him, but these words. Thinking about it carefully, she had said these words many times. Every year, on this day, she would come to the young master's hall with Si Fan, but not once. She was able to see the person that she yearned for day and night. Cousin, do you know that Jiawei misses you? At this moment, Kacha the tightly shut door slowly opened. In the next moment, a young figure slowly walked out from within the hall. His footsteps were very slow, but it did not lose its dignity. It caused one to involuntarily kneel on the ground and worship him. Ah, big brother, you've come out of seclusion. With a cry of surprise, Yang Fann quickly rushed towards Yang Fann. However, she was fast. There was another person who was faster than her. A fiery red figure had already jumped into Yang Fann's arms before her. Ah, Sister Jiawei, you. Yang Fann stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. That seat was her exclusive seat. But very quickly, a hint of ridicule flashed across her small face. She smiled and said, Sister Jiawei, are you so impatient to be my sister-in-law? Ah, stupid girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Jiawei looked as if her tail had been stepped on. With a blushed face, she immediately jumped out of Yang Fann's arms. Yo, I got it right. Sister Jiawei, just admit it. Stupid girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm the one I didn't. No, then why are you blushing? You, I'll scratch you to death. I told you to speak nonsense. I'll tell you to speak nonsense. He. No, Sister Jiawei, please spare me. Please spare me. He. Could it be that Jiawei? She really. Looking at the 2 girls playing around, Yang Fann's heart slightly shook. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. I can't let her. She is my cousin. How can we? However, for some reason, there was a voice in his heart telling him, what's wrong with my cousin? She's not a biological brother or sister. There are many cousins who get married. Many of his cousins were married to his own cousin. Moreover, could you really bear to see Jiawei fall into someone else's embrace? Unconsciously, the women beside Yang Fann appeared in his mind one by one. Could he really allow them to marry another man? Whoosh! He shook his head with all his might to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Forget it, let nature take its course. In any case, they were all immortals, with hundreds of millions of longevities. There was plenty of time to consider these things. Alright, Jiawei, CC, stop messing around. Very quickly, the news of Yang Fann successfully coming out of seclusion swept across 6th Young Master Palace at lightning speed. Not long after, Yang Yunfeng and his wife, Yunuo, and a few other girls rushed over. After 60 years, everyone's cultivation improved greatly. One by one, they had obtained the quasi-saint position. The strongest among them, Yunuo, had already reached the 3rd star quasi-saint stage, and was only a step away from the 4 stars quasi-saint. During the trip to the foreign land, Yang Fann had obtained a huge amount of resources. There were also many bloodline talents and spiritual medicines that could increase the level of holy herbs. Yang Fann didn't leave any of these treasures behind. He gave them all to the people around him. With the great heaven swallowing earth devouring technique, what Yang Fann lacked was energy. These holy capitals that attracted the attention of countless people in the half-holy capital, the ones that could increase the potential of their bloodline, were holy herbs that Yang Fann didn't care about the most. After consuming a large number of spiritual medicines and holy herbs, the bloodline potential of Yang Fann and his wife and the others had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, almost all of them were comparable to the first young master, Hao Gan. Especially the little sister, Yang Fann, who was chasing after the #1 monster of the foreign race, Asura Holy Sun. If Yang Fann could help them obtain enough primordial purple cloudus, it would only be a matter of time before they could achieve sainthood. Time passed by slowly. Soon, 3 months had passed. Every day, Yang Fann would either accompany the girls or perform filial piety under Yang Fann and his wife's knee. 5 However, the entire 6th young master palace was operating crazily. The distance from the departure to the origin land there were still nearly 140 years left. Yang Fann would never let such a long period of time go to waste. However, there were only so many resources in great world of spiritual martial arts, and most of them were in the hands of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. For no reason, he would never attack his fellow disciples. That was a good place in the foreign land. If he could seize all the remaining resources, not only would he be able to break through to the pseudo-saint stage, he would also be able to break through to the huge perfection and transform into a true myriad beast holy body. Furthermore, with his current strength, he would be able to sweep across the entire foreign land. Unfortunately, the Blood River was like a heavenly chasm that Yang Fann didn't dare take a step into. If great world of spiritual martial arts couldn't plunder the resources, they could only leave the world. They would develop towards the endless starry sky. The Tianan Realm River was vast and boundless, and there were hundreds of thousands of great worlds in it. There were plenty of resources for him to conquer and plunder. However, this time, Yang Fann didn't prepare to go alone. He would use his army for 1,000 days. With so many experts under his command, he wasn't going to feed them for nothing. Rumble, rumble, every moment, a large number of soldiers would enter 6th young master's palace. All of them were the elites under great elemental old man, and the weakest of them were 4 stars. Quasi-saint warriors. Yang Fann didn't even care about those low-level quasi-saint warriors. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 10 million. Very quickly, he broke through the 100 million mark. Furthermore, this number was still rising at a terrifying rate. C11-12 star behemoths. The universe is vast and boundless. A fleet of 100 universe ships, at the speed of 1,000,000 years, shuttled through the vast universe. In the center of this fleet, there was a terrifying ship that was more than double the size of the surrounding warships. It was over 300,000 miles long and looked like a small star. This terrifying ship was the flagship of this fleet. It was also Yang Fann's carrier, the only galaxy-grade warship. This was a warship that was comparable to a brilliant sun-grade warship. It was also the main battleship that the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had prepared for Saint Sovereign. It was 330,000 miles long and 38,000 miles wide. Not only was it equipped with 8,100 star cannons and 490 star cannons, but it was also equipped with 490 star cannons. There were also 36 star river cannons. This was a terrifying cannon that could heavily injure a low-level saint. Its defense was enough to withstand the attack of a low-level saint for a long period of time. Its combined combat power was definitely enough to fight against an ordinary low-level 4th-grade saint. Its value was so high that it was not much inferior to an ordinary 4th-grade holy weapon. In the center of the galactic warship, Master Control Room, Yang Fann sat on the throne, and below him were 36 9th-rank perfection semi-saint warriors. Apart from them, there were also a few devastatingly beautiful women. They were none other than Yang Fann, his little sister, and her personal maid, Lu Xiaoman. There was also cousin Luo Jiawei and maidservant Yu Nuo. Little senior sister Dongfang Shui and Lin Wanru and master and servant left great world of spiritual martial arts this time. Yang Fann and the others were determined to follow Yang Fann. Regarding this, Yang Fann gave it some thought and agreed. With his current strength, as well as the strength of his army and the might of the battleship, as long as he did not encounter a tier 7 low-grade saint or above expert, he would have the strength to fight. His safety was still very guaranteed. In Tianan Realm River, although Holy Sovereign had a lot of top-level Holy Sovereign warriors, they were like a drop of water in the ocean when they were scattered across the entire boundary river. It wasn't easy to encounter a Saint Sovereign in the vast starry sky, especially in the star domain near the great world of spiritual martial arts. Apart from the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, there were even fewer experts above the 7th grade of the Saint Realm. Rumble, Rumble. The Sunshine Fleet continuously shuttled through space. Time passed very quickly. Half a year had passed. At this moment, the fleet was already more than 30 million light-years away from the great world of spiritual martial arts. And as they went deeper into the starry sky, the danger also increased with each passing day. Not only did they encounter some meteors, but they also encountered several attacks from space beasts. This was a type of terrifying giant beast that lived in the starry skies of the universe. Each space beast was at least tens of thousands of kilometers in size. They were not inferior to Sunshine battleships, and some of the larger ones were even more than 1,000,000 kilometers in size, comparable to some large planets. Their strength was even more terrifying. Even the weakest space beast had the strength to devour the Holy Lord of the Man-Killer tribe. Some of the top space beasts were top-level, Holy Sovereign. If they were not careful, they would become food for them. Of course, Yang Fann and the others didn't encounter any top-tier space beasts. It was impossible for such a powerful space beast to appear near the great world of spiritual martial arts. One should know that space beasts were fed on stars and even plain worlds. If those top-tier space beasts really appeared, the great world of spiritual martial arts might have already ceased to exist. The strongest Yang Fann and the others encountered were only comparable to some 7th-grade perfection semi-saint. Yang Fann didn't even need to do anything. Just his subordinates alone could easily suppress them. In the end, without any exception, they all became nourishment for Yang Fann's growth. The strength of these space beasts and strength of original life was far greater than the exotic beasts and experts of the same level. Yang Fann's body's strength had increased by several times. At this moment, with just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann had the strength to crush an 8th-grade perfection semi-saint. It was not any weaker than an ordinary saint's body. Even Yang Fann had the urge to capture those space beasts in the starry sky world. Of course, it was just thinking about it. The whereabouts of the space beasts were vague and they did not have a place to stay. It was their luck that they could encounter them a few times. Perhaps, they might not be able to encounter a single space beast in the following period of time. However, the beast god world was different. There was a sea of beasts waiting for him to devour. Yang Fann was confident that as long as he could conquer the beast god world, his myriad beast holy body would be able to break through to the great perfection stage. At that time, with just the power of the body alone, he would be able to fight against some low-level saints. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, he would become an ordinary high-level and low-level saint. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. He did not know if it was because he had used up all his luck the previous few times, or something else. In the next 5 years, Yang Fann did not encounter a single space beast, and he did not have the support of the space beast. In these 5 years, Yang Fann's progress could be said to be negligible. In the end, Yang Fann simply did not take the initiative to cultivate. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, but he really didn't have the resources. He couldn't just plunder all the resources of his subordinates. Even so, he might not be able to hold on until he successfully arrived at the world of the divine beast. He might as well take advantage of this time to accompany his little sister and the others. All these years, he had been busy cultivating, but he had distanced himself from them. Soon, another 3 years had passed. He was less than 80 million light-years away from the beast god great world. If nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive at the beast god great world in 2 years at most. During these 3 years, Yang Fann and the others hadn't encountered a single space beast. Sure enough, to encounter a space beast in the vast universe, it depended more on luck. However, they did not encounter a space beast. Instead, they encountered a few groups of galactic pirates. There were pirates on the sea, so it was not surprising that there were pirates in the Sea of Stars. Furthermore, those who were able to do business in the universe without any capital were usually ruthless characters. At least there were Holy Lords expert in charge, and even Demi-Saint Ancestor had a lot of them. In the vast starry sky, Quasi-Saint was just a minor character, a great saint. It was just a small leader, and only Holy Lord, a half-saint, had some status. Among the few pirate groups that Yang Fann and the others encountered, there was a half-saint at the very least. The strongest group even had a Tier 8 perfection semi-saint. There were 8 other perfection semi-saint in each group. This strength was enough to sweep across any human holy city in the spirit martial continent. The only thing they wanted was Yang Fann and the others. They were courting death by lighting the toilet. With just a few rounds of cannon fire, that group of pirates was crippled. The remaining galactic pirates were either mercilessly killed or captured alive. All the captives, without exception, contributed a little to Yang Fann's advancement. 9 years later, in the Beast God Great World, less than 20 million light-years had passed. Right at this moment, 800 light-years away from the fleet, a terrifying giant beast that was over 1,000,000 kilometers long, shaped like a giant tiger and had a scorpion tail suddenly opened its eyes. Both of its eyes shone with an endless fierce light. Waves of terrifying fiendish cheese burst out from its body. In a breath's time, it extended to hundreds of light-years away and enveloped the Shining Sun Fleet. C-1113 suppress the Saint-level star behemoth Shining Sun Fleet, Galactic Warship, Master Control Room. Fannin and the other 36 grade 9th rank Perfection Semi-Saint stared at the terrifying space beast that was hundreds of years away. Their eyes couldn't help but flicker with a trace of fear. A space Scorpio tiger, and it was a Saint-grade space Scorpio tiger. This was definitely the greatest danger they had encountered since they left Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts. The size of the space beast race usually determined their strength. Once their size exceeded 1,000,000 miles, their strength would be comparable to the Saint Sovereign of the human race. The space Scorpio tiger in front of them was so huge that it was almost 1.5 million kilometers long. Its strength was terrifying. It was probably not any weaker than some of the low-level second-grade saints. In fact, it might even surpass them. In a one-on-one battle, none of the 36 of them would be a match for this giant beast. Even if they joined forces, the victor would still be the loser. It was a huge mystery. However, on the contrary, Yang Fann, who was sitting on the throne, had an excited expression on his face. Ha ha ha, luck, my luck is really good. I was actually able to encounter a Saint-grade space beast. Ha ha ha, this Saint-grade space Scorpio tiger had an abundance of strength of original life. Compared to the sum of nearly 100 space beasts that he had swallowed previously, it was much more abundant. As long as he could absorb and refine it, his myriad beast holy body would be able to take another big step forward. Even if he couldn't break through to the great perfection stage in one go, the pure strength of body would be enough to suppress a 9th rank perfection semi-saint warrior. Right at this moment, Poochie, the space Scorpio tiger directly tore through the starry sky, passing through several hundred light-years of distance, and appeared 1 light-year away from the Shining Sun Fleet. In the next moment, rumble, the slender scorpion tail that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers long behind him transformed into a stream of light, passing through space and lashing out at the Sunshine battleship at the very front. Bang bang, wherever the tail passed, everything collapsed into nothingness. The terrifying power was enough to blow up a pseudo-saint expert with a single strike. At that moment, rumble, rumble, the 10 Sunshine battleship in front of them simultaneously formed a protective barrier, and it seemed to resonate with each other. Bang, the terrifying scorpion tail struck the crimson barrier. However, the terrifying power that was able to shatter the pseudo-saint expert only caused ripples to appear on the crimson barrier, and not even a single fissured trace appeared. The Sunshine battleship was the main battleship that the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had carefully developed, and it wasn't that simple. When it encountered an attack, the surrounding Sunshine battleship's shields could be stacked together. The more Sunshine battleships there were, the more terrifying the defensive power of the Sunshine battleship would be. With 10 Sunshine battleships stacked together, it could easily withstand the attack of a low-level second-grade saint. Once 100 Sunshine battleships stacked on top of each other, it would be equivalent to a low-level Tier 4 saint. It was impossible for them to break through their defenses. Boom bang boom. Almost at the same time, the first 10 Sunshine battleships opened fire at the same time. Terrifying beams of light that could destroy stars and even severely injure a high-grade perfection semi-saint tore through the starry sky and bombarded the space Scorpio tiger. Rumble. A large amount of energy beams bombarded the space Scorpio tiger's enormous body like raindrops. However, the terrifying thing about the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was that regardless of whether it was the star obliteration cannon or not, boom boom boom, it was really like raindrops hitting his body. Not to mention injuring him, even his skin was not torn. At most, it would only burn some of the space Scorpio tiger's fur. Within the galactic warship, what a powerful space Scorpio tiger, what a powerful body defense. It should be comparable to an ordinary First Tribulation Saint weapon. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened. With just the attack power of the Sunshine battleship, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to take down this vicious beast. In the next moment, rumble, Yang Fann's body swayed and he disappeared from the throne in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had exceeded 100 million kilometers. A terrifying black hole that could devour everything suddenly appeared and swept towards the Space Scorpio Tiger. With the powerful firepower of the galactic warship, it was able to severely injure the Space Scorpio Tiger. However, it took too much time and Yang Fann couldn't wait any longer. A saint-level space beast like this had a tenacious vitality that was not inferior to a doctrine saint. Even a drop of blood and rebirth was merely a small matter. At most, it would consume some of the energy within the body. Roar! A terrifying tiger roar that was enough to shatter Holy Lord's expert and holy soul. That Space Scorpio Tiger, it opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. It destroyed the heavens and earth, destroyed the world, and bombarded the falling devouring black hole. Rumble! A terrifying power of devouring erupted. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the destructive lightning that could severely wound a low-level first-grade saint. Then, it crushed down and swallowed the Space Scorpio Tiger. Roar! Roar! The Space Scorpio Tiger roared again and again. Its sharp claws, which were comparable to a first-stage saint weapon, waved wildly, tearing the sky apart. Unfortunately, it was just a beast trapped in a cage. After 60 years of seclusion, Yang Fann's overall combat strength had soared to the 5th-grade low saint realm. Moreover, he had swallowed nearly 100 space beasts earlier, which had allowed his combat strength to improve by quite a bit. Even among the many 5th-grade low saints, he could be considered as one of the best. Although he did not use all of his strength in this attack, it was still enough to suppress an ordinary low-level Tier 3 saint. And this Space Scorpio Tiger could only rival an ordinary 2nd-tier low-grade saint. There was still a considerable gap between a 3rd-tier low-grade saint and a 3rd-tier low-grade saint. Rumble! Rumble! Boundless power of devourings erupted, instantly drowning out the Space Scorpio Tigers that looked like stars. In an instant, the Space Scorpio Tiger's body started to shrivel up at a visible rate. Waves of extremely pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, causing his power of the shell to rise at a terrifying speed. In just a breath's time, it had increased by 1,000,000 power of semi-saint. This was the full strength of a late semi-saint. A saint-level space beast was a saint-level space beast, it was not something an ordinary space beast could compare with. Suppress. Suppress it. Saint-grade Space Scorpio Tigers will be suppressed. It was suppressed by the Lord just like that. Rumble. Fierce. Ruthless. Truly too savage. How long has it been? My lord, Within the master control room, the 36 9th-rank perfection semi-saints stared with their mouths wide open. They were so scared that they could not speak. When other people's strength reached the saint level, every bit of progress they made would be counted as tens of millions of years. However, their master was still fine. After all, it had only been 70 years, yet he had the strength to easily crush a 2nd-grade saint. However, soon, an indescribable surprise climbed onto everyone's faces. Ha, the bet was right. This time, I really made the right bet. It has only been 70 years, yet the Lord already has such combat strength. Then 800 years later, how terrifying would that be? Even if he couldn't fight a low-level 7th-order saint, he should be able to fight a low-level ranked 6th saint. At that time, not to mention dozens of primordial purple Cloudus, even a few hundred primordial purple Cloudus wouldn't be impossible. With the highest combat strength under his command, it should not be a problem to reward him with 1 primordial purple clouds. Everyone knew that no matter who it was, a single primordial purple clouds was enough to attain the Tao and become a saint. At this moment, in the starry sky where the Space Scorpio Tiger was previously in, waves of terrifying aura began to revive. Stars exploded one after another, and one Space Scorpio Tiger after another flew out. All of them were saint-grade Space Scorpio Tigers that were over 1,000,000 kilometers long. Ah! Bitch it, how could we have forgotten? These Space Scorpio Tigers were one of the few space beasts that lived in groups within the space beast race. 8 Space Scorpio Tigers, and all of them are saint-grade Space Scorpio Tigers. This. C1114 suppressed them all. Shining Sun Fleet, the starry sky 800 light-years away. Rumble. One star after another suddenly exploded. Waves of terrifying fiendish chi that made perfection semi-saint despair spread out and radiated towards 4 directions starry sky. 8 Space Scorpio Tigers, a total of 8 Space Scorpio Tigers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, an indescribable pressure and fear spread in the galactic warship master control room. Saint. Saint-level space Scorpio tigers, all of them were Saint-level space Scorpio tigers. Not good, this was bad. Many 9th rank perfection semi-saints showed signs of despair. 8 Saint-grade space Scorpio tigers, this lineup was too terrifying. Especially one of them, it was a terrifying giant beast with a body size that was obviously bigger than the other giant beasts. It was nearly 2 million kilometers in size. 1 should know that the space beast race had a limit of 1 million kilometers. Similarly, it was 2 million kilometers. It was also a huge limit. Once its body size reached 2 million kilometers, its strength would be comparable to an ordinary intermediate low-level saint. Although the space Scorpio tiger had yet to break through the limit, it was only a small distance away. Its combat strength was terrifying, and it was able to catch up to some of the 4th-grade saints. Including the other 7 saint-level space Scorpio tigers, unless it was a 5th-grade low-level saint, even a peak 4th-grade low-level saint would not be a match for them. This power was already not inferior to them in the slightest, and even slightly surpassed them. Even if they could defeat this space Scorpio tiger, they would still suffer heavy losses. However, right at this moment, 8, a total of 8 Saint-grade space Scorpio tigers. Good, a wild laugh sounded out from Yang Fann's mouth, and it swept across the entire starry sky. There were 9 Saint-grade space Scorpio tigers, and all of them were low-grade sage stage space Scorpio tigers. It had to be said that this was a great opportunity for him. Saint-grade space beasts were something that could only be found by chance, not to mention 9 of them. More importantly, these space Scorpio tigers were within the range that he could deal with. This was definitely the blessing of the heavens. As long as he could absorb these 9 space Scorpio tigers, even if his myriad beast holy body couldn't break through to the great perfection stage in one go, it wouldn't be much different. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that my lord, he has a way to suppress it? Suppress these beasts? This is impossible, right? That is a total of 8 Saint-grade space beasts. It wasn't that they didn't believe Yang Fann, it was just that this matter was a little too absurd. In just 70 years, he had surpassed 3 major realms in a row, and possessed the power to rival a low-level 3rd-grade saint. This was something that had never happened before. If there was still a way to hide it. Was his grandmother still human? At that moment, rumble, a brilliant golden light erupted from above Yang Fann's head. In the blink of an eye, the void shot through the air and pressed down on the 8 space Scorpio tigers. It was a terrifying golden tower that was over 1,000,000 feet tall. Endless divine imprints lingered on it, and streams of terrifying suppressive force surged out like tidal waves, continuously wreaking havoc and sealing the several light-years starry sky where the 8 space Scorpio tigers were located. Roar, the 8 space Scorpio tigers roared repeatedly. Their terrifying sharp claws danced wildly, destroying space and attempting to break free from the restraints of the doxorubicins. However, they were still struggling with their last breaths. The 8 space Scorpio tigers were still flying slowly towards the doxorubicins. This time, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. The 3 great laws of swallowing, annihilation, and 5 elements were all released. In addition, after several dozen years of nurturing, the doxorubicins had already successfully absorbed the several suppressing saint artifacts and restored a small portion of their power, comparable to an ordinary 5th tribulation saint artifact. The terrifying suppressive force was that of a low-grade 5th-step saint. If one didn't have a supreme treasure protecting them, they might be completely suppressed. 10 breaths later, a space Scorpio tiger that was about 1.2 million kilometers long was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure. That terrifying suppressive force exploded out with a roar of unwillingness. It turned into a wisp of black light and entered the doxorubicin. As the space Scorpio tiger was completely suppressed, the other 7 space Scorpio tigers that could only barely hold on could no longer bear it. One after another, they turned into dark shines and shot into the doxorubicin. After half an incense stick of time, the last space Scorpio tiger, which was also the only space Scorpio tiger that was nearly 2 million kilometers in size, let out a despairing wail as it was completely suppressed by the doxorubicin. Galactic Warship, within the Master Control Room, the 9th rank perfection semi-saint warriors' eyes were as wide as the eyes of a fish, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What did they see? What did they see? 8 saint-grade space beasts just like that, they were suppressed by the Lord just like that. This. After a while, only then did they reluctantly accept this shocking fact. Hiss. My lord, What kind of combat strength does he have now? Fifth level saint, or the combat strength of the 6th order saint? Could it be that our holy palace of spiritual martial arts is also going to produce a Star Luo Holy Sovereign? 30 billion years ago, Star Luo Holy Sovereign appeared out of nowhere and swept across the origin continent with the strength of 9 false saints, obtaining 4,900 primordial purple clouds in one go. In one fell swoop, he had added thousands of Saint Sovereign to the Star God Great World, causing the Star God Sacred Palace, which was originally just a first-rate power, to become one of the 10 great sacred palaces of the Tianan Realm River. It was said that Star Luo Holy Sovereign had even stepped into the Saint King stage with a single step, and was one of the top overlords in the Tianan Realm River. Right at this moment, rumble, the devouring black hole suppressing the space Scorpio Tiger began to shrink rapidly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It wasn't that he had successfully refined the space Scorpio Tiger. Even if the law of swallowing had successfully advanced to the Holy Sovereign Law, it would still take him at least half a month to completely devour a saint-level space beast. In order to not affect his journey, Yang Fann had only completely sealed the space Scorpio Tiger. In the next moment, Yang Fann's figure moved and returned to the galactic warship. After hastily instructing Fann and the others to take control of the fleet and continue their journey to the Beast God Great World, Yang Fann returned to his chambers and began his seclusion. He hoped that he could completely refine the 9 Beast God Great Worlds before arriving at the Beast God Great World. The strength of the Beast God Great World wasn't considered weak, especially the 5 strongest Beast Gods. They had already reached the 3rd grade Low Saint realm 1 billion years ago. Now that 1 billion years had passed, it wasn't impossible for them to break through to the 4th grade Low Saint realm, plus the suppression of the strength of world. With his current strength, even if he could completely suppress them, he would need to put in a lot of effort. If he wasn't careful, he might even fall into the trap. If he was able to completely refine the 9 space Scorpio Tigers, it would be a completely different story. At that time, Yang Fann would have full confidence in fighting even a rank 6 saint. Even if the beast gods of the 5 sides all broke through, they would still be easily suppressed by him. 12 days later, Pucci, the first space Scorpio Tiger that was suppressed by Yang Fann, completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's power of the shell had multiplied by several times. If he were to fight Fann now, he was confident that he could suppress Fann with just the power of the shell alone. 1 month later, 2 more space Scorpio Tigers turned into flying ashes. Yang Fann used the power of the shell once again, and it was almost as powerful as a pseudo-saint. Soon, the dark shine flashed, and another space Scorpio Tiger was swallowed by the devouring black hole. Rumble, rumble, waves of pure strength of original life flowed like a torrential river through the devouring black hole, crazily rushing into Yang Fann's body. C1115 descending to the Beast God continent, Beast God Great World, Tianan Realm River. Within the millions of worlds, there was an ordinary primary major world. It was about the same size. It was the size of 1% of the great world of spiritual martial arts. However, unlike the great world of spiritual martial arts, there weren't many continents in the entire Beast God Great World. There was only one continent in the entire Beast God Great World, which was the Beast God continent. There was no ocean surrounding it, and it covered the entire continent. A large world was a continent, and it could be said that it was a common land in the primary major world. It was different from the great world of spiritual martial arts, where martial artists ruled the world. In the Beast God continent, divine power reigned supreme, and it was the control of all gods. Every race had their own god, and any god judge would be eternally doomed. After death, their souls would forever fall into the hell, never to be reincarnated again. In the far east of the Beast God continent, there was a vast country called the Spirit Cat Empire. Its size was no less than a level 3 continent in the great world of spiritual martial arts. It was one of the 10 great empires in the east of the Beast God continent. The entire nation believed in the god of shadow, the holy cat of the night, Moexodasi. She was a powerful master god, and could be considered a powerful existence among all the gods of the Beast God continent. In the Beast God Great World, the gods went from low to high, and they were respectively lower gods, intermediate gods, high gods, true god, heavenly god. After that was the sovereign, and the last was sovereign god, who was the lowest, middle, and 3rd grade quasi-saint of the human race. He was the great saint, holy lord, half-saint, and saint. And below the gods, combat weapons, war generals, combat kings and war emperor, war gods, and quasi-gods were equivalent to the martial ancestor, martial lord, king, emperor and half-step quasi-saint of the human race. Spirit Cat Empire. Capital, the capital of the Holy Cat. This was the core of the Spirit Cat Empire. The true war king was everywhere, and war emperor was no better than a dog. There were also many war god experts that could open up a country. The Spirit Cat Square. The largest square in the Holy Cat City was no less than 10,000 miles wide. At this moment, the huge Spirit Cat Square was filled with a hubbub of voices, and most of them were young elites of the cat race who were less than 100 years old. In the center of the square, there was an arena. On the stage, there were many geniuses of the cat clan fighting with all their might. Today was the big day of the spiritual cat empire, and it was the day of the 9th princess of the imperial family, Moses Lisa, finding a spouse. The 9th princess, Moses Lisa, was a famous beauty in the Spirit Cat Empire, and was known as the #1 beauty in the capital. At the same time, she was also the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Moses imperial family. She was a 9th grade war emperor before she was even 100 years old. He was only a step away from becoming the sovereign lord. It was even said that he had a chance to become a sovereign lord within 1,000 years. He ignited the divine fire and stepped into the divine mirror. It could be said that he was deeply loved by Moses VIII. No matter who it was, as long as he could take her, he would definitely reach the heavens in a single bound. He would not struggle for who knows how many years. In the east of the Spirit Cat Square, there was a small platform. The great figures of the empire sat on it, and in the center, there was a man wearing a jade robe and a golden crown on his head. There was a pair of cats. The middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing was like a mighty emperor. With just a glance, he could capture the hearts of people and make them submit to him. Moses VIII, the 8th generation emperor of the Spirit Cat Empire. At the same time, he was also one of the supreme experts of the Spirit Cat Empire, a quasi-god expert. Gods were high and mighty, and they usually lived above the 9 heavens. Within the star divine country, unless it was a great calamity of the gods, one could not descend to the mortal world. This was an oracle jointly issued by the 5 supreme gods. In the vast beast god continent, quasi-gods were already the best experts. It was enough to dominate a region and establish an empire. Next to Moses VIII was a peerless demon with a fiery figure. His hair was icy, and his facial features were breathtakingly beautiful. His eyes were like fairies, like angels, and also had traces of a queen's aura. He was so high and mighty, as if there was no one in the world who could enter his eyes. My precious daughter, are there any people who are satisfied with these young heroes? Moses VIII's eyes flashed with a touch of pampering as he asked with a smile. Royal father, if you want to be my daughter's son-in-law, you must be able to defeat my daughter. A hint of disdain flashed across Moses's eyes. Her husband must be. He was a peerless hero, a super expert. Otherwise, what right did a trash who could not even defeat her have to conquer her and become her man? Moses VIII shook his head helplessly. It was easier said than done to find a daughter among his peers who was better than his precious daughter. She was only 100 years old, yet she was already a 9th grade war emperor. There were probably not many people in the entire Spirit Cat Empire. Not to mention his precious daughter. One should know that his 9th daughter had been born by the founder, the Holy Cat of the Eventide. Her Majesty Mo Exodus's blessing allowed her combat strength to far exceed war emperors. Even an ordinary 2nd or 3rd grade combat emperor would find it difficult to match her. She was afraid that there would only be Son of God from the other empires. There was a possibility that she could defeat his precious daughter. Ah, what is that? Suddenly, a cry of surprise attracted everyone's attention. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. It's a ship. There's a ship flying in the sky. How is this possible? Soon, the entire Holy Cat City boiled up. Flying was nothing in the Beast God continent. As long as one's cultivation base reached War Emperor's level, they would have the ability to fly. However, flying on a ship sailing on a river or lake was unheard of. It had to be said that the Beast God continent's achievements lay in the Tao of weapons. It was completely the toddler who had just hobbled, and was miles away from the great world of spiritual martial arts. In the time it took to breathe, the entire sky of the Holy Cat City turned black all of a sudden. Gulp. What a big ship. How can there be such a huge ship in this world? I'm not dreaming, am I? The Group of cat men were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. The biggest ship in the entire Spirit Cat Empire was only 1,000 meters long. Compared to the giant ships in the sky, it was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times longer. At this moment, rumble, rumble, a black armored army numbering in the thousands leapt out from one of the warships. Ah, who are they? Black hair and black eyes, is there such a race in World of Gods? The Beast God Continent and the Beast God Great World. It was just the name of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. The World of Gods was its real name, and above the World of Gods, there were billions of beastmen under the heavens. There was no human race. At that moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying aura that caused even quasi-god experts to tremble erupted from the black armored army, instantly engulfing the entire cat god's capital. In an instant, apart from Moses VIII and a few others, the hundreds of millions of cat people in the cat god's capital were all crushed to the ground. Ah, gods, all of them are gods. How is that possible, Your Majesty? On top of that, Moses VIII resisted the terrifying pressure. His eyes were filled with horror. Thousands of gods, many smaller god systems, even if all the gods were added together, there might not be that many. Of course, most of them were still confused. If it wasn't for the catastrophe of the gods would not be allowed to come to the mortal world. Were they not afraid of the punishment of the supreme gods? Or was it that another great calamity of the gods had arrived? But if that was the case, their progenitor, Dark Night Demon and God Moexodasi, would definitely send down oracles. C1116 The Holy Cat of the Night Moses in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Yang Fann had suppressed the 9 Saint-grade space Scorpio Tigers. After nearly 10 years, Yang Fann and his army had finally arrived at the Beast God Great World. Actually, a month ago, Shining Sun Fleet had already arrived outside of Beast God Great World. However, their fleet had been hovering around the Beast God Great World, and they had not entered the Beast God Great World even after 100,000 light years. It was because Yang Fann still had 2 space Scorpio Tigers that he had yet to fully refine. Yang Fann had always been serious about his own life. No matter how serious he was, he would never dare to be careless. He only had one life. If he lost it, it would be completely gone. After all, it was a large world, and its strength wasn't weak. In any case, it would only take 1 or 2 months at most. It wasn't like he couldn't afford to wait. Only after completely refining all the space Scorpio Tigers did Yang Fann lead his subordinates and march straight into the Beast God Great World. Their first stop was the Spirit Cat Empire, one of the 10 great empires in the eastern part of World of Gods, the capital of the Holy Cat of Capital. In the Spirit Cat Square, the current emperor of the Spirit Cat Empire, Moses VIII and the expert of the Spirit Cat Empire. Their hearts were filled with concern, and they felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. Those who came with ill intentions would not come with good intentions. They would not naively believe that this group of black-haired, black-eyed deities of unknown origins had gathered so many people to come and play in their capital of the Holy Cat. And with the foundation of their Spirit Cat Empire, there were a few lower gods. They could still fight back, but in front of them, there were more than a few gods, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the lowest level lower gods were enough to kill a high god. Furthermore, the aura that erupted from them wasn't as simple as an ordinary lower god, especially the middle-aged god in the lead. He gave the impression of Moses VIII. This god was even stronger than the true god expert he had seen before. Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. It was as if a single strand of energy was enough to crush a top-class quasi-god like him. At this moment, rumble, the middle-aged god's body moved, and he was already right in front of them. He looked down at them from above, his voice so high and mighty. Submit or destroy, hehehehe. Moses VII's legs were trembling, but he still forced himself to calm down. Your Majesty, my spiritual cat empire is the Holy Cat of the Eventide. Her Majesty Moexodasi is directly in charge of the empire. Could it be that you wish to challenge the might of the Dark Night Cat God? Although the god in front of them was very likely to be a true god or even a god, their founder, Her Majesty, the Holy Cat of the Eventide, was a great god. Moses VIII believed that as long as this unknown god had heard of Master Ancestor, he would definitely not touch their Spirit Cat Empire. Unfortunately, he had no idea what kind of existence he was facing. Not to mention a mere god, even the 5 Supreme Sovereign God did not have the ability to make great sage Pu Yuan give in. If you don't surrender, then die. Great Sage Pu Yuan's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. In the next moment, rumble, a brilliant golden light shot out from his eyes towards Moses the Eighth and the Spirit Cat Empire's experts beside him. Ah, no, everyone including Moses the Eighth let out a miserable cry before dying. They closed their eyes in despair. Under the divine light, they were like the lowly aphids on the ground. They could not resist at all. At that moment, how dare you, a furious roar sounded like devil god's roar. Rumble, a terrifying dark shine descended from the sky and blocked the way of Moses the Eighth and the others. It blocked the bright golden light that was shooting towards them. Very quickly, the black light dispersed and a black armored army of 800 people walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his mid-30s. He wore a dark golden armor and held a dark golden divine spear in his hand. He looked majestic, as if Warlord had descended from the heavens. His imposing manner was not inferior to that of a 9 stars great saint. The 800 men behind him were not weak either. All of them had the strength of a 2-star quasi-saint. The outstanding ones among them were chasing after a few 7-star high quasi-saint warriors. It's the 12th Dark Divine General, Lord Mei Sen. Lord Mei Sen is here. We can be saved, we can be saved. Evil God, your time of death has come. In an instant, Moses the Eighth and the others, all of them broke out into cheers of surviving the disaster. The Holy Cat of the Eventide, whom they believed in, was sitting under the Holy Cat of the Eventide. There were 12 divine generals, and each and every one of them. They were the famous warlord among the gods, the 12th divine general, Lord Mason. Although he was ranked at the bottom of the 12 divine generals, he relied on the dark gold divine spear in his hand. He had once fought 3 true gods by himself, and he had even created a terrifying battle record of 2 dead and 1 sleeping. He would definitely be able to kill those evil gods who didn't know what death was. Otherworld evil gods, how dare you trespass my territory? Your death has come. Divine General Mei Sen's eyes sparkled with a greedy light. The gods were high and mighty, and they were not allowed to casually step into the world of gods unless they were facing the great calamity of the gods. However, there was an exception, and that was when the otherworld evil gods invaded. The beast god Great World was a large world, and it was surrounded by a large number of middle world and small worlds. Every once in a while, those powerful existences in the middle world would pass through the spatial barrier and descend to the world of gods to plunder it. This was something that the gods in the starry sky would never allow. Any evil god that discovered it would be surrounded and killed by the gods. Moreover, to the gods, these otherworld evil gods were treasures all over their bodies. Divine bodies and divine bones were top materials used to refine divine weapons. The divine blood could be used to refine medicine and divinity could be used to aid one's cultivation. How dare a puny little aphid dare to be so impudent in front of me? Die now! A hint of ridicule flashed across Great Sage Pu Yuan's eyes. A mere 9th grade mid-stage ant was simply courting death. Although his cultivation base and strength were suppressed by one of the worlds, he was forcefully suppressed by 1 major realm and 10 levels of combat strength. He couldn't unleash 3 levels of combat strength, but with peak half-step Holy Lord's cultivation base. Hong Long. As he spoke, rumble, the golden spear in Great Sage Pu Yuan's hand moved, and he thrust it forward. Fast, his speed almost surpassed Divine General Mei Sen's thinking. He didn't even have time to react before his chest was pierced through. Drip 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 drops of dark golden divine bloods continuously fell from Divine General Mei Sen's chest. He lowered his head to look at the golden divine spear that had pierced through his body. Divine General Mei Sen found it hard to believe what was happening in front of him. Wasn't the otherworld evil gods generally weaker than the local gods? How could the otherworld evil gods be so strong? Trash! Great Sage Pu Yuan sneered and spun the golden divine spear in his hand. Boom! The power of the law of destruction erupted and instantly minced the 10th divine general into pieces. Soldiers, kill rumble. The 1,000 elites under his command immediately began to surge toward God General Mei Sen's 800 divine soldiers. In the sky above World of Gods, on a star that was billions of miles away, in an extremely luxurious divine palace, a graceful woman was sitting on a divine throne. She was wearing only a thin layer of gauze, and her ivory body was showing up in a wild manner. However, there was an ethereal mist rising on the divine throne, causing her to be faintly discernible. However, this kind of blurry state, which seemed to be able to see and not be able to see clearly, caused her to be even more soul-stealing. Below the divine throne, on the left and right sides, there were dozens of powerful gods with powerful auras that were as deep as an ocean. The weakest of them were at the 8 stars Great Saint, which was also at the True God stage. The 2 people at the front had even reached the Holy Lord stage. In the center of the hall, there was a 300-meter-tall divine mirror. Inside the mirror was the battle between 2 armies. To be precise, it was a one-sided slaughter. The army under Great Sage Pu Yuan's command easily slaughtered the 800 divine weapons Divine General Mei Sen had brought with him. Although all quasi-saint warriors were suppressed by the strength of world, their eyesight and experience as 4 stars quasi-saint warriors were not weakened at all. Furthermore, as the elites of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, their inheritance was not something that these native quasi-saint warriors could compare with. These 800 divine weapons were as weak as grass. In just one short exchange, over 100 of them were killed. Unknowingly, the elegant lady on the divine throne frowned. What is the background of this group of otherworld evil gods? They actually have such combat strength. C. 1117 Shocking the gods Dark Knight Divine Country, Cat Divine Palace. Dark Knight Cat God. Mo Exodusy knitted her brows tightly. She was somewhat unable to guess the origin of those otherworld evil gods. The otherworld evil gods. It was not that she had never encountered and killed many of them, but generally speaking, the combat strength of the otherworld evil gods was much lower than that of the local gods. Even if it was the strongest world they knew, the Dark Devil God world, Devil God would at most be able to remain undefeated at the same level. But what they saw was that the evil god in the lead had killed the 12th Divine General, Mason, with a single strike. Even the evil god under her command was able to kill a god of the same level in an instant. This was somewhat frightening, and above those evil gods, the ships that looked like islands made her heart palpitate inexplicably, as if they could threaten the safety of a master god like her. But very quickly, Mo Exodusy reacted. Now was not the time to guess the origin of those evil gods, it was just a short while. Nearly half of the 800 divine weapons had been slaughtered. In at most 1 or 2 minutes, they would be completely slaughtered. Even for a sovereign like her who had existed for hundreds of millions of years. 800 divine weapons was not a small amount of power. One had to know that the Dark Knight divine system only had a total of less than 30,000 divine weapons. And most importantly, that group of otherworld evil gods was obviously plotting against the Spirit Cat Empire. Although the gods were high and mighty, the world of gods was their foundation. Without sufficient faith, these gods, would either lose their strength or sink into the soul. Throughout history, countless gods had gone extinct because of the loss of their believers. The next moment, Mo Exodusy's beautiful eyes turned and she looked around the entire hall. Gods, who is willing to go down to eliminate demons for me? Her voice was filled with traces of lewd sounds, causing one's heart to ripple. This. Very quickly, within the hall, most of the gods lowered their heads silently, not daring to look Mo Exodusy in the eye. Even the 12th Divine General Mei Sen was instantly killed by the evil god. Their strength was not even comparable to Mei Sen's. If they went down, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. At this moment, on the second seat to the right, a majestic middle-aged divine general who looked like warlord stood up and said, "My lord, end requests to fight." "All right, Brad, I will fight with your 3,000 divine weapons. Quickly descend to the lower realm to eliminate the devils." Mo Exodusy's eyes lit up. "Order the 4th divine general, Brad." He was a peak true god and was only a step away. She was about to become a heavenly god, and only the 1st godly general Warner and the 2nd godly general Gavin were able to suppress her. Her divine power was 100 times greater than the 12th divine general Mason, and with the help of the 3,000 divine weapons, she was certain that she would be able to wipe out the otherworld evil gods. "Yes, End has received the order. Holy Cat City, Holy Cat Square." The smiles on the faces of Moses VIII and the other ruling class of the Spirit Cat Empire disappeared once again, and they were replaced by endless fear. They were dead, and the invincible 12 divine generals in their hearts, Lord Mason, died just like that. Even the great gods under their command were slaughtered by the evil gods as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. Primogenitor, is our Spirit Cat Empire going to die like this? Single quote. 1 minute later, out of the 800 divine weapons, there were less than 300 of them. They were about to be destroyed. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a 7-colored light door suddenly appeared in the sky above the Holy Cat Square. Endless 7-colored divine light burst out from the door, holy and unparalleled. The next moment, The fourth Divine General Brad led 3,000 divine weapons of the Dark Knight Divine System and leapt out from the rainbow-colored light door. How dare you, evil god! The fourth Divine General Brad, who was under Mo Exodus's command, was here. Why aren't you kneeling down and surrendering? Kabir roared, and a terrifying aura that was comparable to a half-step Holy Lord burst out from his body, crushing towards Great Sage Pu Yuan and his thousands of quasi-saint subordinates. Ah, it's the fourth Divine General, Lord Kabir the progenitor didn't abandon us. Evil god, your death has come. In an instant, Moses VIII and the others were delighted once again. Lord Brad wasn't the 12 Divine Generals, Mason. He would definitely be able to kill these bitch evil gods. Hee hee. Finally, a big fish came. Great Sage Pu Yuan narrowed his eyes and a cold smile flashed across his face. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. After the fierce battle just now, he could tell that these so-called gods, the martial skill was extremely crude and ugly. It was the spiritual martial arts continent. A few random emperor, in terms of martial skill. Furthermore, the so-called divine power. Compared to the amount of divine power they had cultivated, the amount of divine power they possessed might not be any weaker. However, in terms of quality, there was a huge difference. If their magical energy was iron, then the divine energy of these deities. At most, it was just a piece of wood. If these gods were placed in the great world of spiritual martial arts, even if the strength of world didn't suppress them, they would still be at the bottom of the same level. With the difference in cultivation level, they would be able to bully those who were weaker than them. Although he was currently suppressed by the strength of world to the peak of the 9 stars great saint, his actual combat strength was still not comparable to the half-step holy lord of the other major powers in the spiritual martial arts continent. A fierce light flashed in Great Sage Pu Yuan's eyes. His body moved, and he lunged at the fourth Divine General. Evil god, you're courting death soldiers, follow me. Brad instantly became furious. This lowly otherworld evil gods actually dared to take the initiative to attack. This was the biggest provocation to him. Rumble. In an instant, a golden and a dark figure collided with each other. Bang! In the space of a breath, a figure was sent flying backwards, and drops of golden blood continuously dripped down. Ah, it's Lord Brad. This is not real, not real. Moses VIII and the others could not believe what they were seeing. That was the fourth Divine General, Lord Brad, the god who ranked in the top 5 of the Holy Cat of the Eventide. It was not just Moses VIII and the others. Inside the cat's divine palace, Mo Exodus and the other deities of the Dark Knight Divine System, who were observing the battle in the lower realm through the divine mirror, were equally shocked. Compared to Moses VIII and the other quasi-gods, they could clearly see that the fourth Divine General, Brad, had been crushed and heavily injured in just one exchange. He had no ability to resist at all. You piece of trash, you want to capture me? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Great Sage Pu Yuan smiled contemptuously. If it wasn't for the strength of world suppression, a mere half-step holy lord like him would have been able to kill him with a single strike. However, he was confident that he would be able to kill him with just a strike. As he spoke, Great Sage Pu Yuan tore through space and charged at Brad, who was flying backwards. My lord, end requests to fight. The second Divine General Jia Wen immediately stood up. He had always been on good terms with the fourth Godly General. He was able to compete with the first Godly General, Warner, because he had the help of the fourth Godly General. Once the fourth Godly General died, he would no longer have the strength to fight against the first Godly General. Among the 12 Godly Generals, he was the second Godly General. In other words, he had gathered 4 Godly Generals and was stronger than the first Godly General in the future. The difference was quite great. Although the first God General's side had also lost one of the 12 Divine Generals, Mason could not compare to the fourth God General Brad. Where there were people, there would be the Zhonghu. These high and mighty deities were no exception. No, my lord, Brad must be saved. The second Divine General, Garvin, immediately became anxious. At this moment, Mo Exodus stood up from her seat and said solemnly, this time, I will personally meet this bunch of evil gods and follow me down to the lower realm. C1118A Clown. The Holy Cat of the Eventide, Mo Exodus thought that by sending out the fourth God General Brad and 3,000 divine weapons, she would be able to take down the otherworld evil gods. He had also seen the cultivation base of the leading otherworld evil gods. Compared to the fourth Godly General Brad, there was still a significant gap. He had never thought that it would only be a confrontation. One of the 5 godly spirits under her command, Brad, was heavily injured by the evil god. It was a complete one-sided suppression, and the 3,000 godly weapons. 3 against 1, and they were even beaten up by the deities of divergence. At this moment, Moexodasi could no longer sit still. Brad was different from the 12 divine generals Mason. He was her most capable subordinate. Once he died, it would be enough to shake the foundation of the Dark Knight divine system. And the 3,000 divine weapons, if they were all destroyed, it would also be a big loss to the Dark Knight divine system. After pondering for a moment, he rejected the second godly general's request to fight and decided to take action personally. Although the second godly general Jia Wen had already ascended to the heavenly god realm, he was still like the evil god. It was not an easy task to severely injure the fourth divine general, Brad. With him participating in the battle, he might not be able to take down the otherworld evil gods. If he was not careful, not only would he not be able to save the fourth divine general, but he might also be thrown into the fight. If that was really the case, the Dark Knight divine system would suffer a great loss. Heavenly God expert, it was almost a top-tier deity. It would not be easy to recruit one. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become a sovereign for tens of millions of years, and she wouldn't only have Warner and Garwin as her subordinates. In the sky above the Holy Cat Square, Kill Great Sage Pu Yuan did not show mercy when he gained the upper hand. The quasi-saint tool in his hand, the divine spear of destruction, shot out like a water flood dragon, aiming straight for Kabir's vitals. The attack directly hit Kabir, who could only parry, and didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. He was like a lone boat in the middle of a storm, and he was in danger of being destroyed at any moment. The 3,000 divine weapons that he had brought with him weren't any better either. They were a group of divine gods that couldn't even be compared to the rogue cultivators of the spiritual martial arts continent. How could they be a match for the elites of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts? If it wasn't for the fact that their cultivation base had been suppressed by more than half. These 3,000 divine weapons had been slaughtered a long time ago. But even then, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and they would soon follow in the footsteps of those 800 divine weapons. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, the 7-colored light door that had disappeared not too long ago once again appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, the deities of the Dark Knight divine system were transported out from the spatial gate. The leader was the master of the Dark Knight god system, the Holy Cat of the Dark Knight, Moexodasi. However, Moexodasi had changed into a military uniform and a dark golden battle robe. It wrapped around her exquisite body and added a bit of a queen's elegance to her. Behind her was a group of gods and true gods of the Dark Knight divine system. In order to take down this group of powerful otherworld evil gods in one fell swoop, the Dark Knight divine system had used up all of its experts. Other than Moexodasi, the sovereign and the 2 heavenly gods, the first and second divine generals, there were also 42 true god experts. The normal 3 gods were even more densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. This power was not weak even in the spiritual martial arts continent. It was enough to suppress many 9-star holy cities. It's His Majesty Dark Knight. His Majesty has come. His Majesty has come. Evil God, your end is here. In an instant, the originally despairing hearts of the Spirit Cat Empire once again bloomed with a glimmer of hope. The 12 divine generals and the 4th divine general were not the match of these evil gods. Could it be that the mighty Holy Cat of the Night was also not the match of these evil gods? That was the Supreme Master God, second only to Sovereign God. He was the highest level expert among all the gods. How could these evil gods compare to him? Moreover, the Holy Cat of the Eventide had descended to the mortal world alone, with a large number of gods following behind him. Rumble. Moexodasi waved her hand and a black light flashed. It wrapped around the heavily injured 4th god General Brad and brought him to her side. Strangely, she didn't hurt Great Sage Pu Yuan. Seeing Moexodasi save Brad, Great Sage Pu Yuan didn't chase after her. Instead, he gathered his subordinates and looked vigilantly at Moexodasi. He could feel a deep sense of danger from Moexodasi. Even at his peak, he was far from being a match for her, let alone him, whose cultivation base was suppressed by 1 level. With his current condition, he would probably be completely suppressed if he could not even resist a single move. This god, those who know the situation are the elites. Surrender. As long as you surrender to me, I will let bygones be bygones. Moexodasi's voice was filled with a bewitching charm, but it was filled with the desire to love talents. Although this god of divergence was only a true god, his combat strength was no less than that of some heavenly gods. The most important thing was that they also controlled some mysterious martial skill. Those mysterious martial skill were definitely the only things she had seen in her life. Once the Dark Knight divine system controlled those mysterious martial skill, their power would increase exponentially. Other than the 5 supreme gods, there were probably not many divine systems that could be a match for the Dark Knight divine system. Surrender to you. Ha 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 ha. A great sage Pu Yuan burst into laughter, as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. Not only him, but the quasi-saint behind him also burst into laughter. They had no idea where this native of the beast god world got his confidence from. Didn't he see the Sunshine battleship hovering behind them? With their meager strength, any single Sunshine battleship could send them to hell to meet the Underworld King. All of you better not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Mo Exodus frowned and anger flashed across her beautiful eyes. This group of otherworld evil gods were already like turtles in a jar, but they still dared to be so impudent. Did they really think that she could turn the tables? Although their martial skill was incomparably profound, they had the ability to challenge those above their level, but the huge gap in their cultivation was enough to crush everything. As for the huge ships in the sky, although she was slightly afraid of them, she was only slightly afraid of them. Even the masters of these huge ships would be easily suppressed by her, let alone these dead things. The true nature of the Sunshine battleship was not something that a puny sovereign like her could see through. 10 breaths. I'll give you 10 more breaths of time. Do you want to resist to the end, or do you want to surrender to me? Vaguely, traces of killing intent flickered in Mo Exodus's eyes. If these guys were still stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. In the sky above the Spirit Cat Square, in a Sunshine battleship master control room, 50 terrifying experts with powerful auras, which looked like the stars in the sea of stars, were looking through the crystal screens at Mo Exodus, who was showing off her mightiness. Each of them had a look of ridicule in their eyes, as if they were looking at a clown. Among these people, no one's imposing manner was below Mo Exodus's. Especially the 5 people at the top, their imposing manner was more than 1,000 times greater than Mo Exodus's. More than 400, nearly 500 perfection semi-saint. Except for the 36 to 36 ninth rank perfection semi-saint warriors who were in charge of Galaxy, the rest of the perfection semi-saint warriors were evenly distributed among the 99 Sunshine battleship by Yang Fann. Each Sunshine battleship usually had 4 or 5 perfection semi-saint warriors guarding it. The strongest one among them was either a 7th or 8th grade perfection semi-saint. Right at this moment, one of the 5 perfection semi-saint old men with white hair and a youthful face swept his gaze across the area and landed on an peak semi-saint below. He said casually, "Tions, I'll let you go. C1119 submit or destroy the Holy Cat's capital, above the Holy Cat Square." The Holy Cat Mo Exodus of the Dark Knight led the gods of the Dark Knight god system and looked down at the soldiers under the command of Great Sage Pu Yuan. She was arrogant and did not put Great Sage Pu Yuan and the others in her eyes at all. No matter how powerful the martial skill was, so what? In the face of absolute power, everything was so powerless. Mo Exodus had even started to calculate what she should do after obtaining those miraculous martial skill. Should she annex a few more major god systems to strengthen the Dark Knight god system? Little did she know that in the eyes of some people, these gods were just a bunch of clowns who did not know what to do. 10 breaths of time is up. What are your considerations? Surrender or die? Mo Exodus calmly looked at Great Sage Pu Yuan and coldly said, "You think you can make us surrender?" Great Sage Pu Yuan was as disdainful as ever. "I really don't know where you natives get your confidence from, or do you think we're that weak? What could it be?" Mo Exodus's expression changed slightly. Vaguely, a deep uneasiness surged into her heart. Just at this moment, rumble under the command of a half-step Holy Lord Stage Great Elder, thousands of soldiers in black armor flew out from the Sunshine battleship above. Soon, the number of soldiers had exceeded 100,000, and it was still increasing. In just a breath's time, Mo Exodus and the group of gods of the Dark Knight god system had been surrounded. "Bitch it, we fell into a trap." "Trap? This is a trap. My lord, what should we do? What should we do?" In an instant, the expressions of the deities of the Dark Knight divine system, including the first and second divine generals, changed. Their hearts burned with anxiety, as if they were ants on a hot pan. They were only facing 1,000 people, yet they had already beaten up thousands of divine weapons and made them cry for their mothers and fathers. And now, the black armored evil god in the surroundings. More than 10 times, 100 times. And the leader of the evil gods gave them the feeling that they were no less powerful than the powerful evil gods who had challenged 2 divine generals in a row. Although each of them only had true god cultivation, however, their actual strength was most likely at the heaven god realm. They were not strong enough to fight against them. At this moment, only the holy cat of the eventide, wuxia, could barely maintain her composure. Although there were many black armored evil gods, the strongest one was the combat strength of heavenly gods. There was no sovereign expert like his. With her strength, although she was not a match for over 100 heavenly gods, if she wanted to leave wholeheartedly, she was confident that these evil gods would not be able to stop her. But was it really as simple as wuxia thought? In a breath's time, rumble, a golden beam of light tore through the void. In the next moment, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared 1,000 feet away from wuxia. In an instant, the huge holy cat square was filled with a terrifying pressure. Even wuxia, the master god, felt her heart palpitate. The gods behind her, except for the true gods and heavenly gods, all the divine weapons knelt down and could not move at all. Bitch, how can there be such an expert within the evil gods? wuxia's expression finally changed at this moment. Her beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable panic. This golden-robed man in front of her made her feel a little out of breath. She faintly felt as though she was facing those great sovereigns who had lived for billions of years. Great sovereigns. This was the ultimate expert amongst the great sovereigns. It was the existence closest to sovereign God. Every single one of them had an awe-inspiring divine might. It has the power to easily wipe out ordinary sovereigns. In other words, they were perfection semi-saint warriors amongst the martial artist warriors of the human race. This lord, he was mistaken. Misunderstanding everything is a misunderstanding. wuxia's voice was slightly trembling, making people feel pity in their hearts. They could not bear to hurt her. How is this possible? It is not true. This is not true. How could Her Majesty, how could she? On the Holy Cat Square, Moses VIII and the others were in disbelief. They felt as if their faith had collapsed. Was this still the invincible Holy Cat of the night they knew? Kitten, you'd better tell this to the Lord. A hint of ridicule flashed across Elder Tianz's eyes. What? He still has a master. How is this possible? wuxia suspected that she was hallucinating. This evil god in front of her was very likely a sovereign level. Peerless expert. Such a peerless great god who had the qualifications to be its master. Could it be a certain sovereign god? But if it was really sovereign god, how could he possibly take a fancy to her small spirit cat empire? They were sovereigns and heavenly gods, and they needed the power of faith to maintain their divine power. However, sovereign God had long escaped the shackles of the power of faith, and even if he didn't have a single believer, he wouldn't be able to affect them in the slightest. Furthermore, the 5 supreme gods had not appeared in World of Gods for who knew how many years. Or was it the birth of sovereign God among the gods of divergence? But according to the legends, wasn't there only a chance to advance to sovereign God in the main world? In other worlds, the limit was the great master god realm. Right at this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and grabbed towards wuxia. Poochie poochie poochie, wherever the giant hand passed, time and space were completely destroyed. Around wuxia, a large number of divine weapons were crushed into pieces by the terrifying aura. Even among the 42 true gods, many of them were completely crushed. Not good. wuxia's face turned pale. She no longer cared about who was able to subdue such a peerless expert. Dark Night Demon's dagger, break it for me Poochie. A dark shine that could destroy everything tore through the sky and stabbed into the heaven-sheltering big hand. This strike was wuxia's most powerful strike. Even some of the peak sovereign lords did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. However, it was still a little weak in front of Grand Elder Heavenly Grace. Although he, a peak semi-saint, was about to lose his position as a half-saint under the suppression of the strength of world, and was barely able to exert primary semi-sage's cultivation base and strength, his combat strength still surpassed that of a peak sovereign lord and was on par with a great sovereign lord. Poochie. In an instant, the heaven-sheltering big hand crushed the dark shine into pieces, and grabbed wuxia in its hand. Defeated. His Majesty the Holy Cat of the Eventide lost just like that. Woo. Impossible. How could my lord be defeated? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The gods of the Dark Knight god system, including Moses the Eighth, all collapsed completely. That was their belief. How could the high and mighty master god be defeated so easily? They couldn't accept it. They really couldn't accept it. Fu Yuan, I'll leave these natives to you. Yes, Lord Eminent Elder. Galactic Warship, Master Control Room. Yang Fann sat on the throne with 36 ninth rank perfection semi-saint ranked around him. Tap tap tap, a man and a woman walked in from outside the Master Control Room. Bang, in an instant, the man knelt in front of Yang Fann. His eyes were filled with an indescribable fanaticism, as if he was the most loyal believer. He shouted loudly, "My lord is blessed. My lord has a long and boundless lifespan. My life is equal to the heavens." Half a year ago, Yang Fann had suppressed the 9 saint-level space beasts and completely conquered the entire fleet. From perfection semi-saint to ordinary quasi-saint, almost all of them had become Yang Fann's devout believers. He is that mysterious lord. This is a lie, right? Mo Exodusy could not believe her eyes. Although she could not see through the cultivation base of the young man on the throne, there was one thing that she was certain of. This man in black in front of her was too young. He was definitely not more than 1,000 years old. At such a young age, Heaven's Pride was the only one who could break through to the heavenly divine realm in the world of gods. Even those legendary monsters that were rarely seen in hundreds of millions of years could only break through to the high god realm within 1,000 years. What right did he have to become the master of a sovereign? Bitch, why aren't you kneeling down when you see our lord? Boom boom, in an instant, a terrifying aura that was thousands of times more terrifying than Grand Elder Heavenly Graces was unleashed. Boom 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 bang, in an instant, Mo Exodusy was pressed to the ground and could not move. Her beautiful eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The great sovereigns were all great sovereigns. How was this possible? There were 36 great sovereigns, a total of 36 great sovereigns. Even she did not know that many great sovereigns. And just at this moment, on the throne, Yang Fann's gaze turned and landed on Mo Exodusy. In an instant, Mo Exodusy felt as if her entire body had been seen through and all her secrets were exposed. At this moment, she faintly understood why so many sovereign lords had submitted to him. No matter what, she was still a sovereign lord of a region. Even a sovereign lord would not be able to easily see through everything about her. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Submit or destroy. Yang Fann's voice was flat, but it carried an irresistible force. C-1120 Unknowable Stratagem Galactic Warship, within the Master Control Room. Yang Fann looked down at the holy cat of the Eventide, Mo Exodusy, who was kneeling on the ground. His voice was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But when it fell into Mo Exodusy's ears, it was like the sound of the great path, making her heart tremble. She knew that her life was in this moment. As long as she answered the word no, what awaited her would be death. A peerless expert like this was definitely not a soft-hearted person. In front of her, beauty was nothing. With just a slight hesitation, Mo Exodusy chose to submit. Losing her freedom was better than losing her own life. The weak would surrender to the expert. This was the eternal truth. Furthermore, so many sovereign lords had submitted to his feet. She was just a mere master god, and there was nothing worthy of her to consider herself worthy of her status. In fact, it was her fortune that she was able to attach herself to such a peerless expert. Alright, let go of your sea of consciousness. Don't resist. Yang Fann nodded slightly. Yes, master. Mo Exodusy did not hesitate at all and directly let go of her sea of consciousness. Clearly, she had already adjusted her position. Boom, Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A wisp of his spirit was immediately thrown into Mo Exodusy's sea of consciousness. Hiss, what a terrifying spiritual power. Is this master's power? Mo Exodusy's heart trembled. Although Yang Fann's wisp of mental energy was very insignificant, however, with Yang Fann's cultivation level, his holy soul had already transformed into a real holy soul. It was also called a holy soul, but it was a half-saint holy soul. It could only be considered a pseudo-holy soul, and holy sovereign's holy soul. There was a fundamental difference, like a small stream and a vast ocean. Heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even if it was just a strand, it was enough to crush a low-grade perfection semi-saint, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than Mo Exodusy. In an instant, Mo Exodusy's memory flashed in Yang Fann's mind like a stream of light. The reason why he accepted Mo Exodus was mainly because Yang Fann wanted to understand the specific situation of Beast God Great World through her. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. The information about the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts was just a general introduction of the Beast God Great World, but there was not much information about it. As for Mo Exodus, as a sovereign, she could be considered a top-tier expert in the Beast God Great World. Even if she didn't know everything about the Beast God Great World, she should know more than half of it. Of course, her peerless appearance was also somewhat related. Beautiful women, especially peerless beauties, were always easier to obtain favorable impressions than men. Of course, it did not mean that he had any evil thoughts towards Mo Exodus. It was purely appreciation and appreciation for beautiful things. Yang Fann did not really care about beauty. Perhaps it was because of the influence of his father, Yang Yunfeng, that he only loved his mother for his entire life. In his heart, he had a few close female friends to accompany him. It was enough 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with many wives and concubines. It was not what he thought. Climbing the peak of the martial arts, surpassing all experts, and becoming invincible in the world was his lifelong pursuit. Otherwise, with so many maids by his side, he wouldn't have to sleep alone every night. Furthermore, this Mo Exodus was no longer a pure yin body. He did not know if this was a second hand or a third hand. Or a fourth hand. A woman, even if she was 10 times more beautiful, Yang Fann would not really take a fancy to her. Just as Yang Fann read Mo Exodus's memories, Fu Yuan and the others also began to attack the other deities of the Dark Knight divine system. Facing the combined attack of hundreds of thousands of quasi-saint warriors from the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, these divine spirits of the Dark Knight divine system didn't even last 10 breaths of time before they chose to surrender. As for these gods who surrendered, Fu Yuan and the others didn't continue to kill them. Their main purpose in conquering the Beast God Great World was to plunder resources. If they wanted to mine all kinds of resources, they would need a lot of labor, and these natives of the Beast God Great World were the best labor. With the surrender of the gods of the Dark Knight God system, how could the Spirit Cat Empire dare to resist? Even the high and mighty gods were defeated. Only these ants with the cultivation base of the strongest quasi-god could resist. They were simply courting death. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, rumble, Yang Fann's closed eyes opened, and 2 beams of divine light flashed past them. His pupils instantly lit up. They were as brilliant as the starry sky, vast and boundless, and terrifying to the soul. The next moment, a smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Borrowing the power of faith to cultivate, this is not a bad shortcut. Compared to the great world of spiritual martial arts, where they cultivated step by step, the speed at which these Beast God Great World's gods advanced could be considered as the speed of lightning, and it could even be said to be inconceivable. The spirit martial continent was an ordinary martial artist. If one wanted to advance to the quasi-saint stage, it would usually take hundreds of millions of years. However, in the Beast God Great World, as long as one had enough believers, it would not take a few thousand years for one to ignite the divine fire and advance to the lower. Many major powers and top-grade monsters were just like this. Even after reaching the Tao and becoming a god, the power of faith could still make their cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. For example, Mo Exodus had only spent 10 million years to successfully ascend to the position of sovereign. As for the half-saints in spiritual martial arts continent, there were a few who had not cultivated bitterly for hundreds of millions of years, or even more years, before successfully attaining the position of a half-saint. However, the disadvantages of this path of faith were equally shocking. All of their strength came from their followers, and their foundations were extremely unstable. Once their followers died on a large scale or abandoned their beliefs, the end of the gods would come. Moreover, the gods were not allowed to leave the world as they pleased. Once they left the world, it would be like rootless water. Their strength would drop at a terrifying rate, and they might even fall into a deep slumber because of the depletion of their divine power. Also, his low combat strength had also allowed Yang Fann to gain some experience. Compared to those silk pants Gongzi who relied entirely on pills, he was not much stronger. He could only rely on the gap between their cultivation realms to bully the weak. Overall, the disadvantages of the Tao of Faith were far greater than the benefits. It wasn't feasible. However, these gods are all living above the divine country. This is a huge problem. The sky above the world of gods was filled with stars. Many of them were real stars, but some of them were actually the gods, divine country. The divine country was the lair of the gods, and it was also the strongest means of protection of the gods. A lower god was residing in the divine country. Even if an intermediate god dared to trespass, he would most likely be suppressed by the lower god. A sovereign like Mo-Exodus was in his own divine kingdom. The combat strength she could exert was definitely not below that of an ordinary low-grade perfection semi-saint. It was even more so for those sovereign lords who were comparable to a perfection semi-saint. Even if it was Yang Fann's 36 ninth rank perfection semi-saint subordinates, it would still be hard for them to gain any advantage in their divine country. After all, under the suppression of the strength of world, all of their strength was suppressed by one major grade, and they would be able to unleash the combat strength of a rank 6 perfection semi-saint. Of course, the ones that Yang Fann truly feared were the 5 supreme gods. Once they broke through to the 4th grade saint realm, with the help of the divine kingdom, even a 5th grade saint might be suppressed by them. Although his strength had increased greatly, under the suppression of the strength of world, he could at most unleash the combat strength of a 5th grade saint. If they really wanted to invade their divine country, it was really hard to say who would be able to suppress who. Before I kill those 5 supreme gods, it would be inappropriate for me to casually attack them. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to leave my divine country in fear. Ordinary half-saints and perfection semi-saint. It wouldn't be of much help to my myriad beast holy body. What he needed was the real holy beast. Yang Fann had a feeling that even if he devoured and refined all the sovereign gods and great sovereigns in Beast God Great World, it would be very difficult for his myriad beast holy body to break through to the perfection stage. Only those 5 supreme gods would be able to help him take that final step. Looks like I have to think of a way to let those gods leave their divine country on their own accord. Under the circumstances where he couldn't casually make a move, with just his subordinates alone, he directly conquered the divine country. Even if he could win in the end, he would still suffer a great loss. Furthermore, the divine country was not fixed. If those gods saw that the situation was bad, hiding in the divine country was also a troublesome matter. The Beast God Great World was a large world after all, not to mention there were countless small worlds in the middle world. Yang Fann didn't want to waste too much time in Beast God Great World. If possible, he wanted to conquer as many large worlds as possible before setting off for Origin Continent. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yang Fann's mind, and a cold smile flashed across his face. I don't believe that you gods can still sit still after breaking your roots. C-1121 They swept across the entire continent. The Tao of Faith has a lot of drawbacks, but it also has its uniqueness. Like the divine country, it was a huge advantage. As the lair of the gods, within it, the gods were able to unleash 100 times, 1,000 times their combat strength. It was enough to exceed 1 level, or even 2 levels. In a battle with a powerful enemy, with the strength of Yang Fann's subordinates, it was not that they could not take down the divine country of gods. It was just that the price they had to pay at that time was a little too great. Since these people had already acknowledged him as their master, Yang Fann didn't want them to suffer too many casualties if it wasn't necessary. In the end, Yang Fanshihai had an idea. Since divine country was not easy to attack, he would force them out of the divine kingdom. The gods had an agreement that the gods were not allowed to attack the mortals in the world of gods. In the end, the war between the gods was a war of faith. If all the mortals died, then what was the point of fighting? However, Yang Fann didn't have that many concerns. Soon, the huge shining sun fleet spread out. Apart from the flagship galactic warship, the remaining 99 sunshine battleships flew in all directions. The world of gods was so vast that it was not much different from the spiritual martial arts continent. The kingdoms on it stood like trees in a forest, like the stars in the sky. There were countless of them. The empire was high and mighty, and below them were the kingdoms. Below the kingdoms were the dukedoms, and countless smaller kingdoms. The territories, population, and power of these 4 large countries were a huge factor. However, the true deciding factor was whether the gods they worshipped were powerful or not. The empire generally believed in gods like the holy cat Mo-Exodus of the Dark Knight. Among them, the most powerful empires even worshipped the great sovereigns of 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 the great sovereigns. As for kingdoms, they often needed true divinities. even the protection of the heavenly gods, a level higher duchy. The first condition was to obtain the protection of a high god, while a small country at the lowest level. This was the source of the faith of countless lower gods and intermediate gods. Barker Kingdom, one of the hundreds of kingdoms around the Spirit Cat Empire. Patron saint was the three-eyed wolf god, Barman. He was a powerful god whose strength was not inferior to the first and second generals under the Holy Cat Mo Exodus. The Baltic god system, led by him, was also a powerful god system that could squeeze into the top 100 in the Far East. Barak City was the king's city of the Barker Kingdom, although it was not as majestic as the Holy Cat City. However, it could also be considered majestic and took up a lot of space. It was no less than 3 million square kilometers, and the permanent residents numbered more than 300 million. Noon. Rumble. A silver light tore through the skies above Baroque City. In that instant, the entire Baroque City began to seethe with excitement. What did they see? A huge ship that was thousands of miles long appeared in the skies above their Baroque City. There were more than 100 warships in the entire glorious Sun Fleet. There were also a large number of Moon Chinese warships and lower-grade starry warships stored within the space. What appeared in the sky above Baroque City was a Moon Chinese warship. The entire warship was 3,600 kilometers long and 490 kilometers wide. It was equipped with 81 star cannons and 3,600 star cannons, and it had a Moonhua-grade defense system. It was enough to defend against the attacks of ordinary demi-saint ancestor, and it had the ability to fight peak semi-saint warriors. At this moment, rumble, a beam of destructive light shot out from a meteorite cannon and struck the center of Barak City, on top of a glorious divine hall. Although the falling star cannon was only a secondary cannon of the Moon Chinese warship, its power was less than 1,000th of the power of the Star Destroyer cannon. However, a single shot was comparable to the full power of a half-step Holy Lord. In an instant, the glorious divine hall was reduced to ashes. Even the surrounding area, which was 10,000 miles in radius, was turned into ashes. Roar! Who is it? How dare you destroy my divine hall? A terrifying roar descended from the sky, engulfing the entire Barak City. The next moment, rumble, a terrifying black pillar of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. Soon, a wolf-headed, human-bodied wolf with 3 eyes walked out from within, and a terrifying baleful aura gushed out from it, spreading out in all directions. This werewolf was none other than patron saint of the Barker Kingdom, the three-eyed wolf god, Barman. The divine hall was a place of worship for the gods. It was the place where the believers prayed. Every divine hall was the eyes and ears of the gods in World of Gods. It was the palace of the gods in World of Gods. Destroying the divine hall of the three-eyed wolf god, Barman, was a direct provocation to Barman. At that moment, rumble, the sky suddenly darkened, and a heaven-sheltering big hand that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide descended from the sky, grabbing towards the three-eyed wolf god, Balman. Ah, no, Barman, the three-eyed wolf god, only had time to let out a despairing howl before he was captured with one hand. In the time it takes to breathe, rumble, rumble, several small battleships that were over 100 kilometers long and 18 kilometers wide rose into the air from within the Moon Chinese warship. In the blink of an eye, they shot up into the sky. Star's battleship, the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts' main force battleship. It was equipped with 4-star obliteration cannons and 81-star cannon cannons. Its combat strength was not inferior to an ordinary Holy Lord's expert. 15 minutes later, several starry battleships appeared outside of the divine country and captured the three-eyed wolf god, Barman. It was extremely easy to find him in the divine country. The next moment, rumble, rumble, dozens of stars warships shot out at the same time, directly blowing up the barrier of divine country in the divine country of Barman. Groups of black-armored quasi-saint warriors led by half-step Holy Lord charged into the divine country like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Without Barman, the ruler of the divine country would be like a tiger without its claws and claws. The power of the 10th floor would not be able to be unleashed at all. With just those divine weapons and divine generals alone, how could they withstand the ferocious quasi-saint army? Very quickly, Barman divine country had fallen completely. A large number of divine soldiers, divine generals, and divine servants had been captured, and a huge amount of resources had been plundered. As for these divine spirit natives of the Divergence, they were mainly captured, and they were all good slaves. One day later, The 8 true gods of the Brahman god system, 36 high gods, 81 intermediate gods, and 168 lower gods. Not a single one of them was left alive. All of them were destroyed in the divine country, uprooted from the roots. Of course, this did not mean that there were only these few experts in the entire Brahman god system. Divine weapons and generals might not be weaker than gods. Some powerful divine generals were like the 12 divine generals under Mo-Exodus. Each and every one of them was comparable to a true god. Even the heavenly god expert, strictly speaking, they didn't have their own divine country. They also did not have true believers. Everything depended on the blessings and nurturing of the gods they served. They were both lower gods, but compared to those lower gods who had divine kingdoms, they were all lower gods. In the future, these divine weapons and gods with the strength of lower gods would have a much higher status. The Hisith kingdom was the same as the Barker kingdom. It was also a neighboring kingdom of the spirit cat empire. The one it worshipped was the black-eyed snake god, Choba. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the three-eyed wolf god, Barman. The entire Choba system, there were a total of 7 true gods, 28 high gods, 83 intermediate gods, and 136 lower gods. In less than 2 hours after the Baltic god system was breached, all the gods of the Choba god system also fell. After capturing the divine masters of the various major god systems, it was extremely easy to find the other gods of the god system. As subsidiary gods, there was an extremely strong connection between them and the god lords. The Abba divine system, then the god system, the Pegasus god system, the Barden god system, Elson god system, Norman god system, Bai Lun divine system, Thousand Eye divine system, one god system after another was quickly breached. In just a short period of 3 days, over 10,000 god systems fell, and millions of gods were turned into slaves. Countless resources were plundered clean, and with Sunshine battleships as transfers, they were transported into the galactic warship. This caused Yang Fann's dried-up resources to snowball, quickly accumulating. C-1122 complete collapse. Yang Fann had nearly 2.1 billion men from the elite army under his command. Apart from a small portion of them who were guarding the galactic warship, most of the elites were sent out by Yang Fann. With the 99 Sunshine battleship as the center, the army would split into 99 groups to conquer the world of gods. Each path had an army of 21 million. Among them, 20 million were quasi-saint, 1 million were great saints, more than 10,000 were holy lord, dozens of were half-saints, and a few were perfection semi-saint. Furthermore, each path was guarded by a high-ranked perfection semi-saint, in case those great sovereigns of the world of gods were involved. After that, every army was divided into several hundred small teams, forming a small fleet of nearly 100 stars warships with a Moon Chinese warship as the flagship. Each small fleet would have at least tens of thousands of elites and at most hundreds of thousands. Like locusts crossing the border, they swept across the entire world of gods. First, they attacked the divine masters of the various major divine systems, the divine hall, and lured out the divine masters. Then, they used the connection between the divine masters and the various major divine departments to follow the clues and take down the entire divine system in one fell swoop. 3 months. It was just a short 3 months. Hundreds of thousands of god systems of varying sizes fell one after another. Tens of millions of gods fell from their altars and became lowly slaves. As for the god generals and divine weapons under the gods, there were even more of them. As for their own losses, they were negligible. They only lost hundreds of thousands of quasi-saint warriors. The strongest among them was only a few half-step holy lord. Each fleet had at most 100,000 people, but that didn't mean they were weak. Each fleet usually had a dozen or 20 holy lord in charge, and there was no lack of peak holy lord among them. Although his cultivation base had fallen to the half-step Holy Lord stage due to the suppression of the strength of world, a dozen of Holy Lord had joined forces. He still had the power to fight a sovereign lord. Not to mention, the Moon Chinese warship and the Stars warship were not to be trifled with either. The strength of world had a very strong suppressive effect on martial artist warriors. However, the suppressive effect on the warships and other items was negligible. At most, it would weaken the warship's power by a layer. A single Moon Chinese warship, combined with nearly 100 Stars warships, was enough to suppress those peak sovereign lords of Beast God Great World. And within those several 100,000 god systems, just the sovereign god systems that had the sovereign god expert guarding them numbered over 100. Even the sovereign god systems had 2 of them suppressed. Although a small fleet was not a match for the sovereign god, within every single lunar Chinese warship, there were sunshine battleships that were connected to the sunshine battleship. As long as they could slightly defend against the sovereign's attack, the perfection semi-saint residing within the sunshine battleship would be able to quickly provide assistance. 1 year later, more than half of the eastern part of World of Gods had fallen. Hundreds of empires, over 10,000 kingdoms, millions of duchies, and hundreds of millions of small nations had a new master on their heads. A large number of gods had restrictions placed on them, and they were marked with the word, slave. They went deep into the mines and became miners. Yang Fann did not hold back in the beast god Great World. It was a destructive mining operation. As for whether or not the beast god Great World would step into the cultivationless age in advance, that was not what Yang Fann needed to consider. It was not the great world of spiritual martial arts, so there was no harm in destroying it. In fact, the other holy palaces in Tianan Realm River basically did the same. Once they occupied a major world, they would usually carry out destructive plundering. They would not consider what impact it would have on the natives of the original world. Those who are not of my race will definitely have different intentions. Furthermore, it was not even a large creature of the world. Every day, a massive amount of resources would be sent back to the galactic warship. Other than that, there were also the captured sovereigns, the great sovereigns, experts. Ordinary divinities, Yang Fann, would not be interested in them. However, these sovereigns, who were comparable to half-saints and perfection semi-saint, would be of great help to him. Galactic warship, Yang Fann's chambers. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had been in seclusion for a year. A year ago, after leaving behind a clone to guard the galactic warship, Yang Fann began his seclusion. Under the accumulation of numerous sovereign gods, and a huge amount of resources, not only had Yang Fann's cultivation base improved tremendously, he was only a step away from the half-step saint great perfection stage. Even the myriad beast holy body was infinitely close to the great perfection stage. The true myriad beast holy body seemed to be right in front of him. 2 years later, Yang Fann had already absorbed more than 1,000 sovereign experts. Even the sovereign lord had refined 36 of them. However, what made Yang Fann depressed was that his myriad beast holy body was stuck at that step, unable to complete its final transformation. Perhaps it was really as he thought. Only by devouring those 5 supreme gods could he truly take that crucial step. 2 years had passed. Not only had the entire eastern land become Yang Fann's property, even half of the central region had been occupied by the army of Yang family. However, at this moment, the speed at which the army of Yang family was sweeping had gradually slowed down. The number of casualties had also started to rise. Even Demi-Saint Ancestor had lost several of his men. In the 5 large regions of the world of gods, southeast, northwest, and north, the central region was the most prosperous and the most prosperous place. In the eastern region of world of gods, the empire only had about 300 of them. The number of empires that had the protection of a great sovereign could be counted on one's fingers. And in the central region, the number of empires that had the protection of a great sovereign could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the fact that the number of empires had increased by nearly 10 times, the number of first-rate empires that had a great sovereign overseeing them. It had also increased dramatically. Furthermore, the gods of the south, west, and north were not fools either. They were all gathering towards the central region, and how could these old monsters, who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, not know the truth? Even if Yang Fann sent Fann and the other 36 9th-rank perfection semi-saint warriors, they would only have a slight advantage. The beast god world had been born for 10 billion years. Some of the old monsters in the world of gods were not much weaker than Fann and the others in terms of combat strength. In the end, it was Yang Fann's clone that broke the deadlock. Although it was only a clone of Yang Fann, and its combat strength was less than 1,000th of its original bodies, even so, it was still enough to break the deadlock. It still had the power to crush a first-grade saint. It was far from something these sovereign lords could match. Very quickly, another 2 years passed. There were no longer any traces of the gods in the huge world of gods. Of course, those gods who had already been reduced to slaves were not counted. All the gods retreated back to the divine country. There was no other way. Yang Fann's clone was too terrifying. It was not a match for them at all. Even the supreme great sovereigns were no match for it. Especially when an old man holding the sovereign god weapon, second tribulation saint weapon, was suppressed by Yang Fann's clone with a single palm. All the gods finally understood the reality of the situation. In World of Gods, they were absolutely no match for that devil god. They could only rely on the power of the divine kingdom to fight against him. Although they had given up on the continent and the trillions of believers, it was no different from severing their own foundation. However, drinking poison to quench thirst was better than dying right away. With the accumulation of those major sovereigns, even if they didn't have any believers, it wouldn't be a problem for them to hold on for a few hundred to tens of millions of years. Not to mention, before they left, they had also taken a batch of believers with them. It was also unfortunate that those intermediate and lower gods had only become gods for tens of thousands of years, or even thousands of years. They had no accumulation at all. When they were retreating, the followers that they brought back were not even enough for the big shots. How could they have the chance to be little gods like them? With their little bit of divine power reserves, they wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few years before their divine power dried up and they dropped from their deity position. Without the obstruction of the gods, how could the natives of World of Gods be able to stop the army of Yang family's army? Any quasi-saint could suppress a kingdom. A great saint could easily crush an empire. In less than a year, World of Gods had fallen completely, and the era of gods had never returned. See 1123 Myriad God Array 5 years, just that short 5 years. The World of Gods had completely fallen, and the gods could only retreat to the starry sky with their tails between their legs. It had to be said that without the help of the divine country, these gods of Beast God Great World were really weak. Just like the Heavenly Spirit Great World, they were all in the primary major world. In fact, they had only been born less than 3 billion years ago, far less than half of the Beast God Great World. However, in the end, they still managed to stop the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts for hundreds of years. Although the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts didn't mobilize much of their forces at that time, and they didn't even use any expert above the intermediate Holy Sovereign. However, it was the same for Yang Fann's subordinates. The strongest amongst them was Yang Fann's clone, and it could be considered as the combat strength of a peak first-grade saint. It could only be said that the Tao of Faith could advance very quickly, but that combat strength was something that no one dared to flatter. Very quickly, numerous large transportation arrays were pulled out from the World of Gods. They were like bamboo shoots after a rain. There were countless of them, linking the entire World of Gods together tightly. Previously, although the World of Gods had a teleportation formation, they were all small-sized transportation arrays. At most, they could be used to teleport between the two empires. If one wanted to travel from the eastern part of the continent to the western part of the continent, they would need to exchange for at least 100 transportation arrays. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. They only needed to teleport once, and they would be able to easily travel to both ends of the continent. Furthermore, in the center of World of Gods, a super large-scale intergalactic teleportation formation was being constructed in an orderly manner. Yang Fann couldn't possibly stay in World of Gods for long. After completely conquering the Beast God Great World, Yang Fann would soon leave the Beast God Great World and head to the next major world. At that time, the people guarding the Beast God Great World would have to rely on the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Yang Fann's 3 levels of resources were not for free. The Shining Sun Fleet was only a part of it. The rest of the matters would be finished by the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. At that time, Yang Fann only needed to collect resources. It was just that this interstellar teleportation formation was different from large transportation arrays. Without a few years, it was impossible. This was also the reason why Yang Fann had enough formation subordinates under him. If it was just a formation master wanting to build a galactic transportation array, that was 1,000 years straight, 10,000 years ago. As for these Beast God Great World natives, besides the first-grade God Spirit expert being enslaved and entering some dangerous and forbidden areas to mine all kinds of precious resources, Yang Fann didn't interfere too much with them. According to the strength of each country, they had set a target for the royal families of each country. They had to hand over a certain amount of resources every month so that they wouldn't be bothered with them. A group of ants with the highest half-step quasi-saint cultivation base, even if they wanted to cause a ruckus, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. A small group of 100 men could easily suppress them. As for how the royal families of the various kingdoms would force their people to do so, that was not something Yang Fann needed to consider. If they could not complete the target, they could just destroy their country. World of Gods lacked everything except people. There was no family planning in World of Gods. Even the gods in the starry sky encouraged children for more faith. The entire World of Gods was less than half the size of the spiritual martial arts continent, but the population was not much inferior to the spiritual martial arts continent. After completely occupying the World of Gods, the army under Yang Fann's command split into two. One of them charged into the starry sky, attacking the gods in the starry sky, while the other attacked the small world of the middle world that was affiliated to the beast god Great World. These were all resources. Millions of middle world and small worlds had been combined. The resources in it were definitely not much less than the main world. At most, it was just a few top-grade treasures. As for these deities of middle world and small worlds, they were much weaker than the deities of the same level as the main world. How could they defend against the ferocious army of Yang family? Every day, a large number of middle world and small worlds were conquered, and a large number of deities were captured. Some of the top beauties were taken away. No matter which world it was, beauties were a rare resource. 10 men with 9 colors, this was not just a saying. Of course, the top batch of beautiful women were naturally sent into the galactic warship and offered as tribute to Yang Fann. Although Yang Fann did not care much about women's looks, this was after all the goodwill of his subordinates. He did not reject them. Very quickly, the number of maid-servants by Yang Fann's side exceeded 1 million once again. Every single one of them was one of the top beauties in the various worlds. Apart from their cultivation base being slightly weaker, in terms of looks, they were only slightly inferior to the holy Cadmo Exodusy of the Dark Knight. Some of them were even comparable to her. As for the rest, some of them were given to the meritorious soldiers. Most of them were prepared to bring them back to Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts after the construction of the Galactic Transportation Array. It was likely that these beauties from Divergence would attract many experts and bring a large amount of resources to Yang Fann. Not only the beauties, but those divine experts could also be sold. Although their strength was a little weak, no matter what, quasi-saints above quasi-saint were still very popular. No matter how weak a true god was, he could still crush a 7 stars quasi-saint. As for a heavenly god, he could instantly kill a 9 stars great saint. The other army had gathered most of Yang Fann's forces, including 70 Sunshine battleship. Compared to the gods of the small and medium worlds, these gods of the main world were a major threat. As long as they suppressed the gods of the main world, those gods of the small and medium worlds would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They would not be able to stir up any waves and would at most waste some time. At the beginning, the army went quite smoothly. It could be said that they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Even with the help of the divine country, an ordinary god system would only need a few Moon Chinese warship to break through the defense of the divine country. Even if it was those sovereign systems that had sovereigns guarding them, a single Sunshine battleship was enough to suppress everything. Even the great sovereigns of divine country wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer under the siege of a dozen or 20 Sunshine battleship. However, it didn't take long before the attacks of the army of Yang family gradually slowed down. The beast god Great World had been passed down for 10 billion years, so there must be some hidden power behind it. With the major gods of the divine country as the core, tens of millions of divine system divine country gathered together, forming a divine kingdom grand formation that covered a land of over 1,000 light years, the 10,000 gods great formation. This formation gathered the power of all divine system divine kingdoms. The terror of its defense was simply astounding, far exceeding the imagination of the world. Even if 70 Sunshine battleship combined the power of tens of thousands of lunar Chinese warship, they still wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the 10,000 gods great formation. At most, they would only be able to blow up a few small divine country at the periphery. To the hundreds of millions of 10,000 gods great formation in the divine country, just a few small divine country was nothing. It was just a drop in the ocean. In the end, Yang Fann's clone even used the galactic warship. When faced with the attack of the Star River Cannon, which could rival the attack of a 4th grade saint, it only slightly shook the 10,000 gods great formation and destroyed a few hundred small divine country. The continuous bombardment in a day only destroyed hundreds of thousands of divine country in the outer region. If he wanted to completely destroy the 10,000 gods great formation, with just the power of the galactic warship, it would be impossible without dozens of years of continuous attacks. However, it was obvious that Yang Fann could not allow the galactic warship to continuously fire for dozens of years. The galactic warship's combat strength was shocking, and it could rival a fourth-grade saint. Just like the Star River Cannon, one shot would consume one low-grade holy crystal and 36 Star River cannons. With the speed of the Star River Cannon firing 3 times per minute, it would cost 1 to 200,000 low-grade holy crystals per day. This resource took up almost half of the resources collected every day. If this was really the case, Yang Fann would not need to cultivate normally anymore. Under the seclusion of his main body, Yang Fann's clone couldn't do anything to the gods that were hiding behind the 10,000 Gods Great Formation. However, the gods didn't dare to attack the Shining Sun fleet carelessly. Without the protection of the 10,000 Gods Great Formation, they would fight the battle on their own. That would be courting death. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. C-1124 Yang Fann exited seclusion. The army of Yang family was like a hot knife cutting through butter. They wanted to sweep across the starry sky. They wanted to sweep away all the gods. Who would have thought? The gods of the starry sky had created a 10,000 gods great formation, with 81 major gods, the divine country, as the core. Billions of divine country served as the base, covering 1,000 light years of the starry sky. The formation was huge, and the defense was terrifying. It was rare in this world, even if it was a galactic warship that had the combat strength of a fourth-grade saint. It was unable to do anything to him. For a moment, the situation between the two sides was in a deadlock. Time flew by, and a year passed. During this year, although the army of Yang family had attacked the 10,000 Gods Great Formation from time to time, the strength of their attacks had obviously weakened. In the next few months, even the galactic warship would occasionally attack. In the past month, more than half of the 70 Sunshine battleship and tens of thousands of Chinese warships had been withdrawn. Apart from the 20 Sunshine battleship and 10,000 Moon Chinese warships remaining in the starry sky and confronting the gods within the 10,000 Gods Great Formation, most of the warships, elites had switched their spearheads and joined the Second Army, starting to conquer the various subsidiary middle world and small worlds of the Beast God Great World. However, even though the army of Yang family had already retreated by more than half, the gods in the starry sky still did not dare to take half a step out of the 10,000 Gods Great Formation and fight to the death with the army of Yang family. That terrifying giant ship was still hovering in the starry skies. Even the great god divine country wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from that terrifying giant cannon. Leaving the 10,000 Gods Great Formation was simply courting death. Soon, another half a year passed. With the addition of 50 Sunshine battleship, 70,000 Moon Chinese warship, and over 100 million elite army, the speed at which the major subsidiary middle world and small worlds of Beast God Great World fell had increased by more than double, twice, and now, more than 300,000 of middle world had fallen, and millions of small worlds had fallen. At this rate, it would only take 10 years at most. All the middle world and small worlds that had been born would be completely occupied by the army of Yang family. The number of casualties could be ignored. There were less than 100,000 of them, and the strongest among them was only a great saint. These gods from the subsidiary worlds were truly known as gods. In great world of spiritual martial arts, any rogue cultivator could challenge them at a higher level. In the sky above the world of gods, somewhere in the starry sky of 1,000 light years, the stars were densely packed. Compared to the surrounding starry sky, the stars were obviously much denser. Amongst them, 81 stars were even more dazzling, as if they were the emperor stars that ruled over the stars. Amongst the 81 emperor stars, there was another star that was the most dazzling, and it was obviously bigger than the 80 emperor stars around it. On the star, true dragons danced and played, twisting and turning. Countless beautiful female servants from various races walked back and forth. One after another, majestic and magnificent crystal palaces were formed in groups, each of them being rare and unusual. There were countless of them. Azure Dragon Divine Country, one of the most ancient divine country among the gods. It had existed for no less than 8 billion years. Azure Dragon Divine System was also one of the most powerful divine systems in the Beast God Great World. Within it, there were no less than 100 sovereign experts. There were tens of thousands of Empyrean gods, true gods, and even several sovereign gods. The Azure Dragon Divine Master was known as the most powerful sovereign, and his strength was second only to the 5 great sovereign god. Furthermore, he was the son of the central Cyan Dragon King God. And the Azure Dragon clan was the well-deserved sovereign god clan among the gods. Azure Dragon Divine Country, Central Dragon God Palace. Magnificent and vast, beautiful and magnificent. A middle-aged man dressed in golden divine dragon armor sat high on a divine throne. In his body, in every cell. Once it was activated, even the great master god's expert would be suppressed by it with a single strike. Around him, vaguely, he seemed to be able to hear the roars of 10,000 dragons, and as his eyes opened and closed, it was as if he could see the countless divine dragons within the dragon world. He was sincerely worshipping Emperor. This was an emperor that looked down upon the world. This person was the master of the Azure Dragon Divine Country, the master of the Azure Dragon Divine System, Azure Dragon Divine Master Lock. He was on the left and right of the Azure Dragon Divine Master Lock. On both sides, there were 2 divine thrones. On each side, there were 4 terrifying experts sitting on top. Their divine might was unparalleled. Their imposing manner was only slightly inferior compared to the Azure Dragon Divine Master's Lock. The Vermilion Bird Divine Master, Willie, and the Heavenly Lion Divine Master, Scott. The Xianxia God Lord, Gus, the Black Tortoise God Lord, Ivan. Similar to the Azure Dragon clan, the Vermilion Bird, Heavenly Lion, Xianxia and Black Tortoise were also from the Sovereign God clan. They were the other 4 great sovereign gods' bloodline descendant. And these 5 major divine systems were the 5 most powerful divine systems amongst the starry sky gods. Their strength was comparable to the sum of the other 10 million divine systems. Below the 5 divine masters were several hundred terrifying experts that exuded an aura as deep as the ocean. All of them were god lords of the divine lineage, and at the very least, they were sovereign experts. However, on the faces of these god lords, there was more or less a hint of melancholy. With the 10,000 gods' great formation, although they were able to withstand the attacks of the otherworld evil gods, in order to maintain the 10,000 gods' great formation, they would consume a huge amount of divine power every day. Originally, they could sustain the divine power for tens of millions of years, but now, they could only last for a few hundred years at most. This was under the attack of the otherworld evil gods' army. If they didn't attack with all their strength, if they continued to attack for 24 hours a day, not to mention a few hundred years, even a few decades would be difficult for them. Once their divine energy was exhausted, they wouldn't even need to use the attacks of the otherworld evil gods. They would completely collapse. As if he had seen through the worries of the gods, the Azure Dragon Divine Lord on the divine throne, Locke, suddenly smiled confidently and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. Today, I have gathered all of you here to tell you some good news. I have already contacted Godfather, Cyan Dragon King. In a day's time at most, Godfather will arrive here. Not only Cyan Dragon King, but also the Vermilion Bird Supreme Being, Sky Lion Supreme Being, Xianxia Supreme Being, and the Archaeopterygium Supreme Being. We have also gotten in touch with them." The Vermilion Bird Divine Master and the other 3 also smiled and said, "Those otherworld evil gods won't be arrogant for long. Ha ha ha, good finally, this day has arrived. The death of those otherworld evil gods isn't far away. When the time comes, I'll make up my mind. I will definitely slaughter 1,000,000 evil gods to vent the hatred in my heart." In an instant, the morale of all the divine masters shook. The gloominess in their hearts disappeared without a trace. All of them rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together. Once the 5 great sovereign god arrived, they would go on a killing spree. They had full confidence in the 5 supreme beings. Sovereign God was the most powerful existence in the world. Even the great sovereigns were nothing more than ants that could be easily killed by him. The 5 great sovereigns, Sovereign God, had arrived at the same time. They really couldn't think of any power that could fight against him. Right at this moment, a sudden exclamation attracted the attention of the gods. "Look, what's that?" In the center of the Dragon God Palace, there was a huge divine mirror that was tens of thousands of meters tall, and it was displaying everything outside of the 10,000 gods' great formation. At this moment, a great figure appeared in the divine mirror. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of meters tall the terrifying giant spirit was. It was like a star that blotted out the sky and could not be defeated. Ah, it's that lord of the evil gods. What does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to attack the divine formation? Everyone, don't worry, that lord of the evil gods is still unable to break the 10,000 gods' great formation. That's right, it's not like that lord of the evil gods has never attacked the divine formation before. However, it's not like his efforts were in vain. This time will not be an exception. C1125 War Dragon Supremacy Azure Dragon Divine Country, Dragon God Palace. He looked at the huge terrifying giant spirit that was like a star outside the 10,000 gods' great formation. The gods were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. Although Lord of the Evil Gods' strength was terrifying, and even the Sovereign Lord couldn't escape from his grasp, it was very likely that he had already reached the realm of Sovereign God. However, breaking through the defense of the 10,000 gods' great formation was just wishful thinking. A year ago, Lord of the Evil Gods had attacked their 10,000 gods' great formation, but in the end, he didn't succeed. This time, he wouldn't be surprised. Many divine masters revealed mocking expressions, as if they were looking at a clown. However, they had no idea what sort of existence they were facing this time. This was not a clone, but a true body that was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. After 6 years of seclusion, Yang Fann finally emerged from his seclusion. He was in high spirits and full of confidence. This time, he would definitely sweep across the entire beast god great world. Even if the 5 great sovereign god were to hide in their divine country, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to kill them all. It didn't mean that his myriad beast holy body had already reached the perfection, and his combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He was comparable to a 7th grade saint, but he had discovered another heaven-defying part of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique. After devouring the beast god great world, over 1,000 sovereigns and great sovereigns, he seemed to have completely conformed to the rules of this world, and the suppression of the strength of world on him. It was infinitely close to 0. In other words, in the beast god great world, he could unleash 10 levels of combat strength. Yang Fann didn't have so many concerns. Not to mention that sovereign god might not be able to break through to the 4th grade, so what if he broke through all of them? At this moment, although there was still some gap between him and a 7th grade saint, Yang Fann's combat strength was definitely at the top of the 6th order saint. Yang Fann had spent more than 6 years in vain. With the accumulation of countless resources, his cultivation base had finally stepped into the half-saint grade perfection stage. To be precise, he should be at the pseudo-saint stage. A 9th rank perfection semi-saint was only a difference in combat strength, not the difference in cultivation realm. As long as he could control one holy sovereign law, he would immediately become a fake saint expert. Before the 10,000 gods great formation, Yang Fann stood in the starry sky and carefully observed the 10,000 gods great formation. His eyes flickered with divine light from time to time. What a great formation, it really is mysterious. At this moment, he was not the little wight who had opened 9 of the 10 apertures of the Array Dao. He had completely absorbed the memories of Saint Duo Luo. Yang Fann's knowledge of the Array Dao was definitely not inferior to any of the Array Dao grandmasters in the present world. It was just a bit of practice. Sage Duo Luo studied the celestial. Not only was he a grandmaster in the Dao of alchemy, his attainments in the Dao of formations and the Dao of weapons were also extraordinary. He could be called a grandmaster of a generation. However, with his current attainments in formations, he actually could not see any flaws in this 10,000 gods great formation. It was as if it was formed from nature itself. However, very quickly, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up into a cold smile. But, thinking that you can stop me just like this, you are too naive. So what if he couldn't find a flaw? In front of absolute power, everything was just an illusion. If he wasn't wrong about this 10,000 gods great formation, it could only withstand the power of a 5th level saint. The next moment, break it for me, rumble. With a loud shout, Yang Fann's palm struck down in shock. Yang Fann didn't hold back much from this palm strike. The 5 elemental laws, devour, and destruction were unleashed at the same time. The power was terrifying. It was infinitely close to the strike of the 6th order saint. The palm struck down, the starry sky was shattered, and the world was destroyed. Traces of destruction could be seen everywhere within a radius of several dozen light years. A terrifying aura of death filled the air. Large areas of the starry sky were completely destroyed. In just a breath's time, that terrifying giant palm slammed onto the 10,000 gods great formation. Rumble, rumble, the 10,000 gods great formation trembled violently. As the base of the formation, the divine country, a huge piece of land was destroyed. Countless gods didn't even have the time to scream before they were completely annihilated by the divine country. The 10,000 gods great formation began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Arg, how is this possible? How could he have such power? It's not true. This is not true. All the divine masters in the Dragon God Palace were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. This palm strike was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than the one and 1,000,000 times stronger than the one they saw a year and a half ago. If he really had such terrifying strength, he wouldn't have needed to wait until now. Their 10,000 gods' great formation would have exploded a year and a half ago. As for Lord of the Evil Gods, his strength had soared to such an extent within a short period of 1.5 years. That was something that he had never thought of. That was over a year, not 10 million years and not 100 million years. Furthermore, once he reached Sovereign God's realm, he might not even have a breakthrough in 100 million years, let alone such a rapid advancement. Behind Yang Fann, at some point in time, the 20 Sunshine battleships had turned into 99. The Moon Chinese warship and the Stars warship, which were second to each other, were densely packed in the entire starry sky. In order to take down the gods in one fell swoop, Yang Fann directly gathered all the armies that were conquering the subsidiary worlds. The grand formation has been broken. Soldiers, follow me and kill. Construction and success are just at this moment. Kill, 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 kill. The Shining Sun fleet had been prepared for this. Under the command of Fann and the other 9th-rank Perfection Semi-Saint warriors, they crossed the line of defense and charged towards the densely packed divine country. Rumble. Without the protection of the gods, grand formation, how could the power of the divine kingdom be able to defend against the attack of the Shining Sun fleet? One by one, the divine country was destroyed. In the starry sky, the most dazzling fireworks were ignited. Under the lead of numerous demi-saint ancestor, countless quasi-saint warriors charged into the broken divine country like tigers entering a flock of sheep, crazily plundering and capturing. A large number of divine generals and divine servants were like pigs and sheep, being escorted into the Moon Chinese warship. Within the Dragon God Palace. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Divine Master and the other Divine Masters finally reacted. Quick retreat, retreat, collapse, complete collapse. As for resistance, this was something that he didn't even dare to think about. Even the 10,000 gods' great formation was destroyed by Lord of the Evil Gods' palm strike. Only their tiny arms and legs were left behind. They were simply courting death. There was no need for Lord of the Evil Gods to personally attack them. That terrifying giant ship could easily wipe them out from this world. Everyone, where are we going? Suddenly, a somewhat playful voice rolled over from all directions. The next moment, a heaven-sheltering big hand fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire Azure Dragon Divine Country was in his palm. The starry sky within a few hundred years was under Yang Fann's surveillance. How could he let them slip away from under his nose? Soon, the other Vermilion Birds, Divine Country, Xianxia Divine Country, and Heavenly Lion Divine Country left the scene. Even the Great Master God, Divine Country, couldn't escape the fate of being sealed. Almost every incense stick of time had passed, a Great Master God, Divine Country, would disappear into the starry sky. 6 hours later, more than half of the dazzling major gods of Divine Country had disappeared. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying ancient savage aura emanated from the distant starry sky. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Star Wars battlefield. This aura was extremely dangerous, and it emitted a terrifying murderous aura that was filled with savagery and arrogance. It had a peerless dignity that was above all living beings. In that instant, it was as if time had come to a halt. No matter if it was the army of Yang family that was crazily chasing after them or the gods who were running for their lives, they all stopped. In just a breath's time, rumble, the starry sky shook, and a 9-clawed dragon that was countless tens of thousands of kilometers long appeared before everyone's eyes. Ah, it's Cyan Dragon King. Cyan Dragon King is here. We can be saved, we can be saved. C-1126 suppress the Azure Dragon Supreme Being. Yang Fann's attack was earth-shattering. With just a single palm strike, he had destroyed the reliance of the gods, the 10,000 gods' great formation. Without the protection of the 10,000 gods' great formation, how could the gods defend against the attack of the army of Yang family? Not to mention, those gods had long been scared out of their wits by Yang Fann's terrifying palm strike. They simply couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. It was a complete one-sided suppression. In just 6 hours, hundreds of millions of Divine Country had been breached. Countless gods had become prisoners, imprisoned in the various warships like pigs and sheep. Just as countless deities were in despair, their savior finally arrived. Cyan Dragon King, one of the 5 great sovereign god arrived. In an instant, the morale of the despairing gods shook, and a ray of hope blossomed in their hearts. The central dragon god, Cyan Dragon King, was not only the supreme sovereign god, but also the number 1 sovereign god. He was the number 1 sovereign god in the world. His strength was also the strongest among the 5 great sovereign god. With his help, he would definitely be able to defeat these bitch evil gods. Above the starry sky, Cyan Dragon King's dragon crystal, which was like 2 small stars, was covered in blood and looked like it was about to drip out. Not only could he not sense the aura of his son, Azure Dragon Divine Master, he could not even find a single disciple of the Azure Dragon God clan. He was extinct. Their Azure Dragon God race was gone just like that. Roar this grudge, this hatred. They were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Even if he used all the water in the world, it would still be difficult for him to wash up. Roar evil god, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. Cyan Dragon King's voice was boiling, and his hatred was overflowing to the heavens. I will imprison your soul and make you suffer the pain of being burned by the dragon flames for all your lives. Long bug, with just you. A trace of deep disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although Cyan Dragon King's strength had exceeded his expectations and had already reached the peak of 4th grade saint, which was only a step away from the 5th grade saint, when compared to Yang Fann. There's still a clear gap. It was also because Cyan Dragon King did not see him attack just now. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have suspected whether Cyan Dragon King would still dare to show his face, or perhaps he would have already fled back to Divine Country with his tail between his legs. The next moment, rumble of fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He tore open the space and lunged at Cyan Dragon King. Long bug, be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble, rumble, the laws of the 5 elements, devour, and destruction wildly flickered. In an instant, a palm struck out towards Cyan Dragon King. It was a direct strike, a swift and decisive strike. Yang Fann didn't hold back much either. The terrifying power of this palm was infinitely close to the power of a 6th order saint. Ah, not good. Cyan Dragon King's expression changed. Suddenly, a sense of imminent danger swept across his heart. Dragon God's Pearl, block it for me. Rumble, a green dragon pearl that looked like a star suddenly shot out from Cyan Dragon King's mouth. The Pearl of the Dragon God, the ultimate treasure of Cyan Dragon King. It was a holy artifact that had transcended 3 saint tribulations. With the addition of the power of Cyan Dragon King, a 4th order saint, the Pearl of the Dragon God was strong enough to fight against a 5th order saint. However, compared to the terrifying power of the 6th order saint that Yang Fann had, the power of the Pearl of the Dragon God was still far from enough. One breath's time, rumble, rumble, the Pearl of the Dragon God let out a sorrowful cry as it flew towards Cyan Dragon King. In the next moment, rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand came crashing down, slamming onto Cyan Dragon King's dragon head. Ah, with a miserable wail, Cyan Dragon King's dragon head, which was as large as a star, caved in. Dragon blood kept dripping down like a small lake. It was as heavy as a star. The stars in the square Divine Country were shattered by the dragon blood. Rumble, rumble, rays of holy light flashed through Cyan Dragon King's wounds, and the sunken dragon head instantly recovered. This was the terrifying part of a true sacred body. One would be reborn from a drop of blood. Unless one could completely destroy the shell of the body and destroy all the blood essences, one would be able to completely recover in an instant. It was too difficult to kill a saint without surpassing a few levels. He glared at Yang Fann fiercely, as if he wanted to carve Yang Fann's entire body into his mind. The next moment, rumble, Cyan Dragon King's terrifying dragon body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, trembled. In an instant, it transformed into a tall man wearing dragon armor. Poochie with a twist of his body, Cyan Dragon King tore through the void and fled into the distant starry sky. It was just a single exchange of blows, and Cyan Dragon King understood it. He was absolutely no match for that evil god. He would be the one to die in this deathmatch. Although Saint Sovereign could be reborn with a drop of blood, every time he was reborn, it would consume a huge amount of energy. If Holy Sovereign was killed thousands of times in a row, only death awaited him. If he wanted to deal with that evil god, only then would he have a chance of winning. Ah, run, Cyan Dragon King. Ran away just like that. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? In the starry sky, all the deities couldn't believe what they were seeing. Cyan Dragon King. That was the most powerful and invincible existence amongst all of them. How could he possibly escape? At that moment, Long Bug, stay here obediently. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a big fish. How could he let him escape? If he really escaped back to Divine Country, it would be much more troublesome to deal with him. He might even have to pay a price. Rumble! A bright golden tower suddenly shot up from Yang Fann's body. In an instant, an endless suppressive force erupted, locking down the starry sky that was 100 light-years away. Ah, bitch! Its Cyan Dragon King's facial expression changed dramatically, and his speed suddenly fell by more than 10,000 times. In these past few years, the Doxorubicin hadn't been idle either. Those supreme treasures that had been obtained from the various gods, not a single one of them was left alive. Yang Fann had fed them all to him. Currently, the Doxorubicin had almost recovered the power of the 4th level. It could be considered pretty good amongst the many 5th Tribulation Saint artifacts. Long Worm, come here. Rumble! A devouring black hole suddenly appeared, crushing towards Cyan Dragon King. Under the suppression of the Doxorubicin, Cyan Dragon King's speed fell to the lowest point. He simply couldn't dodge, and was instantly hit by the devouring black hole. Roar! Break for me! Rumble! Cyan Dragon King crazily attacked, tearing apart the space. Unfortunately, he destroyed it quickly, and the devouring black hole healed even faster. Woo woo woo! It's over, it's all over. Devil, he is a devil. It collapsed, and the starry sky gods' minds completely collapsed. Many of the gods could not even take that huge blow, and they collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud. 800 light-years away from the starry sky battlefield, 3 men and 1 woman, staring blankly at the distant starry sky, their faces were filled with disbelief. Suppress, suppress, the old dragon, he was suppressed just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? C1127. Then he captured the profound tortoise supreme being. The battle between Cyan Dragon King and Yang Fann, the master of the otherworld evil gods, had greatly exceeded the expectations of all the gods. Initially, they thought that with the help of the Azure Dragon Supreme Force, they would be able to kill Lord of the evil gods and save them from a crisis. However, they never thought that. It was just a single exchange of blows. Lord of the evil gods had forced Cyan Dragon King to flee in panic, and in the end, he was captured alive by Lord of the evil gods. In an instant, all the gods had completely collapsed. In their eyes, there was only despair and despair. Countless of them had given up on resisting and surrendered. Even the supreme Cyan Dragon King was easily suppressed. Who else in the world could save them? Rumble, rumble, the devouring black hole was shrinking at a visible rate. It was not the time for him to break through. However, there was an indescribable excitement in Yang Fann's eyes. As long as he devoured Cyan Dragon King, a peak 4th Order Saint, his myriad beast holy body would most likely be able to take the final step, a true perfection saint body. At that time, Yang Fann would have the confidence to kill a 3rd-grade saint with just the power of the shell alone. One should know that before he could take that crucial step, Yang Fann's power of the shell had already surpassed an ordinary saint body. It had the power to fight a 2nd-grade saint and suppress a peak 1st-grade saint. Once his combat power was fully unleashed, not to mention a 7th-grade saint, he would not even be afraid of a 8th-grade saint. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. Withdraw! Yang Fann lightly shouted. Rumble! The devouring black hole, which had shrunk to 100 miles in size, turned into a wisp of black light and entered the Doxorubicin. It was a success. With the suppression of the Doxorubicin, which was a 5th Tribulation Saint item, not to mention that Cyan Dragon King was only a 4th-grade saint, even a 7th-grade saint would not be able to escape. Right at this moment, Yang Fann frowned slightly and looked into the distant starry sky. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, as if he could see everything that was hundreds of light-years away. The next moment, rumble, Yang Fann's body moved, instantly tearing apart the space. 800 light-years away in the starry sky. Not good, the evil god found us. The golden-haired sky lion Paragon Lauren's expression suddenly changed. These 3 men and 1 woman were none other than the 4 supreme beings of Beast God Great World. After getting their contact with Bloodline Descendant, the 4 supreme beings rushed over without stopping. Beast God Great World was their home and their territory. How could they just hand over the evil god who had no idea what was going on? They just didn't expect to see such a terrifying scene as soon as they got close to the Star Wars battlefield. It scared them so much that they didn't dare to get close to the battlefield. Let's go, Let's go right now. Xianxia Supreme Calore decisively made a decision. Although he didn't want to admit it, that old dragon was indeed the strongest among the 5 of them. It was enough to fight 1 against 2 and even slightly gain the upper hand. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, defeating him would be easy, but if he really wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, not only did Lord of the Evil Gods defeat Cyan Dragon King with ease, he also made it impossible for Lord of the Evil Gods to escape. The scariness of his strength had already far exceeded their imagination. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Lord of the Evil Gods. For today's plan, they could only rely on the power of the Divine Kingdom to fight against Lord of the Evil Gods. And just like that, Yang Fann had already reached 500 light years away from them, and the distance between them was still rapidly shortening. Rumble, rumble. In that instant, the hearts of the 4 heavenly lion paragons skipped a beat. Ignoring everything else, they all increased their speed to the limit and fled into the distance. 4. Since you've already come, then why are you in such a hurry to leave? 480 light years. 450 years. 400 light years. 350 light years. 300 light years. The distance between the 2 parties continued to shorten. The difference between Yang Fann and the 4 supreme beings who were only at the 4th order saint realm was not ordinary. Not good. If this continues, none of us will be able to escape. Everyone, split up and run. As he spoke, the Xianxia Supreme Being immediately separated from the group and fled in a certain direction. Lord of the Evil Gods was alone, scattered in all directions. He could only choose 1 person to chase after him. As for who would be the unlucky one in the end, that would depend on their own luck. Everyone, take care. The Vermilion Bird Supreme Being and the other 2 knew that this was the best solution they could come up with at the moment. Without any hesitation, they spread out in all directions, even burning their divine force to increase their speed. This was not the time to conserve divine power. Let's split up. Yang Fann frowned. Although he had a cloning technique, his cloning technique was far weaker than his main body. He could barely fight a 2nd-grade saint. Even if he managed to catch up to the 4 supreme beings, he would still be no match for them. Looks like I can only choose 1 person. And that will be you. A bright light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he stared at Archaeopterygium Chris. Among the 5 supreme beings, except for Cyan Dragon King, it was the 4th Holy Sovereign Law. At the mastery, the Holy Sovereign Law also had the strength of beginning, small completion, dacheng, and perfection. Except for a few people with extraordinary talent, most of them were Holy Sovereign. Only by comprehending a single Holy Sovereign Law to the perfection stage could one comprehend the next Holy Sovereign Law. Of course, strength was one aspect. The most important thing was that this Archaeopterygium, Chris, was the slowest. As for the other 3 sovereign, after using the forbidden arts, his speed seemed to be on par with his. It was really hard to say whether he would be able to catch up to them. But the 3 of you, don't even think about escaping. Go rumble. 3 strange seals rose from within Yang Fann's body. They ignored the several hundred light years of spacetime and imprinted themselves onto the bodies of the 3 fleeing vermilion bird exalts. These were the death curse seals from the memories of Sage Duo Luo. They didn't have any offensive power, but once they were hit by these seals, Yang Fann would be able to find them easily even if they were separated by more than half of the boundary river. Unless one had the expert that was more powerful than Yang Fann, there was no way one could get rid of this death curse seal. Furthermore, this death curse seal was strange and unpredictable, making it impossible to guard against it. As long as one's strength did not exceed the caster's, they would not be able to defend against it. After implanting the death curse seal in the vermilion bird, Yang Fann didn't care about them anymore. This 3 sovereign was already a fat piece of meat on the chopping board. He would have plenty of time to deal with them in the future. In the next moment, Yang Fann once again increased his speed to the limit, and chased after the Archaeopterygium with all his strength. Who? The Vermilion Bird Supreme Being and the other 2 let out a long breath. If my friend doesn't die, so what if we have known each other for billions of years? The world is vast, and my life is the greatest. However, their speed didn't slow down. They had witnessed Lord of the Evil Gods' scariness with their own eyes. Even the strongest amongst them, Cyan Dragon King, couldn't even last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before he was completely suppressed. As for the old turtle, his strength wasn't even comparable to the old dragon, so he would only be suppressed for a shorter period of time. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Rumble. A round of devouring black holes collided with a massive devouring black hole that was millions of meters tall. It stood up straight. The terrifying black tortoise with the head of a dragon and the tail of a snake devoured the black tortoise. C1128 attacked the Supreme Kingdom. The 5 great sovereign god were the strongest experts in the Beast God Great World, and they were also the true masters of the Beast God Great World. As long as they could suppress the 5 great sovereign god, it could be said that they had completely conquered the Beast God Great World. Yang Fann wanted to make a complete contribution in this battle and completely suppress the 5 supreme beings. However, the Vermilion Bird Supreme and the other 3 had lived for nearly 10 billion years. Each and every one of them was a master of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were extremely decisive, not giving Yang Fann any chance to capture all of them in one fell swoop. There was no other way. Yang Fann could only take a step back and choose to suppress the second expert of the 5 supreme beings, the Archaeopterygium. As the second strongest amongst the 5, the Archaeopterygium was only slightly weaker than Cyan Dragon King. Its cultivation base was considered outstanding amongst all the 4th grade saints. Especially its defense, it was even more shocking. Even Cyan Dragon King had to admit defeat. Even an ordinary 5th grade saint would find it hard to break through his defense without the help of an intermediate's holy weapon. It could be said to be an iron wall with unparalleled defense. However, he had encountered Yang Fann. Not only did his combat strength far exceed Yang Fann's, but he also encountered Yang Fann's the Kunpeng Holy Palace. It was only a few more breaths of time than Cyan Dragon King, and the Archaeopterygium was firmly suppressed by the Doxorubicin. Rumble. The Doxorubicin turned into a ray of golden light and entered Yang Fann's body. He glanced in the direction where the Vermilion Bird Supreme and the other 2 disappeared. Yang Fann did not continue his pursuit. The Vermilion Bird Supreme being and the other 2 had been struck by his death curse seal. It was like a cooked duck. Yang Fann wasn't afraid that they would run away. In comparison, the Star Wars battlefield was more important. Out of the 81 major gods in Divine Country, he had only collected 64 of them. There were still 17 of them that he hadn't collected yet. With the strength of a major god, with the help of a divine kingdom, even an ordinary 9th-rank perfection semi-saint might be suppressed by them. To the army under Yang Fann's command, it was definitely a tough bone. Although with the strength of the galactic warship, a single shot from the Star River cannon would be enough to blast that great master god, Divine Country, into pieces, and wipe him out from this world. But unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Fann didn't want to use too much of the galactic warship's power. They were here to plunder resources, not to kill without thinking. Divine Country was the base camp of the gods. Each divine country represented a large amount of resources, especially the main god of Divine Country, the Divine Country itself. In addition to the massive amount of resources contained within, it was worth more than a single First Calamity Saint weapon. Its value was so high that even if it couldn't compare to a second Calamity Saint artifact, it would still be worth a lot of money. It was afraid that it wouldn't be much worse. It was like cutting Yang Fann's flesh with a single blast. Whether it was the gods in the starry sky or those in the Divine Country, Yang Fann had long regarded them as his belongings. In the next moment, Yang Fann turned around and tore open the space, heading towards the Star Wars battlefield. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, some changes had occurred in the Star Wars battlefield. The galactic warship didn't use the Star River cannon, but only used the Meteorite Holy Cannon and the Star Obliteration Cannon. For a moment, it was difficult to completely defend against the gods breaking out of the encirclement. Under the lead of the remaining 17 major gods, Divine Country, they had actually broken through the 9 defensive lines of the army of Yang family. They were only a step away from breaking out of the encirclement. The Divine Country was different from real stars. It wasn't that it didn't have the ability to move. Speaking of which, the Divine Country was more like a space fortress. It was just that its movement speed was a little unflattering when compared to the universe warships. For an ordinary Divine Country, being able to reach a speed of 100 times the speed of light was already considered not bad. Even the main god, the Divine Country, was 1,000,000 times faster than the speed of light. Furthermore, every time the Divine Country moved, it would consume a large amount of divine power. Ordinary gods simply could not afford the long-distance travel of the Divine Country. Of course, at this time of life and death, the gods couldn't care less about divine energy or divine energy. Soon, there's only one last line of defense left. At the very front, within the 17 major god kingdoms, the eyes of the various sovereigns were blazing with blazing heat lights. Right at this moment, rumble, a stalwart figure that resembled a star suddenly appeared on the Star Wars battlefield. "Ah, not good, that devil god is back, it's over, it's all over." In an instant, the glimmer of hope that had just emerged from the gods was once again replaced by endless despair. With that devil around, they had no chance of escaping at all. Rumble, rumble. This time, Yang Fann didn't hold back any longer. He directly drew out his doxorubicin and suppressed the major gods of the divine country. In less than 3 breaths of time, one of the major gods, the divine country, was sucked into the doxorubicin. Very quickly, a minute passed. The remaining 17 great sovereigns of divine country were all suppressed by Yang Fann. After suppressing all the major gods, Yang Fann didn't stop. Instead, he stretched out his devil claw towards the group of major gods. Compared to the major gods, the divine country was even worse. In less than a breath's time, one of the major gods, the divine country, was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. In an instant, the sovereign god divine country on the Star Wars battlefield began to reduce at a speed visible to the naked eye. 15 minutes later, there were less than 1,000 sovereigns in the divine country, on a lifeless dead star hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Star Wars battlefield. Rumble, space distorted, and from within came a beautiful woman with fiery red hair, dressed in fiery divine clothing. Her aura was high and mighty, and she possessed a noble air that surpassed all living beings. Not long after, 2 more peerless experts appeared on the dead star. "Sigh, I'm afraid that the old tortoise has already been killed by that devil." The vermilion bird supreme being let out a sigh. His beautiful face was flickering with traces of sorrow. Before this, he would never have thought that he, a dignified supreme being, would be hunted down like a dead dog one day. "Tina, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think about how to get rid of the curse left on us by the evil god." There was a trace of anxiety in the Xianxia Supreme Carol's voice. Although he didn't know what the final curse that evil god left on them was for, he was certain that it wasn't a good thing. If he didn't remove the curse, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, with his abilities, there was no way he could get rid of that seal. Upon hearing this, the vermilion bird supreme being and the heavenly lion supreme being's expressions immediately darkened. How could they not get rid of the mysterious curse? However, it was like a maggot that lingered on their bones, deeply imprinted in their bodies. Even the heavenly lion supreme being didn't hesitate to self-destruct and revive once. Unfortunately, it was still useless. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. "Sigh, it seems like with our strength, we won't be able to get rid of that cursed seal." Chang-Chi smiled dejectedly. He had just gathered the 3 supreme force. None of them could do anything to that cursed seal. That evil god is too ambitious, he would never let us go so easily. We still need to make plans in advance. If we fight alone, even if we borrow the power of our divine kingdoms, it will be very difficult for us to be a match for that evil god. Within their respective divine country, although they had the confidence to suppress Cyan Dragon King, they would definitely not be as relaxed as Yang Fann. "The only plan we have now is to gather the strength of the 3 of us." Originally, they wanted to flee far away from the universe. This was also a solution. As sovereign god and the rest, the restraint that their believers placed on them was infinitely close to 0. However, that mysterious curse mark was like a fishbone stuck in their throats. Even if they fled into the starry sky, they would still find it difficult to feel at ease. That evil god could come at any time. Bringing divine country with them, they would not be able to go very far. Without divine country, once that evil god found their whereabouts, they would not even have the strength to resist. As a dignified sovereign god, it was truly a tragedy for him to fall into this world. One day later, the Star Wars, the battle of the human gods, was finally coming to an end. All those who stubbornly resisted were mercilessly killed, and a sea of deities were captured, becoming the lowliest slaves. A huge amount of resources were sent into the galactic warship through the galactic warships on the various warships. Within the galactic warship's master control room, Yang Fann, who had long returned to his normal size, had a flash of divine light in his eyes, as if he had seen through the endless starry sky. "It's time to take care of those 3 amphioxus. C1129 Fight the 3 paragons. The war of stars has finally come to an end. The trillions of gods had either perished or become captives, and they'd become the lowliest slaves. There were practically no gods that were able to escape the starry sky battlefield. Under Yang Fann's saint sense, there was nowhere to hide in the hundreds of light-years of the starry sky. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream to escape under Yang Fann's eyes. The loss of Yang Fann's subordinates could be said to be negligible. The casualties were no more than 1,000,000. The strongest were Holy Lord, Demi-Saint Ancestor, and Demi-Saint Ancestor. The fact that one of them was still alive could be said to be a great victory for them. On this day, the entire world of gods was covered in a rain of blood. As the ruler of the beast god great world, even the death of a lower god could cause a small-scale phenomenon. As for the death of those major gods, it was a rain of blood. The area was so large that it could cover an entire empire, or even several empires. Countless living beings knelt on the ground devoutly and prayed to the gods they believed in. Although Yang Fann had strictly ordered all the races to not believe in the gods, and all the divine hall and divine statues were destroyed, the influence of the gods was not something that could be eliminated so easily. Soon, another 2 hours passed. He left behind 10 million troops to clean up the battlefield. Although most of the divine country had already been absorbed into Yang Fann's brain, there were still quite a number of broken divine country in the starry sky. These were also resources. As for Yang Fann himself, he used the galactic warship and led the huge shining sun fleet to search for the death curse seal. Then, he charged towards the nest of vermilion bird supreme being and the others. The starry sky gods had already been conquered. Now was the time to deal with 3 sovereign. As long as he could get rid of them, the beast god great world would be his. He wouldn't be able to stir up any more trouble. In the deepest part of the beast god great world's star realm, it was almost close to the starry universe. The 3 huge stars were arranged in a profound manner, as if they were the 3 geniuses of heaven, earth, and man. The size of these 3 stars was more than 10,000 times bigger than the Azure Dragon Divine Country. Compared to the Azure Dragon Divine Country, which was 100 times larger than a star, it was just a tiny dot. Above these 3 stars, there were all kinds of rare herbs and ancient divine beasts. The abundance of divine power was enough to make countless sovereigns envious. If some heavenly god expert had the chance to stay here for tens of thousands of years, it was very likely that they would step into the sovereign realm in one go and truly enter the ranks of the highest grade beast god great worlds in the beast god great world. Rumble. 100 light years away from the 3 stars, the starry sky was torn apart like a curtain. In the next moment, numerous enormous interstellar warships shuttled out from within the space wormhole. In an instant, the 3 terrifying sovereign expert opened his eyes one after another. A solemn expression flashed across his face as he said, as expected, "They are here." These 3 giant stars were none other than the Supreme Divine Kingdom, where the Vermilion Bird Supreme Being and the other 2 were. Knowing that they were no match for Yang Fann by themselves, the 3 of them huddled together, hoping to match the strength of 3 sovereigns' divine kingdom and fight this devil god. Galactic warship, inside the master control room. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a golden light flashed across his eyes. They actually gathered together. This is good as well. It saves me the trouble of looking for you guys one by one. Half an incense stick of time later. The galactic warships and 99 sunshine battleships all passed through the space wormhole. Boom boom boom. The hatch opened wide, and one after another, Moon Chinese warship fish leapt out. Very quickly, the entire starry sky was covered by a large number of battleships, forming a profound interstellar battle formation. Looking at the grand formation, the Vermilion Bird Paragon and the other 2 really wanted to charge out and slaughter them all. However, in the end, they still forcefully suppressed this thought. It was easy to go out, but difficult to come back. Once they left Divine Country, without the support of the Divine Kingdom, it would be impossible for them to be a match for Devil God. Cyan Dragon King and the Archaeopterygium's bloody lesson was right in front of them. As for long-range attacks, those god-powered towers simply could not attack 100 light years away. Compared to the universe warships, the attacking distance of these divine energy pagodas was really like the difference between heaven and earth. 2 hours later, the fleet finally completed their final preparations. The next moment, rumble, rumble, with the flagship's galactic warships as the eye of the formation, the 99 sunshine battleships as branches, and the tens of thousands of Chinese warships as the base of the interstellar battle formation finally began to show its might. The 10,000 cannons roared in unison, and countless destructive beams shot out like raindrops towards the heavenly lion divine country, which was at the forefront of the 3 great supreme divine kingdom. Even the weakest of the falling star cannons had the ability to severely injure Holy Lord with the help of the battle formation. The power of the most terrifying Starry Sky cannon was also doubled. With a round of attacks, even the Fourth Order Saint would be heavily injured or even be blown up. Bang bang, a large area of space was destroyed, and countless stars were shattered into pieces. At that moment, rumble, rumble, the three great supreme divine kingdom turned slightly, and a crimson barrier rose up from the heavenly lion's supreme divine kingdom. Rumble, rumble, countless destructive light pillars struck the crimson barrier. What caused Yang Fann to frown slightly was that the attack that could blow up a fourth-grade saint only caused the barrier to tremble violently, but not even a crack appeared. These sovereign god from beast god great world do have some skills. Looks like I have to personally take action. The battleship continued to attack. If they wanted to break the defensive barrier, they could only rely on time to wear it down. However, as sovereign god who was born from the beginning of the world, no one knew how much divine energy they had accumulated. It was hard to tell how much divine energy they had accumulated. It would take tens of thousands of years for their divine energy to be completely depleted. Yang Fann didn't have that much time to waste here. He thought for a moment. Rumble. Yang Fann's body moved, and he directly took out the galactic warship. In the blink of an eye, the myriad beast holy body was pushed to its limit, and it transformed into a terrifying great gods that was millions of meters tall. It was shining with a bright light, and it was invincible. Success or failure will depend on this moment. In an instant, the hearts of the Vermilion Bird trio tightened. Those battleships were just the appetizers, and now was the true test. Roar! The Vermilion Bird formation rose. Rumble! A profound fluctuation erupted from the Vermilion Bird's divine palace. It spread out in all directions and instantly covered the entire Vermilion Bird's supreme divine kingdom. Chirp! A high-pitched phoenix cry was heard. A terrifying vermilion bird with a wingspan of tens of thousands of miles suddenly rose from the Vermilion Bird's supreme divine kingdom. The divine flame around its body was shining brightly. Its imposing manner was no less than that of a peak fifth-grade saint. Almost at the same time, the beast roared again and again. Two more terrifying giant beasts appeared in the starry sky. The aura was so terrifying that it was not any weaker than the Vermilion Bird. It had also reached the peak of the fifth-level saint realm. Yang Fann frowned slightly when he sensed the terrifying aura of the three Yang Fanns. The combined might of the three top-tier 5 saints. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was enough to suppress ordinary 6th-order saints. Even if it was a top-tier 6th-order saint, it would not lose the ability to fight it. This was definitely the strongest enemy Yang Fann had ever encountered. However, Yang Fann didn't have a shred of fear in his heart. All he had was endless combat strength. Ever since he had advanced to 6th young master of the palaces, it had been many years since he last fought with his full strength. Today, he finally met a group of opponents who could make him fight with all his strength. Rumble! His hot blood boiled, and his raging battle intent soared into the sky. Finally, above Yang Fann's head, it transformed into the word, fight. Kill! Boom! With a loud shout, Yang Fann's body moved, tearing apart the space around him. He lunged at the terrifying heavenly lion who was at the front of the group. Die! Great 5 Elemental Destruction Godly Fist 4C11304 Heavenly Sovereign Laws Beast God Great World, the depths of the star realm. Rumble! Rumble! 1 man, 3 beasts, and 4 terrifying giant spirits were madly fighting. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire star realm. A large piece of space was completely destroyed. Countless stars were shattered into powder. The terrifying chaotic turbulence could kill anything. Unknowingly, the galactic warship had already opened up the barrier of the galaxy, protecting the surrounding Sunshine battleships and Moon Chinese warships. Not only that, but the entire fleet was also retreating until they were 300 light-years away. That terrifying energy wave was too terrifying. Even an ordinary low-level saint would be torn into pieces instantly if they dared to barge into the center of the battle. Galactic warship, master control room. Hiss. Is this the true combat strength of our Lord? Terrifying, truly too terrifying. It's those 6th-order saints that I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that's all there is to it to be able to follow the Lord. This is the fortune of our lives. The 9th-rank perfection semi-saint looked at the shocking battle 300 light-years away through the crystal screen, and they were all shocked. Their eyes were filled with indescribable fanaticism and worship, as if they were the most devout fanatics. At this moment, even without the trace of their natal holy soul, they wouldn't hesitate even if Yang Fann asked them to die. To be Yang Fann's servant was the glory of their lives. The combat strength of a 6th Order Saint less than 200 years old. A monster like this, not to mention their Tianan realm river, perhaps there wouldn't even be a single person in the entire AIMA realm. The legendary monsters from 30 billion years ago and the 9 false saints, Holy Sovereign, were comparable to their master. They were not even qualified to carry shoes. When the Star Luo Holy Sovereign entered the Origin continent, he had already lived for more than 500 million years. If their master had also lived for 500 million years, how powerful would he be? It was completely unimaginable. Perhaps even the legendary Saint King expert was only a slightly stronger ant in the hands of their master. In the 3 Great Supreme Divine Kingdom, Vermilion Bird, Xianxia, and Heaven Lion. 3 Sovereign was so scared that he couldn't say anything. He was glad that the 3 of them didn't act alone. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by them a long time ago. That monster was too terrifying. It was able to fight 3 guardian spirits by itself, but it was still able to gain the upper hand. If it wasn't for the guardian spirits, it would have been indestructible. As long as it had enough divine power, even if it was completely destroyed, it would still be able to be reborn. At this moment, it might have already been suppressed by that monster. The Doxorubicin was suppressing all 4 directions, and the Kunpeng Holy Palace was supporting its own body. Yang Fann's combat strength could be said to have slightly exceeded the scope of the 6th Order Saint, and it seemed to be on par with a 7th grade Saint. If he were to face that monster alone, it was likely that he would have already slaughtered his way into the divine country and completely suppressed them. Even though the 3 great guardian spirits had the power of a 5th level peak saint, if they were to face the entire divine country alone, the guardian spirits would barely be able to match up to a 5th level saint. Rumble, rumble. The 3 great guardian spirits were constantly being destroyed and killed by Yang Fann. However, in the blink of an eye, with the support of the boundless divine power, they were reborn once again. They continued to charge at Yang Fann fearlessly. In a sense, this guardian spirit was even more difficult to deal with than a saint. Although a saint had the ability to be reborn with a drop of blood, however, every time he was reborn, it would consume a huge amount of energy, and his combat strength would be weakened by a little bit. However, the guardian spirit was different. As long as they had sufficient divine power, their combat strength would be able to remain at its peak state. 3 days later, which of the 3 guardian spirits hadn't been destroyed hundreds of times by him? However, their combat strength was still not weak at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann's myriad beast holy body was powerful enough, his recovery ability would have been even stronger than an ordinary saint body. Perhaps he would have been exhausted to death by the 3 guardian spirits. Soon, a week passed. The 3 great guardian spirits had been destroyed by Yang Fann at least 1,000 times. However, the divine power reserves of the 3 great supreme divine kingdom were like bottomless pits, without any bottom. Bang bang once again, the 3 great guardian spirits were shattered into pieces. Yang Fann's body moved, tearing apart the space around him as he retreated. At this moment, Yang Fann finally decided to retreat for the time being. 3 Sovereign had been running this business for nearly 10 billion years, and he had accumulated an unknown amount of divine energy. Even if the guardian spirit was reborn every time, it would consume a large amount of divine energy. They would probably be able to last for a few decades, or even a few hundred years. This kind of hard work was definitely the worst plan. He would wait until he reached the perfection, and his combat strength would skyrocket to the high sage stage. Then, he would be able to suppress them. Originally, there was only one Cyan Dragon King. Yang Fann was at most a 8th layer warrior, and he was able to defeat a myriad beast holy body huge perfection warrior. Now that there was an extra Archaeopterygium, Yang Fann was fully confident that he would be able to take the final step. HMPH, I'll let you live for a few more years. Wait for me, the huge perfection of the myriad beast holy body, and that will be the time of your death. Yang Fann gave the 3 great supreme divine kingdom a deep look. With a few flashes of his silhouette, he quickly returned to the galactic warship that was 300 light-years away. In the 3 great supreme divine kingdom, Vermilion Bird, Xianxia, and Heavenly Lion. Phew, that monster has finally retreated. The Vermilion Bird supreme being and the other 2 let out a long sigh of relief. This week, they had been on tenterhooks every day, fearing that the monster would break the grand formation and enter the divine country. Furthermore, the massive amount of divine power that was consumed every single day was too much for them to bear. Under the joint enhancement of the three great supreme divine kingdom, although the combat strength of the guardian spirits had skyrocketed, the divine power that was consumed every time they were reborn had increased exponentially. Many of the master gods, who had accumulated over hundreds of millions of years, might not even be able to revive the guardian spirits once. In just 7 days, the divine power in their divine powers ponds had already been depleted by 1/10,000th. If Yang Fann refused to give up and fought them to the death, it would only take 200 years at most for their divine power reserves to be completely exhausted. Although there were many servants in divine country, the divine power produced by their prayers was like a cup of water being poured on a cart of firewood. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for even a day. After returning to the galactic warship, Yang Fann left another Holy Soul avatar behind to monitor the movements of the three great supreme divine kingdom, so that they wouldn't slip away when they saw the opportunity. Although they had the death curse seal, as long as they didn't leave the Tianan Realm River, they would be able to find them. However, that would waste a lot of time. Nearly half of the 200 years had passed. What he lacked now was time. Galactic warship, bedchamber. Yang Fann went into seclusion once again. With a thought, the Archaeopterygium was carried out of the Doxarubasan by Yang Fann. Water Holy Sovereign Law, Ice Holy Sovereign Law, Defensive Holy Sovereign Law, and Strength Holy Sovereign Law. Not bad, they are all laws that I have comprehended. On the way to Beast God Great World, Yang Fann had been comprehending other laws during his free time. In the past 10 years, apart from the laws of 3 sovereign that he had already mastered, he had also comprehended 36 other laws. 4 apart from the 5 basic laws of metal, wood, water, fire and earth, the vast majority of the laws. They were all just quasi-saint law, some were low. And these were only emperor sovereign laws. To the other holy sovereign, these were holy sovereigns. This was a complete waste of time. There was even a huge hidden danger, as he had yet to comprehend a holy sovereign law to the great perfection stage. So, it wasn't a big deal for him to have a low cultivation base. Once he cultivated the half-saint law, it would be like cutting off his own path. The more laws one comprehended, the harder it was to advance to the holy sovereign law. In the eyes of countless holy sovereign, someone like Yang Fann who had comprehended 39 laws was simply using his future as a joke. However, Yang Fann had the heaven-defying heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. So what if the difficulty of his advancement increased exponentially? In any case, he didn't rely on comprehending the laws to advance. As long as he had that tiny bit of law seed, he could completely rely on the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to plunder the laws of others for his own use. In these past few years of seclusion, he had devoured a large number of sovereign lords and sovereign lords. His 36 laws had undergone a qualitative leap. At the very least, they were at the half-saint level, beginning level. It was like he had comprehended the most profound of the 5 basic laws of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. He had even reached the half-saint level, the great perfection stage. If he swallowed the 4 holy sovereign law controlled by the Archaeopterygium, Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to advance his water, ice, and defense laws to the holy sovereign law in one go. One must know that out of the 4 holy sovereign law controlled by the Archaeopterygium, even the weakest of them had reached the mastery. He calmed down a little. The next moment, rumble, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, instantly swallowing the Archaeopterygium. In an instant, the endless strength of original life surged into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole like a surging tide, causing his power of the shell to soar at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the Archaeopterygium's comprehension of the great Tao of water continued to surge into Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. The half-saint law of water was quickly transforming into the water holy sovereign law. First level, third level, level 5, level 7, C1131 infinite divine body. The profundity of the world engulfing great spell is far beyond the imagination of the world. Even the legendary holy king cultivation technique was far from being comparable to a 10,000th of it, the heaven and earth cloud and mud. If the other saints did not comprehend the holy sovereign law to the great perfection stage, they would not dare to touch upon other laws. However, Yang Fann had managed to comprehend another 36 laws in just 10 years. Adding the 3 laws of devour, destruction, and 5 elements that he had already mastered, there were a total of 39 laws. In terms of number of laws, he had already far surpassed some top-level holy sovereign. One should know that even the 9th grade top saints could only control 36 laws. In the eyes of the other saints, Yang Fann's action was no different from digging his own grave. However, Yang Fann still did as he always did. In fact, in his opinion, a mere 39 laws was still too little. If he could comprehend 3,000 laws in one go, that would be for the best. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, the comprehension of others was his comprehension. As long as there were enough experts for him to devour, the Holy Sovereign Law would only be a matter of time. Once all 3,000 laws broke through to the Holy Sovereign Law, even if they were only at the beginning, he was confident that he would be able to suppress the peak saint kings and expert, and even challenge the master of the AIMA. Unfortunately, this was not an easy task. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique could steal other people's laws for its own use, but the prerequisite was that he had to first comprehend that law, just like the crops in the fields. First, he had to have seeds, and the difficulty of comprehending the Tao of law would increase exponentially with every additional law he comprehended. Although Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying, the real bloodline talent was only slightly stronger than the #1 young master of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, Hao Gan. This was all thanks to the 9 saint-grade space beasts. Being able to comprehend 39 laws in one go was almost his limit. However, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry. His bloodline talent was growing every day. One day, he would be able to completely comprehend 3,000 laws. Even if he had only comprehended 39 laws, as long as he could break through to the Holy Sovereign Law, Yang Fann was confident that he could challenge Saint Duo Luo, or even high-level Holy Sovereign, who was at the peak of his cultivation. Galactic Warship, Yang Fann's Chambers. Rumble, rumble. The great Tao of water flashed within Yang Fann's interspatial sea of consciousness, causing his water laws to increase by leaps and bounds, pushing towards the Holy Sovereign Law at a terrifying speed. Very soon, half a year had passed. The Archaeopterygium's aura suddenly dropped by a huge margin, and its cultivation level dropped to the 3rd grade saint realm. Its comprehension of the great Tao of water was completely absorbed by Yang Fann. The result was that Yang Fann's water law had been upgraded to the water Holy Sovereign Law, and it had even completely surpassed Yang Fann's law of swallowing. He was only a step away from breaking through to the small success stage. 1 year later, rumble. The aura of the 3rd Holy Sovereign Law erupted from Yang Fann's body. The mutated law of water, Frost Law, had successfully evolved into an Ice Holy Sovereign Law. 3 years later, Pucci, the aura of the Archaeopterygium, instantly dropped to Holy Sovereign's level. Not a single one of the 4 Holy Sovereign Law was missing, and all of them had become Yang Fann's wedding gift. Apart from the Law of Strength, which was only barely able to be upgraded to the Holy Sovereign Law, the other laws of the 3 paths were infinitely close to the small success stage. Another half a month passed. Bang! The Archaeopterygium completely transformed into a flying ash. In the next moment, rumble, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying divine light seemed to be able to destroy all eternity. Huff! After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, an indescribable joy flashed across Yang Fann's face. Although his myriad beast holy body hadn't reached the perfection stage as he had expected, compared to his harvest, this tiny flaw could be ignored. With the successful advancement of the 4 great law, his combat strength had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Furthermore, after absorbing all the strength of original life from the Archaeopterygium, his power of the shell had increased by more than 10 times. With just the power of the shell alone, he was able to kill a peak 2nd grade saint. Once he used all of his trump cards, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress a 7th grade saint, or even fight a 8th grade saint. At this moment, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could break through the 3 supreme divine kingdom and capture 3 sovereign. However, he wasn't in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Instead, with a thought, he released Cyan Dragon King. That 3 sovereign was there. As long as he was willing to, he could take care of them at any time. So, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. Cyan Dragon King and the Archaeopterygium were both supreme beings in the water. They also controlled the Holy Sovereign Law of Water and the Holy Sovereign Law of Ice. The remaining 2 laws were the Dragon Clan's Origin Law, the Holy Sovereign Law of Dragon, and the Holy Sovereign Law of Wood, which represented unlimited life force. Yang Fann had also comprehended these 2 laws. Over the years, Yang Fann had absorbed and refined a large number of laws from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Law was one of the laws that he had comprehended first. Among the 39 laws that he had comprehended, he was ranked 123, and he had already reached the mastery of the half-step saint law. In just a breath's time, rumble, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, instantly devouring Cyan Dragon King within. In an instant, archaeopterygiums that were even purer than strength of original lives poured into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. It seemed like it could break through the barrier at any moment, allowing the myriad beast holy body to break through to the great perfection stage. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4 years. Rumble, rumble, the space behind Yang Fann distorted, revealing a magnificent ocean. Seagulls were soaring above, and groups of sharks were fighting for supremacy. It was a magnificent scene of dragons playing. The salty smell of seawater filled the entire hall. In the blink of an eye, grug grug grug, a terrifying cold energy that could make countless low-grade holy sovereign despair erupted from Yang Fann's body. In an instant, it froze the surrounding ocean, turning it into a world of ice. For the holy sovereign law of water and the holy sovereign law of ice had both broken through to the small success stage. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 7 years. Rumble, rumble, 7 extremely divine auras of the laws coiled around Yang Fann's body, and they illuminated him from afar. It caused Yang Fann to seem as if he was a divine being, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. 7 Tao Pseudo-Saint. Although this false sacred water was a little bit powerful, apart from the holy sovereign law of water and the holy sovereign law of ice that had reached the small completion, the other 5 great laws were only at the beginning. But even so, the power of the law alone was enough to crush most 4th-grade saints. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, even Yang Fann wasn't sure where his limit was. However, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that an ordinary 8th-grade saint was no match for him. Soon, another 10 days passed. At this moment, awoo awoo awoo, the 10,000 beasts roared. Countless divine beasts, dragons, phoenixes, qilins, white tiger, profound tortoise, divine lion. Roar, the 10,000 beasts roared. Countless divine beast dragons, phoenixes, qilins, white tiger, black tortoise, and divine lions appeared around Yang Fann. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's terrifying power of the shell, which could rival the power of a rank 3 saint, began to increase at an alarming rate. The power of 100,000 saints. The power of millions of saints. The power of millions of saints. C1132 Grand Mist Indestructible Body Galactic Warship, Yang Fann's chambers. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Fann's aura was like a landslide or a tsunami, rising crazily. In all directions, large tracts of space collapsed and turned into powder. The power of the shell was 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger than before. It was simply shocking. He had made a breakthrough. After absorbing more than half of Cyan Dragon King's strength of original life, Yang Fann finally broke through the thin membrane and took the most important step. The myriad beast holy body had truly broken through to the great perfection stage. 1 day later, only then did Yang Fann's soaring momentum gradually calm down. As for the power of the shell, it finally stabilized at the power of 1 billion saints. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. One should know that an ordinary 5th-level saint might not even be able to unleash the power of 1 billion saints with a single strike. In other words, Yang Fann was able to kill a 5th-level saint with just the power of the shell alone. This power was far beyond Yang Fann's expectations. He thought that after reaching the huge perfection of the myriad beast holy body, it would be considered not bad if his power of the shell could reach the 3rd-level saint realm. It was so powerful that it was hard to describe with words. Adding the 7 great holy sovereign law, at this moment, even if it was a 9th-grade saint, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could suppress him. Even if it was a slightly weaker 1st-grade intermediate saint, he would still have to fight to decide who would win and who would lose. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's face turned pale all of a sudden, as if his head was going to explode. Countless profound saint runes flashed in Yang Fanshihai's mind. They swarmed towards the holy soul in the center of the sea of consciousness, as if they were trying to squeeze his holy soul to explode. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was a day. Only then did Yang Fann gradually regain his strength. Letting out a deep breath, Yang Fann felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, after he swallowed all of the archaeopterygiums and half of Cyan Dragon Kings, his holy souls had increased by a large margin, catching up to some high-level saints. Otherwise, his holy souls would really have exploded this time. S would still be severely damaged. S first. This wasn't the first time that the black iron battle body had broken through to the huge perfection. The 5 elemental demon god battle body had broken through to the huge perfection. It was the same. However, at that time, it wasn't as scary as this time. It only made him feel a swelling pain. It was also because of this that although Yang Fann was somewhat prepared, he did not take it to heart. That was why he ate it. Such a huge loss. But in next to no time, that wisp of terror was replaced by a wave of wild joy. The Hung Meng indestructible body was a skill that was 10 million times scarier than the myriad beast holy body. As long as one was at the small completion, they would be able to kill a saint king with their body. Once they reached the huge perfection, even true God Sovereign would have the strength to fight them. This true God was not a true God from the beast God great world. He was the true supreme God, the peerless expert that surpassed a saint king. It was very likely that the master of the AIMA realm was a true God Sovereign. In the time it took to breathe, a purple gas appeared in Yang Fann's hand. It was like a symbol of the great Tao. With just a glance, it seemed like it could make people fall into the enlightenment. Countless great Tao principles flashed in the sea of consciousness. This purple gaseous substance was none other than the primordial purple clouds that countless half-saints had been searching for. When the beast god great world was first born, one of the 5 primordial purple clouds, the Archaeopterygium, had attained the foundation of the great Tao and became a saint. Yang Fann had already successfully mastered the holy sovereign law. As long as he fused the primordial purple clouds with his golden elixir of life, he would immediately become a saint. However, Yang Fann was not willing to become a saint just like that. The trip to the origin continent had gathered hundreds of millions of half-saints and a million false saints. It was definitely the best hunting ground for him. Once he missed it, it would take him at least tens of thousands of years to truly stand at the peak of the Tianan Realm River. Moreover, even if he didn't think for himself, he would still have to consider the holy palace of spiritual martial arts. Without his guidance, it would be considered pretty good if those perfection semi-saint from the holy palace of spiritual martial arts could obtain a primordial purple clouds. Initially, he thought that he wouldn't be able to use this primordial purple clouds for nearly 1,000 years. Even Yang Fann was considering whether he should give this primordial purple clouds to his subordinates. At that time, even if he entered the origin continent, there would still be a saint guarding 6th young master peak for him. However, the appearance of this Hung Meng indestructible body had completely broken his plan. Because in order to cultivate the Hung Meng indestructible body, the prerequisite was to have the primordial purple clouds. Just an official beginning required 999 primordial purple clouds. It was frightening to hear that. If one wanted a small completion, they would need a millions primordial purple clouds. This was to make him become the killer of the sage. Otherwise, even if he plundered all the origin continents in origin continent, it would still be far from enough for him to reach the small success stage. The most important thing was that the Hung Meng indestructible body had directly broken down the primordial purple clouds into a type of strength of origin, strengthening his own body. It wouldn't increase his cultivation base. What was the purple lightning I encountered in the back mountain that day? Yang Fann had already asked this question countless times. Unfortunately, he still had no clue. It wasn't that he hadn't carefully examined his sea of consciousness, but he also didn't find anything unusual. Perhaps his strength was far from enough to detect all of this. Compared to the expert that appeared in his sea of consciousness when he had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, it was still as weak as before. In front of them, a pseudo-saint like him was not much stronger than an ant on this land. Yang Fann shook his head hard. He didn't think too much about it. As his cultivation base and strength continued to increase, one day, he would understand everything. In the next moment, rumble, the devouring black hole unleashed its power once more. Boundless power of devouring swept towards Cyan Dragon King, crazily devouring his purest strength of original life. However, it was a pity that after the myriad beast holy body had broken through to the great perfection stage, a 4th grade saint like Cyan Dragon King's advancement was limited. 1 month later, Cyan Dragon King had completely transformed into a flying ash. Yang Fann's power of the shell had only grown by less than 10,000 power of semi-saint, and it was almost negligible. Rumble, a purple light flashed, and a primordial purple clouds appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble. The Hung Meng indestructible body started circulating. The primordial purple clouds, which even top saints couldn't do anything to, magically broke down and turned into a strange purple mist. In an instant, it covered Yang Fann's entire body, forming a huge purple cocoon. Soon, another month had passed. The purple mist disappeared without a trace, and the primordial purple clouds was completely refined by Yang Fann. For hiss, this primordial purple clouds is worthy of being called the chance to become a saint. The foundation of the great Tao is indeed extraordinary. However, this primordial purple clouds not only doubled his power of the shell, it also doubled his body defense. One should know that after reaching the huge perfection of myriad beast holy body, Yang Fann's body was comparable to some third tribulation saint weapons. Now, even amongst the many third tribulation saint weapons, he was considered one of the best. And this was only a single primordial purple clouds. Once he swallowed 999 primordial purple clouds, how terrifying would the true beginning of the Hung Meng indestructible body be? He was afraid that with just the power of the shell alone, he would be able to kill high-level holy sovereign. Who, taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Yang Fann began to absorb the second primordial purple clouds. C1133 capture the three supreme beings in the blink of an eye. 8 years had passed since Yang Fann entered secluded cultivation. In the entire fleet, apart from the galactic warship and the 20 sunshine battleships that were still 100 light-years away from the three great supreme divine kingdom and monitoring three sovereigns' movements, the remaining 79 sunshine battleships and several tens of thousands of moon Chinese warships had returned to the world of gods and continued their conquest of the subsidiary worlds of the beast god Great World. In these 8 years, another few 100,000 middle world and hundreds of millions of small worlds had been successfully captured. Hundreds of millions of gods had been captured and turned into slaves. Regarding these subsidiary worlds, Yang Fann was not much different from the natives of the main world. All the divine spirits were captured and turned into slaves. As for the ordinary creature of the worlds, they did not interfere too much. As long as they could hand over their resources on time, they would not pay too much attention to them. As for the interstellar transportation array, it had reached the final phase of debugging. It would only take a few months at most before it would officially pass. At that time, a large number of deities and beauties from the beast god Great World would be sent back to the spiritual martial arts continent to help Yang Fann obtain a large amount of resources. Within the three great divine country, the vermilion bird, Xianxia, and the heavenly lion. As time passed, the ominous omen in three sovereigns' heart became more and more obvious, as if a great calamity was about to fall upon them. He wanted to escape from them, but looking at the universe fleet that was 100 light-years away, they did not dare to make any rash moves. Moving to the divine country without permission, the three talents formation that they had set up would definitely be broken. At that time, without the support of the formation, the guardian spirit would be sent back to its original form. Once Lord of the Evil Gods arrived, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Furthermore, the movement speed of divine country was very slow. It simply couldn't escape from the pursuit of those battleships. As for abandoning the divine country and escaping by itself, this idea was immediately nipped in their minds. If they really dared to do so, that's because he didn't die fast enough. That monster and the three great guardian spirits world-shocking battle was right in front of them. With their cultivation levels, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to take even a single move from that monster, and would be blasted apart or even suppressed. Time slowly passed while Three Sovereign was feeling uneasy. Soon, another half a month passed. During this period of time, countless god servants became Three Sovereign's targets of venting his anger. Because of a small matter, they were easily crushed to death. This caused countless god servants in Three Sovereign's divine kingdom to panic. They walked on thin ice, deeply afraid that one day, their master would be unhappy and send them to the underworld to meet the underworld king. Rumble. Suddenly, the starry sky trembled. A terrifying giant that was more than 1,000,000 feet tall appeared in front of the three great divine country. It was a dazzling light that blotted out the sky and the sun, looking down on everything in its path. The terrifying aura caused the entire starry sky to tremble. It's that Lord of the Evil Gods roar. The vermilion bird formation was activated. Bitchit the heavenly lion formation was activated. Let's go, guardian spirit. Three Sovereign, who had been paying attention to the activity in God Nation, instantly activated their guardian formation. In an instant, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the 9 heavens, and the roars of beasts rang out continuously. In the next moment, the vermilion bird, heavenly lion, and Changqi's 3 great guardian spirits soared into the sky, and terrifying fiendish qis filled the entire 4-direction starry sky. Waves of the aura of a level 5 saint swept across the world. Pucci, the surrounding large swaths of space were unable to withstand the violent pressure, and like mirrors, they exploded one after another. Whoosh, looking at the majestic and ferocious 3 guardian spirits, the vermilion bird Paragon and the other 2 felt slightly relieved. 8 years ago, the 3 guardian spirits were able to block Lord of the Evil Gods' attack. Today, nothing unexpected would happen. But this time, who knew how much divine energy would be consumed? In the starry sky, things are different now. You are no longer worthy to be my opponents. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Yang Fann looked down at the 3 guardian spirits from above. His voice was calm, as though he was telling the truth. What? The expressions of the Vermilion Bird Supreme Elders changed. Their relaxed hearts were once again lifted. An extremely uneasy feeling swept across their hearts. Impossible. How long has it been? Right at this moment. Destroy them all. Rumble. Yang Fann waved his right arm and struck out with his palm. Yang Fann didn't use any laws in this palm strike. He didn't even use the magic in his body, but even so. After breaking through to the huge perfection of the myriad beast holy body, Yang Fann had the power to kill a 5th-grade saint with just the body alone. After absorbing the primordial purple clouds of Cyan Dragon King in the Archaeopterygium, he pushed his physical strength to the 6th-order saint realm. With the help of the myriad beast holy body, this palm strike was terrifying. It was almost as powerful as a level 8 saint. Even a slightly weaker level 7 saint would be destroyed by this palm strike. Grug, the 3 guardian spirits were like paper, completely unable to resist at all as they were completely shattered into pieces. Ah, how is this possible? How is this possible? The Vermilion Bird Supreme Being and the other 2's eyes were as wide as fish eyes. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. 8 years ago, Lord of the Evil Gods had to fight a bitter battle for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn in order to blow up a guardian spirit. The gap between them was more than 100 times 1,000 times in the name of the creation god. How long had it been? 8 years. 8 years, 8 years, not 8 million years, not even 800 million years. How could there be such a monster in the world? If they knew that Yang Fann didn't even use a single bit of his strength just now, what would they think? They were afraid that it would directly scare the holy soul until it collapsed. Was he really still human? Rumble. The terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush downwards. In less than a breath's time. Bang, bang, bang. The guardian formation of the heavenly lion divine country that bore the brunt of the attack was the first to break apart, followed by the vermilion bird, divine country, and Changqi. Grug, the 3 great guardian spirits that had just been reborn were destroyed once again. This time, there was no chance for them to be reborn, and they were completely destroyed. Once the formation was broken, even if there was still a huge amount of divine power left, it would be of no help. Ah, not good, the divine formation is broken. The faces of the Vermilion Bird Supreme Being and the other 2 changed. Once again, an extreme fear swept across their hearts. Without the guardian formation, without the guardian spirit, what could they use to fight that monster? Flee. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a stream of light shot up into the sky from the 3 divine country. Although the divine country was important, it was their home and their foundation. For those who followed the path of faith of the gods, without the divine country, it would be 100 times more difficult for them to advance in the future. However, at this moment, they couldn't care about that anymore. Even if they didn't break through in the future, it would still be better than losing their lives right now. Trying to escape, all of you, come here. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If these 3 rank 4 aphids could escape from his hands, he would have bought a piece of tofu earlier and bumped his head to death. This would save him the embarrassment of being conspicuous in this world. As he spoke, rumble, Yang Fann struck out with his palm. It was so large that it could cover the sky, as if it could cover the entire starry sky. Ah, no, my lord, please spare my life. Spare my life. I am willing to surrender, I am willing to surrender. C1134 Unifying the Beast God Great World. After 8 years of seclusion, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 1,000 times. Just the pure strength of body alone was enough to kill the 6th Order Saint. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed and the 7 Holy Sovereign Law were unleashed at the same time, he would have the confidence to fight even an intermediate saint. At this moment, the guardian spirit that Yang Fann couldn't do anything to was no longer the same as the ant. With just a single palm strike, it had crushed the 3 guardian spirits, crushing them like a hot knife through butter. With a single strike, the 3 guardian formation were completely destroyed. With another palm strike, 3 sovereign, who had escaped from the divine country and was about to enter the starry sky of the universe, was captured in his hand. In an instant, the sound of begging for mercy and surrendering rang out continuously from 3 sovereigns' mouth. In order to survive, the dignity of a supreme being and the hatred of their race were all thrown out of their minds. Although each and every one of them had lived for nearly 10 billion years, the vermilion bird supreme being and the other 2 really didn't want to die. As sovereign god, his lifespan was virtually eternal and immeasurable, 10 billion years. That was just a leader. Surrender. Too late. Yang Fann smiled coldly. If 3 sovereign had chosen to surrender 8 years ago, Yang Fann might have spared their lives. After all, they were 3 4th-grade saints. At that time, they were considered a great help to him. However, the current Yang Fann did not think highly of them. Furthermore, he had just tasted the sweetness of the Hung Meng indestructible body. Yang Fann urgently needed the primordial purple clouds for his cultivation. 2 primordial purple clouds had allowed his power of the shell to advance by 1 grade. If he absorbed the primordial purple clouds from the bodies of the 3 vermilion bird supreme elders, even if the body's power couldn't advance to the 7th grade sage stage immediately, it wouldn't be much different. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble. A brilliant golden light flashed as the vermilion bird sovereign and the other 2 were sealed within the doxorubicin by Yang Fann. In the next moment, Yang Fann turned his eyes and looked at the 3 huge supreme divine kingdom in front of him. Collect. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand that spanned several light years appeared once more. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the 3 great supreme divine kingdom. If it was 8 years ago, it wouldn't have been an easy task for Yang Fann to take away these 3 great supreme divine kingdom. He would have to use all his strength. As the lair of the 3 vermilion bird supreme elders, the supreme divine kingdom was millions of times bigger than those stars. Its weight was so huge that it could crush a 6th-order saint. But now, it was a piece of cake for him to take away the 3 great supreme divine kingdom at the same time. 10 breaths later, rumble, a space wormhole appeared out of thin air. The galactic warship took the lead and passed through the space wormhole. 800,000 light-years away from the vermilion bird divine country, there was a huge star. It was so vast that it was even bigger than the vermilion bird divine country. The entire divine country, the 9 levels and 9 lands, was a boundless ocean. There were no continents on it. There were only islands scattered all over the place. If a god were to come here personally, he would be absolutely shocked. The ocean wasn't water at all, it was the purest divine power. If an ordinary lower god drank a mouthful of seawater here, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of years of hard work. True dragons that were over 10,000 miles long kept jumping out of the water. They were playing and playing. They were twisting and turning. Rumble. A space wormhole with a diameter of nearly 100,000 kilometers appeared in the sky above the planet. In the next moment, a 300,000-kilometer-long interstellar warship passed through the wormhole. This Cyan Dragon King is indeed worthy of being the leader of the 5 supreme beings. The grade of this divine country is obviously much higher than the other supreme divine kingdom. Looking through the crystal screen at the huge star below, Yang Fann murmured softly, "But now, it's all mine." Although Cyan Dragon King was dead, Yang Fann would never let go of his divine country. The same went for the Archaeopterygium's divine country. These were the supreme divine kingdom. The value of these saint artifacts could be said to be no less than some of the 3rd Calamity saint artifacts. They could even be considered top grade among the many 3rd Calamity saint artifacts. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, grabbing towards the Azure Dragon Supreme Divine Kingdom below. Without Cyan Dragon King's presence, the power of Cyan Dragon King's Divine Kingdom would be reduced to less than 100%. He was like a toothless tiger, totally powerless to resist. In less than 3 breaths of time, he was captured by Yang Fann. 10 days later, the Archaeopterygium Divine Country followed in the footsteps of the Azure Dragon Supreme Divine Kingdom. To Yang Fann's surprise, this Archaeopterygium actually had a powerful divine clone, a divine clone that controlled a holy sovereign law. A few years ago, after sensing that his true self had fallen, he directly used the Archaeopterygium, divine country, to escape from the demon god Great World, and even entered the starry universe. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann had swallowed the Archaeopterygium and could clearly sense the location of this Archaeopterygium, he might really have been able to escape. Leaving behind a clone to guard the world of gods, Yang Fann began his secluded cultivation to refine the Archaeopterygium. 3 Sovereign in the Archaeopterygium Divine Clone. As for the army of Yang family, under the lead of Demi-Saint Ancestor, they split into 2 groups. One group was to eliminate all the remaining gods in the world. During the war in the starry sky, although they had eliminated the 9th level and 9 gods, there were still very few gods who did not participate in the Myriad God Alliance and were lucky enough to escape the calamity. The other group was to continue conquering the small and middle worlds. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for half a year. He had finished debugging the interstellar transportation array and had successfully contacted the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Soon, the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts' army entered the Beast God Great World through the Black Star transportation array. Although the army was only at the half-step quasi-saint stage, it was more than enough to defend the world of gods. Even under the suppression of the strength of world, their cultivation had dropped to 9 stars Emperor Sovereign's level, but the combat strength of the martial artist warriors still surpassed the quasi-god expert of the various empires. At the same time, a large number of divine slaves and beauties of various races in the Beast God Great World were transported to the Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts through the Galactic Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts. Although these divine spirits' foundations were unstable and their combat strength was low, Quasi-Saint was still a Quasi-Saint. No matter what, they were still much stronger than the Ancestor. The Tao of Cultivation had many advantages for many martial artist warriors. Not to mention becoming a saint, even the position of semi-saint stage or even Holy Lord was an extravagant hope for most martial artists. However, the Tao of Faith had given them a glimmer of hope. To the deities, the key was the belief, whereas talent was secondary. They wouldn't dare to think of reaching the saint realm, but the great sage, Holy Lord, was still very promising. 3 is a high-rank major world. The number of subsidiary worlds in Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts was more than 100 times greater than the Beast God Great World. As for the human race, they had always been known for their fertility. The major middle world and small worlds didn't lack humans the most. In less than a month, the first batch of 1 million gods was sold out. Even the lowest level lower gods were sold for 1 million high-grade immortal crystals, and those heavenly god experts were sold at a sky-high price of 100 trillion high-grade immortal crystals. Of course, those foreign beauties were also extremely popular, especially those cats and fox beauties. In this world, there was no lack of people who were willing to spend money for beauties. 1 year later, in the main world of Beast God Great World, except for the deities of the Dark Knight divine system who had joined Yang Fann in the beginning, there were almost no traces of other deities. Even if there were, they would usually hide in the depths of the star realm. Without the faith of any believers, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Yang Fann went into seclusion for 3 years. All known middle world and small worlds had been cleaned up. The entire Beast God Great World could be said to have become Yang Fann's property. C1135 10 million star behemoth in less than 20 years, he conquered a great world. It had to be said that this was a great miracle. Of course, the biggest reason was still that the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was too heaven-defying. As long as he swallowed a certain amount of great creature of the world, he would be able to completely fuse with the great world law. Exercise all of his combat strength. If not for that, under the suppression of the strength of world, even if Yang Fann was able to defeat Cyan Dragon King that day, he wouldn't have been able to suppress Cyan Dragon King with all his might, and perhaps even be careless. It wasn't impossible for him to be suppressed instead. One should know that at that time, the Vermilion Bird Supreme and the other 3, they had already arrived at the nearby star domain. As long as Cyan Dragon King was able to resist Yang Fann's attack, the 4 of them would surely join the battle and kill Yang Fann. The combined might of 5 4th grade saints made it so that even some of the peak 5th grade saints might not be a match for them. Under the suppression of the strength of world, the combat strength Yang Fann could unleash was not much stronger than a peak 5th grade saint. Time flowed like water. Before he knew it, another year had passed. Galactic Warship, Yang Fann's chambers. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky of the universe, as though they could absorb all light. In the sky and in the earth, he was the only one who could dominate the world. His entire being was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could be put in his eyes. After 4 years, Yang Fann had finally completely absorbed the vermilion bird, Changqi, the heavenly lion 3 sovereign, and the Archaeopterygium divine clone. The holy sovereign law that he controlled suddenly increased from 7 to 12. One of the 3 major laws that he cultivated, the 5 elements law, had also successfully transformed into the 5 elemental holy sovereign law. Although none of the 5 supreme beings had mastered the 5 elements law, each of them had mastered one or more of the 5 elemental Taoes of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. After the 5 basic laws of metal, wood, water, and earth had successfully advanced to the holy sovereign law, Yang Fann's 5 elements law had also successfully transformed into the 5 elemental holy sovereign law. Everything happened naturally. One had to admit that the current Yang Fann was somewhat scary. One should know that the legendary monster of Tianan Realm River, the Star Luo Holy Sovereign, could only control 9 Holy Sovereign Law at the pseudo-saint stage. Although Yang Fann's 12 false saints were very powerful, and his strongest was only at the small success stage, it was still not something that ordinary false saints could compare with. In addition to his terrifying sacred body, after absorbing the vermilion birds of the 3 vermilion bird paragons, Yang Fann's power of the shell had reached the level of a 7th grade saint. At this moment, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight any ordinary level 2 or rank 3 middle level saint, or even suppress them. He had the power to fight an intermediate saint even though he was less than 200 years old. If this was spread out, no one would believe it, and no one would dare to believe it. Even in the entire Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, Yang Fann was able to enter the top 30. In these 2 short years, through selling god slaves and foreign beauties, Yang Fann had obtained a huge amount of wealth, which was almost equivalent to the wealth of a low-grade saint. Furthermore, this was only 2 years, 2,000 years, 20,000 years, so what? He didn't dare to imagine it at all. Money was the fastest profession in the world. Slave trafficking was definitely one of them. No wonder so many experts were willing to become slave owners. Very soon, another month passed. Rumble. A powerful fleet of galactic warships and 99 sunshine battleships soared into the sky from the beast god Great World. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the vast starry sky. With the reinforcements sent by the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, the entire beast god Great World could be said to be as stable as Mount I. As for whether the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts would deduct his benefits, Yang Fann was even less worried. With his current status in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts, unless the higher-ups of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had their heads crushed by the door, it was impossible for him to offend Yang Fann because of such a small amount of benefits. It wasn't as if Yang Fann didn't have any arrangements in the Beast God Great World. He had left his men in the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. He had also called some of them over as inspectors. After unifying the Beast God Great World, Yang Fann's next target was the Heavenly Star World. This was near the Beast God Great World. It was a large world, just like the Beast God Great World. The Heavenly Star World was also a part of the primary major world. However, compared to the Beast God Great World, the Heavenly Star World was slightly higher level. When the world was born, there were a total of 9 primordial purple cloudus. There were a total of 9 saints in the entire Heavenly Star World. The strongest lord of the Heavenly Star might have already reached the level of a high-level saint. Even an ordinary intermediate saint might not be able to take down the Heavenly Star World under the suppression of the strength of world. Initially, Yang Fann didn't dare to have any ideas about the Heavenly Star World. His initial goal was to be even weaker than the Beast God Great World. There were only 4 saints in the Warren Great World. But now, it was a different story. His strength had skyrocketed, and Yang Fann's ambition was also gradually growing. He was not satisfied with an ordinary primary major world like the Beast God Great World. Both of them were top-grade primary major world like the Heavenly Star World. The abundance of resources was several times or even 10 times greater than the Warren Great World. With the speed of the Shining Sun Fleet, it would only take them 20 years to reach the Heavenly Star World. It was time to set off. There were still more than 100 years left in Origin Continent. In these 80 years, Yang Fann was confident that he could conquer the Heavenly Star World. If everything went smoothly, he could even conquer a large world. Time flew by. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Yang Fann had spent a lot of time with the girls. He had either gone into secluded cultivation or plundered a huge amount of resources from the beast god Great World. As of now, he didn't lack resources. Even if his devouring speed had improved by leaps and bounds, which was comparable to the cultivation speed of a high-level saint, the accumulation of the deities in the beast god Great World for billions of years was enough for him to cultivate for hundreds and thousands of years. However, Yang Fann was more focused on comprehending new laws. He had devoured 5 great sovereign god, as well as thousands of master gods and master gods. Yang Fann's bloodline talent had once again experienced a qualitative leap, and had steadily stepped into the ranks of 5th grade holy bloodline holders. In just 10 years, Yang Fann had once again comprehended 6 laws, and the number of laws he had comprehended had reached a terrifying 45 laws. Furthermore, after devouring a portion of the gods, these 6 laws were quickly upgraded from Emperor's Law to the Quasi-Saint Law. In Yang Fann's heaven-swallowing gourd, there was still a group of gods suppressed, all for the sake of today. During this period of time, what made Yang Fann slightly disappointed was that, not to mention the space beast, even those pirates in the universe did not encounter a single wave, causing Yang Fann to lose an extra income. Having strength was capricious. The others, all of them were praying that they did not encounter these calamities. Shining Sun Fleet, 3,000 light-years away. Rumble, a terrifying giant beast that was covered in crimson scales and covered in flames, shaped like a lizard and over 10 million kilometers long, appeared out of thin air. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed a star in front of it. It was extremely ferocious and looked down on the world. Ah, this is a 10 million tier space beast, crimson flame lizard beast. Bitch it, how could this be? C-1136 Formidable Suppression Galactic Warship, Master Control Room. The expressions of Fannin and the other 36 ninth rank Perfection Semi-Saint warriors changed. They looked at the flaming giant beast in the crystal screen, and their eyes were filled with indescribable terror. The space beast's body length was 1,000,000 kilometers, and that was a huge barrier. As for 10 million kilometers, it was also a huge barrier. Once it exceeded 10 million kilometers, its strength would directly surpass a 9th grade saint, and it would be comparable to an intermediate holy sovereign. Although the scarlet flame lizard had only just broken through the 10 million kilometer mark, and was only comparable to the lowest intermediate holy sovereign, even so, it was still a devastating disaster to the entire fleet. Not to mention the Sunshine battleship, even the defense of the galactic warship could not withstand a casual strike from the scarlet flame lizard. No matter how confident they were in Yang Fann, they did not think that Yang Fann had the strength to defeat the scarlet flame lizard. In their opinion, their master's combat strength was about that of a 7th grade saint. Even if he had made another breakthrough in the past few years, to be able to fight against a level 8 saint was already their limit. To the crimson flame giant lizard, a level 8 saint could only be considered a slightly stronger ant. It could be suppressed with a wave of its hand. Gurgle Master, while the scarlet flame lizard has yet to discover us, we should quickly retreat. A white-haired 9th rank Perfection Semi-Saint swallowed his saliva with some difficulty and suggested. That's right, Master, as long as there's a green mountain, there's no need to worry about the lack of firewood. Let's retreat. Very quickly, someone echoed. Withdraw. Why should we retreat? Yang Fann smiled playfully. His eyes were burning with passion, as if he was a hunter who had found the fattest prey. SS's. My lord, he wouldn't be interested in the scarlet flame lizard, would he? All the 9th rank Perfection Semi-Saint warriors sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly tried to persuade him. Master, that's 10 million level space beasts, a terrifying beast comparable to an intermediate holy sovereign. Now was not the time to act recklessly. The scarlet flame lizard would not show them any mercy. So what if it's 10 million grade space beasts? Don't worry about anything else, let's continue driving. Yang Fann's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with excitement that was difficult to conceal. His body length exceeded 40 million kilometers and was comparable to a 4th grade intermediate holy sovereign's 40 million level space beasts. It was still enough for him to avoid the sharp edge. A mere 10 million level space beasts was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Fann had even begun to hallucinate how much strength this scarlet flame lizard could increase for him. After devouring this scarlet flame lizard, even if his pure strength of body could not match up to a tier 9 saint, it should be enough to fight against a tier 8 saint. What? Difficult? Could it be that my lord? But, is this possible? Fannin and the other elders were horrified. but for some reason, they could not get rid of this thought no matter how hard they tried. The matter of sending themselves to their deaths. As long as it wasn't a fool, they wouldn't do it. But was their master a fool? Under the deep horror of the crowd, the fleet continued forward, and very quickly, they arrived 1,000 light years away from the crimson flame giant lizard. Just at this moment, rumble, the huge eyes of the scarlet flame giant lizard, which looked like two small planets, suddenly burst out with a fierce light. In an instant, fiendish cheese that were enough to make countless low-level saints despair emerged from his body, crushing towards the shining sun fleet. Not good, that beast has discovered us. My lord, I'll leave everything to you. You can't cheat us. In an instant, endless fear swept across Fan and in the others' hearts. All 36 of them looked at their master Yang Fann in unison. At this moment, the only one they could rely on was Yang Fann. They hoped that Yang Fann really had the confidence to deal with the scarlet flame lizard. As for escaping, even if they threw away the Sunshine battleship, the galactic warship would never be able to escape from the scarlet flame lizard. Evil creature, you have come at the right time. Yang Fann sneered. The next moment, Yang Fann moved his body and instantly disappeared from the master control room. Once again, he reappeared 100 light years away from the scarlet flame lizard. Rumble, rumble, boundless holy light erupted from all of Yang Fann's fur. It was a dazzling and resplendent light. In an instant, it turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was more than 1,000,000 feet tall. It looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. It was incomparably divine and invincible. Grug grug grug, the surrounding starry sky was instantly reduced to dust. Evil creature, die rumble. A terrifying black hole that was tens of thousands of kilometers long. Boom boom boom, a terrifying black hole that was tens of thousands of kilometers long appeared out of thin air, crushing down on the crimson flame lizard. Rumble, rumble, devour, 5 elements, ice. The 12 great holy sovereign law flickered within. Yang Fann did not hold back in this attack. 12 laws were unleashed at the same time. The power of this attack was horrifying. Even the second-grade intermediate saint would be devoured by it if he was not careful. At that moment, boom, the eyes of the crimson flame lizard beast shone with a fierce light, and the crimson flames around its body began to boil. It opened its mouth and spat out a crimson flame that was as brilliant as a pillar, burning the starry sky and destroying everything in its path. Wherever it passed, all the stars in space would be turned into dust. Traces of destruction could be seen everywhere. Rumble, the crimson flames of destruction collided with the devouring black hole. The terrifying power seemed to want to overturn the entire starry sky. In just a breath's time, Chi-Chi, the 12 holy sovereign law, crazily attacked, completely shattering the destructive scarlet flames in an instant. To the current Yang Fann, the red flame lizard, which only had the combat strength of a first-grade intermediate saint, was still a little weak. In the next moment, the devouring black hole collided with the scarlet flame giant lizard's body and forcefully swallowed it. In that instant, endless power of devourings erupted. Law chains pierced through the scarlet flame lizard's body, crazily swallowing up the strength of original life. One Yang Fann immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. It was worthy of being called the 10 million grade space beast that was comparable to the intermediate holy sovereign. The purity of the strength of original life was hundreds of thousands of times greater than Cyan Dragon King and the other 4th grade saints. In just a breath's time, Yang Fann felt that his power of the shell had grown significantly. Roar! The crimson flame giant lizard kept roaring and struggling crazily, but it was useless. Galactic warship, inside the master control room. Fannin and the other 36 elders were all dumbfounded as they looked at the crystal screen in disbelief. It was suppressed. The scarlet flame lizard. Suppress. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is that really a 10 million space beast? C-1137, the Star Saint prophesied galactic warship, within the master control room. Fannin and the other 36 senior elders were all dumbstruck. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Many of them had even planned to go to the Yellow Spring with Yang Fann. They had never thought that it would be such a horrifying scene. What did they just see? It was just a single strike, and their master had suppressed the scarlet flame lizard. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had just fucked a dog. This was still the 10 million grade space beast that made countless holy sovereign tremble in fear. Could it be that they had encountered a fake space beast? It was a long while later before everyone finally managed to reluctantly believe this frightening fact. The monster of our Lord is indeed not something that ordinary people like us can speculate about. At this moment, even if Yang Fann said that he had the power to challenge high-level Holy Sovereign, they wouldn't have the slightest doubt about it. It was just high-level Holy Sovereign. He was only a great secret stage higher than intermediate Holy Sovereign, so what was the big deal? 2 hours later, the fleet moved forward once again. Galactic warship, Yang Fann's chambers. After leaving a clone behind to take charge of the fleet, Yang Fann went into seclusion once again, focusing on refining the Scarlet Flame Lizard. As Yang Fann's strength soared, his clone's strength similarly advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, a single wisp of Holy Soul Avatar was enough to rival an ordinary 4th-grade saint. With him in charge of the fleet, it could basically ensure the safety of the fleet. Saint-level space beasts were not so easy to encounter. As for those universe pirates, although there were some experts, the strongest ones were only perfection semi-saint. Saint Sovereign, no matter which big world he was in, he was always high and mighty. He was the lord of an area, and rarely did he become a bandit. They couldn't afford to lose face. Rumble. Waves of pure strength of original life continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, strengthening his body, causing his body's strength to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 month later. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily and crazily. The body's power had successfully broken through to the 7th-grade sage stage. 1 year later. The Crimson Flame Giant Lizard had shrunk greatly. It had now shrunk to less than 1,000,000 kilometers. Yang Fann's aura rose rapidly once again, increasing exponentially. The body's power had increased by another level. Terrifying. Just the body's power alone could rival a saint of the 8th level. Even many high-rank middle-level Holy Sovereign might not have such a terrifying saint body. Soon, another month passed. PFF the Crimson Flame Giant Lizard turned into ash, and there was not even a corpse left. Yang Fann's body's power had completely stabilized at the 8th level of the saint realm. At this moment, Yang Fann's combat strength had once again improved by leaps and bounds. His overall combat strength was terrifying, and he had already surpassed many 4th-grade intermediate Holy Sovereign. In the entire Tianan Realm River, he was worthy of being called the top expert. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, another 5 years had passed. These 5 years, he didn't know if it was the blessing of the heavens, or if he really got lucky. In these 5 years, he actually encountered 3 space beasts, and all of them were saint-grade space beasts. One of them was over 9 million kilometers in length, and was only a step away from breaking through to 10 million grade space beasts. Its combat strength was so powerful that it even surpassed many 9th-grade saints. However, to Yang Fann, who could easily suppress 10 million levels of Yang Fann's. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to suppress it. After devouring and refining the 3 saint-grade space beasts, Yang Fann's body's strength once again increased by quite a bit. Although it was not comparable to a 9th-grade saint, it was still considered outstanding amongst the 8th-grade saints. Furthermore, Yang Fann's bloodline talent had made a considerable improvement. After devouring the Scarlet Flame Lizard, Yang Fann's bloodline had increased to the limit of a 5th-grade holy bloodline. The 3 saint-grade space beasts had directly allowed Yang Fann to step into the ranks of those with a 6th-grade bloodline. After a few years, Yang Fann had once again comprehended 3 great laws. He had reached a terrifying 48 laws. Even the legendary saint ruler expert might not be able to control so many laws. Yang Fann did not even feel his limit. With his senses, he could at least comprehend the laws of 3 paths once more. Terrifying. If all of them broke through to the Holy Sovereign Law, even an ordinary top saints might have the strength to fight them, 180 million light-years away from the Shining Sun Fleet. There was a vast world that was several times bigger than the Beast God Great World. It was almost half the size of the spiritual martial arts continent. This big world was none other than Yang Fann's target, the Heavenly Star World. Outside of the 9 heavens in the Heavenly Star World, there were countless stars in the starry sky. Among these countless stars, there were thousands of stars that were different from other stars. Each of them was more than 10,000 times bigger than the other stars. In the center of these stars, there were a few stars that were 10 million times bigger than the other stars. These stars were none other than the fate stars of countless living beings in Heavenly Star World, the source of all their power. The billions of living beings in the Heavenly Star World were different from those in the great world of spiritual martial arts. They walked the path of martial arts, unlike those in the Beast God Great World who walked the path of faith. Instead, They took a shortcut and cultivated the path of the star god fate stars. Using the strange stars in the starry sky of the world as the fated star, one would receive the power of the stars, condense the fated star, condense the stars, break the starry sky, and step on the sun and moon. The strength of a life star determined the strength of a star cultivator. The strength of a life star could be roughly divided into 6 grades. There were 9 top-grade life stars, 36 first-grade level 1 life stars, 108 second-grade life stars, 365 third-grade life stars, 1080 fourth-grade life stars, 2800 fifth-grade life stars. The 5th grade had nothing to do with all living beings. Unless one had a great fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult to break through to the star realm in one's lifetime. A grade 4 life star could be the lord of a city. The highest achievement of controlling a city was to become a star lord. A grade 3 fate star could open up a kingdom or dynasty. He could be emperor, a grade 2 fate star. The future emperor would rule over a region. A level 1 fated star was known as a divine Taofather. It was a rare encounter that only happened once every 10,000 years. He was a top-class fated star. It was a rare encounter since ancient times, and it was the main character of an era. Since the birth of the heavenly star world, there were only 9 people. It was the supreme 9 star saints. However, the current heavenly star world was filled with an indescribable pressure. Countless star kingdoms were frantically preparing for war. A large number of star sovereigns were present. Star god, quasi-saint, star ancestor, half-saint, the expert quickly gathered in the starry sky. 20 years ago, the number 1 star saint of heavenly star world, Star Saint Tianyu, suddenly predicted that there would be devils from another world arriving in heavenly star world 20 years from now. They were going to send out endless slaughter, wanting to enslave heavenly star world. This was the biggest crisis that they had encountered since the birth of heavenly star world. Once they were defeated, everything would cease to exist. All living beings in heavenly star world would become slaves. Even Star Ancestor, who was high and mighty, was no surprise to them. Regarding Star Saint Tianyu's prediction, from the other 8 star saints to the ordinary star cultivators, no one had any doubts. 2-star Saint Tianyu was not only the number 1 saint and the number 1 expert in heavenly star world, he was also the number 1 sage and prophet in heavenly star world. It was precisely his accurate prediction that allowed them to predict the enemy step by step, and transcend the great calamity of the world time and time again. This time, it would definitely not be an exception. It was also at that time that all the powers in heavenly star world, including the expert and the empire, abandoned their old grudges and went all out to prepare for the war, waiting for the arrival of the otherworldly demons. C-1138 arriving at the heavenly star world in the vast universe, a massive fleet continues to advance at the speed of a quarter of an hour, 10,000 years. Yang Fann had no idea that the news of him conquering the heavenly star world had been completely exposed. In the entire heavenly star world, countless of star cultivators had been mobilized. The powerful star sovereigns and star gods, who were comparable to the sovereign and quasi-saint, had all been mobilized to form a terrifying army. They were gathered in the starry sky of the world, intending to fight to the death with the devil of the divergence that was about to arrive. In just a few years' time, the army of star cultivators had already surpassed 1 billion. Among them, there were more than 1 billion quasi-saint star gods and nearly 3,000 half-saints, and the number was still increasing day by day. In the end, it was very likely that the number of star cultivators that could gather in the army would exceed 1 trillion, and the number of star gods and star ancestors' high-level combat strength would also increase by several times. The history of heavenly star world had been far above the beast god great world. Since its birth, it had been nearly 30 billion years. Its foundation was so strong that it could not be compared to the beast god great world. Adding the geographical advantage, even a slightly weaker intermediate holy sovereign might have a hard time dealing with the heavenly star world. Of course, even if Yang Fann knew about what happened in heavenly star world, he wouldn't care too much about it. Since he had set his eyes on heavenly star world, it could be said that the hundreds of millions of star cultivators in heavenly star world had become the symbol of a slave. Currently, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than some intermediate saints. Even if he was suppressed by the strength of world, he could still exert his full strength. The combat strength of a 1st or 2nd grade intermediate saint was definitely not something that 9-star saints in heavenly star world could compare with. Once he devoured a portion of the expert in heavenly star world, it would completely conform to the rules of heavenly star world. Once he unleashed all of his combat strength, he would be able to suppress 9-star saints in Heavenly Star World with just a wave of his hand. In the following period of time, Yang Fann either accompanied a few girls or comprehended a new law. Time passed by quickly. Soon, another 4 years passed. Currently, the Shining Sun Fleet was less than 30 million light-years away from the Heavenly Star World. In at most half a year, they would arrive at the Heavenly Star World successfully. It was a pity that they had used up all their luck in the past few years, or for some reason, they had only encountered one space beast in the past 4 years. Moreover, it was an ordinary space beast that was not even at the saint level. It was not even qualified to fill the gaps between Yang Fann's teeth. After devouring and refining the space beast, it only increased the power of a saint. To Yang Fann, it was completely negligible. 19 years had passed, and the Heavenly Star World was almost fully prepared. Terrifying star formations were set up in the starry sky of the entire world. Once it was activated, it would be earth-shattering, and even a 9th-grade saint would be easily suppressed. The stars were transformed into star fortresses, and the armies of the star cultivators were stationed on them. A large number of star-destroying cannons were placed on the many stars. These were the top killing weapons in the Heavenly Star World. With just one shot, they could shatter a star, which was comparable to Star Ancestors' experts' full-power attack. Especially those few thousand natal stars, which were the most important of all. They had been transformed into a square war fortress. One should know that the importance of a natal star far exceeded the imagination of the people in Heavenly Star World. It was the source of their power. Once the fated star was destroyed, countless cultivators would immediately lose their cultivation and become crippled. Even 9-star saints wasn't surprised. Fated star was the opportunity for star cultivators. It was also the fatal weakness of many star cultivators. It was obvious that it was a fated star. It was rare for the expert in Heavenly Star World to leave Heavenly Star World. In case his fate star was destroyed and his cultivation base turned into water, he would be wronged. Of course, if his life star wanted to be destroyed, even if it was a 5th-grade life star, it would not be that easy to destroy it. Without a cultivation base of a great star god, it was not impossible to harm one. As for a 2nd-grade life star, it was one of the top star ancestors of Great Star Ancestor. Don't even think about destroying it. As for the 9 top-grade fated stars, even a star saint would not be able to shake them in the slightest. Now, with the special modifications from the many star cultivators, the defense of the various life stars had increased exponentially. The 9 top life stars, even the 1st and 2nd-grade intermediate saints, would have to use all their strength to destroy them. The number of star cultivators had also successfully exceeded 1 trillion. The weakest of them was a high-grade star sovereign that was comparable to a high-grade sovereign. There were nearly 100 million of them that could rival a great saint expert. Star Ancestor had more than 10,000 of them, and there were over 1,000 of them who had reached Great Star Ancestor's realm. This was a terrifying expert that could fight a perfection semi-saint. In terms of ordinary strength, the Heavenly Star World had already far surpassed the army of Yang family. Although they had conquered the Beast God Great World, with the help of the huge amount of resources given by Yang Fann, the army of Yang family's strength had improved by quite a bit. Out of the 2 billion people in the army of Yang family, over 300 million had reached the high-grade quasi-saint stage, and nearly 60 million had reached the great saint expert realm. Among them, Holy Lord had over 1 million, over 5,000 were half-saints, and over 500 were perfection semi-saint. However, compared to the Heavenly Star World, the gap between them was not small at all. However, the true deciding factor was never the lowest combat strength. The strength of the expert was the key to dominate everything. Although there were 9 great Holy Sovereign in Heavenly Star World, they were all low-level Holy Sovereign. The strongest Star Saint was a low-level high-level Holy Sovereign. Although there was only Yang Fann in Yang family, his strength was shocking. He was not weak even amongst intermediate Holy Sovereign. Soon, another half a year had passed. 4 among the 9 great fated stars, the Skybreak Star, the number 1 star sage amongst 9 star saints, Star Saint Tianyu, had awakened this fated star. Only then did he obtain the position of Star Sage. The name of this star had also come because of this star. In a grand hall in the middle of Tianyu Star, a person sat at the head of the hall. He was a silver-haired young man who appeared to be less than 20 years old. There was a closed vertical eye between his eyebrows. His aura had dominated the ages, even though he only looked like a young man. However, his eyes flickered with experience and vicissitudes that did not match his age. His true age, it definitely far surpassed his outer appearance and age. On the left and right sides of the silver-haired youth, there were 4 thrones that were one step lower than each other. On each of them sat a terrifying expert with an aura as powerful as a deep sea. It was as if a single gaze could wipe out a perfection semi-saint from this world. These 9 people were none other than the rulers of Heavenly Star World, Star Saint Tianyu and 9 Star Saints. Below 9 Star Saints, on both sides of his head, there were several hundred peak-grade experts with terrifying auras. All of them were great star ancestor who was comparable to a perfection semi-saint. It could be said that the entire main hall had gathered the top combat strength of the entire Heavenly Star World. Once the expert destroyed the main hall, the Heavenly Star World would basically be finished. Astonishingly, the vertical eye between Star Saint Tianyu's brows, which was sitting on the seat of honor, was tightly shut. It opened up all of a sudden. It suddenly unleashed a phenomenon in the endless starry sky. One of the stars was extremely bright, like the center of the universe, the origin of all stars. Endless starlight floated down from the divine eyes between his eyebrows and poured onto his body. It made his body sparkle. He looked like a huge and flawless star. The next moment, Star Saint Tianyu's lips moved. His voice was so high and mighty that it was ethereal and indefinite. However, there was a hint of unconcealable solemnity mixed within it. Everyone, prepare yourselves. They are here. C-1139 Fight the Stars Heavenly Star World, the starry sky of the inner world. Rumble. Suddenly, the void was like a curtain. It was torn apart, and a huge team of universe creators emerged from within. After nearly 20 years, Yang Fann and his soldiers finally arrived at their destination, Heavenly Star World. Within the galactic warship, Master Control Room. What a powerful world suppression. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Both of them were from the primary major world, but compared to the Beast God Great World, the suppression of the Heavenly Star World was more than several times stronger. With his current strength, he was actually suppressed by 2 grades, and was barely able to exert the combat strength of a 2nd-grade intermediate saint. Fannin and the others were even more miserable. A dignified 9th-rank perfection semi-saint was suppressed to the 4th-grade perfection semi-saint, and was almost forced to drop from the intermediate perfection semi-saint. As for those 4th-grade quasi-saint, they were suppressed to the half-step quasi-saint realm, and even 9 stars Emperor Sovereign. Their combat strength had dropped by more than 10 million times. Right at this moment, an ethereal voice that sounded like the voice of a god came from all directions. Myriad star grand formation, rise rumble. The heavens trembled as space and time flowed. In the blink of an eye, the entire fleet had appeared within an independent starry sky. Not good, there's an ambush. Fannin and the others' facial expression changed. Even Yang Fann was slightly shocked. However, they soon calmed down. It seemed like there was a capable man in Heavenly Star World as well. There was a Divine Secrets clan in the great world of spiritual martial arts. The Three-Eyed God clan had the ability to predict the future. It was likely that there was some kind of expert in the Heavenly Star World that had predicted their arrival and was the first to make preparations. However, all of this was destined to be in vain. In front of absolute power, everything was just an illusion. However, the previous plan had changed. Initially, he wanted to devour some of the natives of Heavenly Star World so that he could successfully conform to the rules of Heavenly Star World, and then launch a large-scale attack on Heavenly Star World. However, it was obviously impossible for him to develop in a low-profile manner now. At that moment, stars have fallen. That ethereal voice rang out once more. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, the entire starry sky suddenly lit up with a bright light. Countless stars fell from the sky and rained down on the shining sun fleet. Each star was no less powerful than the full-force attack of a 7th-grade saint. Countless stars gathered together. Even a Tier 9 saint would be killed if they were not careful. Poochie. In just a breath's time, the galactic warship and the 99 Sunshine battleships formed by defensive barriers were destroyed. One star after another turned into sparks and continued to crush the fleet. On the Heavenly Universe Star, in the Grand Hall, the experts' faces were filled with joy. It seemed like the devils from the other worlds weren't that powerful. With just a round of bombardment from the myriad stars' grand formation, their defenses were destroyed. Many of them were muttering in their hearts. It seemed like Sir Tianyu was overly nervous this time. A single myriad stars grand formation was enough to eliminate this group of devils. On the other hand, Star Saint Tianyu, who was sitting on the throne, had the same puzzled look in his eyes. Strange, this shouldn't be the case. The scene that he had predicted that day was blood red. Countless experts had fallen in the starry sky. Even they, 9 star saints, had been crushed and slaughtered. How could it be such a scene? Or was this just the vanguard of the Divergence's devils, and their main force had yet to arrive in our heavenly star world? Right at this moment, break! A cold voice resounded from within the fleet, engulfing the entire starry sky. Rumble! An unknown number of millions of kilometers away, a horrendous hand that seemed to be able to cover the entire starry sky, rose up from within the fleet. Grug grug grug! A large expanse of stars completely collapsed into dust. The heaven-sheltering big hand didn't slow down in the slightest as it crushed down towards the endless starry sky. Not good, there is a peerless expert among the evil devils of Divergence. Star Saint Tianyu's facial expression suddenly changed. The power contained within the heaven-sheltering big hand was so terrifying that even he, a peak star saint, was trembling in fear. It had almost exceeded the scope of a star saint. In less than a breath's time, rumble! The heaven-sheltering big hand slammed into the myriad star grand formation. In an instant, the entire myriad stars formation was filled with crisscrossing cracks, before finally completely collapsing. It's broken. The myriad star grand formation is broken just like that. The group of great star ancestor and even the few star saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The myriad star grand formation was the highest grade formation in heavenly star world. Not even the first Star Saint Tianyu could break the formation with a single strike. At this moment, all the expert finally understood why Star Saint Tianyu attached so much importance to it. This tribulation was definitely the greatest tribulation in heavenly star world. If they were not careful, even the eternal Star Saint might die. No one among them could withstand that terrifying power. Even if 9 star saints joined forces, it would still be difficult for him to withstand it. Galactic Warship, Master Control Room. After Yang Fann broke the formation with a single strike, his body moved and tore through the sky, lunging towards the biggest and brightest heavenly universe star. Under Yang Fann's terrifying saint sense, he could easily sense that a large number of experts had gathered in the star. Among them, there were 9 saints and 3 low-grade saints. 5 intermediate saints and 1 high-grade saint. Their strength was not something that the 5 sovereign god of Beast God Great World could compare with. One should know that even the weakest of the 3 low-grade saints had the cultivation of a 3rd-grade saint. Of the 5 intermediate saints, 2 of them were 4th-grade saints. 2 of them were at the level 5 saint realm, and 1 of them was. It was the 6th-order saint, and the only advanced saint. He had even reached the 9th-order sage stage, and by himself. Hong Long. This was obviously the command center of the natives of Heavenly Star World. They had to capture the king first to capture the bandits. As long as this place was taken care of, the Heavenly Star World would lose all ability to resist. Not good, the evil saint's target is us. Star Saint Tianyu's facial expression changed abruptly. You all should return immediately and take charge of all the major fated stars. We can't give those evil devils any chance to take advantage of us. After instructing thousands of great star ancestor, Star Saint Tianyu turned his gaze to the 8 star saints beside him. Everyone, let's go. Anyone below the saint level was just an ant. Only these star saints could deal with the evil saint. In the next moment, Star Saint Tianyu dashed out of the heavenly universe star in a flash. Let's go too. The other 8 star saints also rushed out without any hesitation. Heavenly Star World was their home, they would never allow anyone to destroy them. Besides, how could there be an egg underneath the nest? Once the Heavenly Star World was occupied by those evil devils, what good would it be to go there? To Heavenly Universe Star, support my body. Rumble! Endless starlight suddenly erupted from Heavenly Universe Star, gathering towards Star Saint Tianyu. In an instant, Star Saint Tianyu's energy crazily increased. At the same time, his body also started to grow taller. He was now 3 meters tall. 10 zhong. 300 meters. 10,000 zhong. 10,000 zhong. 10 million feet. In the end, he directly transformed into a star giant that was 1,000,000 feet tall. His entire body shone with a brilliant radiance and his aura was extremely powerful. It seemed to be on par with a 1st-grade intermediate saint. The Fate Star boosting spell was one of the trump cards of Star Saint Tianyu and the others. Even though Yang Fann's combat strength was far greater than theirs, he still dared to fight Yang Fann. The higher the grade of the fated star, the greater their strength would be after the enhancement. It was like the 9 top fated stars that could directly increase their strength by a whole grade. The fated stars support my body. Sky Wolf Star, give me a hand. Shine, Heavenly Roar Star. In an instant, the other 8 top fate stars also burst forth with dazzling starlight and endless starlight. The starlight poured into the 8 star sages, causing their combat strength to increase rapidly as if there was no end to it. C1140. This was the end of the game Heavenly Star World, the starry sky of the inner world. 9 huge terrifying giant spirits stood tall in the starry sky. Their bodies glittered with starlight, and their imposing manner was vast. They sounded ethereal and ethereal. Grug 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 in all directions, large patches of voids were unable to withstand the violent pressure. Like glass, they exploded, forming numerous black holes in the starry sky that devoured everything. A million miles away from 9 star saints. A trace of seriousness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. What a good heavenly star world, what a group of star saints, they actually have such a method. Under the support of the 9 top life stars, 9 star saints' strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and had risen by a huge level. The weakest of the 3 star saints had an imposing manner that was no weaker than a 6th order saint. The other 5 star saints had all become peerless experts that could rival a high-level saint. Of course, the most terrifying one was still the 1st star saint, Star Saint Tianyu. He had actually broken through to the great secret stage, and had the strength of a 1st grade intermediate saint. A 1st grade intermediate saint, 5 high-level saints, and 3 6th order saint. This strength was enough to fight a 2nd grade intermediate saint. Under the suppression of the strength of world, the combat strength that Yang Fann could exert was barely at the 2nd grade intermediate saint level. However, Yang Fann was only slightly afraid. He believed that the final victory would belong to him. As long as he could match the rules of this world and unleash all of his combat strength, it would only be a matter of time before he suppressed 9 star saints. Fight rumble boundless divine light erupted from Yang Fann's body. The dragon phoenix Qilin, black tortoise, white tiger. Countless divine beasts kept flashing around Yang Fann. The myriad beast holy body was instantly pushed to the limit by Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying giant that was a head taller than 9 star saints. Its aura was so powerful that it was like the starry sky of the universe. It wasn't any weaker than 9 star saints' combined attack. Kill. With a loud shout, Yang Fann ripped apart the starry sky and lunged at Star Saint Tianyu, who was the leader of the group. Die rumble devour, the 5 elements, power. The 12 great holy sovereign law all rebelled, shining brightly, illuminating the 9 states. In an instant, a world appeared out of thin air, crushing towards 9 star saints. Evil saint, don't be so arrogant. My heavenly star world is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Kill. How dare you invade my heavenly star world? Today, I will make sure that you, this evil creature, won't be able to go anywhere. 9 star saints, who was led by Star Saint Tianyu, didn't want to be outdone either. He tore open the spatial zone and lunged at Yang Fann. Rumble. The 10 great terrifying giant spirits collided crazily. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. Massive swaths of the starry sky, countless stars, were completely destroyed. There were even a few life stars among them. Regarding this, although Star Saint Tianyu and the other 3 felt a heartache, fate stars were different from ordinary stars. They were the source of the power of their star cultivation. Every single one of them was extremely precious, but they couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, they simply didn't have the power to protect their fate stars. As for leaving the starry sky outside the world and going to the universe to fight the evil saint, it was no joke. Once they left Heavenly Star World, they would be forced to return to their original form, and they wouldn't be able to rely on the help of the fate stars. However, the evil saint didn't have the suppression of the strength of world, and he was able to unleash his full combat strength. Under such circumstances, it would be akin to courting death. In just a few breaths of time, 9 star saints would be suppressed by the evil saint. Fortunately, the destroyed fated stars were the lowest grade 5 fated stars. The losses were still acceptable to them. Bang bang. Yang Fann and 9 star saints continued to fight. From time to time, star saints would be destroyed, especially the 3 ranked 6 star saints. Usually, they would be completely destroyed by Yang Fann with just a single strike. If it wasn't for the fact that the saint had the ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, the 3-star saints would have died a long time ago. Of course, Yang Fann wasn't in any better condition either. Terrifying cracks appeared on the myriad beast holy body, and golden saint blood kept dripping down from the wounds. It was as heavy as a star, and it completely shattered one star after another. In the end, 9-star saints even gained the upper hand. The rebirth of a saint with a drop of blood required a huge amount of energy, but 9-star saints was different. The 9 top fate stars were like a source of terrifying energy, continuously replenishing 9-star saints' energy, causing star Saint Tianyu and the other 3 to maintain their peak condition at all times. Only Yang Fann's myriad beast holy body was heaven-defying, far surpassing ordinary saint physiques. If it was any other second-grade intermediate saint, they would not only be at a slight disadvantage. They would only be able to parry the attack and would not be able to fight back. Within the galactic warship, although Fann and the other 36 elders' hearts were in their throats, there was no sign of panic in their eyes. Miracles and surprises had made them worship Yang Fann blindly. Their master was invincible and undefeatable. The final victor of this battle would definitely be their master. A momentary advantage was nothing. Whoever could laugh until the end would be the true victor. Above the various fated stars, Star Ancestor and the Great Star Ancestor, who were ordered to guard the fated stars, heaved a sigh of relief. Although the evil saint was strong, his defeat had already been decided. In the heavenly star world, with the stars continuously replenishing the energy of the star saints, even if they used up all their energy, they would still be able to defeat the evil saint. Many of Star Ancestor and Great Star Ancestor started to rub their palms together. Once the star saints defeated the evil saint, they would send out their armies to hunt down those demons from the other worlds. Danger usually represented great opportunities. Since those devils from the other worlds could produce such a powerful evil saint, their cultivation path must be extraordinary. Perhaps they could also take the opportunity to take the last step and attain the position of the star saint. However, they did not notice that among the countless star cultivators who were killed by the aftermath of the great battle, many of them were not obliterated by the energy waves but were instead swallowed by small black holes. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. After devouring a huge amount of star cultivators, Yang Fann's compatibility with the heavenly star world had increased at a terrifying rate. By now, he had lost 9 out of 10 of the strength of worlds on his body. At this moment, if Yang Fann unleashed his full strength, he would be able to unleash the combat strength of a rank 3 middle-level saint. However, Yang Fann had been hiding. It was easy for him to defeat 9-star saints with the strength of a rank 3 middle-level saint, but it was hard to say if he could completely suppress them. They were both low-level intermediate saints, but the combat strength of a second-grade intermediate saint and a rank 3 middle-level saint was not much different. Soon, another quarter of an hour passed. Rumble, rumble, large swaths of the starry sky were destroyed. Billions and billions of star lords and star gods were reduced to ashes. However, the smiles on the faces of the star ancestors and great star ancestor were even wider. Compared to before, the aura of the evil saint had clearly weakened a little, and it was obvious that he was about to reach his limit. Right at this moment, a mocking expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. "One aphids, the game ends here. I will take your lives." C1141 Suppress the 9 great star saints. Heavenly star world, the starry sky of the inner world. The battle between Yang Fann and 9 star saints of heavenly star world. Even though Yang Fann had an unparalleled saint physique that far surpassed some intermediate holy sovereign, under the suppression of the strength of world and 9 star saints' cheat, he was still at a disadvantage, and was severely injured. Streams of golden saint blood were like a river, pouring down and shattering stars one after another. Just as the group of experts from the heavenly star world thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Yang Fann, who was at a disadvantage, suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said, "One aphids, this is the end of the game. I will take your lives." What? The expressions of all the star saints changed slightly. What did the evil saint of divergence mean? Could it be that he was hiding something? Impossible. This evil saint of divergence must be deliberately mystifying. If there really was something hidden, it should have exploded long ago. It was impossible for them to injure him severely. However, for some reason, an ominous feeling lingered in their hearts. At that moment, rumble, 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 endless hurricanes erupted from Yang Fann's pores and cells. Like peerless evil dragons, they tore through the sky and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Yang Fann's aura was rising steadily, without any restraint. On his body, the criss-crossing cracks were instantly restored to their original state. At this moment, Yang Fann had finally refined enough star cultivators and completely conformed to the rules of heavenly star world. The terrifying force that was comparable to a fourth-grade intermediate saint was no longer suppressed. Ah, how is this possible? How could he have hidden himself so deeply? It's not true, it's not true. 9 star saints, including Star Saint Tianyu, let out heart-wrenching wails. At this moment, Yang Fann's aura was so terrifying that it was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than before. They were on completely different levels. Galactic warship, inside the master control room. Bang Bang Fan and the other elders stood up excitedly. They knew that their master was playing with these natives. How could a group of lowly natives be a match for their master? Very quickly, orders were sent to the entire fleet like a sudden clap of thunder. Once their master suppressed the 9 saints, they would launch a powerful attack and sweep across the entire starry sky. Rumble. Yang Fann's body trembled, and his aura finally rose to its peak. The terrifying aura of a 4th-grade intermediate saint swept out in all directions. Grug 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 within a light-year's radius. Within a light-year radius, a vast expanse of space and stars completely collapsed, turning into dust. 9 star saints, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt his heart tremble, especially the 3 6th-order saint. At this moment, their legs and stomachs were trembling, and they could barely muster up any fighting spirit. There were a total of 3 major realms and 7 major realms of difference. The difference between them was so great that it made people despair. The next moment, boom, Yang Fann's mocking gaze swept across 9 star saints. Other than Star Saint Tianyu, who was barely able to remain calm, the other 8 star saints lowered their heads one after another, not daring to meet Yang Fann's gaze. Everything is over. Be good and become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble. A terrifying devouring black hole suddenly appeared and crushed towards Star Saint Tianyu. At this moment, only Star Saint Tianyu, whose combat strength was comparable to a 1st-grade intermediate saint, could cause some trouble for Yang Fann. The rest of them, including the Heavenly Fate Star Saint who had the combat strength of a 9th-grade saint, were just a bunch of ants. Ah, no, an ominous sign of falling apart enveloped Star Saint Tianyu's soul, causing him to let out a desperate cry before his death. Rumble. The vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened to its greatest size. Endless starlight burst forth from within. It turned into countless blades, swords, halberds, and swords. Each of them was a rare divine weapon. Its power was no less powerful than some second tribulation holy weapons. In the blink of an eye, the starlight was dazzling. The voids in the surroundings were all rioting. They were collapsing, and there were signs of withering everywhere. It was as if the entire universe had lost all its vitality at once. It had entered the final stage of nirvanic extermination. Almost at the same time, his infinite starlight body was covered in fine cracks, and streams of golden saint blood did not seep out. At this moment, Star Saint Tianyu was going all out. He didn't hesitate to use up his source potential to unleash this ultimate attack. Unfortunately, the gap between the two of them was just too huge. The gap of 1 major realm and 3 major realms wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Rumble. In the black hole center, a gigantic palace that was as black as ink and looked like a source of darkness shook violently. A terrifying kunpeng with a wingspan of countless miles soared into the sky. In an instant, the power of the devouring black hole increased by more than 10 times. That huge palace was none other than clan-suppressing treasure of the Rock Holy Clan, Kunpeng Holy Palace. After Yang Fann conquered the beast god Great World, he had looted over 100 sovereign god weapons. They were holy weapons. Some of them were given to his subordinates by Yang Fann. The rest of the holy weapons were fed to Yang Fanns by Yang Fann, although the grade of these weapons was not high. There were very few second Calamity Saint artifacts. There was only 1/3 Tribulation Saint artifact, but even so. The change in quantity caused a qualitative change. After swallowing these saint artifacts, the Kunpeng Holy Palace recovered 2 more levels of power. It had almost restored the power of the 6th level at its peak. At this moment, the power of this Kunpeng Holy Palace could be said to be at the top of all 5th Tribulation Saint artifacts. This strike was so terrifying that even the 5th grade intermediate saint did not dare to underestimate it. In less than a breath's time, grug 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 all of the spears, swords, halberds, and starlight were completely devoured. Rumble! The devouring black hole slammed into Star Saint Tianyu's body, swallowing him whole. Rumble, rumble. 12 Holy Sovereign Law exploded at the same time, completely suppressing Star Saint Tianyu. Waves of pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. All of a sudden, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. After completely sealing Star Saint Tianyu, he still hadn't cut off the connection between him and the life star. Streams of pure star power continuously passed through the black hole and surged into his body, replenishing his energy. If he wanted to completely devour and refine the life star, he would have to suck it dry. Otherwise, Star Saint Tianyu could be said to be immortal. Of course, if he blew up the star, he would also be able to break the source of its power. However, it was obvious that Yang Fann wouldn't do that. On the contrary, this strange phenomenon was obvious to Yang Fann. He could use Star Saint Tianyu as a medium to devour the heavenly universe star. As the number one life star of the heavenly star world, the heavenly universe star had almost occupied the first level of the origin of the heavenly star world. The power of the stars within it was so vast that it wasn't much weaker than the magic power of Sage Duo Luo at his peak. If he could devour it completely, the benefits would be no less than swallowing a high-rank middle-level saint. At that time, he didn't know what realm his power of the shell would reach, but he was afraid that he would be able to kill some intermediate saints with just the power of the shell alone. Suppress Brother Tianyu has been suppressed. This. How is this possible? Not good. Run, run. In an instant, the hearts and souls of the other 8 star saints were shattered, and their morale plummeted to the lowest point. Star Saint Tianyu was the strongest among them, 9 star saints. Even if the 8 of them joined forces, they would only be able to defeat him by a notch. Perhaps, they could defeat him. However, they would never be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Rumble, rumble. 8 streaks of light tore through the void, fleeing in all directions. They hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. You want to escape? Let me keep all of you here. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He could use Star Saint Tianyu as a medium, absorbing the power of the heavenly universe fate star, these 8 star saints. They also had the same effect, although the 8 of them were much weaker than the heavenly universe star. But when the 8 great life stars joined together, the star power they contained. However, it only increased by quite a bit, almost occupying 2 layers of the heavenly star world's origin. While they were talking, rumble, a devouring black hole appeared once more, instantly covering the entire starry sky as it pressed down on the 8 star saints. C-1142 sweeping through the starry sky. Yang Fann and 9 star saints from the heavenly star world were experiencing a lot of changes. Yang Fann, who was in a disadvantageous position, suddenly unleashed his combat strength. In just a breath's time, he had suppressed Star Saint Tianyu, who was the leader of 9 star saints. The other 8 star saints were so scared that they immediately collapsed and fled for their lives. They hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. Among 9 star saints, Star Saint Tianyu was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 expert. His strength was far greater than the 8 of them. To put it bluntly, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be able to defeat Star Saint Tianyu. Even if they could win, they would have to pay a hefty price for it. A few of them might even die, but the evil Saint of Divergence was still fine. With just 1 strike, he had completely suppressed Star Saint Tianyu. The scariness of this power had far exceeded their imagination. However, if they wanted to leave, they would have to ask Yang Fann for his permission. Yang Fann, who had long regarded them as fat meat, wouldn't let them go so easily. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying daze-devouring black hole instantly enveloped a vast expanse of the starry sky, enveloping the 8 great star holy capital within it. Ah, no, break it for me, break it heavenly wolf sacred slaughter / break it for me star cauldron, suppress the starry sky. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the 8 star saints didn't care if their potential was depleted or not. They all used their forbidden arts and ignited their blood essences, forcefully increasing their combat strength as they fought with their lives on the line. Star Saint Tianyu's example was right in front of them. Once they were suppressed by the black hole, it would be very difficult for them to escape. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were infinitely close to 0. Pretending to die, a hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If these 8 people were the same as Star Saint Tianyu, their combat strength had also reached the 1st grade intermediate, which combined with the strength of the 8 saints. No matter what the price was, it wasn't impossible for them to fight him. However, it was impossible for a group of low-level saints with the highest combat strength of a 9th grade saint to cause any trouble. First level intermediate saint, 9th level low-level saint. The difference of one level was like the difference between clouds and mud, and the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, among the 8 of them, the other 7 star saints did not have the combat strength of a 9th level saint. Rumble. The devouring black hole came crashing down. In less than a breath's time. The saber light, the sword light, the holy weapon. All of them were swallowed and destroyed. In an instant, the 8 star sages below were forcefully devoured. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, endless energy grid line chains burst forth from the heart of the world, piercing through the bodies of the 8 star sages and crazily devouring their strength of original life. Sure enough, it's the same for all the star holy capital. After feeling the boundless star power instantly replenishing the strength of original life that they had lost, Yang Fann's face revealed a look of enlightenment. The uneasiness in his heart was immediately relieved. He was really a little worried. This was a special case for Star Saint Tianyu. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to devour the other 8 life stars. The life stars were formed from the origin of heavenly star world, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to shatter them. The strength of origin had returned to the world. After billions of years, it might give birth to a new top life star, but it would be very difficult for him to devour them directly. It was a completely different concept. This was a fight for the origin of the heavenly star world. It would definitely alarm the world will and send down the sky law. Even with Yang Fann's current strength, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to resist the world sky law. It would be fine if he could escape from the heavenly star world in time. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be reduced to ashes. In the memories of Saint Duo Luo, he had once seen a high-rank middle-level holy sovereign. In order to break through his cultivation base, he wanted to sacrifice all the living beings in a large world. However, the world will was alerted and a destruction sky law was sent down. 3 days. In just 3 days, the high-rank middle-level holy sovereign was struck by the endless lightning, and his soul was shattered. The major world he chose was the primary major world, which only had 3 primary major worlds. The world will was far below the peak of the primary major world, which had 9 primordial purple cloudus. If it was in the heavenly star world, that high-rank middle-level saint would not even be able to last a day. Although the current Yang Fann was powerful, he was still stronger than the high-rank middle-level saint. There was still a gap that was difficult to overcome, not to mention those 8th and 9th grade intermediate saints. Even if it was a Tier 7 intermediate saint, it was still unknown whether he would be able to escape from his hands. No, spare us, spare us. My lord, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Very soon, some star saints could no longer hold on and started to beg for mercy. There was great terror between life and death. There were very few people who could face life and death calmly, let alone these high and mighty star saints who were living a comfortable life. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He wasn't moved at all. Putting aside the fact that he had no intention of letting 9 star saints go, Yang Fann was very envious of the primordial purple clouds in their bodies. Furthermore, they were the medium that could devour the 9 great fated stars. There was no reason for him to let them go. The 9 great life stars had almost condensed the 3rd level of strength of origin in the heavenly star world. After devouring and refining them, the effect would definitely not be any worse than swallowing a 9th grade intermediate saint like Saint Duo Luo. It was enough to save time and effort. Yang Fann had put in a lot of hard work. Not to mention 9 star saints, his true cultivation base was merely at the low-level sage stage. Even if all of them had reached the intermediate sage stage, Yang Fann would never let them go. We lost. Star Saint has lost. Woo 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 woo, how could this be? How could this be? Heavens above, could it be that you really want to destroy my star cultivator horde? At this moment, the star ancestors, star gods, and star sovereign had just accepted this tragic reality, and they let out heart-wrenching wails, as if their parents had died. However, there were also some quick-witted people who reacted in time. Now was not the time to grieve. Those evil demons would not let them go easily. Without the star saints in charge, what right did they have to fight with the evil saint? Run, run woo 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 woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In an instant, the trillions of soldiers of the Star Cultivator clan had completely collapsed. Their minds had collapsed, and they had been completely defeated. They only hated their parents for giving them 2 legs less. The defeat was like a landslide. "Boys, follow me and kill them. Don't leave these savages, kill them." Amidst the shouts of battle, the doors of the galactic warship and Sunshine battleship opened wide. Tens of thousands of Moon Chinese warship and millions of Stars warships flew out from within, chasing after the army of star cultivators. Not only that, with a thought in Yang Fann's mind, Holy Soul Avatar after Holy Soul Avatar separated from his body. There were more than 10 of them, chasing after the great star ancestor expert among the star cultivators with all their might. Although these Holy Soul Avatar could only display the combat strength of a third-grade saint, it was no different from a peerless monster to these terrifying great star ancestors expert. They had killed them until they were in despair. As for Yang Fann himself, he continued to stay in the starry sky, crazily devouring 9 star saints. 4. Rumble. Rumble. Waves of extremely pure strength of original life continuously gushed out of 9 star saints' body. Through the devouring black hole, it continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body, causing the power of Yang Fann's body to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. C-1143 They had unified the entire heavenly star world in the martial artist. No matter how many ordinary martial artists there were, it would be useless. The only thing that could decide the outcome of the war was those expert. In a war like this, only Saint Sovereign could dominate the battlefield. Although the number of star cultivators was 100 times, 1,000 times more than the number of people in the army of Yang family, without 9 star saints' presence, all the star cultivators, from the great star ancestor to the ordinary star sovereign, felt their minds crumbling. None of them could muster up any fighting spirit. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape far away. Unfortunately, the army of Yang family was already prepared for this. How could they retreat so easily? Tens of thousands of Moon Chinese warships and millions of starry warships were like tigers out of their cages, crazily chasing after the star cultivators. Of course, the most terrifying ones were still Yang Fann's 10 clones. Each clone only had the combat strength of a third-grade saint. 9 star saints, even the weakest star saint, had the strength to fight 10 of them with the help of the life star. However, these star cultivators who were below the saint realm were peerless and ferocious gods that made them despair. Each time the 10 clones flashed, a large portion of the star cultivators would be suppressed. Among them, there was no lack of peerless perfection semi-saint expert. To a third-grade saint, these star ancestor were still a little weak. With thousands of star ancestor working together, they might still be able to exchange blows with 1 or 2 of their clones. Unfortunately, their combat intent had completely vanished, and they were unable to organize any powerful battle formation. It was already considered pretty good that they could unleash 3 levels of combat strength with 10 levels of combat strength. Even Great Elemental Old Man, whose cultivation base had been suppressed by the strength of world, was inferior to them. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. I surrender, I surrender. Rumble. A large number of star cultivators fell to their knees in despair, begging for their lives. Only a small number of them were able to fight to the death, and not even 1 in 10,000. It was better to stay alive than to die a good death. Even ants could live secretly, let alone a great emperor like them, who had lived for tens of millions of years, or even 100 million years, a star god. As for these kneeling and begging for mercy, as long as the army of Yang family didn't resist and accepted the seal, they wouldn't kill them all. These were all resources, and those weak divergences deities could be sold at a high price. It was likely that the price of these divergences star cultivators wouldn't be too low. It was very likely that they would only be sold at a higher price. Compared to those beast god great world's divine spirits, the combat strength of these star cultivators wasn't just a little bit stronger. Although they couldn't be compared with the elites of the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts at the same level, they weren't much weaker than some of the expert from the Sacred City. 3 days later, the battle finally came to an end. Tens of billions of star cultivators had been captured and taken to various warships. Fortunately, there was another universe inside the warships. Even the most inferior starships could easily carry more than 10 million people. Therefore, they did not have to worry about running out of space. Of course, there were also many who had escaped. Compared to the billions of star cultivators, the number of army of Yang family was a little less. Even though Yang Fann had withdrawn another batch of people from the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts to replenish the losses of the army of Yang family, it was only close to 1 billion. In the end, the number of star cultivators who successfully escaped from the starry sky was definitely no less than 300 billion, or even 400 billion. It was not impossible, however, most of the star ancestor and great star ancestors' cultivation bases were left behind. The 10 clones of Yang Fann were mainly focused on star ancestor and great star ancestor, who were comparable to a half-saint or perfection semi-saint. Ordinary star gods and star sovereign Yang Fann did not have much interest in them. Soon, another day passed. Yang Fann's true body was in charge of the 9 heavens' starry sky, continuing to devour and refine 9 star saints. The 1 billion army of Yang family, under the lead of the 10 clones, swept across the entire heavenly star continent. Most of the vital energy in the heavenly star world had already been used up during the war in the starry sky. Even 9 star saints had been completely suppressed. Although many of the experts had escaped from the starry sky, Star Sovereign, Star God, and Star Ancestor had long lost their courage. They were all focused on finding a place to hide their whereabouts. How could they dare to come out and fight against the army of Yang family? Under the lead of the 10 clones, the 10 armies were like a hot knife cutting through butter, sweeping through everything in their path. In less than half a year, they had swept across half of the heavenly star continent. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly star continent was large enough and 10 times the size of the beast god continent, they might have already been taken down. 9 heavens' starry sky, a terrifying giant god sat cross-legged on the void. Endless strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fanns, strengthening his body. In just half a year, the power of Yang Fann's body had increased by another level, comparable to a 9th grade saint. The strength of original life that he swallowed was definitely not much weaker than the crimson flame giant lizard. However, 9 star saints did not seem to be injured at all, and his aura did not decrease at all. One had to say, the terror of the star power contained within the 9 great fated stars was truly astounding. 1 year later, nearly 3 levels of the heavenly star continent had fallen. Although the remaining kingdoms and dynasties had not fallen yet, they were all shrouded in a shadow of despair. There was not a trace of hope. Countless citizens directly collapsed, burning, killing, and robbing. The ugliness of human nature was revealed at this moment. In any case, the country was going to be destroyed. What else was there to be afraid of? Doomsday, this is the real doomsday. 5 years later, rumble. Yang Fann's majestic body seemed to have grown infinitely. It blotted out the sky and covered the sky like a lofty mountain. The aura around him was rising steadily and multifold. The power of the shell was soaring crazily like a tsunami. He had made a breakthrough. After 5 years of continuous devouring, Yang Fann's body's strength had finally taken that critical step. After reaching the intermediate saint realm, with just the body alone, he could fight a first-grade intermediate. With all his strength, he could use the myriad beast holy body to fight a rank 3 middle-level saint. With the addition of the 12 holy sovereign law, his combat strength was terrifying. Even if he wasn't as strong as a 7th grade intermediate saint, he wouldn't be much weaker. In just 5 years, he had broken through 2 major realms in a row. If word of this got out, it would definitely scare a large number of saints. 10 years later, the entire heavenly star continent fell into the hands of the army of Yang family. There were no longer any forces of resistance, at least on the surface. In the center of the heavenly star continent, a vast galaxy transportation array was being constructed in an orderly manner. More than half of it had already been completed. It would be completed in a few years at most. After leaving a portion of the elites and a clone to guard the continent, the 9 clones led most of the army of Yang family to conquer the various major middle world and small worlds in the heavenly star world. 2 is the top tier of the primary major world. The middle world and small worlds of the heavenly star world were also 10 times bigger than the beast god great world. Furthermore, the resources in the primary major world were incomparable to those in the middle world and the small worlds in the beast god great world. How could Yang Fann let go of such a huge piece of fat meat? Bang bang, the middle world and small worlds were breached. A large number of star gods, and even star ancestor were enslaved and captured. Countless resources were transported back to the heavenly star continent. In the starry sky above the 9 heavens, Yang Fann was as motionless as a mountain. He focused on refining 9 star saints. Time passed slowly just like that. The unification of the entire heavenly star world was right in front of him. C1144 then attacked the Ling Yun realm. Time is flowing, In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann had been in Heavenly Star World for 30 years. 30 years had passed. The entire Heavenly Star World, including the millions of middle world and small worlds, had been taken down by the army of Yang family. Compared to the main world, the strength of the hundreds and millions of middle world and small worlds were obviously much weaker. Even the most powerful middle world could only have a few great star ancestor guarding it. Ordinary small worlds. The limit was only a half-step star god realm. Any small team would be able to completely suppress that small world. If it wasn't for the fact that middle world and the small worlds were too large, the entire Heavenly Star World would have been taken down by the army of Yang family 10 years ago. As for the interstellar transportation array, it had already been completed 5 years ago. Groups of Star Sovereign, Star God, and even the top slaves of Star Ancestor had been sent to the great world of spiritual martial arts through the interstellar transportation array. With the vast star power of the 9 great life stars for Yang Fann to absorb, Yang Fann no longer looked up to those Star Ancestor. Even the great Star Ancestor who was comparable to a perfection semi-saint was disdained by Yang Fann. Even if he were to devour and refine all of the great Star Ancestor and Star Ancestor, it would still be less than a 10,000th of a life star. Of course, Yang Fann didn't sell them the great Star Ancestor's expert. Instead, he used the demon god's sacrificial altar to refine them into experts. There were a total of 1,800 demonic god battle puppets, and with the support of the 5th Tribulation Grade Saint Artifact Demon God's sacrificial altars, once they were combined into Devil God's battle formation, they would be able to fight a 7th grade saint. This was only 1,800 demonic god battle puppets. If the number of intermediates increased by 10 or 100 times, even an intermediate saint would be able to kill them. One must know that demonic god battle puppets and demonic god battle puppets complemented each other. The increase in the number of demonic god battle puppets would also increase the power. It was even possible for them to advance because of this. The origin continent was Yang Fann's biggest chance. In an ordinary primary major world, having 1,000 perfection semi-saint was the limit. For example, in the beast god great world, all the major gods were gathered together. There were less than 600 of them, even in the supreme major worlds. It was more or less enough to have a few 100,000 perfection semi-saint. It was unlike the origin continent, where nearly half of the millions of worlds in the Tianan realm river were gathered, or perhaps even more perfection semi-saint. Even the pseudo-saint holy sovereign laws that controlled the holy sovereign law were in the millions. With Yang Fann's strength, it would be extremely easy for him to gather 100,000 to 1 million perfection semi-saint demonic god battle puppets. Even if it was 10 million, it was not impossible for it to exceed 100 million. If there were really more than 10 million perfection semi-saint forming devil god's formation and adding in the demon god's sacrificial altar's power, even high-level holy sovereign had the ability to fight, he would definitely become one of Yang Fann's trump cards. Of course, all of this was just a matter of time. Let's not talk about it for now. Compared to the divine slaves in Beast God Great World, these Heavenly Star World star slaves were obviously more popular and the price was also higher. Especially those Star Ancestor grade slaves. They were sought after by countless powers. No matter where Demi-Saint Ancestor was, he would always be the strongest amongst them. Each additional Demi-Saint Ancestor was more than enough to increase the overall strength of each major family. If Yang Fann didn't have the intention to control them and only sold 10 Star Ancestor slaves every year, the tens of thousands of Star Ancestor slaves under his command would have been snatched away by all the major powers. Although Yang Fann didn't understand the business way, he also understood the principle that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. If he sent tens of thousands of Star Ancestor slaves to great world of spiritual martial arts like a swarm of bees, it would only greatly reduce the price of Star Ancestor slaves. Not to mention every single Star Ancestor slave, even if he sold them for 1,000,000 trillion high-grade immortal crystals at the very least, it would still be difficult for him to sell them for even 100,000 trillion. The Heavenly Star World was beyond the clouds. Yang Fann was as still as a mountain, staying within the starry sky. Rumble, rumble, endless strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fanns, causing his body's power to rapidly increase with the power of 100 saints per second. The 9 great fated stars were indeed the top fated stars in the Heavenly Star World. They had condensed nearly 3 levels of the strength of origin in the entire Heavenly Star World, and their star power was vast. It was almost endless, even though Yang Fann had already devoured them for 30 years. Every breath, every second, the energy he absorbed. It was no less than the complete strength of original life of a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint, but even so. Hong Long, it would take at least 40 to 50 years to completely devour it. This was because Yang Fann had made another breakthrough in his path of phagocytosis not long ago. He had reached the peak of beginning after absorbing the Holy Sovereign Law, and his speed of absorption had increased by several times. Otherwise, it would be impossible to refine these 9 great fated stars without 200 to 300 years. However, even though he had only absorbed less than 2 layers of star power, it had still boosted his combat strength. At this moment, the power of Yang Fann's power of the shell was enough to kill some rank 3 middle-level saints. With his full combat strength, although he was still not as powerful as the peak of his cultivation, an ordinary 8th-grade intermediate saint was no longer a coward. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. He wasn't even 300 years old, and he was only a pseudo-saint, yet he had the power to fight against an 8th-grade intermediate saint. If this was told to the public, who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? Yang Fann's trip to the Origin continent would surely shake the entire Tianan Realm River. Furthermore, there were still nearly 700 years until the Origin continent emerged. At that time, even Yang Fann himself didn't have much confidence in how much Yang Fann could grow. Heavenly Star World, 200 million light-years away. There was a large world called Lingyun Great World. Similar to Heavenly Star World, Lingyun Great World was also one of the top cities in the primary major world. At the beginning of the world, there were 9 primordial purple cloudists that were successfully bred. It had been a very long time, even 10 billion years longer than the Heavenly Star World. Furthermore, it was different from the primary major world, which basically did not set foot in the starry sky of the universe. A few billion years ago, the expert of the Lingyun Great World had walked out of the big world. Even the Origin continent had entered it no less than 20 times, and it was even fortunate that it had obtained the primordial purple clouds of the 3 paths. According to the legends, the number 1 expert of the Lingyun Great World was also the ruler of the world. Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun had obtained a great fortune in the universe. He had broken through the boundary of the world and stepped into the realm of intermediate Holy Sovereign. One should know that the primary major world had the highest tolerance. It was almost impossible for the living beings of the primary major world to break through to the intermediate saint in this world. Although the Lingyun Great World was still a part of the primary major world, its overall strength was not the slightest bit inferior to an intermediate Great World. There was once an intermediate Great World that had designs on the Lingyun Great World, but in the end, not only did they fail to take it down, they even lost many soldiers and generals, causing them to return in defeat. Even 3 saints had fallen. As a result, there were 3 more saints in the Lingyun Great World, causing the total number of saints in the Lingyun Great World to reach 15. In addition to the unfathomable Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun, unless high-level Holy Sovereign came in person. Otherwise, even a high-rank middle-level Holy Sovereign wouldn't be able to get anything out of this Lingyun Great World. Just like the Great World of Spiritual Martial Arts, the main cultivation base of this Lingyun Great World was the martial arts. In the Tianan Realm River and even the entire universe, the martial arts was the mainstream. Lingyun Great World, 800 light-years away. Rumble. Suddenly, a space wormhole appeared out of thin air, and a massive universe fleet emerged from within the space wormhole. C-1145 capturing a saint is like catching a chicken. Lingyun Great World, 800 light-years away. Rumble. The starry sky was torn apart like a curtain, and a massive fleet of space shuttled out from within. A total of 100 space warships, 1 large and 99 small. It was none other than the Shining Sun fleet under Yang Fann's command. Time passed unknowingly. It had been 52 years since Yang Fann unified the Heavenly Star World. 5 years ago, Yang Fann had successfully refined the 9 great life stars. The power of the body had soared to the 5th grade intermediate sage stage. With just the body alone, he was able to kill a 5th grade intermediate saint. The strength of his saint body was simply unheard of, even many high-grade saints were inferior to him. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, even Yang Fann himself would not know where his limit was. After all, Sage Duo Luo was only a 1st-grade intermediate saint at his peak. His knowledge was limited. However, there was one thing that was certain. Yang Fann had definitely surpassed an ordinary 9th-grade intermediate saint. Even if he was not as good as an advanced saint, he would not be too far off. One should know that Yang Fann had not only mastered the 12 Holy Sovereign Law, he had also mastered 20 of them. Among them, he had the deepest understanding of the metal, wood, water, fire and earth 5 elements law. All of them had reached the mastery, especially the metal law, which allowed him to step into the great perfection stage with just a single step. With just the power of the law, he was below the ranked 6 intermediate Holy Sovereign, who had mastered 15 of the law. After absorbing the 9 great fated stars, Yang Fann didn't have any other ideas about the other fated stars. The other 3,000 plus fated stars combined couldn't even compare to a top-grade fated star. Furthermore, the power of a star cultivator was closely related to a fated star. Once he completely refined the other fated stars, his group of star slaves would immediately become crippled. That would be a huge loss. Of course, that world sky law was also a major factor. Even if his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his combat strength had increased by 10,000 times, it would still be a huge loss. Not only that, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence that he could withstand that world sky law. Calculating the time, the agreed time with martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign was less than 30 years. Finally, after thinking about it for a while, Yang Fann locked onto the Lingyun Great World. This was the closest major world to the Heavenly Star World. With the time of the Shining Sun Fleet, it would take him at most 5 or 6 years to reach Lingyun Great World. Although the strength of the Lingyun Great World was far greater than the Heavenly Star World, there were not only 15 saints. However, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to take down the Lingyun Great World within 20 years. High-level saints wouldn't come out. Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone. Although the Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun had successfully broken through the limits of the world billions of years ago and attained the position of intermediate saint, the breakthrough of a saint was not that simple, especially an intermediate saint. It would be considered lucky if he could break through to the next level in 1 billion years. Sage Duo Luo was born with a Tier 6 holy bloodline, the strength of the bloodline talent. In the ancient era, it could be said that he had firmly entered the top 10. It could even be said to be in the top 5. Only martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign and the Blood River Holy Sovereign could suppress him. It was not something that those lords of the primary major world could compare with. But even so, it had taken nearly 20 billion years for him to become a first-grade intermediate saint. Cultivating to a 9th-grade intermediate saint. The fact that Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun was able to reach a 4th-grade intermediate saint was almost his limit. Under the suppression of the strength of world, he could fight against the other high-rank middle-level saints, but he definitely could not stop Yang Fann. Being able to unleash his full combat strength in all the worlds, this was definitely the biggest bug in the world. The Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts had fought in the starry sky for billions of years. Even with the help of a top high-level Holy Sovereign like Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign, they could only take down a few dozen major worlds. The biggest difficulty was the suppression of the strength of world. The suppression of an intermediate great world was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than the primary major world. Even if high-level Holy Sovereign entered the world, he would be suppressed by 2 major grades. Even Martial and Spiritual Holy Sovereign could barely exert high-level Holy Sovereign's combat strength. Some intermediate Holy Sovereign, with the help of the world's foundation, would be in danger to high-level Holy Sovereign. If he was not careful, he might be defeated in the sewers. If they had the ability of Yang Fann and used all of their strength in other worlds, the number of worlds they occupied would increase by at least 10 times, or even dozens of times. After confirming the target, Yang Fann immediately gathered his army and set off on his journey. As for the Heavenly Star World, just like how he dealt with the Beast God Great World, he entrusted all of his power to the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Almost all of Star Ancestor and the Great Star Ancestor's experts had been taken care of in one fell swoop. Even if there were still a few fishes that escaped the net, they wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Perhaps it was because Yang Fann had exhausted his luck twice, but in the past 5 years, not to mention encountering any space beasts, he hadn't even met a single one of them. Without any good prey, Yang Fann could only cultivate in seclusion, comprehend new Tao of laws, and devour Star Saint Tian Yu and the other 9 great fated stars. This allowed Yang Fann's bloodline talent to have a qualitative breakthrough, and successfully step into the threshold of the 6th grade Saint Meridian. At this moment, in terms of bloodline talents, Yang Fann was able to firmly enter the top 10 among the saints of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. In just 5 short years, he had comprehended 4 more laws, causing the total number of laws he controlled to reach a terrifying 52. The Shining Sun fleet was just about to charge into the Lingyun Great World. Rumble. The starry sky in front of them distorted, forming a huge light door that looked like the legendary Divine Gate. Rumble. Rumble. Countless holy light erupted from the Divine Gate, beautiful and magnificent. In the next moment, a 28-year-old young man took a step out from the heavenly gate. He wore a golden divine armor and held a golden spear in his hand. His entire body was glowing with divine light. The golden light shone brightly, making him look like a golden armored warlord. His divine might was unparalleled, and he looked down upon the world. His imposing manner was not inferior to that of a sixth-order saint. Soon, another silver-armored divine weapon emerged from the light door. There weren't many of them. There were only 1,000,000 of them, but their cultivation base was quite extraordinary. The weakest of them were 7 stars quasi-saint, close to 100,000 great saints, over 1,000 of them were demi-saint ancestor, and nearly 100 of them were perfection semi-saint. Just this army alone was enough to wipe out billions of foreign races. Who are you all? How dare you trespass our Lingyun heaven realm? Quickly retreat! A trace of fear flashed across the golden-armored godly general's eyes, and its voice rumbled and swept across the area that was a few light years away. The grade of this universe fleet in front of them was so high that they could not find even a few of them even after searching their entire great world of spiritual martial arts. This was especially the case for that flagship. Its grade was so high that it was likely that only their heavenly emperor carrier could compare with it. It was very likely that the incomer came from a major power in the intermediate great world. It was better not to offend them if possible. In the end, their Lingyun great world was only a primary major world. Even if there was an intermediate holy sovereign, the heavenly emperor, he would only be comparable to the weakest intermediate great world. Furthermore, it was at this critical moment. Galactic warship, within the master control room. A sixth-order saint, after devouring him, I should be able to fully conform to the rules of the Lingyun Great World and unleash my full combat strength. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. As long as he could unleash his full combat strength, he was confident that he could suppress Lingyun even if Lingyun Heavenly Emperor broke through to the high-rank middle-level Holy Sovereign realm. The next moment, rumble! A heaven-sheltering big hand that was hundreds of millions of kilometers in size suddenly appeared in the sky above the golden-armored godly general. It was like an eagle grabbing a chicken as it flew towards it. Ah, no! C-1146 They attacked the Lingyun realm. Ah, no! The golden-armored godly general only had enough time to let out a despairing howl before being captured alive by the heaven-sheltering big hand, sealing off all of its magic power, the holy soul. To the current Yang Fann, the sixth-order saint was extremely weak. It didn't even need to use the power of the shell to completely suppress the golden-armored godly general. Ah, protector, he lost just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? It's not true. This isn't true. The million silver armor. Heavenly generals had a look of disbelief on their faces. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The world guardian heavenly god was one of the highest grade Lingyun great worlds in the Lingyun great world. Apart from the heavenly emperor, only a handful of ranked 6 holy sovereign could defeat him, let alone capture him with a single palm. In the vast Lingyun great world, only the heavenly emperor could do such a thing. Could it be that there was a peerless expert that was comparable to the heavenly emperor in the fleet? With this thought, an indescribable panic spread across the entire silver armor army. Such a peerless expert was sufficient to bring a devastating disaster to their Lingyun great world, especially at such a critical moment. It would be a piece of cake to deal with these realm guardians. Right at this moment, rumble! A terrifying devouring black hole suddenly appeared above their heads and began to devour the million silver armor soldiers. Ah, not good. Spare our lives, my lord, spare our lives, save me, someone save me. Amidst waves of despairing wails, the million silver armor generals were instantly swept away. In the next moment, rumble! Rumble! Countless power of devourings erupted from the black hole center, crazily devouring the million silver armors of the heavenly general strength of original life. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths of time, a million silver armor generals had been devoured. To the current Yang Fann, it was extremely easy for him to devour these saints who were not even quasi-saint or half-saints. Galactic warship, within the master control room. Yang Fann swallowed a million silver armor soldiers in one go. He turned his gaze and looked at the golden-armored heavenly god in front of him. Rumble! The devouring black hole appeared once more, devouring the golden armored god. Not only that, a vast saint soul power that was even more terrifying than a ninth-grade intermediate saint suddenly emerged from Yang Fan's body, and began to forcefully read the golden armored heavenly god's memories. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. With the strength of this golden armored heavenly god, he should be able to satisfy everything he wanted to know. 7 days later. PCHT the golden armored godly general completely collapsed, transforming into a flying ash. In the next moment, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A hint of regret flashed across his eyes. Through the memory of the golden armored heavenly god, Yang Fann found out that the ruler of the Lingyun Great World, the heavenly emperor Ling Yun, was not in the Lingyun Great World. Not only the heavenly emperor Ling Yun, but nearly half of the other 14 sages were not in the Lingyun Great World as well. As for their destination, Yang Fann was no stranger to it. It was the origin continent that he was about to go to. The origin continent was located in the center of the Tianan Realm River. It was hundreds of millions of light years away from their starry sky. Even a top high-level holy sovereign like martial and spiritual holy sovereign would need hundreds of years to reach the center of the boundary river, let alone an intermediate holy sovereign like Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun. 30,000 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun had brought his 6th great holy sovereign and half of the Lingyun Great World's demi-saint ancestor to the center of the boundary river. This journey wasn't that easy. Putting aside the space beast and the universe pirates, the teams from other great worlds. It was also a great danger, but there were only so many primordial purple cloudus. One less competitor meant one less competitor. Without the presence of the intermediate holy sovereign, great sovereign Ling Yun, they might have been wiped out before they even reached the center of the river. Without Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun and the 6 saints, his harvest this time would be reduced to at least 3 or 4 levels. One must know that Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun was a 5th grade intermediate saint who had comprehended 14 holy sovereign law, and he had comprehended 9 of them. There were also the 6 saints. Apart from the holy sovereign law, which had merged into one, he had comprehended 18 different holy sovereign law, and among them, Yang Fann had comprehended all 12 holy sovereign law. If he could devour all of them, not only would he be able to comprehend a lot of holy sovereign law, he would also be able to advance 2 half-step saint laws into holy sovereign law. At that time, Yang Fann's strength would surely increase by another notch, and he would have the strength to fight high-level holy sovereign. Unfortunately, they had all left the Lingyun Great World. Nearly 30,000 years had passed, and no one knew where they had gone to. There was no place for them to chase after them even if they wanted to. He shook his head, discarding the trace of unwillingness in his heart. Yang Fann started to direct the fleet towards the Lingyun Great World. Even though there was no Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun and the 6th great holy sovereign, however, there were still 7 saints residing in the Lingyun Great World. One of them was a 9th grade sage who was no weaker than Star Saint Tian Yu. By devouring them, he could also increase Yang Fan's strength by a lot. As the saying goes, a monk can run, a temple can't run, and the entire Lingyun Great World was occupied by him. Why would he be afraid that Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun wouldn't come back? He was afraid that at that time, Yang Fann would not be interested in a 5th grade intermediate like Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun. In the past 30,000 years, it was naturally nothing to the other holy sovereign. He simply took a nap. It was not just a few years, but also a long time for Yang Fann. At that time, even if he did not become a holy king, he would not be much worse. A mere intermediate saint was nothing. Ling Yun Heaven Realm, a top-notch middle world created by the Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun with his mighty power. It was located high above the 9 heavens, and it ruled the entire Lingyun Great World, as well as the countless small and medium worlds that were affiliated to it. Countless martial artists had cultivated bitterly for their entire lives. It was all for the sake of being able to ascend to the Heaven Realm one day and be bestowed with a divine seat. It could be said that the entire Ling Yun Heaven Realm included most of the Lingyun Great Worlds in the Lingyun Great World and the auxiliary small worlds. In this place, quasi-saint warriors were everywhere, and great saints were no match for dogs. As long as they could conquer the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, they would basically be able to conquer the entire Lingyun Great World. The World Guardian Heavenly God and the 1 million World Guardian Legion were ordered by Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun to guard the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, and even the entire gateway of the Lingyun Great World. They wouldn't allow the other large creature of the worlds to enter their Lingyun Great World as they pleased. But now, not to mention the Realm Guardian Heavenly General, even the Realm Guardian Heavenly God was killed by Yang Fann. No one else could stop the Shining Sun Fleet, for the Shining Sun Fleet went straight into the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. In less than 10 minutes, they appeared outside the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. Galactic Warship, within the Master Control Room. Yang Fann looked at the vast Ling Yun Heaven Realm. In the distance, he slowly stood up and gently struck out with his palm. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and the bright and magnificent Ling Yun Heaven Realm suddenly became dark. It was as if the entire world had fallen into the limitless darkness. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Suddenly, a horrendous hand that could almost cover the entire Ling Yun Heaven Realm appeared outside of the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, crushing towards the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. This huge hand was pitch black, like the most terrifying black hole that could devour all light in the world. It was this huge hand that devoured all light, causing the entire Ling Yun Heaven Realm to fall into endless panic and darkness. The power it contained was far beyond the imagination of the world. Wherever it passed, the entire world seemed to be in a state of great destruction. All four sides of the void were traces of destruction. Roar enemy attack, quick, activate the boundary protecting formation. Roar. The massive heavenly cycle stellar array was activated. The heavenly gods and heavenly generals of the Ling Yun Heaven Realm were all people who had been through battles for a long time. After a short period of panic, they all reacted and hurriedly activated the boundary protecting formation grand array of the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, the heavenly cycle stellar array. Rumble within the starry sky of the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. Within the starry sky of Ling Yun Heaven Realm, 365 main stars and 108,000 secondary stars lit up all of a sudden. They burst forth with dazzling starlight, dispersing the despairing limitless darkness in an instant. The star god has descended into the world, 10,000 devils split the Yi. Rumble, endless starlight erupted from those 365 main stars and those 108,000 stars, interweaving into a terrifying star god. It was as tall as millions of feet. Not only that, it was like the chaotic devil god who created the world. The stars around him fluttered, and he held a starlight spear in his hand. Moreover, his imposing aura was extremely formidable. Compared to Star Saint Tian Yu, who was supported by the stars of life, he was thousands of times more terrifying. He wasn't any weaker than a 4th grade intermediate half-saint. Break. The star god's lips parted. It moved like a rolling sound of great Tao. He thrust out his spear. Rumble. C-1147 returned to the spiritual martial palace outside the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. A horrendous hand that could cover the entire world descended from the sky, crushing towards the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. Wherever it passed, all the voids in the surroundings were destroyed. It was as if Devil God had destroyed the world, destroying the heavens and earth. In an instant, the boundary protecting formation, heavenly cycle stellar array was activated. This was the most powerful formation in Ling Yun Heaven Realm. With 365 ancient stars as the eye of the formation, 108,000 stars were the secondary stars. When combined with 365 perfection semi-saint and 108,000 holy lords' power, once activated, it would be enough to fight against some intermediate saints. Rumble. The heavenly star god thrust out his spear. Its power was so terrifying that it faintly surpassed the power of a 4th grade intermediate saint, and it was comparable to the power of a 5th grade intermediate saint. It was also the reason why Heavenly Emperor Ling Yun was confident that he could lead his team and leave the Lingyun Great World. With the help of the heavenly cycle stellar array and the suppression of the strength of world, even if some of the Tier 7 intermediate saints wanted to attack the Lingyun Great World, they would have to consider whether they had a good tooth or not. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand collided with the terrifying spear light. In that instant, a terrifying energy tide swept out in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had descended, destroying everything. A large area of space was completely destroyed. In less than a breath's time. Grug grug grug. The terrifying spear light that even a 5th grade intermediate saint feared completely collapsed, turning into a flying ash. Although Yang Fann didn't use his full strength and only used the body's power and the holy sovereign law, it was still enough to crush most ranked 6 intermediate saints. It was not something that the heavenly cycle star god could fight against. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The mighty and insufferably arrogant heavenly star god Zhou was instantly blasted apart. The terrifying and invincible palm energy continued to spread, bombarding the heavenly cycle stellar array. Crack crack crack, that part of the starry sky was like glass, instantly covered with densely packed cracks. In the end, it even exploded with a loud bang. Ah, the despairing howls of wild beasts before they died resounded throughout the void. The mighty gods and heavenly generals who were in charge of the massive heavenly cycle star formation all exploded, suffering heavy casualties. Ah, it's broken. The boundary protecting formation is broken. How could this be? How could this be? It's over, it's all over. Endless panic and despair filled the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. The boundary protecting formation was the greatest reliance of the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. Now that even the great heavenly cycle star formation had been destroyed so easily, what else could they use to fight the invading enemy? Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, 7 streams of light shot up into the sky from the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. Their speed was so fast that even a 9th-rank perfection semi-saint couldn't compare to them. It was none other than the 7 heavenly sovereigns who were guarding the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. The 7 heavenly sovereigns were very decisive. They knew very well how terrifying the heavenly cycle stellar array was. Even their heavenly sovereign would need some effort to break it. This was because he was familiar with the heavenly cycle stellar array. However, the mysterious expert had destroyed the heavenly cycle stellar array with just a single strike. The scariness of its power was already far beyond their imagination. It was very likely that it was a 9th-grade intermediate saint or even an even more terrifying high-level holy sovereign. Such a peerless expert, even with the suppression of the strength of world, it was not something a low-level saint like them could match up to. Even the strongest tier 9 saint among the 7 of them, the law enforcement heavenly venerate, was far from being a match for him. Flee only by taking advantage of the fact that the mysterious expert had yet to react and quickly flee Ling Yun Heaven Realm and Ling Yun Great World would they have a chance of survival. In the moment of life and death, the 7 heavenly sovereigns didn't care about the price they had to pay. All of them used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase their speed. Galactic Warship, Master Control Room. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "You're quite decisive, but you're still a bit short of escaping from my palm." Rumble. Another heaven-blocking heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, instantly sealing off the starry sky around the 7 saint sovereigns. Ah, not good. Break break for me, explode, destruction dragon spear. Rumble, rumble. The 7 heavenly sovereigns all unleashed their powers. Their powers were overloaded, and they unleashed their strongest attacks in their lives. Some even self-detonated their natal holy artifacts in an attempt to fight for a chance at survival. However, under the terrifying palm that could even suppress a ranked 6 intermediate holy sovereign, their strength was insignificant. Even if they self-destructed their saint artifacts, it would still be the same. In less than half a breath's time, all 7 heavenly sovereigns were captured, not a single one of them was left alive. The 7 saints are finished, that's all. Sob, 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 somebody save me, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, woo woo woo. In an instant, countless martial artists in the Ling Yun Heaven Realm had their courage shattered, and the boundary protecting formation was broken. Now, even the 7 heavenly sovereigns had been captured. With the vastness of the world, who else could save them and save them? To my lord has given the order. All troops, attack soldiers, follow me to kill. Kill kill kill. Very quickly, the doors of the galactic warships and sunshine battleships opened wide. Tens of thousands of lunar Chinese warships and millions of stars warships were like locusts as they rushed towards the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. All the Ling Yun Heaven Realms in the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, whose minds had collapsed a long time ago, could not form any powerful defense. Furthermore, Yang Fann had even sent out his demonic god battle puppets. With the support of Devil God's battle formation and Demon God's sacrificial altar, the combat strength of 1,800 demonic god battle puppets increased tenfold, 100-fold. Even those 6th Order saints were able to surround and kill those martial artist warriors in the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, causing their heads to roll and blood to flow like a river. Furthermore, every time someone was killed, the strength of the demonic god battle puppet would increase by a certain amount. Once the expert was refined into a demonic god battle puppet by the demon god's sacrificial altar, although it could no longer be cultivated, it could be used to kill and absorb the blood chi to increase its strength. These martial artists from the Ling Yun Heaven Realm were the best food for the demonic god battle puppet. Those who could ascend to the Ling Yun Heaven Realm were at least at the 1st star quasi-saint. 3 days later, the entire Ling Yun Heaven Realm was wiped out. Countless heavenly gods and heavenly generals were captured and turned into lowly slaves. 1,500 perfection semi-saint were refined into Yang Fanns by Yang Fann, causing the number of Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's command to reach 3,300. Apart from the absence of sage-stage demonic god battle puppets, the number of high-grade perfection semi-saint battle puppets under Yang Fann's command was not much weaker than Sage Duo Luo at his peak. With the combined strength of 3,300 demonic god battle puppets, it was enough to kill a 7th order saint. After that, Yang Fann took charge of the Ling Yun Heaven Realm and went into seclusion to refine the 7 heavenly sovereigns. Fannin and Great Elemental Old Man, on the other hand, brought the Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's command and attacked the Ling Yun Great World. After destroying the Ling Yun Heaven Realm, they had almost wiped out all the combat strength of the 7th level or even 8th layer in the Ling Yun Great World. As for the remaining martial artists, how could they possibly defend against the attacks of the army of Yang family? One should know that the demonic god battle puppet could no longer be considered a living creature, it was more like a weapon of war. On the other hand, the suppression of the strength of world on non-living creatures was much smaller. At the same time, an interstellar transportation array was being constructed in an orderly manner. 10 years later, in the center of Ling Yun Heaven Realm, the construction of a galactic transportation array that covered an area of over 10,000 miles was finally completed. Soon, another 5 years passed. Yang Fann, Si Fan, the girls, and the group of perfection semi-saint subordinates appeared in front of the intergalactic teleportation formation. C1148 Gather in the Spirit Martial Arts University. Time is flowing. Soon, 15 years had passed since Yang Fann occupied the Ling Yun Heaven Realm. On this day, Yang Fann finally decided to return to the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Including the 5 years he had traveled from the Heavenly Star World to the Ling Yun Great World, it was only less than 3 years from the 200 years he had promised martial and spiritual Holy Sovereign. It was time for him to return. In less than 3 years, Yang Fann was ready to accompany his parents. It had been nearly 130 years since he last saw them. Furthermore, it would take an unknown amount of time to leave the great world of spiritual martial arts and head to the origin continent. The journey back and forth alone would take 1,000 to a few hundred years. Perhaps, the next time they met would be 2,000 years later. This amount of time was nothing to those old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. It was only enough for them to pass a minor trial. However, to Yang Fann, who was less than 300 years old, it would be a very long time. When he thought about how long it would take for him to see his parents, he wished he could immediately return to Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts and reunite with them. 15 years had passed. Although there were still many middle world and small worlds that he hadn't taken down in Ling Yun Great World, it didn't matter to him anymore. With those hundreds of thousands of middle world and small strength of worlds, he didn't even have a 9th rank perfection semi-saint. It was that grasshopper after autumn, he wouldn't be able to do much for long. During these 15 years, Yang Fann's cultivation base had also been rising steadily. Not only had he successfully refined the 7 heavenly sovereigns, he had also gained control of 25 holy sovereign law. Furthermore, he had also gained insight into the laws of 3 paths. The number of laws he had comprehended was as high as 55. It was simply shocking. Also, the 7 primordial purple cloudus had also allowed Yang Fann to use the power of his body. It had made quite a big progress, and it seemed like it was comparable to a ranked 6 intermediate saint. At this moment, Yang Fann's combat strength had completely surpassed that of an intermediate saint. Even if he was a high-level saint, he would still need to fight a battle to decide who would win and who would lose. At the same time, the number of Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's command had increased by quite a bit, and he had successfully surpassed 4,000. Even the grade of the demon god's sacrificial altars had faintly increased by a little. Once they formed devil god's battle formation, if an ordinary 8th order holy sovereign did not retreat and fight to the death, he would very likely be surrounded and killed by them. In the center of Ling Yun Heaven Realm, in front of the intergalactic teleportation formation, Yang Fann, Yang Sifan and the rest of the perfection semi-saint subordinates, demi-saint ancestors stood there quietly. After nearly 200 years, the number of Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's command. Perfection semi-saint. It had almost doubled, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. Among them, there were 64 9th-rank perfection semi-saint warriors, and ordinary half-saints were even more terrifying. They were more than 2 times stronger, only a few hundred of them were left. They were going to break through the 20,000 mark. Yang Fann had never been stingy with the rewards for his subordinates. Out of the 3 worlds and the 7 layers of resources, only half of them were given to him. The rest of the resources were given to him by Yang Fann. It was not easy to find a generous master like Yang Fann. If it was any other holy sovereign, it would be considered not bad if he could give him the next level of resources. It was precisely because of this that the soldiers under him were willing to give up their lives for him. Even if they were to leave the holy palace of spiritual martial arts, they would not furrow their brows. 15 minutes later, Yang Fann and the other half-saints followed suit and boarded the interstellar transportation array. Of course, this was only the first batch. Apart from a small portion of the 2.1 billion army of Yang family that continued clearing out the middle world and the small worlds, most of them would return to great world of spiritual martial arts one after another. The origin continent was vast and boundless. It was even bigger than those great worlds. A top great world, even the smallest top great world, was 10 times bigger than the great world of spiritual martial arts. It was impossible for the origin continent not to have enough people. Those primordial purple cloudus were not fixed in one place, they were scattered all over the origin continent. Rumble. The entire interstellar transportation array trembled slightly. In the next moment, rumble, rumble, the power of teleportation swept through the crowd like a surging tide. Holy crystal after holy crystal were continuously thrown into the interspatial transportation array by Fannin. The further the distance of teleportation, the greater the consumption. For example, this interstellar transportation array cost tens of thousands of low-grade holy crystals each time. Under normal circumstances, one would have to wait for the transportation array to be full before returning and activating the teleportation. However, Yang Fann naturally did not need to do this. A mere 10,000 low-grade holy crystals was not even enough for him to cultivate for 2 hours. When the last low-grade holy crystal was thrown down, buzz a profound power of space flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, the 20,000 plus people on the interstellar transportation array disappeared without a trace. Hiss, hiss, hiss. During the teleportation process, Yang Fann only felt a mighty force surging from all directions, as if it wanted to completely seal him. The force was so strong that even some intermediate saints couldn't break free from it. Of course, Yang Fann wasn't one of them. If he wanted to, he could easily break free from the restraint of the force. However, Yang Fann didn't make any other movements. He just let the force wrap around his body. It was easy to break free from the energy of teleportation, but once he did, it would be very difficult for him to return to great world of spiritual martial arts in the vast starry sky of the universe. The Lingyun Great World was billions of light years away from the great world of spiritual martial arts. Even with the galactic transportation array, it would still take a month to return to the great world of spiritual martial arts. This month of teleportation could be said to be very boring. In the end, Yang Fann sealed off his 6 senses and started to comprehend new laws in his sea of consciousness. After devouring and refining the 8 great holy sovereign, Yang Fann's bloodline potential had improved a little. 55 laws had not reached the limit of his potential. Yang Fann estimated that 60 laws might be limited and difficult, but 58 laws were still very promising. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 9 days, unknowingly. 1 month slowly passed. Rumble. A violent tremor jolted him awake from his state of enlightenment. We're finally here. In the next moment, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He found himself in a vast hall. The entire hall. Looking around, apart from the transportation array, there were also transportation arrays. This was none other than the teleportation hall of Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts. Don't look at the entire teleportation hall. There was no one in the hall, but Yang Fann could feel that there were a lot of hidden experts. There was even an intermediate holy sovereign standing guard in the hall. This was the most important place for the Holy Palace of Spiritual Martial Arts to contact all the major worlds. There was no way they could afford to lose this place. Very soon, Yang Fann returned to 6th Young Master Peak with a few girls and a group of subordinates. In an instant, 6th Young Master Peak was boiling with excitement. The sound of welcoming His Highness back to the mountain could be heard everywhere. After that, Yang Yunfeng and his wife couldn't help but ask about his mother's concern. He traveled thousands of miles in a day, and his mother was worried about him. Furthermore, Yang Fann was still a billion years old. If it wasn't for Yang Fann's subordinates returning to the great world of spiritual martial arts with slaves from the Divergence and bringing them the latest news about Yang Fann, they might not have been able to sleep well all these years. Time passed slowly as Yang Fann accompanied them. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. And from 1 year ago, almost every 10 days or half a month, a large batch of experts would arrive at the Lingwu mountain range through the interstellar transportation array. Among these people, the weakest was Demi-Saint Ancestor. Many of them had reached the perfection semi-saint. There were even many pseudo-saints who had comprehended the Holy Sovereign Law and were only one primordial purple clouds away from becoming a saint. The one leading them was the real Saint Sovereign,